Chapter 1, Book 1 of The Dead Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Goldfish. The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins. Book 1, Chapter 1.
Will she last out the night, I wonder? Look at the clock, Matthew. 12:10. She has lasted the night out. She has lived, Robert, to see 10 minutes of the new day.
These words were spoken in the kitchen of a large country house situated on the west coast of Cornwall. The speakers were two of the men servants composing the establishment of Captain Treverton, an officer in the navy, and the eldest male representative of an old Cornish family. Both the servants communicated with each other restrainedly in whispers, sitting close together and looking round expectantly toward the door whenever the talk flagged between them.
"It's an awful thing," said the elder of the men, "for us two to be alone here at this dark time, counting out the minutes that our mistress has left to live."
"Robert," said the other, "you have been in the service here since you were a boy. Did you ever hear that our mistress was a play actress when our master married her?"
"How did you come to know that?" inquired the elder servant sharply.
"Hush!" cried the other, rising quickly from his chair. A bell rang in the passage outside.
"Is that for one of us?" asked Matthew. "Can't you tell by the sound which is which of those bells yet?" exclaimed Robert contemptuously. "That bell is for Sarah Leeson. Go out into the passage and look."
The younger servant took a candle and obeyed. When he opened the kitchen door, a long row of bells met his eye on the wall opposite. Above each of them was painted, in neat black letters, the distinguishing title of the servant whom it was specially intended to summon. The row of letters began with housekeeper and butler, and ended with kitchen maid and footman's boy. Looking along the bells, Matthew easily discovered that one of them was still in motion. Above it were the words "Lady's Maid." Observing this, he passed quickly along the passage and knocked at an old-fashioned oak door at the end of it. No answer being given, he opened the door and looked into the room. It was dark and empty.
"Sarah is not in the housekeeper's room," said Matthew, returning to his fellow servant in the kitchen. "She has gone to her own room, then," rejoined the other. "Go up and tell her that she is wanted by her mistress."
The bell rang again as Matthew went out.
"Quick, quick!" cried Robert. "Tell her she is wanted directly."
"Wanted," he continued to himself in lower tones. "Perhaps for the last time." Matthew ascended 3 flights of stairs, passed halfway down a long arched gallery, and knocked at another old-fashioned oak door. This time the signal was answered. A low, clear, sweet voice inside the room inquired who was waiting without. In a few hasty words Matthew told his errand. Before he had done speaking, the door was quietly and quickly opened, and Sarah Leeson confronted him on the threshold with her candle in her hand. Not tall, not handsome, not in her first youth, shy and irresolute in manner, simple in dress to the utmost limits of plainness, the lady's maid, in spite of all these disadvantages, was a woman whom it was impossible to look at without a feeling of curiosity, if not of interest. Few men, at first sight of her, could have resisted the desire to find out who she was. Few would have been satisfied with receiving for answer, "She is Mrs. Treverton's maid." Few would have refrained from the attempt to extract some secret information for themselves from her face and manner, and none, not even the most patient and practised of observers, could have succeeded in discovering more than that she must have passed through the ordeal of some great suffering at some former period of her life. Much in her manner, and more in her face, said plainly and sadly, "I am the wreck of something that you might once have liked to see, a wreck that can never be repaired, that must drift on through life unnoticed, unguided, unpitied, drift till the fatal shore is touched, and the waves of time have swallowed up these broken relics of me forever." This was the story that was told in Sarah Leeson's face. This and no more. No two men interpreting that story for themselves would probably have agreed on the nature of the suffering which this woman had undergone. It was hard to say at the outset whether the past pain that had set its ineffaceable mark on her had been pain of the body or pain of the mind, but whatever the nature of the affliction she had suffered, the traces it had left were deeply and strikingly visible in every part of her face. Her cheeks had lost their roundness and their natural colour. Her lips, singularly flexible in movement and delicate in form, had faded to an unhealthy paleness. Her eyes, large and black and overshadowed by unusually thick lashes, had contracted an anxious, startled look, which never left them, and which piteously expressed the painful acuteness of her sensibility, the inherent timidity of her disposition. So far, the marks which sorrow or sickness had set on her were the marks common to most victims of mental or physical suffering. The one extraordinary personal deterioration which she had undergone consisted in the unnatural change that had passed over the colour of her hair. It was as thick and soft, it grew as gracefully as the hair of a young girl, but it was as grey as the hair of an old woman. It seemed to contradict in the most startling manner every personal assertion of youth that still existed in her face. With all its haggardness and paleness, no one could have looked at it and supposed for a moment that it was the face of an elderly woman. Wan as they might be, there was not a wrinkle in her cheeks. Her eyes, viewed apart from their prevailing expression of uneasiness and timidity, still preserved that bright, clear moisture which is never seen in the eyes of the old. The skin about her temples was as delicately smooth as the skin of a child. These and other physical signs which never mislead showed that she was still, as to years, in the very prime of her life. Sickly and sorrow-stricken as she was, she looked, from the eyes downward, a woman who had barely reached 30 years of age. From the eyes upward, the effect of her abundant grey hair seen in connection with her face was not simply incongruous, it was absolutely startling. So startling as to make it no paradox to say that she would have looked most natural, most like herself, if her hair had been dyed. In her case, art would have seemed to be the truth, because nature looked like falsehood. What shock had stricken her hair in the very maturity of its luxuriance with the hue of an unnatural old age? Was it a serious illness, or a dreadful grief that had turned her grey in the prime of her womanhood? That question had often been agitated among her fellow servants, who were all struck by the peculiarities of her personal appearance, and rendered a little suspicious of her as well by an inveterate habit that she had of talking to herself. Inquire as they might, however, their curiosity was always baffled. Nothing more could be discovered than that Sarah Leeson was, in the common phrase, touchy on the subject of her grey hair and her habit of talking to herself, and that Sarah Leeson's mistress had long since forbidden everyone, from her husband downward, to ruffle the maid's tranquillity by inquisitive questions. She stood for an instant speechless on that momentous morning of the 23rd of August, before the servant who summoned her to her mistress's deathbed, the light of the candle flaring brightly over her large, startled black eyes, and the luxuriant, unnatural grey hair above them. She stood a moment silent, her hand trembling while she held the candlestick, so that the extinguisher lying loose in it rattled incessantly, then thanked the servant for calling her. The trouble and fear in her voice as she spoke seemed to add to its sweetness. The agitation of her manner took nothing away from its habitual gentleness, its delicate, winning, feminine restraint. Matthew, who, like the other servants, secretly distrusted and disliked her for differing from the ordinary pattern of professed ladies' maids, was on this particular occasion so subdued by her manner and her tone as she thanked him, that he offered to carry her candle for her to the door of her mistress's bedchamber. She shook her head and thanked him again, then passed before him quickly on her way out of the gallery. The room in which Mrs. Treverton lay dying was on the floor beneath. Sarah hesitated twice before she knocked at the door. It was opened by Captain Treverton. The instant she saw her master, she started back from him. If she had dreaded a blow, she could hardly have drawn away more suddenly, or with an expression of greater alarm. There was nothing in Captain Treverton's face to warrant the suspicion of ill-treatment, or even of harsh words. His countenance was kind, hearty, and open, and the tears were still trickling down it which he had shed by his wife's bedside. "Go in," he said, turning away his face.
She does not wish the nurse to attend. She only wishes for you. Call me if the doctor—" His voice faltered, and he hurried away without attempting to finish the sentence. Sarah Leeson, instead of entering her mistress's room, stood looking after her master attentively, with her pale cheeks turned to a deathly whiteness, with an eager, doubting, questioning terror in her eyes. When he had disappeared round the corner of the gallery, she listened for a moment outside the door of the sick-room, whispered affrightedly to herself, "Can she have told him?" Then opened the door with a visible effort to recover her self-control, and, after lingering suspiciously on the threshold for a moment, went in. Mrs. Treverton's bedchamber was a large, lofty room, situated in the western front of the house, and consequently overlooking the sea view. The night-light burning by the bedside displayed rather than dispelled the darkness in the corners of the room. The bed was of the old-fashioned pattern, with heavy hangings and thick curtains drawn all round it. Of the other objects in the chamber, only those of the largest and most solid kind were prominent enough to be tolerably visible in the dim light. The cabinets, the wardrobe, the full-length looking-glass, the high-backed armchair, these, with the great shapeless bulk of the bed itself, towered up heavily and gloomily into view. Other objects were all merged together in the general obscurity. Through the open window, opened to admit the fresh air of the new morning after the sultriness of the August night, there poured monotonously into the room the dull, still, distant roaring of the surf on the sandy coast. All outer noises were hushed at that first dark hour of the new day. Inside the room, the one audible sound was the slow, toilsome breathing of the dying woman, raising itself in its mortal frailness, awfully and distinctly, even through the far thunder-breathing from the bosom of the everlasting sea. "Mistress," said Sarah Leeson, standing close to the curtains, but not withdrawing them, "my master has left the room, and has sent me here in his place." "Light! Give me more light!" The feebleness of mortal sickness was in the voice, but the accent of the speaker sounded resolute even yet, doubly resolute by contrast with the hesitation of the tones in which Sarah had spoken. The strong nature of the mistress and the weak nature of the maid came out, even in that short interchange of words, spoken through the curtain of a deathbed. Sarah lit 2 candles with a wavering hand, placed them hesitatingly on a table by the bedside, waited for a moment, looking all around her with suspicious timidity, then undrew the curtains. The disease of which Mrs. Treverton was dying was one of the most terrible of all the maladies that afflict humanity, one to which women are especially subject, and one which undermines life without, in most cases, showing any remarkable traces of its corroding progress in the face. No uninstructed person, looking at Mrs. Treverton when her attendant undrew the bed curtain, could possibly have imagined that she was past all help that mortal skill could offer to her. The slight marks of illness in her face, the inevitable changes in the grace and roundness of its outline, were rendered hardly noticeable by the marvellous preservation of her complexion in all the light and delicacy of its first girlish beauty. There lay her face on the pillow, tenderly framed in by the rich lace of her cap, softly crowned by her shining brown hair, to all outward appearance the face of a beautiful woman recovering from a slight illness, or reposing after unusual fatigue. Even Sarah Leeson, who had watched her all through her malady, could hardly believe, as she looked at her mistress, that the gates of life had closed behind her, and that the beckoning hand of death was signing to her already from the gates of the grave. Some dog's-eared books and paper covers lay on the counterpane of the bed. As soon as the curtain was drawn aside, Mrs. Treverton ordered her attendant by a gesture to remove them. They were plays, underscored in certain places by ink lines, and marked with marginal annotations referring to entrances, exits, and places on the stage. The servants talking downstairs of their mistress's occupation before her marriage had not been misled by false reports. Their master, after he had passed the prime of life, had in very truth taken his wife from the obscure stage of a country theatre, when little more than 2 years had elapsed since her first appearance in public. The dog's-eared old plays had been once her treasured dramatic library. She had always retained a fondness for them, from old associations,
and during the latter part of her illness they had remained on her bed for days and days together. Having put away the plays, Sarah went back to her mistress, and, with more of dread and bewilderment in her face than grief, opened her lips to speak. Mrs. Treverton held up her hand as a sign that she had another order to give. "Bolt the door," she said in the same enfeebled voice, but with the same accent of resolution which had so strikingly marked her first request to have more light in the room. "Bolt the door. Let no one in till I give you leave." "No one?" repeated Sarah faintly. "Not the doctor? Not even my master?" "Not the doctor, not even your master," said Mrs. Treverton, and pointed to the door. The hand was weak, but even in that momentary action of it there was no mistaking the gesture of command. Sarah bolted the door, returned irresolutely to the bedside, fixed her large, eager, startled eyes inquiringly on her mistress's face, and, suddenly bending over her, said in a whisper, "Have you told my master?" "No," was the answer. "I sent for him, to tell him. I tried hard to speak the words. It shook me to my very soul, only to think how I should best break it to him. I am so fond of him. I love him so dearly. But I should have spoken in spite of that. If he had not talked of the child, Sarah, he did nothing but talk of the child, and that silenced me." Sarah, with the forgetfulness of her station, which might have appeared extraordinary even in the eyes of the most lenient of mistresses, flung herself back in a chair when the first word of Mrs. Treverton's reply was uttered, clasped her trembling hands over her face, and groaned to herself, "Oh, what will happen? What will happen now?" Mrs. Treverton's eyes had softened and moistened when she spoke of her love for her husband. She lay silent for a few minutes, the working of some strong emotion in her being expressed by her quick, hard, laboured breathing and by the painful contraction of her eyebrows. Ere long she turned her head uneasily toward the chair in which her attendant was sitting, and spoke again, this time in a voice which had sunk to a whisper. "Look for my medicine," she said. "I want it." Sarah started up, and with a quick instinct of obedience, brushed away the tears which were rolling fast over her cheeks. "The doctor," she said. "Let me call the doctor." "No, the medicine. Look for the medicine." "Which bottle? The opiate?" "No, not the opiate. The other." Sarah took a bottle from the table, and looking attentively at the written direction on the label, said that it was not yet time to take that medicine again. "Give me the bottle." "Oh, pray don't ask me. Pray wait. The doctor said it was as bad as dram drinking if you took too much." Mrs. Treverton's clear grey eyes began to flash. The rosy flush deepened on her cheeks. The commanding hand was raised again, by an effort, from the counterpane on which it lay. "Take the cork out of the bottle," she said, "and give it to me. I want strength, no matter whether I die in an hour's time or a week's. Give me the bottle." "No, no, not the bottle," said Sarah, giving it up nevertheless under the influence of her mistress's look. "There are 2 doses left. Wait, pray wait till I get a glass." She turned again toward the table. At the same instant Mrs. Treverton raised the bottle to her lips, drained it of its contents, and flung it from her on the bed. "She has killed herself!" cried Sarah, running in terror to the door. "Stop!" said the voice from the bed, more resolute than ever already. "Stop! Come back and prop me up higher on the pillows." Sarah put her hand on the bolt. "Come back!" reiterated Mrs. Treverton. "While there is life in me, I will be obeyed. Come back." The colour began to deepen perceptibly all over her face, and the light to grow brighter in her widely opened eyes. Sarah came back, and with shaking hands added one more to the many pillows which supported the dying woman's head and shoulders. Whilst this was being done, the bedclothes became a little discomposed. Mrs. Treverton shuddered, and drew them up to their former position close around her neck.
"Did you unbolt the door?"
she asked. "No."
"I forbid you to go near it again.
"Get my writing case and the pen and ink from the cabinet near the window." Sarah went to the cabinet and opened it, then stopped as if some sudden suspicion had crossed her mind, and asked what the writing materials were for.
"Bring them and you will see."
The writing case, with a sheet of notepaper on it, was placed upon Mrs. Treverton's knees. The pen was dipped into the ink and given to her. She paused, closed her eyes for a minute, and sighed heavily, then began to write, saying to her waiting maid as the pen touched the paper, "Look." Sarah peered anxiously over her shoulder and saw the pen slowly and feebly form these 3 words, "To my husband."
"Oh, no, no! For God's sake, don't write it!" she cried, catching at her mistress's hand, but suddenly letting it go again the moment Mrs. Treverton looked at her.
The pen went on, and more slowly, more feebly, formed words enough to fill a line, then stopped. The letters of the last syllable were all blotted together.
"Don't!"
reiterated Sarah, dropping on her knees at the bedside.
"Don't write it to him, if you can't tell it to him. Let me go on bearing what I have borne so long already. Let the secret die with you, and die with me, and never be known in this world. Never, never, never."
"The secret must be told," answered Mrs. Treverton.
"My husband ought to know it, and must know it. I tried to tell him, and my courage failed me. I cannot trust you to tell him, after I am gone. It must be written. Take you the pen. My sight is failing, my touch is dull. Take the pen, and write what I tell you."
Sarah, instead of obeying, hid her face in the bed-cover and wept bitterly.
"You have been with me ever since my marriage," Mrs. Treverton went on. "You have been my friend, more than my servant. Do you refuse my last request? You do? Fool! Look up and listen to me. On your peril refuse to take the pen. Write, or I shall not rest in my grave. Write, or as true as there is a heaven above us, I will come to you from the other world."
Sarah started to her feet with a faint scream.
"You make my flesh creep," she whispered, fixing her eyes on her mistress's face with a stare of superstitious horror.
At the same instant, the overdose of the stimulating medicine began to affect Mrs. Treverton's brain. She rolled her head restlessly from side to side of the pillow, repeated vacantly a few lines from one of the old playbooks which had been removed from her bed, and suddenly held out the pen to the servant with a theatrical wave of the hand and a glance upward at an imaginary gallery of spectators.
"Write!"
she cried, with an awful mimicry of her old stage voice.
"Write!"
And the weak hand was waved again with a forlorn, feeble imitation of the old stage gesture. Closing her fingers mechanically on the pen that was thrust between them, Sarah, with her eyes still expressing the superstitious terror which her mistress's words had aroused, waited for the next command. Some minutes elapsed before Mrs. Treverton spoke again. She still retained her senses sufficiently to be vaguely conscious of the effect which the medicine was producing on her, and to be desirous of combating its further progress, before it succeeded in utterly confusing her ideas. She asked first for the smelling bottle, next for some eau de cologne. This last, poured onto her handkerchief and applied to her forehead, seemed to prove successful in partially clearing her faculties. Her eyes recovered their steady look of intelligence, and, when she again addressed her maid, reiterating the word "write," she was able to enforce the direction by beginning immediately to dictate in quiet, deliberate, determined tones. Sarah's tears fell fast. Her lips murmured fragments of sentences in which entreaties, expressions of penitence, and exclamations of fear were all strangely mingled together, but she wrote on submissively in wavering lines until she had nearly filled the first 2 sides of the notepaper. Then Mrs. Treverton paused, looked the writing over, and, taking the pen, signed her name at the end of it. With this effort, her powers of resistance to the exciting effect of the medicine seemed to fail her again. The deep flush began to tinge her cheeks once more, and she spoke hurriedly and unsteadily when she handed the pen back to her maid. "Sign!" she cried, beating her hand feebly on the bedclothes. "Sign! Sarah Leeson, witness. No, write accomplice. Take your share of it. I won't have it shifted on me. Sign! I insist on it. Sign as I tell you." Sarah obeyed, and Mrs. Treverton, taking the paper from her, pointed to it solemnly, with a return of the stage gesture which had escaped her a little while back. "You will give this to your master," she said, "when I am dead, and you will answer any questions he puts to you, as truly as if you were before the judgment seat." Clasping her hands fast together, Sarah regarded her mistress for the first time, with steady eyes, and spoke to her for the first time in steady tones. "If I only knew that I was fit to die," she said, "oh, how gladly I would change places with you." "Promise me that you will give the paper to your master," repeated Mrs. Treverton. "Promise. No, I won't trust your promise. I'll have your oath. Get the Bible the clergyman used when he was here this morning. Get it, or I shall not rest in my grave. Get it, or I will come to you from the other world." The mistress laughed as she reiterated that threat. The maid shuddered as she obeyed the command which it was designed to impress on her. Yes, the Bible the clergyman used," continued Mrs. Treverton vacantly after the book had been produced. "The clergyman, a poor, weak man. I frightened him, Sarah. He said, 'Are you at peace with all the world?' And I said, 'All but one. You know who.'" "The captain's brother? Oh, don't die at enmity with anybody. Don't die at enmity even with him," pleaded Sarah. "The clergyman said so too," murmured Mrs. Treverton, her eyes beginning to wander childishly round the room, her tones growing suddenly lower and more confused. "You must forgive him, the clergyman said, and I said, 'No, I forgive all the world, but not my husband's brother.' The clergyman got up from the bedside. Frightened, Sarah, he talked about praying for me, and coming back." "Will he come back?" Yes, answered Sarah. "He is a good man. He will come back. And oh, tell him that you forgive the captain's brother. Those vile words he spoke of you when you were married will come to him some day. Forgive him before you die." Saying those words, she attempted to remove the Bible softly out of her mistress's sight. The action had attracted Mrs. Treverton's attention, and roused her sinking faculties into observation of present things. "Stop!" she cried, with the gleam of the old resolution flashing once more over the dying dimness of her eyes. She caught at Sarah's hand with a great effort, placed it on the Bible and held it there. Her other hand wandered a little over the bedclothes until it encountered the written paper addressed to her husband. Her fingers closed on it, and a sigh of relief escaped her lips. "Ah," she said, "I know what I wanted the Bible for. I'm dying with all my senses about me, Sarah. You can't deceive me, even yet." She stopped again, smiled a little, whispered to herself rapidly, "Wait, wait, wait," then added aloud with the old stage voice and the old stage gesture, "No, I won't trust you on your promise. I'll have your oath. Kneel down. These are my last words in this world. Disobey them if you dare." Sarah dropped on her knees by the bed. The breeze outside, strengthening just then with the slow advance of the morning, parted the window curtains a little and wafted a breath of its sweet fragrance joyously into the sick-room. The heavy beating hum of the distant surf came in at the same time and poured out its unresting music in louder strains. Then the window curtains fell to again heavily, the wavering flame of the candle grew steady once more, and the awful silence in the room sank deeper than ever. "Swear," said Mrs. Treverton. Her voice failed her when she had pronounced that one word. She struggled a little, recovered the power of utterance, and went on. "Swear that you will not destroy this paper after I am dead." Even while she pronounced these solemn words, even at that last struggle for life and strength, the ineradicable theatrical instinct showed, with a fearful inappropriateness, how firmly it kept its place in her mind. Sarah felt the cold hand that was laid on hers lifted for a moment, saw it waving gracefully toward her, felt it descend again, and clasp her own hand with a trembling, impatient pressure. At that final appeal she answered faintly, "I swear it." "Swear that you will not take this paper away with you if you leave the house after I am dead." Again Sarah paused before she answered. Again the trembling pressure made itself felt on her hand, but more weakly this time, and again the words dropped affrightedly from her lips. "I swear it." "Swear!" Mrs. Treverton began for the third time. Her voice failed her once more, and she struggled vainly to regain the command over it. Sarah looked up and saw signs of convulsion beginning to disfigure the white face, saw the fingers of the white, delicate hand getting crooked as they reached over toward the table on which the medicine bottles were placed. "You drank it all!" she cried, starting to her feet as she comprehended the meaning of the gesture. "Mistress, dear mistress, you drank it all. There is nothing but the opiate left. Let me go and call—" A look from Mrs. Treverton stopped her before she could utter another word. The lips of the dying woman were moving rapidly. Sarah put her ear close to them. At first she heard nothing but panting, quick-drawn breaths, then a few broken words mingled confusedly with them. "I haven't done. You must swear. Close, close, come close. A third thing, your master. Swear to give it." The last words died away very softly. The lips that had been forming them so laboriously parted on a sudden and closed again no more. Sarah sprang to the door, opened it, and called into the passage for help, then ran back to the bedside, caught up the sheet of notepaper on which she had written from her mistress's dictation, and hid it in her bosom. The last look of Mrs. Treverton's eyes fastened sternly and reproachfully on her as she did this, and kept their expression unchanged, through the momentary distortion of the rest of the features, for one breathless moment. That moment passed, and with the next the shadow which goes before the presence of death stole up and shut out the light of life in one quiet instant from all the face. The doctor, followed by the nurse and by one of the servants, entered the room, and, hurrying to the bedside, saw at a glance that the time for his attendance there had passed away for ever. He spoke first to the servant who had followed him. "Go to your master," he said, "and beg him to wait in his own room until I can come and speak to him." Sarah still stood, without moving or speaking or noticing anyone by the bedside. The nurse, approaching to draw the curtains together, started at the sight of her face and turned to the doctor. "I think this person had better leave the room, sir," said the nurse, with some appearance of contempt in her tones and looks. "She seems unreasonably shocked and terrified by what has happened." "Quite right," said the doctor. "It is best that she should withdraw. Let me recommend you to leave us for a little while," he added, touching Sarah on the arm. She shrank back suspiciously, raised one of her hands to the place where the letter lay hidden in her bosom, and pressed it there firmly, while she held out the other hand for a candle. "You had better rest for a while in your own room," said the doctor, giving her a candle. "Stop, though," he continued, after a moment's reflection. "I'm going to break the sad news to your master, and I may find that he is anxious to hear any last words that Mrs. Treverton may have spoken in your presence. Perhaps you had better come with me, and wait while I go into Captain Treverton's room." "No, no, oh, not now, for God's sake!" Speaking those words in low, quick, pleading tones, and drawing back affrightedly to the door, Sarah disappeared without waiting a moment to be spoken to again. "A strange woman," said the doctor, addressing the nurse. "Follow her and see where she goes to, in case she is wanted and we are obliged to send for her. I will wait here until you come back." When the nurse returned, she had nothing to report but that she had followed Sarah Leeson to her own bedroom, had seen her enter it, had listened outside, and had heard her lock the door. "A strange woman," repeated the doctor. "One of the silent, secret sort." "One of the wrong sort," said the nurse. "She is always talking to herself, and that is a bad sign, in my opinion. I distrusted her, sir, the very first day I entered the house."
End of chapter 1.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Book 1, Chapter 2 of The Dead Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Camille Hill. The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 2, The Child. The instant Sarah Leeson had turned the key of her bedroom door, she took the sheet of notepaper from its place of concealment in her bosom. Shuddering when she drew it out, as if the mere contact of it hurt her, placed it open on her little dressing table and fixed her eyes eagerly on the lines which the note contained. At first they swam and mingled together before her. She pressed her hands over her eyes for a few minutes, and then looked at the writing again. The characters were clear now, vividly clear, and, as she fancied, unnaturally large and near to view. There was the address, "To my husband." There the first blotted line beneath, in her dead mistress's handwriting. There the lines that followed, traced by her own pen, with the signature at the end. Mrs. Treverton's first, and then her own. The whole amounted to but very few sentences, written on one perishable fragment of paper, which the flame of a candle would have consumed in a moment. Yet there she sat, reading, over and over again, never touching the note except when it was absolutely necessary to turn over the first page, never moving, never speaking, never raising her eyes from the paper. As a condemned prisoner might read his death warrant, so did Sarah Leeson now read the few lines which she and her mistress had written together not half an hour since. The secret of the paralyzing effect of that writing on her mind lay, not only in itself, but in the circumstances which attended the act of its production. The oath which had been proposed by Mrs. Treverton under no more serious influence than the last caprice of her disordered faculties, stimulated by confused remembrances of stage words and stage situations, had been accepted by Sarah Leeson as the most sacred and inviolable engagement to which she could bind herself. The threat of enforcing obedience to her last commands from beyond the grave, which the mistress had uttered in mocking experiment on the superstitious fears of the maid, now hung darkly over the weak mind of Sarah as a judgment which might descend on her, visibly and inexorably, at any moment of her future life. When she roused herself at last and pushed away the paper and rose to her feet, she stood quite still for an instant before she ventured to look behind her. When she did look, it was with an effort and a start, with a searching distrust of the empty dimness in the remoter corners of the room. Her old habit of talking to herself began to resume its influence. As she now walked rapidly backward and forward, sometimes along the room and sometimes across it, she repeated incessantly such broken phrases as these. "How can I give him the letter? Such a good master, so kind to us all. Why did she die and leave it all to me? I can't bear it alone. It's too much for me." While reiterating these sentences, she vacantly occupied herself in putting things about the room in order, which was set in perfect order already. All her looks, all her actions betrayed the vain struggle of a weak mind to sustain itself under the weight of a heavy responsibility. She arranged and rearranged the cheap china ornaments on her chimney-piece a dozen times over, put her pincushion first on the looking-glass, then on the table in front of it, changed the position of the little porcelain dish and tray on her wash-hand stand, now to one side of the basin and now to the other. Throughout all these trifling actions, the natural grace, delicacy, and prim neat-handedness of the woman still waited mechanically on the most useless and aimless of her occupations of the moment. She knocked nothing down. She put nothing awry. Her footsteps at the fastest made no sound. The very skirts of her dress were kept as properly and prudishly composed as if it was broad daylight, and the eyes of all her neighbours were looking at her. From time to time, the sense of the words she was murmuring confusedly to herself changed. Sometimes they disjointedly expressed bolder and more self-reliant thoughts. Once they seemed to urge her again to the dressing-table, and the open letter on it, against her own will. She read aloud the address, "To my husband," and caught the letter up sharply, and spoke in firmer tones. Why give it to him at all? Why not let the secret die with her and die with me, as it ought? Why should he know it? He shall not know it. Saying those last words, she desperately held the letter within an inch of the flame of the candle. At the same moment the white curtain over the window before her stirred a little, as the freshening air found its way through the old-fashioned, ill-fitted sashes. Her eye caught sight of it, as it waved gently backward and forward. She clasped the letter suddenly to her breast with both hands, and shrank back from the wall of the room. Her eyes still fastened on the curtain with the same blank look of horror which they had exhibited when Mrs. Treverton had threatened to claim her servant's obedience from the other world. "Something moves," she gasped to herself in a breathless whisper. "Something moves in the room." The curtain waved slowly to and fro for the second time. Still fixedly looking at it over her shoulder, she crept along the wall to the door. "Do you come to me already?" she said, her eyes riveted on the curtain while her hand groped over the lock for the key. "Before your grave is dug? Before your coffin is made? Before your body is cold?" She opened the door and glided into the passage, stopped there for a moment, and looked back into the room. "Rest," she said. "Rest, mistress. He shall have the letter." The staircase lamp guided her out of the passage, descending hurriedly as if she feared to give herself time to think. She reached Captain Treverton's study on the ground floor in a minute or two. The door was wide open, and the room was empty. After reflecting a little, she lighted one of the chamber candles standing on the hall table, at the lamp in the study, and ascended the stairs again to her master's bedroom. After repeatedly knocking at the door and obtaining no answer, she ventured to go in. The bed had not been disturbed. The candles had not been lit. To all appearance, the room had not even been entered during the night. There was but one place to seek him, the chamber in which his wife lay dead. Could she summon the courage to give him the letter there? She hesitated a little, then whispered, "I must, I must." The direction she now compelled herself to take led her a little way down the stairs again. She descended very slowly this time, holding cautiously by the banisters and pausing to take breath almost at every step. The door at what had been Mrs. Treverton's bedroom was opened, when she ventured to knock at it, by the nurse, who inquired roughly and suspiciously what she wanted there. "I want to speak to my master." "Look for him somewhere else. He was here half an hour ago. He's gone now." "Do you know where he has gone?" "No. I don't pry into other people's goings and comings. I mind my own business." With that discourteous answer, the nurse closed the door. Just as Sarah turned away from it, she looked toward the inner end of the passage. The door of the nursery was situated there. It was ajar, and a dim gleam of candlelight was flickering through it. She went in immediately and saw that the candlelight came from an inner room, usually occupied, as she well knew, by the nursery maid and by the only child of the house of Treverton, a little girl named Rosamond, aged, at that time, nearly 5 years. Can he be in there, in that room, of all the rooms in the house? Quickly as the thought arose in her mind, Sarah raised the letter, which she had hitherto carried in her hand, to the bosom of her dress, and hid it for the second time, exactly as she had hidden it on leaving her mistress's bedside. She then stole across the nursery on tiptoe toward the inner room. The entrance to it, to please some caprice of the child's, had been arched and framed with trellis work, gaily coloured, so as to resemble the entrance to a summer house. The two pretty chintz curtains hanging inside the trellis work formed the only barrier between the day room and the bedroom. One of these looped up, and toward the opening thus made Sarah now advanced, after cautiously leaving her candle in the passage outside. The first object that attracted her attention in the child's bedroom was the figure of the nursemaid leaning back fast asleep in an easy chair by the window. Venturing after this discovery to look more boldly into the room, she saw her master sitting with his back toward her, by the side of the child's crib. Little Rosamond was awake, and was standing up in the bed, with her arms around her father's neck. One of her hands held over his shoulder the doll that she had taken to bed with her, the other was twined gently in his ear. The child had been crying bitterly, and had now exhausted herself, so that she was only moaning a little from time to time, with her head laid wearily on her father's bosom. The tears stood thick in Sarah's eyes as they looked on her master and on the little hands that lay round his neck. She lingered by the raised curtain, heedless of the risk she ran, from moment to moment, of being discovered and questioned, lingered until she heard Captain Treverton say soothingly to the child, "Hush, Rosie dear, hush, my own love. Don't cry any more for poor mamma. Think of poor papa, and try to comfort him." Simple as these words were, quietly and tenderly as they were spoken, they seemed instantly to deprive Sarah Leeson of all power of self-control, reckless whether she was heard or not. She turned and ran into the passage as if she had been flying for her life. Passing the candle she had left there, without so much as a look at it, she made for the stairs, and descended them with headlong rapidity to the kitchen floor. There one of the servants, who had been sitting up, met her, and, with a face of astonishment and alarm, asked what was the matter. "I'm ill, I'm faint, I want air," she answered, speaking thickly and confusedly. "Open the garden door and let me out." The man obeyed, but doubtfully, as if he thought her unfit to be trusted by herself. "She gets stranger than ever in her ways," he said, when he rejoined his fellow servant, after Sarah had hurried past him into the open air. "Now our mistress is dead, she will have to find another place, I suppose. I, for one, shan't break my heart when she's gone. Shall you?" End of Chapter 2 of Book 1. Recording by Camille Hill, Basingstoke, United Kingdom.
Book 1, Chapter 3 of The Dead Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 3. The Hiding of the Secret. The cool, sweet air in the garden, blowing freshly over Sarah's face, seemed to calm the violence of her agitation. She turned down a sidewalk which led to a terrace and overlooked the church of the neighbouring village. The daylight out of doors was clear already. The misty auburn light that goes before sunrise was flowing up peacefully and lovely, behind a line of black-brown moorland, over all the eastern sky. The old church, with the hedge of myrtle and fuchsia growing round the little cemetery in all the luxuriance which is only seen in Cornwall, was clearing and brightening to view, almost as fast as the morning firmament itself. Sarah leaned her arms heavily on the back of a garden seat and turned her face toward the church. Her eyes wandered from the building itself to the cemetery by its side, rested there, and watched the light growing warmer and warmer over the lonesome refuge where the dead lay at rest. "Oh, my heart," she said, "what must it be made of not to break?" She remained for some time leaning on the seat, looking sadly toward the churchyard, and pondering over the words which she had heard Captain Treverton say to the child. They seemed to connect themselves, as everything else now appeared to connect itself in her mind, with the letter that had been written on Mrs. Treverton's deathbed. She drew it from her bosom once more, and crushed it up angrily in her fingers. "Still in my hands, still not seen by any eyes but mine," she said, looking down at the crumpled pages. "Is it all my fault? If she was alive now, if she had seen what I saw, if she had heard what I heard in the nursery, could she expect me to give him the letter?" Her mind was apparently steadied by the reflection which her last words expressed. She moved away thoughtfully from the garden seat, crossed the terrace, descended some wooden steps, and followed a shrubbery path which led around by a winding track from east to the north side of the house. This part of the building had been uninhabited and neglected for more than half a century past. In the time of Captain Treverton's father, the whole range of the north rooms had been stripped of their finest pictures and their most valuable furniture, to assist in redecorating the west rooms, which now formed the only inhabited part of the house, and which were amply sufficient for the accommodation of the family and of any visitors who came to stay with them. The mansion had been originally built in the form of a square, and had been strongly fortified. Of the many defences of the place, but one now remained, a heavy low tower, from which, and from the village near, the house derived its name of Porthgenna Tower, standing at the southern extremity of the west front. The south side itself consisted of stables and outhouses, with a ruinous wall in front of them, which, running back eastward at right angles, joined the north side, and so completed the square which the whole outline of the building represented. The outside view of the range of north rooms, from the weedy, deserted garden below, showed plainly enough that many years had passed since any human creature had inhabited them. The window panes were broken in some places, and covered thickly with dirt and dust in others. Here the shutters were closed, there they were only half opened. The untrained ivy, the rank vegetation growing in fissures of the stonework, the festoons of spiders' webs, the rubbish of wood, bricks, plaster, broken glass, rags, and strips of soiled cloth, which lay beneath the windows, all told the same tale of neglect. Shadowed by its position, this ruinous side of the house had a dark, cold, wintry aspect, even on the sunny August morning when Sarah Leeson strayed into the deserted northern garden. Lost in the labyrinth of her own thoughts, she moved slowly past flower beds, long since uprooted, and along gravel walks overgrown by weeds. Her eyes wandered mechanically over the prospect, her feet mechanically carrying her on wherever there was a trace of footpath, lead where it might. The shock which the words spoken by her master in the nursery had communicated to her mind had set her whole nature, so to speak, at bay, and had roused in her, at last, the moral courage to arm herself with a final and desperate resolution. Wandering more and more slowly along the pathways of the forsaken garden, as the course of her ideas withdrew her more and more completely from all outward things, she stopped insensibly on an open patch of ground which had once been a well-kept lawn, and which still commanded a full view of the long range of uninhabited north rooms. "What binds me to give the letter to my master at all?" she thought to herself, smoothing out the crumpled paper dreamily in the palm of her hand. "My mistress died without making me swear to do that. Can she visit it on me from the other world, if I keep the promises I swore to observe, and do no more? May I not risk the worst that can happen, so long as I hold religiously to all that I undertook to do on my oath?" She paused here in reasoning with herself, her superstitious fears still influencing her out of doors in the daylight, as they had influenced her in her own room in the time of darkness. She paused, then fell to smoothing the letter again, and began to recall the terms of the solemn engagement which Mrs. Treverton had forced her to contract. What had she actually bound herself to do? Not to destroy the letter, and not to take it away with her if she left the house. Beyond that, Mrs. Treverton's desire had been that the letter should be given to her husband. Was that last wish binding on the person to whom it had been confided? Yes. As binding as an oath? No. As she arrived at that conclusion, she looked up. At first her eyes rested vacantly on the lonely, deserted north front of the house. Gradually they became attracted by one particular window exactly in the middle, on the floor above the ground, the largest and the gloomiest of all the row. Suddenly they brightened with an expression of intelligence. She started. A faint flush of colour flew into her cheeks, and she hastily advanced closer to the wall of the house. The panes of the large window were yellow with dust and dirt, and festooned about fantastically with cobwebs. Below it was a heap of rubbish, scattered over the dry mould of what would have once been a bed of flowers or shrubs. The form of the bed was still marked out by an oblong boundary of weeds and rank grass. She followed it irresolutely all around, looking up at the window at every step, then stopped close under it, glanced at the letter in her hand, and said to herself abruptly, "I'll risk it." As the words fell from her lips, she hastened back to the inhabited part of the house, followed the passage on the kitchen floor which led to the housekeeper's room, entered it, and took down from a nail in the wall a bunch of keys, having a large ivory label attached to the rung that connected them, on which was inscribed, "Keys of the North Rooms." She placed the keys on a writing table near her, took up a pen, and rapidly added these lines on the blank side of the letter which she had written under her mistress's dictation: "If this paper should ever be found, which I pray with my whole heart it never may be, I wish to say that I have come to the resolution of hiding it, because I dare not show the writing that it contains to my master, to whom it is addressed. In doing what I now propose to do, though I am acting against my mistress's last wishes, I am not breaking the solemn engagement which she obliged me to make before her on her deathbed. That engagement forbids me to destroy this letter, or to take it away with me if I leave the house. I shall do neither. My purpose is to conceal it in the place of all others where I think there is least chance of it ever being found again. Any hardship or misfortune which may follow as a consequence of this deceitful proceeding on my part will fall on myself. Others, I believe in my conscience, will be the happier for the hiding of the dreadful secret which this letter contains." She signed those lines with her name, pressed them hurriedly over the blotting pad that lay with the rest of the writing materials on the table, took the note in her hand, after first folding it up, and then, snatching at the bunch of keys, with a look all around her as if she dreaded being secretly observed, left the room. All her actions since she had entered it had been hasty and sudden. She was evidently afraid of allowing herself one leisure moment to reflect. On quitting the housekeeper's room, she turned to the left, ascended a back staircase, and unlocked a door at the top of it. A cloud of dust flew all around her as she softly opened the door. A mouldy coolness made her shiver as she crossed a large stone hall, with some black old family portraits hanging on the walls, the canvases of which were bulging out of the frames. Ascending more stairs, she came upon a row of doors, all leading into rooms on the first floor of the north side of the house. She knelt down, putting the letter on the board beside her, opposite the keyhole of the fourth door she came to, after reaching the top of the stairs, peered in distrustfully for an instant, then began to try the different keys, till she found one that fitted the lock. She had great difficulty in accomplishing this, from the violence of her agitation, which made her hands tremble to such a degree that she was hardly able to keep the key separate one from the other. At length she succeeded in opening the door. Thicker clouds of dust than she had yet met with flew out the moment the interior of the room was visible. A dry, airless, suffocating atmosphere almost choked her as she stooped to pick up the letter from the floor. She recoiled from it at first, and took a few steps back toward the staircase. But she recovered her resolution immediately. "I can't go back now," she said desperately, and entered the room. She did not remain in it more than 2 or 3 minutes. When she came out again, her face was white with fear, and the hand which had held the letter when she went into the room held nothing now but a small rusty key. After locking the door again, she examined the large bunch of keys which she had taken from the housekeeper's room with closer attention than she had yet bestowed on them. Besides the ivory label attached to the ring that connected them, there were smaller labels of parchment tied to the handles of some of the keys, to indicate the rooms to which they gave admission. The particular key which she had used had one of these labels hanging to it. She held the little strip of parchment close to the light, and read on it, in written letters faded by time, "The Myrtle Room." The room in which the letter was hidden had a name, then. A prettily sounding name that would attract most people and keep pleasantly in their memories. A name to be distrusted by her, after what she had done, on that very account. She took her housewife from its usual place in the pocket of her apron, and with the scissors which it contained, cut the label from the key. Was it enough to destroy that one only? She lost herself in a maze of useless conjecture, and ended by cutting off the other labels, from no other motive than instinctive suspicion of them. Carefully gathering up the strips of parchment from the floor, she put them, along with the little rusty key which she had brought out of the Myrtle Room, in the empty pocket of her apron. Then, carrying the large bunch of keys in her hand, and carefully locking the doors that she had opened on her way to the north side of the Porthgenna Tower, she retraced her steps to the housekeeper's room, entered it without seeing anybody, and hung up the bunch of keys again on the nail in the wall. Fearful, as the morning hours wore on, of meeting with some of the female servants, she next hastened back to her bedroom. The candle she had left there was still burning feebly in the fresh daylight. When she drew aside the window curtain, after extinguishing the candle, a shadow of her former fear passed over her face, even in the broad daylight that now flowed in upon it. She opened the window and leaned out eagerly into the cool air. Whether for good or for evil, the fatal secret was hidden now. The act was done. There was something calming in the first consciousness of that fact. She could think more composedly after that of herself, and of the uncertain future that lay before her. Under no circumstances could she have expected to remain in her situation, now that the connection between herself and her mistress had been severed by death. She knew that Mrs. Treverton, in the last days of her illness, had earnestly recommended her maid to Captain Treverton's kindness and protection, and she felt assured that the wife's last entreaties, in this as in all other instances, would be viewed as the most sacred of obligations by the husband. But could she accept protection and kindness at the hand of the master whom she had been accessory to deceiving, and whom she had now committed herself to deceiving still? The bare idea of such baseness was so revolting that she accepted, almost with a sense of relief, the one sad alternative that remained, the alternative of leaving the house immediately. And how was she to leave it? By giving formal warning, and so exposing herself to questions which would be sure to confuse and terrify her? Could she venture to face her master again after what she had done, to face him when his first inquiries would refer to her mistress, when he would be certain to ask her for the last mournful details, for the slightest word that had been spoken during the death scene that she alone had witnessed? She started to her feet, as the certain consequences of submitting herself to that unendurable trial all crowded together warningly in her mind, took her cloak from its place on the wall, and listened at her door in sudden suspicion and fear. Had she heard footsteps? Was her master sending for her already? No, all was silent outside. A few tears rolled over her cheeks as she put on her bonnet, and felt that she was facing, by the performance of that simple action, the last and perhaps the hardest to meet of the cruelest necessities in which the hiding of the secret had involved her. There was no help for it. She must run the risk of betraying everything, or brave the double trial of leaving Porthgenna Tower, and leaving it secretly. Secretly, as a thief must go, without a word to her master, without so much as one line of writing to thank him for his kindness and to ask his pardon. She had unlocked her desk, and had taken from it her purse, 1 or 2 letters, and a little book of Wesley's hymns, before these considerations occurred to her. They made her pause in the act of shutting up the desk. "Shall I write," she asked herself, "and leave the letter here to be found when I am gone?" A little more reflection decided her in the affirmative. As rapidly as her pen could form the letters, she wrote a few lines addressed to Captain Treverton, in which she confessed to having kept a secret from his knowledge, which had been left in her charge to divulge, adding that she honestly believed no harm could come to him or to anyone in whom he was interested by her failing to perform the duty entrusted to her, and ended by asking his pardon for leaving the house secretly, and by begging, as a last favour, that no search might ever be made for her. Having sealed this short note, and left it on her table, with her master's name written outside, she listened again at the door, and, after satisfying herself that no one was yet stirring, began to descend the stairs at Porthgenna Tower for the last time. At the entrance of the passage leading to the nursery she stopped. The tears which she had restrained since leaving her room began to flow again. Urgent as her reasons now were for effecting her departure without a moment's loss of time, she advanced, with the strangest inconsistency, a few steps toward the nursery door. Before she had gone far, a slight noise in the lower part of the house caught her ear, and instantly checked her further progress. While she stood doubtful, the grief at her heart, a greater grief than any she had yet betrayed, rose irresistibly to her lips, and burst from them in one deep gasping sob. The sound of it seemed to terrify her into a sense of the danger of her position if she delayed a moment longer. She ran out again to the stairs, reached the kitchen floor in safety, and made her escape by the garden door, which the servant had opened for her at the dawn of the morning. On getting clear of the premises at Porthgenna Tower, instead of taking the nearest path over the moor that led to the high road, she diverged to the church, but stopped before she came to it, at the public well of the neighbourhood, which had been sunk near the cottages of the Porthgenna fishermen. Cautiously looking round her, she dropped into the well the little rusty key which she had brought out of the myrtle room, then hurried on and entered the churchyard. She directed her course straight to one of the graves, situated a little apart from the rest. On the headstone were inscribed these words: "Sacred to the memory of Hugh Powell, aged 26 years. He met with his death through the fall of a rock in Porthgenna mine, December 17th, 1823. Gathering a few leaves of grass from the grave, Sarah opened the little book of Wesley's hymns which she had brought with her from the bedroom of Porthgenna Tower, and placed the leaves delicately and carefully between the pages. As she did this, the wind blew open the title page of the hymns, and displayed this inscription on it, written in large clumsy characters: "Sarah Leeson, her book, the gift of Hugh Powell." Having secured the blades of grass between the pages of the book, she retraced her way toward the path leading to the high road. Arrived on the moor, she took out of her apron pocket the parchment labels that had been cut from the keys, and scattered them under the furze bushes. "Gone," she said, "as I am gone. God help and forgive me. It is all done and over now." With these words, she turned her back on the old house and the sea view below it, and followed the moorland path on her way to the high road. 4 hours afterward, Captain Treverton desired one of the servants at Porthgenna Tower to inform Sarah Leeson that he wished to hear all she had to tell him of the dying moments of her mistress. The messenger returned with looks and words of amazement, and with the letter that Sarah had addressed to her master in his hand. The moment Captain Treverton had read the letter, he ordered an immediate search to be made after the missing woman. She was so easy to describe and to recognize, by the premature greyness of her hair, by the odd, scared look in her eyes, and by her habit of constantly talking to herself, that she was traced with certainty as far as Truro. In that large town the track of her was lost, and never recovered again. Rewards were offered. The magistrates of the district were interested in the case. All that wealth and power could do to discover her was done, and done in vain. No clue was found to suggest a suspicion of her whereabouts, or to help in the slightest degree toward explaining the nature of the secret at which she had hinted in her letter. Her master never saw her again, never heard of her again, after the morning of the 23rd of August, 1829. End of Book 1, Chapter 3. Book 2, Chapter 1 of The Dead Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins. Book 2, Chapter 1. 15 years later. The church of Long Beckley, a large agricultural village in one of the Midland counties of England, although a building in no way remarkable either for its size, its architecture, or its antiquity, possesses, nevertheless, one advantage which mercantile London has barbarously denied to the noble cathedral church of St. Paul. It has plenty of room to stand in, and it can consequently be seen with perfect convenience from every point of view all around the compass. The large open space around the church can be approached in 3 different directions. There is a road from the village, leading straight to the principal door. There is a broad gravel walk, which begins at the vicarage gates, crosses the churchyard, and stops, as in duty bound, at the vestry entrance. There is a footpath over the fields by which the lord of the manor and the gentry in general, who live in his august neighbourhood, can reach the side door of the building, whenever their natural humility may incline them to encourage Sabbath observance in the stables by going to church, like the lower sort of worshippers, on their own legs. At 7:30 on a certain fine summer morning in the year 1844, if any observant stranger had happened to be standing in some unnoticed corner of the churchyard, and to be looking about him with sharp eyes, he would probably have been the witness of proceedings which might have led him to believe that there was a conspiracy going on in Long Beckley, of which the church was the rallying point, and some of the most respectable inhabitants the principal leaders. Supposing him to have been looking toward the vicarage as the clock chimed the half hour, he would have seen the vicar of Long Beckley, the Reverend Dr. Chenery, leaving his house suspiciously by the back way, glancing behind him guiltily as he approached the gravel walk that led to the vestry, stopping mysteriously just outside the door, and gazing anxiously down the road that led from the village. Assuming that our observant stranger would, upon this, keep out of sight, and look down the road, like the vicar, he would next have seen the clerk of the church, an austere, yellow-faced man, a Protestant Loyola in appearance, and a working shoemaker by trade, approaching with a look of unutterable mystery in his face, and a bunch of big keys in his hand. He would have seen the vicar nod in an abstracted manner to the clerk, and say, "Fine morning, Thomas. Have you had your breakfast yet?" He would have heard Thomas reply, with a suspicious regard for minute particulars, "I have had a cup of tea and a crust, sir." And he would then have seen these two local conspirators, after looking up with one accord at the church clock, draw off together to the side door which commanded a view of the footpath across the fields. Following them, as our inquisitive stranger could not fail to do, he would have detected three more conspirators advancing along the footpath. The leader of this treasonable party was an elderly gentleman with a weather-beaten face and a bluff, hearty manner. His two followers were a young gentleman and a young lady, walking arm in arm and talking together in whispers. They were dressed in the plainest morning costume. The faces of both were rather pale, and the manner of the lady was a little flurried. Otherwise there was nothing remarkable to observe in them, until they came to the wicket gate leading into the churchyard, and there the conduct of the young gentleman seemed at first sight rather inexplicable. Instead of holding the gate open for the lady to pass through, he hung back, allowed her to open it for herself, waited till she had got to the churchyard side, and then, stretching out his hand over the gate, allowed her to lead him through the entrance, as if he had suddenly changed from a grown man to a helpless little child. Noting this, and remarking also that when the party from the fields had arrived within greeting distance of the vicar, and when the clerk had used his bunch of keys to open the church door, the young lady's companion was led into the building, this time by Dr. Chenery's hand, as he had been previously led through the wicket gate. Our observant stranger must have arrived at one inevitable conclusion, that the person requiring such assistance as this was suffering under the affliction of blindness. Startled a little by that discovery, he would have been still further amazed, if he had looked into the church, by seeing the blind man and the young lady standing together before the altar rails, with the elderly gentleman in parental attendance. Any suspicions he might now entertain that the bond which united the conspirators at that early hour of the morning was of the hymeneal sort, and that the object of their plot was to celebrate a wedding with the strictest secrecy, would have been confirmed in 5 minutes by the appearance of Dr. Chenery from the vestry in full canonicals, and by the reading of the marriage service in the reverend gentleman's most harmonious officiating tones. The ceremony concluded, the attendant stranger must have been more perplexed than ever, by observing that the persons concerned in it all separated, the moment the signing, the kissing, and congratulating duties proper to the occasion had been performed, and quickly retired in the various directions by which they had approached the church. Leaving the clerk to return by the village road, the bride, bridegroom, and elderly gentleman to turn back by the footpath over the fields, and the visionary stranger of these pages to vanish out of them in any direction that he pleases, let us follow Dr. Chinnery to the vicarage breakfast table, and hear what he has to say about his professional exertions of the morning in the familiar atmosphere of his own family circle. The persons assembled at the breakfast were, first, Mr. Phippen, a guest; secondly, Miss Sturch, a governess; thirdly, fourthly, and fifthly, Miss Louisa Chinnery, aged 11 years, Miss Amelia Chinnery, aged 9 years, and Master Robert Chinnery, aged 8 years. There was no mother's face present to make the household picture complete. Dr. Chinnery had been a widower since the birth of his youngest child. The guest was an old college acquaintance of the vicar's, and he was supposed to be now staying at Long Beckley for the benefit of his health. Most men of any character at all contrive to get a reputation of some saint, which individualizes them in the social circle in which they move. Mr. Phippen was a man of some little character, and he lived with great distinction in the estimation of his friends on the reputation of being a martyr to dyspepsia. Wherever Mr. Phippen went, the woes of Mr. Phippen's stomach went with him. He dieted himself publicly and physicked himself publicly. He was so intensely occupied with himself and his maladies that he would let a chance acquaintance into the secret of the condition of his tongue at 5 minutes' notice, being just as perpetually ready to discuss the state of his digestion as people in general are to discuss the state of the weather. On this favourite subject, as on all others, he spoke with a wheedling gentleness of manner, sometimes in softly mournful, sometimes in languidly sentimental tones. His politeness was of the oppressively affectionate sort, and he used the word dear continually in addressing himself to others. Personally, he could not be called a handsome man. His eyes were watery, large, and light grey. They were always rolling from side to side in a state of moist admiration of something or somebody. His nose was long, drooping, profoundly melancholy, if such an expression may be permitted in reference to that particular feature. For the rest, his lips had a lachrymose twist, his stature was small, his head large, bald, and loosely set on his shoulders, his manner of dressing himself eccentric, on the side of smartness, his age about 45, his condition that of a single man. Such was Mr. Phippen, the martyr to dyspepsia, and the guest of the vicar of Long Beckley. Miss Sturch, the governess, may be briefly and accurately described as a young lady who had never been troubled with an idea or a sensation since the day when she was born. She was a little, plump, quiet, white-skinned, smiling, neatly dressed girl, wound up accurately to the performance of certain duties at certain times, and possessed of an inexhaustible vocabulary of commonplace talk, which dribbled placidly out of her lips whenever it was called for, always in the same quantity, and always of the same quality, at every hour of the day, and through every change of the seasons. Miss Sturch never laughed and never cried, but took the safe middle course of smiling perpetually. She smiled when she came down on a morning in January and said it was very cold. She smiled when she came down on a morning in July and said it was very hot. She smiled when the bishop came once a year to see the vicar. She smiled when the butcher's boy came every morning for orders. Let what might happen at the vicarage, nothing ever jerked Miss Sturch out of the one smooth groove in which she ran perpetually, always at the same pace. If she had lived in a royalist family during the civil wars in England, she would have rung for the cook to order dinner on the morning of the execution of Charles I. If Shakespeare had come back to life again and had called at the vicarage at 6 o'clock on Saturday evening to explain to Miss Sturch exactly what his views were in composing the tragedy of Hamlet, she would have smiled and said it was extremely interesting until the striking of 7 o'clock, at which time she would have left him in the middle of a sentence to superintend the housemaid in the verification of the washing book. A very estimable young person, Miss Sturch, as the ladies of Long Beckley were accustomed to say, so judicious with the children, and so attached to her household duties. Such a well-regulated mind, and such a crisp touch on the piano. Just nice-looking enough, just well-dressed enough, just talkative enough. Not quite old enough, perhaps, and a little too much inclined to be embraceably plump about the region of the waist, but, on the whole, a most estimable young person. Very much so, indeed. On the characteristic peculiarities of Miss Sturch's pupils it is not necessary to dwell at very great length. Miss Louisa's habitual weakness was an inveterate tendency to catch cold. Miss Amelia's principal defect was a disposition to gratify her palate by eating supplementary dinners and breakfasts at unauthorized times and seasons. Master Robert's most noticeable failings were caused by alacrity in tearing his clothes and obtuseness in learning the multiplication table. The virtues of all three were of much the same nature. They were well grown, they were genuine children, and they were boisterously fond of Miss Sturch. To complete the gallery of family portraits, an outline at the least must be attempted of the vicar himself. Dr. Chinnery was, in a physical point of view, a credit to the establishment to which he was attached. He stood 6 feet 2 in his shooting shoes. He weighed 15 stone. He was the best bowler in the Long Beckley Cricket Club. He was a strictly orthodox man in the matter of wine and mutton. He never started disagreeable theories about people's future destinies in the pulpit, never quarrelled with anybody out of the pulpit, never buttoned up his pockets when the necessities of his poor brethren, dissenters included, pleaded with him to open them. His course through the world was a steady march along the high and dry middle of a safe turnpike road. The serpentine side paths of controversy might open as alluringly as they pleased on his right hand and on his left, but he kept on his way sturdily, and never regarded them. Innovating young recruits in the church army might entrappingly open the 39 Articles under his very nose, but the veteran's wary eye never looked a hair's breadth further than his own signature at the bottom of them. He knew as little as possible of theology. He had never given the Privy Council a minute's trouble in the whole course of his life. He was innocent of all meddling with the reading or writing of pamphlets, and he was quite incapable of finding his way to the platform of Exeter Hall. In short, he was the most unclerical of clergymen, but for all that he had such a figure for a surplice as is seldom seen. 15 stone weight of upright muscular flesh, without an angry spot or sore place in any part of it, has the merit of suggesting stability, at any rate, an excellent virtue in pillars of all kinds, but an especially precious quality at the present time in a pillar of the church. As soon as the vicar entered the breakfast parlour, the children assailed him with a chorus of shouts. He was a severe disciplinarian in the observance of punctuality at meal times, and he now stood convicted by the clock of being too late for breakfast by a quarter of an hour. "Sorry to have kept you waiting, Miss Sturch," said the vicar, "but I have a good excuse for being late this morning." "Oh, pray don't mention it, sir," said Miss Sturch, blandly rubbing her plump little hands one over the other. "A beautiful morning. I fear we shall have another warm day. Robert, my love, your elbow is on the table. A beautiful morning indeed." "Stomach still out of order, Phippen?" asked the vicar, beginning to carve the ham. Mr. Phippen shook his large head dolefully, placed his yellow forefinger, ornamented with a large turquoise ring, on the centre check of his light green summer waistcoat, looked piteously at Dr. Chenery, and sighed, removed the finger, and produced from the breast pocket of his wrapper a little mahogany case, took out of it a neat pair of apothecary's scales with the accompanying weights, a morsel of ginger, and a highly polished silver nutmeg grater. "Dear Miss Sturch will pardon an invalid," said Mr. Phippen, beginning to grate the ginger feebly into the nearest teacup. "Guess what has made me a quarter of an hour late this morning," said the vicar, looking mysteriously all around the table. "Lying in bed, papa!" cried the three children, clapping their hands in triumph. "What do you say, Miss Sturch?" asked Dr. Chenery. Miss Sturch smiled, as usual, rubbed her hands, as usual, cleared her throat softly, as usual, looked at the tea-urn, and begged, with the most graceful politeness, to be excused if she said nothing. "Your turn now, Phippen," said the vicar. "Come, guess what has kept me late this morning." "My dear friend," said Mr. Phippen, giving the doctor a brotherly squeeze of the hand, "don't ask me to guess. I know. I saw what you ate at dinner yesterday. I saw what you drank after dinner. No digestion could stand it, not even yours. Guess what has made you late this morning? Pooh, pooh, I know. You, dear good soul, you have been taking physic." "Haven't touched a drop, thank God, for the past 10 years," said Dr. Chenery, with a look of devout gratitude. No, you're all wrong. The fact is, I have been to church. And what do you think I have been doing there? Listen, Miss Sturch. Listen, girls, with all your ears. Poor blind young Frankland is a happy man at last. I have married him to our dear Rosamond Treverton this very morning." "Without telling us, papa?" cried the two girls together in their shrillest tones of vexation and surprise. "Without telling us, when you know how we should have liked to see it?" "That was the very reason why I did not tell you, my dears," answered the vicar. "Young Frankland has not got so used to his affliction yet, poor fellow, as to bear being publicly pitied and stared at in the character of a blind bridegroom. He had such a nervous horror of being an object of curiosity on his wedding day, and Rosamond, like a kind-hearted girl as she is, was so anxious that his slightest caprice should be humoured, that we settled to have the wedding at an hour in the morning when no idlers were likely to be lounging about the neighbourhood of the church. I was bound over to the strictest secrecy about the day, and so was my clerk, Thomas. Excepting us two, and the bride and bridegroom, and the bride's father, Captain Treverton, nobody knew. "Treverton!" exclaimed Mr. Phippen, holding his teacup, with the grated ginger in the bottom of it, to be filled by Miss Sturch. "Treverton! No more tea, dear Miss Sturch. Oh, how very remarkable. I know the name. Fill up with water, if you please. Tell me, my dear doctor. Oh, many, many thanks. No sugar. It turns acid in the stomach. Is Miss Treverton, whom you have been marrying— oh, many thanks again. No milk either. One of the Cornish Trevertons? To be sure she is, rejoined the vicar. Her father, Captain Treverton, is the head of the family. Not that there's much family to speak of now. The captain and Rosamond, and that whimsical old brute of an uncle of hers, Andrew Treverton, are the last left now of the old stock. A rich family and a fine family in former times. Good friends to church and state, you know, and all that. Do you approve, sir, of Amelia having a second helping of bread and marmalade? Asked Miss Sturch, appealing to Dr. Chinnery, with the most perfect unconsciousness of interrupting him. Having no spare room in her mind for putting things away in until the appropriate time came for bringing them out, Miss Sturch always asked questions and made remarks the moment they occurred to her, without waiting for the beginning, middle, or end of any conversations that might be proceeding in her presence. She invariably looked the part of a listener to perfection, but she never acted it, except in the case of talk that was aimed point blank at her own ears. "Oh, give her a second helping by all means," said the vicar carelessly. "If she must overeat herself, she may as well do it on bread and marmalade as on anything else." "My dear good soul," exclaimed Mr. Phippen, "look what a wreck I am, and don't talk in that shockingly thoughtless way of letting our sweet Amelia overeat herself. Load the stomach in youth, and what becomes of the digestion in age? The thing which vulgar people call the inside— I appeal to Miss Sturch's interest in her charming pupil as an excuse for going into physiological particulars— is, in point of fact, an apparatus. Digestively considered, Miss Sturch, even the fairest and youngest of us is an apparatus. Oil our wheels, if you like, but clog them at your peril. Farinaceous puddings and mutton chops and farinaceous puddings, those should be the parents' watchwords, if I had my way, from one end of England to the other. Look here, my sweet child, look at me. There is no fun, dear, about these little scales, but dreadful earnest. See, I put in the balance on one side dry bread— stale dry bread, Amelia— and on the other some ounce weights. Mr. Phippen, eat by weight. Mr. Phippen, eat the same quantity day by day, to a hair's breadth. Mr. Phippen, exceed your allowance, though it is only stale dry bread, if you dare. Amelia, love, this is not fun. This is what the doctors told me. The doctors, my child, who have been searching my apparatus through and through for 30 years past with little pills, and have not found out where my wheels are clogged yet. Think of that, Amelia. Think of Mr. Phippen's clogged apparatus, and say, "No, thank you," next time. Miss Sturch, I beg 1,000 pardons for intruding on your province, but my interest in that sweet child— Chinnery, you dear good soul, what were we talking about? Ah, the bride. The interesting bride. And so she is one of the Cornish Trevertons? I knew something of Andrew years ago. He was a bachelor like myself, Miss Sturch. His apparatus was out of order, like mine, dear Amelia. Not at all like his brother, the captain, I should suppose. And so she is married. A charming girl, I have no doubt, a charming girl. No better, truer, prettier girl in the world, said the vicar. A very lively, energetic person, remarked Miss Sturch. How I shall miss her, cried Miss Louisa. Nobody else amused me as Rosamond did when I was laid up with that last bad cold of mine. She used to give us such nice little supper parties," said Miss Amelia. "She was the only girl I ever saw who was fit to play with boys," said Master Robert. "She could catch a ball, Mr. Phippen, sir, with one hand, and go down a slide with both her legs together." "Bless me," said Mr. Phippen, "what an extraordinary wife for a blind man! You said he was blind from his birth, my dear doctor, did you not? Let me see, what was his name? You will not bear too hardly on my loss of memory, Miss Sturch. When indigestion has done with the body, it begins to prey on the mind. Mr. Frank something, was it not?" No, Frankland," answered the vicar. "Leonard Frankland. And not blind from his birth by any means. It was not much more than a year ago since he could see almost as well as any of us." "An accident, I suppose," said Mr. Phippen. "You will excuse me if I take the arm-chair. A partially reclining posture is of great assistance to me after meals. So an accident happened to his eyes? Ah, what a delightfully easy chair to sit in!" "Oh, scarcely an accident," said Dr. Chinnery. "Leonard Frankland was a difficult child to bring up. Great constitutional weakness, you know, at first. He seemed to get over that with time, and grew into a quiet, sedate, orderly sort of boy, as unlike my son there as possible. Very amiable, and what you call easy to deal with. Well, he had a turn for mechanics. I am telling you all this to make you understand about his blindness. And after veering from one occupation of that sort to another, he took at last to watchmaking. Curious amusement for a boy, but anything that required delicacy of touch and plenty of patience and perseverance was just the thing to amuse and occupy Leonard. I always said to his father and mother, "Get him off that stool, break his magnifying glasses, send him to me, and I'll give him a back at leapfrog and teach him the use of a bat." But it was no use. His parents knew best, I suppose, and they said he must be humoured. Well, things went on smoothly enough for some time, till he got another long illness, as I believe from not taking exercise enough. As soon as he began to get around, back he went to his old watchmaking occupations again. But the bad end of it all was coming. About the last work he did, poor fellow, was the repairing of my watch. Here it is, goes as regular as a steam engine. I hadn't got it back into my fob very long before I heard that he was getting a bad pain at the back of his head, and that he saw all sorts of moving spots before his eyes. "String him up with lots of port wine and give him 3 hours a day on the back of a quiet pony." That was my advice. Instead of taking it, they sent for doctors from London and blistered him behind the ears and between the shoulders, and drenched the lad with mercury and moped him up in a dark room. No use. The sight got worse and worse, flickered and flickered, and went out at last like the flame of a candle. His mother died, luckily for her, poor soul, before that happened. His father was half out of his mind, took him to oculists in London and oculists in Paris. All they did was to call the blindness by a long Latin name, and to say that it was hopeless and useless to try an operation. Some of them said it was the result of the long weaknesses from which he had twice suffered after illness. Some said it was an apoplectic effusion in his brain. All of them shook their heads when they heard of the watchmaking. So they brought him back home blind. Blind he is now, and blind he will remain, poor dear fellow, for the rest of his life. "You shock me, my dear Chenery, you shock me dreadfully," said Mr. Phippen. "Especially when you state that theory about long weakness after illness. Good heavens! Why, I have had long weaknesses. I have got them now. Spots did he see before his eyes? I see spots, black spots, dancing black spots, dancing black bilious spots. Upon my word of honour, Chinnery, this comes home to me. My sympathies are painfully acute. I feel this blind story in every nerve of my body. I do indeed. You would hardly know that Leonard was blind to look at him, said Miss Louisa, striking into the conversation with a view to restoring Mr. Phippin's equanimity. Except that his eyes look quieter than other people's, there seems no difference in them now. Who was that famous character you told us about, Miss Sturch, who was blind and didn't show it any more than Leonard Frankland? Milton, my love. I begged you to remember that he was the most famous of British epic poets, answered Miss Sturch with suavity. He poetically describes his blindness as being caused by so thick a drop serene. You shall read about it, Louisa. After we have had a little French, we will have a little Milton this morning. Hush, love. Your papa is speaking. Poor dear Frankland, said the vicar warmly. That good, tender, noble creature I married him to this morning seems sent as a consolation to him in his affliction. If any human being can make him happy for the rest of his life, Rosamond Treverton is the girl to do it. She has made a sacrifice, said Mr. Phippin, but I like her for that, having made a sacrifice myself in remaining single. It seems indispensable indeed, on the score of humanity, that I should do so. How could I conscientiously inflict such a digestion as mine on a member of the fairer portion of creation? No, I am a sacrifice in my own proper person, and I have a fellow feeling for others who are like me. Did she cry much, Chinnery, when you were marrying her? Cry! Exclaimed the vicar contemptuously. Rosamond Treverton is not one of the puling, sentimental sort, I can tell you. A fine, buxom, warm-hearted, quick-tempered girl, who looks what she means when she tells a man she's going to marry him. And mind you, she has been tried. If she hadn't loved him with all her heart and soul, she might have been free months ago to marry anybody she pleased. They were engaged long before this cruel affliction befell young Frankland, the fathers on both sides having lived as near neighbours in these parts for years. Well, when the blindness came, Leonard at once offered to release Rosamond from her engagement. You should have read the letter she wrote to him, Phippin, upon that. I don't mind confessing that I blubbered like a baby over it when they showed it to me. I should have married them at once the instant I read it, but old Frankland was a fidgety, punctilious kind of man, and he insisted on a 6 months' probation, so that she might be certain of knowing her own mind. He died before the term was out, and that caused the marriage to be put off again. But no delays could alter Rosamond. 6 years instead of 6 months would not have changed her. There she was this morning, as fond of that poor, patient, blind fellow as she was the first day they were engaged. You shall never know a sad moment, Lenny, if I can help it, as long as you live. These were the first words she said to him when we all came out of church. I hear you, Rosamond, said I, and you shall judge me too, doctor, says she, quick as lightning. We will come back to Long Beckley, and you shall ask Lenny if I have not kept my word. With that, she gave me a kiss that you might have heard down here at the vicarage, bless her heart. We'll drink her health after dinner, Miss Sturch. We'll drink both their healths, Phippin, in a bottle of the best wine I have in my cellar. In a glass of toast and water, so far as I am concerned, if you will allow me, said Mr. Phippin mournfully. But, my dear Chinnery, when you were talking of the fathers of these two interesting young people, you spoke of their living as near neighbours here at Long Beckley. My memory is impaired, as I am painfully aware, But I thought Captain Treverton was the eldest of the two brothers, and that he always lived, when he was on shore, at the family place in Cornwall." "So he did," returned the Vicar, "in his wife's lifetime. But since her death, which happened as long ago as the year 29, let me see, we are now in the year 44, and that makes—" The Vicar stopped for an instant to calculate, and looked at Miss Sturch. 15 years ago, sir," said Miss Sturch, offering the accommodation of a little simple subtraction to the Vicar with her blandest smile. "Of course," continued Dr. Chinnery, "well, since Mrs. Treverton died 15 years ago, Captain Treverton has never been near Porthgenna Tower. And what is more, Phippen, at the first opportunity he could get, he sold the place. Sold it out and out, mine, fisheries, and all, for £40,000. "You don't say so!" exclaimed Mr. Phippen. "Did he find the air unhealthy? I should think the local produce, in the way of food, must be coarse now in those barbarous regions. Who bought the place?" "Leonard Frankland's father," said the Vicar. "It is rather a long story, that sale of Porthgenna Tower, with some curious circumstances involved in it. Suppose we take a turn in the garden, Phippen. I'll tell you all about it over my morning cigar. Miss Sturch, if you want me, I shall be on the lawn somewhere. Girls, mind you know your lessons. Bob, remember that I've got a cane in the hall and a birch rod in my dressing room. Come, Phippen, rouse up out of that armchair. You won't say no to a turn in the garden." "My dear fellow, I will say yes, if you will kindly lend me an umbrella, and allow me to carry my camp-stool in my hand," said Mr. Phippen. "I am too weak to encounter the sun, and I can't go far without sitting down. And the moment I feel fatigued, Miss Sturch, I open my camp-stool and sit down anywhere, without the slightest regard for appearances. I am ready, Chinnery, whenever you are. Equally ready, my good friend, for the garden and the story about the sale of Porthgenna Tower. You said it was a curious story, did you not?" "I said there was some curious circumstances connected with it," replied the Vicar, "and when you hear about them, I think you will say so too. Come along. You will find your camp-stool and a choice of all the umbrellas in the house in the hall." With those words, Dr. Chinnery opened his cigar case and led the way out of the breakfast parlour. End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Book 2, Chapter 2 of The Dead Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins. Book 2, Chapter 2. The Sale of Porthgenna Tower. "How charming! How pastoral! How exquisitely soothing!" said Mr. Phippen, sentimentally surveying the lawn at the back of the vicarage house, under the shadow of the lightest umbrella he could pick out of the hall. 3 years have passed, Chinnery, since I last stood on this lawn. There is the window of your old study, where I had my attack of heartburn last time, in the strawberry season. Don't you remember? Ah, and there is the schoolroom. Shall I ever forget dear Miss Sturch coming to me out of that room, a ministering angel with soda and ginger, so comforting, so sweetly anxious about stirring it up, so unaffectedly grieved that there was no sal volatile in the house. I do so enjoy these pleasant recollections, Chinnery. They are as great a luxury to me as your cigar is to you. Could you walk on the other side, my dear fellow? I like the smell, but the smoke is a little too much for me. Oh, thank you. And now about the story. What was the name of the old place? I am so interested in it. It began with a P, surely. Porthgenna Tower, said the vicar. Exactly, rejoined Mr. Phippen, shifting the umbrella tenderly from one shoulder to the other. And what in the world made Captain Treverton sell Porthgenna Tower? I believe the reason was that he could not endure the place after the death of his wife, answered Dr. Chenery. The estate, you know, has never been entailed, so the captain had no difficulty in parting with it, except, of course, the difficulty of finding a purchaser. Why not his brother? Asked Mr. Phippen. Why not our eccentric friend, Andrew Treverton? Don't call him my friend, said the vicar. A mean, grovelling, cynical, selfish old wretch. It's no use shaking your head, Phippen, and trying to look shocked. I know Andrew Treverton's early history as well as you do. I know that he was treated with the basest ingratitude by a college friend, who took all he had to give, and swindled him at last in the grossest manner. I know all about that. But one instance of ingratitude does not justify a man in shutting himself up from society and railing against all mankind as a disgrace to the earth they walk on. I myself have heard the old brute say that the greatest benefactor to our generation would be a second Herod, who could prevent another generation from succeeding it. Ought a man who can talk in that way to be the friend of any human being with the slightest respect for his species or himself? My friend, said Mr. Phippen, catching the vicar by the arm and mysteriously lowering his voice, my dear and reverend friend, I admire your honest indignation against the utterer of that exceedingly misanthropical sentiment, but I confide this to you, Chenery, in the strictest secrecy. There are moments, morning moments generally, when my digestion is in such a state that I have actually agreed with that annihilating person, Andrew Treverton. I have woke up with my tongue like a cinder. I have crawled to the glass and looked at it, and I have said to myself, let there be an end of the human race, rather than a continuance of this. Pooh-pooh, cried the vicar, receiving Mr. Phippen's confession with a burst of irreverent laughter. Take a glass of cool small beer next time your tongue is in that state, and you will pray for a continuance of the brewing part of the human race at any rate. But let us go back to Porthgenna Tower, or I shall never get on with my story. When Captain Treverton had once made up his mind to sell the place, I have no doubt that, under the ordinary circumstances, he would have thought of offering it to his brother, with a view, of course, to keeping the estate in the family. Andrew was rich enough to have bought it, for though he got nothing at his father's death but the old gentleman's rare collection of books, he inherited his mother's fortune as the second son. However, as things were at that time, and are still, I am sorry to say, the captain could make no personal offers of any kind to Andrew, for the two were not then, and are not now, on speaking or even on writing terms. It is a shocking thing to say, but the worst quarrel of the kind I ever heard of is the quarrel between those two brothers. Pardon me, my dear friend, said Mr. Phippen, opening his camp-stool, which had hitherto dangled by its silken tassel from the hooked handle of the umbrella. May I sit down before you go any further? I'm getting a little excited about this part of the story, and I dare not fatigue myself. Pray go on. I don't think the legs of my camp-stool will make holes in the lawn. I am so light, a mere skeleton, in fact. Do go on. You must have heard, pursued the vicar, that Captain Treverton, when he was advanced in life, married an actress. rather of a violent temper, I believe, but a person of spotless character, and as fond of her husband as a woman could be. Therefore, according to my view of it, a very good wife for him to marry. However, the captain's friends, of course, made the usual senseless outcry, and the captain's brother, as the only near relation, took it on himself to attempt breaking off the marriage in the most offensively indelicate way. Failing in that, and hating the poor woman like poison, he left his brother's house, saying, among many other savage speeches, one infamous thing about the bride which, upon my honour, Phippen, I am ashamed to repeat. Whatever the words were, they were unluckily carried to Mrs. Treverton's ear, and they were of the kind that no woman, let alone a quick-tempered woman like the captain's wife, ever forgives. An interview followed between the two brothers, and it led, as you may easily imagine, to very unhappy results. They parted in the most deplorable manner. The captain declared, in the heat of his passion, that Andrew had never had one generous impulse in his heart since he was born, and that he would die without one kind feeling toward any living soul in the world. Andrew replied that if he had no heart, he had a memory, and that he should remember these farewell words as long as he lived. So they separated. Twice afterward the captain made overtures of reconciliation. The first time when his daughter Rosamond was born, the second time when Mrs. Treverton died. On each occasion the elder brother wrote to say that, if the younger would retract the atrocious words he had spoken against his sister-in-law, every atonement should be offered to him for the harsh language which the captain had used in the hastiness of anger when they last met. No answer was received from Andrew to either letter, and the estrangement between the two brothers has continued to the present time. You understand now why Captain Treverton could not privately consult Andrew's inclinations before he publicly announced his intention of parting with Porthgenna Tower. Although Mr. Phippen declared, in answer to this appeal, that he understood perfectly, and although he begged with the utmost politeness that the vicar would go on, his attention seemed, for the moment, to be entirely absorbed in inspecting the legs of his camp-stool, and in ascertaining what impression they made on the vicarage lawn. Dr. Chinnery's own interest, however, in the circumstances that he was relating, seemed sufficiently strong to make up for any transient lapse of attention on the part of his guest. After a few vigorous puffs at his cigar, which had been several times in imminent danger of going out while he was speaking, he went on with his narrative in these words. Well, the house, the estate, the mine, and the fisheries of Porthgenna were all publicly put up for sale a few months after Mrs. Treverton's death, but no offers were made for the property which it was possible to accept. The ruinous state of the house, the bad cultivation of the land, legal difficulties in connection with the mine, and quarter-day difficulties in the collection of the rents, all contributed to make Porthgenna what the auctioneers would call a bad lot to dispose of. Failing to sell the place, Captain Treverton could not be prevailed on to change his mind and live there again. The death of his wife almost broke his heart, for he was, by all accounts, just as fond of her as she had been of him, and the very sight of the place that was associated with the greatest affliction of his life became hateful to him. He removed, with his little girl and a relative of Mrs. Treverton, who was her governess, to our neighbourhood, and rented a pretty little cottage across the church fields. The house nearest to it was inhabited at that time by Leonard Frankland's father and mother. The new neighbours soon became intimate, and thus it happened that the couple whom I have been marrying this morning were brought up together as children, and fell in love with each other almost before they were out of their pinafores. "Chenery, my dear fellow, I don't look as if I was sitting all on one side, do I?" cried Mr. Phippen, suddenly breaking into the vicar's narrative with a look of alarm. "I am shocked to interrupt you, but surely your grass is amazingly soft in this part of the country. One of my camp-stool legs is getting shorter and shorter every moment. I'm drilling a hole. I'm toppling over. Gracious heavens, I feel myself going. I shall be down, Chenery. Upon my life, I shall be down." "Oh, stuff!" cried the vicar, pulling up first Mr. Phippen and then Mr. Phippen's camp-stool, which had rooted itself in the grass, all on one side. "Here, come on to the gravel walk. You can't drill holes in that. Oh, what's the matter now?" "Palpitations," said Mr. Phippen, dropping his umbrella and placing his hand over his heart. "And bile. I see those black spots again, those infernal, lively black spots dancing before my eyes. Chenery, suppose you consult some agricultural friend about the quality of your grass. Take my word for it, your lawn is softer than it ought to be." "Lawn!" repeated Mr. Phippen to himself contemptuously, as he turned round to pick up his umbrella. "It isn't a lawn, it is a bog." "There, sit down," said the vicar, "and don't pay the palpitations and the black spots the compliment of bestowing the smallest attention on them. Do you want anything to drink? Shall it be physic or beer or what?" No, I am so unwilling to give trouble," answered Mr. Phippen. "I would rather suffer, a great deal. I think if you would go on with your story, Chenery, it would compose me. I have not the faintest idea of what led to it, but I think you were saying something interesting on the subject of pinafores." "Nonsense," said Dr. Chenery. "I was only telling you of the fondness between the two children, who have now grown up to be man and wife. And I was going on to tell you that Captain Treverton, shortly after he settled in our neighbourhood, took to the active practice of his profession again. Nothing else seemed to fill up the gap that the loss of Mrs. Treverton had made in his life. Having good interest with the Admiralty, he can always get a ship when he applies for one, and up to the present time, with intervals on shore, he has resolutely stuck to the sea, though he is getting, as his daughter and his friends think, rather too old for it now. Don't look puzzled, Phippen. I'm not going so wide of the mark as you think. These are some of the necessary particulars that must be stated first. And now they are comfortably disposed of, I can get round at last to the main part of my story, the sale of Porthgenna Tower. What is it now? Do you want to get up again?" Yes, Mr. Phippen did want to get up again, for the purpose of composing the palpitations and the dispersing of the black spots, by trying the experiment of a little gentle exercise. He was most unwilling to occasion any trouble, but would his worthy friend Chenery give him an arm, and carry the camp-stool, and walk slowly in the direction of the schoolroom window, so as to keep Miss Sturch within easy hailing distance, in case it became necessary to try the last resource of taking a composing draught. The vicar, whose inexhaustible good nature was proof against every trial that Mr. Phippen's dyspeptic infirmities could inflict on it, complied with all these requests, and went on with his story, unconsciously adopting the tone and manner of a good-humoured parent who was doing his best to soothe the temper of a fretful child. "I told you," he said, "that the elder Mr. Frankland and Captain Treverton were near neighbours here. They had not been long acquainted before the one found out from the other that Porthgenna Tower was for sale. On first hearing this, old Frankland asked a few questions about the place, but said not a word on the subject of purchasing it. Soon after that, the captain got a ship and went to sea. During his absence, old Frankland privately set off for Cornwall to look at the estate, and to find out all he could about its advantages and defects from the persons left in charge of the house and lands. He said nothing when he came back, until Captain Treverton returned from his first cruise, and then the old gentleman spoke out one morning in his quiet, decided way. "Treverton," said he, "if you will sell Porthgenna Tower at the price at which you bought it in, when you tried to dispose of it by auction, write to your lawyer and tell him to take the title deeds to mine and ask for the purchase money." Captain Treverton was naturally a little astonished at the readiness of this offer, but people like myself, who knew old Frankland's history, were not so surprised. His fortune had been made by trade, and he was foolish enough to be always a little ashamed of acknowledging that one simple and creditable fact. The truth was that his ancestors had been landed gentry of importance before the time of the Civil War, and the old gentleman's great ambition was to sink the merchant in the landed grandee, and to leave his son to succeed him in the character of a squire of large estate and great county influence. He was willing to devote half his fortune to accomplish this scheme, but half his fortune would not buy him such an estate as he wanted in an important agricultural county like ours. Rents are high, and land is made the most of with us. An estate as extensive as the estate at Porthgenna would fetch more than double the money which Captain Treverton could venture to ask for it if it was situated in these parts. Old Frankland was well aware of that fact, and attached all possible importance to it. Besides, there was something in the feudal look of Porthgenna Tower, and in the right over the mine and fisheries, which the purchase of the estate included, that flattered his notions of restoring the family greatness. Here he and his son after him could lord it, as he thought, on a large scale, and direct at their sovereign will and pleasure the industry of hundreds of poor people, scattered along the coast or huddled together in the little villages inland. This was a tempting prospect, and it could be secured for £40,000, which was just £10,000 less than he had made up his mind to give, when he first determined to metamorphose himself from a plain merchant into a magnificent landed gentleman. People who knew these facts were, as I have said, not much surprised at Mr. Frankland's readiness to purchase Porthgenna Tower, and Captain Treverton, it is hardly necessary to say, was not long in clinching the bargain on his side. The estate changed hands, and away went old Frankland, with a tail of wiseacres from London at his heels, to work the mine and the fisheries on new scientific principles, and to beautify the old house from top to bottom with brand new medieval decorations under the direction of a gentleman who was said to be an architect, but who looked, to my mind, the very image of a popish priest in disguise. Wonderful plans and projects, were they not? And how do you think they succeeded? "Oh, do tell me, my dear fellow," was the answer that fell from Mr. Phippin's lips. "I wonder whether Miss Sturch keeps a bottle of camphor julep in the family medicine chest," was the thought that passed through Mr. Phippin's mind. "Tell you!" exclaimed the vicar. "Why, of course, every one of his plans turned out a complete failure. His Cornish tenantry received him as an interloper. The antiquity of his family made no impression upon them. It might be an old family, but it was not a Cornish family, and therefore it was of no importance in their eyes. They would have gone to the world's end for the Trevertons, but not a man would move a step out of his way for the Franklands. As for the mine, it seemed to be inspired with the same mutinous spirit that possessed the tenantry. The wiseacres from London blasted in all directions on the profoundest scientific principles, and brought about 6 penny worth of ore to the surface for every £5 spent in getting it up. The fisheries turned out little better. A new plan for curing pilchards, which was a marvel of economy in theory, proved to be a perfect phenomenon of extravagance in practice. The only item of luck in old Frankland's large sum of misfortunes was produced by his quarrelling in good time with the medieval architect, who was like a popish priest in disguise. This fortunate event saved the new owner of Porthgenna all the money he might otherwise have spent in restoring and redecorating the whole suite of rooms on the north side of the house, which had been left to go to rack and ruin for more than 50 years past, and which remain in their old neglected condition to this day. To make a long story short, after uselessly spending more thousands of pounds at Porthgenna than I would like to reckon up, old Frankland gave in at last, left the place in disgust to the care of his steward, who was charged never to lay out another farthing on it, and returned to this neighbourhood. Being in high dudgeon, and happening to catch Captain Treverton on shore when he got back, the first thing he did was to abuse Porthgenna and all the people about it a little too vehemently in the captain's presence. This led to a coolness between the two neighbours, which might have ended in the breaking off of all intercourse, but for the children on either side, who would see each other just as often as ever, and who ended by dint of wilful persistency in putting an end to the estrangement between the fathers by making it look simply ridiculous. Here, in my opinion, lies the most curious part of the story. Important family interests depended on those two young people falling in love with each other, and, wonderful to relate, that, as you know after my confession at breakfast time, was exactly what they did. Here is a case of the most romantic love match, which is also the marriage of all others, that the parents on both sides had the strongest worldly interest in promoting. Shakespeare may say what he pleases, the course of true love does run smooth sometimes. Never was the marriage service performed to better purpose than when I read it this morning. The estate being entailed on Leonard, Captain Treverton's daughter now goes back, in the capacity of mistress, to the house and lands which her father sold. Rosamond, being an only child, the purchase money of Porthgenna, which old Frankland once lamented as money thrown away, will now, when the captain dies, be the marriage portion of young Frankland's wife. I don't know what you think of the beginning and middle of my story, Phippen, but the end ought to satisfy you, at any rate. Did you ever hear of a bride and bridegroom who started with fairer prospects in life than our bride and bridegroom of today? Before Mr. Phippen could make any reply, Miss Sturch put her head out of the schoolroom window, and, seeing the two gentlemen approaching, beamed at them with her invariable smile. Then, addressing the vicar, said in her softest tones, "I regret extremely to trouble you, sir, but I find Robert very intractable this morning with his multiplication table." "Where does he stick now?" asked Dr. Chenery. "At 7 times 8, sir," replied Miss Sturch. "Bob!" shouted the vicar through the window. 7 times 8. 43, answered the whimpering voice of the invisible Bob. "You shall have one more chance before I get my cane," said Dr. Chenery. "Now then, look out. 7 times—" "My dear good friend," interposed Mr. Phippen, "if you cane that very unhappy boy, he will scream. My nerves have been tried once this morning by the camp stool. I shall be totally shattered if I hear screams. Give me time to get out of the way, and allow me also to spare dear Miss Sturch the sad spectacle of correction so shocking to sensibilities like hers, by asking her for a little camphor julep, and so giving her an excuse for getting out of the way like me. I think I could have done without the camphor julep under any other circumstances, but I ask for it unhesitatingly now, as much for Miss Sturch's sake as for the sake of my own poor nerves. Have you got camphor julep, Miss Sturch? Say yes, I beg and entreat, and give me an opportunity of escorting you out of the way of the screams." While Miss Sturch, whose well-trained sensibilities were proof against the longest paternal caning and the loudest filial acknowledgment of it in the way of screams, tripped upstairs to fetch the camphor julep, as smiling and self-possessed as ever. Master Bob, finding himself left alone with his sisters in the schoolroom, sidled up to the youngest of the two, produced from the pocket of his trousers 3 frowsy, acidulated drops looking very much the worse for wear, and, attacking Miss Amelia on the weak or greedy side of her character, artfully offered the drops in exchange for information on the subject of 7 times 8. "You like 'em?" whispered Bob. "Oh, don't I?" answered Amelia. "7 times 8?" asked Bob. 56, answered Amelia. "Sure?" said Bob. "Certain," said Amelia. The drops changed hands, and the catastrophe of the domestic drama changed with them. Just as Miss Sturch appeared with the camphor julep in the garden doom, in the character of medical Hebe to Mr. Phippen, her intractable pupil showed himself to his father at the schoolroom window in the character, arithmetically speaking, of a reformed son. The cane reposed for the day, and Mr. Phippen drank his glass of camphor julep with a mind at ease on the twin subject of Miss Sturch's sensibilities and Master Bob's screams. "Most gratifying in every way," said the martyr to dyspepsia, smacking his lips with great relish as he drained the last drops out of the glass. "My nerves are spared, Miss Sturch's feelings are spared, and the dear boy's back is spared. You have no idea how relieved I feel, Chenery. Whereabouts were we in that delightful story of yours when this little domestic interruption occurred?" "At the end of it, to be sure," said the vicar. "The bride and bridegroom are some miles on their way by this time to spend the honeymoon at St. Swithin's-on-Sea. Captain Treverton is only left behind for a day. He received his sailing orders on Monday, and he will be off to Portsmouth to-morrow morning to take command of his ship. Though he won't admit it in plain words, I happen to know that Rosamond has persuaded him to make this his last cruise. She has a plan for getting him back to Porthgenna, to live there with her husband, which I hope and believe will succeed. The west rooms at the old house, in one of which Mrs. Treverton died, are not to be used at all by the young married couple. They have engaged a builder, a sensible, practical man this time, to survey the neglected north rooms with a view to their redecoration and thorough repair in every way. This part of the house cannot possibly be associated with any melancholy recollections on Captain Treverton's mind, for neither he nor anyone else ever entered it during the period of his residence at Porthgenna. Considering the change in the look of the place which this project of repairing the north rooms is sure to produce, and taking into account also the softening effect of time on all painful recollections, I should say there was a fair prospect of Captain Treverton's returning to pass the end of his days among his old tenantry. It will be a great chance for Leonard Frankland if he does, for he would be sure to dispose the people at Porthgenna kindly toward their new master. Introduced among his Cornish tenants under Captain Treverton's wing, Leonard is sure to get on well with them, provided he abstains from showing too much of the family pride, which he has inherited from his father. He is a little given to overrate the advantages of birth and the importance of rank, but that is really the only noticeable defect in his character. In all other respects I can honestly say of him that he deserves what he has got, the best wife in the world. What a lot of happiness, Phippins, seems to be awaiting these lucky young people. It is a bold thing to say of any mortal creatures, but look as far as I may, not a cloud can I see anywhere on their future prospects. "You excellent creature!" exclaimed Mr. Phippen, affectionately squeezing the vicar's hand. "How I enjoy hearing you! How I luxuriate in your bright view of life!" "And is it not the true view, especially in the ease of young Frankland and his wife?" inquired the vicar. "If you ask me," said Mr. Phippen, with a mournful smile and a philosophic calmness of manner, "I can only answer that the direction of a man's speculative views depends, not to mince the matter, on the state of his secretions. Your biliary secretions, dear friend, are all right, and you take bright views. My biliary secretions are all wrong, and I take dark views. You look at the future prospects of this young married couple, and say there is no cloud over them. I don't dispute the assertion, not having the pleasure of knowing either bride or bridegroom. But I look up at the sky over our heads. I remember that there was not a cloud on it when we first entered the garden. I now see, just over those two trees growing so close together, a cloud that has appeared unexpectedly from nobody knows where, and I draw my own conclusions. Such," said Mr. Phippen, ascending the garden steps on his way into the house, "is my philosophy. It may be tinged with bile, but it is philosophy for all that." "All the philosophy in the world," said the vicar, following his guest up the steps, "will not shake my conviction that Leonard Frankland and his wife have a happy future before them." Mr. Phippen laughed, and, waiting on the steps till his host joined him, took Dr. Shinnery's hands in the friendliest manner. "You have told a charming story, Chinnery," he said, "and you have ended it with a charming sentiment. But, my dear friend, though your healthy mind, influenced by an enviably easy digestion, despises my bilious philosophy, don't quite forget the cloud over the two trees. Look up at it now. It is getting darker and bigger already." End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3 of The Dead Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins. Book 2, Chapter 3, The Bride and Bridegroom. Under the roof of a widowed mother, Miss Mollum lived humbly at St. Swithin's-on-Sea. In the spring of the year 1844, the heart of Miss Mollum's widowed mother was gladdened by a small legacy. Turning over in her mind the various uses to which the money might be put, the discreet old lady finally decided on investing it in furniture, on fitting up the first floor and the second floor of her house in the best taste, and on hanging a card in the parlour window to inform the public that she had furnished apartments to let. By the summer the apartments were ready, and the card was put up. It had hardly been exhibited a week before a dignified personage in black applied to look at the rooms, expressed himself as satisfied with their appearance, and engaged them for a month certain, for a newly married lady and gentleman who might be expected to take possession in a few days. The dignified personage in black was Captain Treverton's servant, and the lady and gentleman who arrived in due time to take possession were Mr. and Mrs. Frankland. The natural interest which Mrs. Mulham felt in her youthful first lodgers was necessarily vivid in its nature, but it was apathy itself compared to the sentimental interest which her daughter took in observing the manners and customs of the lady and gentleman in their capacity of bride and bridegroom. From the moment when Mr. and Mrs. Frankland entered the house, Miss Mulham began to study them with all the ardour of an industrious scholar who attacks a new branch of knowledge. At every spare moment of the day, this industrious young lady occupied herself in stealing upstairs to collect observations, and in running downstairs to communicate them to her mother. By the time the married couple had been in the house a week, Miss Mulham had made such good use of her eyes, ears, and opportunities that she could have written a 7 days' diary of the lives of Mr. and Mrs. Frankland with the truth and minuteness of Mr. Samuel Pepys himself. But, learn as much as we may, the longer we live, the more information there is to acquire. 7 days' patient accumulation of facts in connection with the honeymoon had not placed Miss Mulham beyond the reach of further discoveries. On the morning of the 8th day, after bringing down the breakfast tray, this observant spinster stole upstairs again, according to custom, to drink in the spring of knowledge through the keyhole channel of the drawing-room door. After an absence of 5 minutes, she descended to the kitchen, breathless with excitement, to announce a fresh discovery in connection with Mr. and Mrs. Frankland to her venerable mother. "Whatever do you think she's doing now?" cried Miss Mulham, with widely opened eyes and highly elevated hands. "Nothing that's useful," answered Mrs. Mulham with sarcastic readiness. "She's actually sitting on his knee. Mother, did you ever sit on father's knee when you were married?" "Certainly not, my dear. When me and your poor father married, we were neither of us flighty young people, and we knew better." "She's got her head on his shoulder," proceeded Miss Mulham, more and more agitatedly, "and her arms around his neck, both her arms, mother, as tight as can be." "I won't believe it," exclaimed Mrs. Mulham indignantly. "A lady like her, with riches and accomplishments and all that, demean herself like a housemaid with a sweetheart? Don't tell me. I won't believe it." It was true enough, for all that. There were plenty of chairs in Mrs. Mulham's drawing-room. There were 3 beautifully bound books on Mrs. Mulham's Pembroke table, the Antiquities of St. Swithin's, Smallridge's Sermons, and Klopstock's Messiah in English prose. Mrs. Frankland might have sat on purple morocco leather, stuffed with the best horsehair, might have informed and soothed her mind with archaeological diversions, with orthodox native theology, and with devotional poetry of foreign origin. And yet, so frivolous is the nature of woman, she was perverse enough to prefer doing nothing and perching herself uncomfortably on her husband's knee. She sat for some time in the undignified position which Miss Mulham had described with such graphic correctness to her mother, then drew back a little, raised her head, and looked earnestly into the quiet, meditative face of the blind man. "Linny, you are very silent this morning," she said. "What are you thinking about? If you will tell me all your thoughts, I will tell you all mine." "Would you really care to hear all my thoughts?" asked Leonard. "Yes, all. I shall be jealous of any thoughts that you keep to yourself. Tell me what you were thinking of just now." "Me?" "Not exactly of you." "More shame for you. Are you tired of me in 8 days? I have not thought of anybody but you ever since we have been here." "Ah, you laugh. Oh, Linny, I do love you so. How can I think of anybody but you? No, I shan't kiss you. I want to know what you were thinking about first." "Of a dream, Rosamond, that I had last night. Ever since the first days of my blindness, why, I thought you were not going to kiss me again till I had told you what I was thinking about." "Oh, I can't help kissing you, Lenny, when you talk of the loss of your sight. Tell me, my poor love, do I help to make up for that loss? Are you happier than you used to be? And have I some share in making that happiness, though it is ever so little?" She turned her head away as she spoke, but Leonard was too quick for her. His inquiring fingers touched her cheek. "Rosamond, you are crying," he said. "I crying?" she answered, with a sudden assumption of gaiety. "No," she continued after a moment's pause. "I will never deceive you, love, even in the veriest trifle. My eyes serve for both of us now, don't they? You depend on me for all that your touch fails to tell you, and I must never be unworthy of my trust, must I? I did cry, Lenny, but only a very little. I don't know how it was, but I never in all my life seemed to pity you and feel for you as I did just at that moment. Never mind, I've done now. Go on, do go on with what you were going to say." "I was going to say, Rosamond, that I have observed one curious thing about myself since I lost my sight. I dream a great deal, but I never dream of myself as a blind man. I often visit in my dreams places that I saw and people whom I knew when I had my sight. And though I feel as much myself, at these visionary times, as I am now when I am wide awake, I never by any chance feel blind. I wander about all sorts of old walks in my sleep, and never grope my way. I talk to all sorts of old friends in my sleep, and see the expression in their faces which, waking, I shall never see again. I have lost my sight more than a year now, and yet it was like the shock of a new discovery to me to wake up last night from my dream and remember suddenly that I was blind." "What dream was it, Lenny?" "Only a dream of the place where I first met you when we were both children. I saw the glen as it was years ago, with the great twisted roots of the trees, and the blackberry bushes twining about them in a still shadowed light that came through thick leaves from the rainy sky. I saw the mud on the walk in the middle of the glen, with the marks of the cows' hoofs in some places, and the sharp circles in others where some country women had been lately trudging by on pattens. I saw the muddy water running down on either side of the path after the shower. And I saw you, Rosamond, a naughty girl, all covered with clay and wet, just as you were in the reality, soiling your bright blue pelisse and your pretty little chubby hands by making a dam to stop the running water, and laughing at the indignation of your nursemaid when she tried to pull you away and take you home. I saw all that exactly as it really was in the bygone time, yet, strangely enough, I did not see myself as the boy I then was. You were a little girl, and the glen was in its old neglected state, and yet, though I was all in the past so far, I was in the present as regarded myself. Throughout the whole dream I was uneasily conscious of being a grown man, of being, in short, exactly what I am now, excepting always that I was not blind." "What a memory you must have, love, to be able to recall all those little circumstances after the years that have passed since that wet day in the glen. How well you recollect what I was as a child! Do you remember in the same vivid way what I looked like a year ago when you saw me? Oh, Lenny, it almost breaks my heart to think of it. When you saw me for the last time." "Do I remember, Rosamond? My last look at your face has painted your portrait in my memory in colours that can never change. I have many pictures in my mind, but your picture is the clearest and brightest of all. And is the picture of me at my best, painted in my youth, dear, when my face was always confessing how I loved you, though my lips said nothing? There is some consolation in that thought. When years have passed over us both, Lenny, and when time begins to set his mark on me, you will not say to yourself, my Rosamond is beginning to fade. She grows less and less like what she was when I married her. I shall never grow old, love, for you. The bright young picture in your mind will still be my picture when my cheeks are wrinkled and my hair is grey. Still your picture, always the same, grow old as I may. But are you sure it is clear in every part? Are there no doubtful lines, no unfinished corners anywhere? I have not altered yet since you saw me. I am just what I was a year ago. Suppose I ask you what I am like now. Could you tell me without making a mistake? Well, try me. May I? You shall be put through a complete catechism. I don't tire you sitting on your knee, do I? Well, in the first place, how tall am I when we both stand up side by side? You just reach to my ear. Quite right, to begin with. Now, for the next question. What does my hair look like in your portrait? It is dark brown. There is a great deal of it, and it grows rather too low on your forehead for the taste of some people. Never mind about some people. Does it grow too low for your taste? Certainly not. I like it to grow low. I like all those little natural waves that it makes against your forehead. I like it taken back as you wear it in plain bands, which leave your ears and your cheeks visible. And above all things, I like that glossy knot that it makes where it is all gathered up together at the back of your head. Oh, Lenny, how well you remember me so far. Now, go a little lower. A little lower is down to your eyebrows. They are very nicely shaped eyebrows in my picture. Yes, but they have a fault. Come, tell me what the fault is. They are not quite so strongly marked as they might be. Right again. And my eyes? Brown eyes. Large eyes, wakeful eyes, that are always looking about them. Eyes that can be very soft at one time and very bright at another. Eyes tender and clear just at the present moment, but capable, on very slight provocation, of opening rather too widely and looking rather too brilliantly resolute. Mind you don't make them look so now. What is there below the eyes? Well, a nose that is not quite big enough to be in proper proportion with them. A nose that has a slight tendency to be... Don't say that horrid English word. Spare my feelings by putting it in French. Say retroussé and skip over my nose as fast as possible. I must stop at the mouth, then, and own that it is as near perfection as possible. The lips are lovely in shape, fresh in color, and irresistible in expression. They smile in my portrait, and I am sure they are smiling at me now. How could they do otherwise when they are getting so much praise? My vanity whispers to me that I had better stop the catechism here. If I talk about my complexion, I shall only hear that it is of the dusky sort, and that there is never red enough in it except when I am walking, or confused, or angry. If I ask a question about my figure, I shall receive the dreadful answer, "You are dangerously inclined to be fat." If I say, "How do I dress?" I shall be told, not soberly enough, "You are as fond as a child of gay colors." No, I will venture no more questions. But vanity apart, Lenny, I am so glad, so proud, so happy to find that you can keep the image of me clearly in your mind. I shall do my best now to look and dress like your last remembrance of me. My love of loves, I will do you credit. I will try if I can't make you envied for your wife. You deserve 100,000 kisses for saying your catechism so well. And there they are." While Mrs. Frankland was conferring the reward of merit on her husband, the sound of a faint, small, courteously significant cough made itself timidly audible in a corner of the room. Turning round instantly, with the quickness that characterized all her actions, Mrs. Frankland, to her horror and indignation, confronted Miss Mollum standing just inside the door, with a letter in her hand and a blush of sentimental agitation on her simpering face. "You wretch! How dare you come in without knocking at the door?" cried Rosamond, starting to her feet with a stamp, and passing in an instant from the height of fondness to the height of indignation. Miss Mollum shook guiltily before the bright, angry eyes that looked through and through her, turned very pale, held out the letter apologetically, and said in her meekest tone that she was very sorry. "Sorry!" exclaimed Rosamond, getting even more irritated by the apology than she had been by the intrusion, and showing it by another stamp of the foot. "Who cares whether you are sorry? I don't want your sorrow. I won't have it. I never was so insulted in my life. Never, you mean, prying, inquisitive creature." "Rosamond, Rosamond, pray don't forget yourself," interposed the quiet voice of Mr. Frankland. "Lenny, dear, I can't help it. That creature would drive a saint mad. She has been plying after us ever since we have been here. You have, you ill-bred, indelicate woman. I suspected it before. I am certain of it now. Must we lock our doors to keep you out? We won't lock our doors. Fetch the bill. We give you warning. Mr. Frankland gives you warning. Don't you, Lenny? I'll pack up all your things, dear. She shan't touch one of them. Go downstairs and make out your bill, and give your mother warning. Mr. Frankland says he won't have his rooms burst into and his doors listened at by inquisitive women, and I say so too. Put that letter down on the table, unless you want to open it and read it. Put it down, you audacious woman, and fetch the bill, and tell your mother we are going to leave the house directly." At this dreadful threat, Miss Mollum, who was soft and timid, as well as curious, by nature, wrung her hands in despair and overflowed meekly in a shower of tears. "Oh, good gracious heavens above!" cried Miss Mollum, addressing herself distractedly to the ceiling. "What will mother say? Whatever will become of me now? Oh, ma'am, I thought I knocked. I did indeed. Oh, ma'am, I humbly beg pardon, and I'll never intrude again. Oh, ma'am, mother's a widow, and this is the first time we have let the lodgings, and the furniture swallowed up all our money, and oh, ma'am, how I shall catch it if you go." Here words failed Miss Mollum, and hysterical sobs pathetically supplied their place. "Rosamond," said Mr. Frankland. There was an accent of sorrow in his voice this time, as well as an accent of remonstrance. Rosamond's quick ear caught the alteration in his tone. As she looked round at him her colour changed, her head drooped a little, and her whole expression altered in an instant. She stole gently to her husband's side with softened, saddened eyes, and put her lips caressingly close to his ear. "Lenny," she whispered, "have I made you angry with me?" "I can't be angry with you, Rosamond," was the quiet answer. "I only wish, love, that you would have controlled yourself a little sooner." "I am so sorry, so very, very sorry." The fresh, soft lips came closer still to his ear as they whispered these penitent words, and the cunning little hand crept up tremblingly around his neck and began to play with his hair. "So sorry, so ashamed of myself. But it was enough to make almost anybody angry, just at first, wasn't it, dear? And you will forgive me, won't you, Lenny, if I promise never to behave so badly again? Never mind that wretched whimpering fool at the door," said Rosamond, undergoing a slight relapse as she looked around at Miss Mollum, standing immovably repentant against the wall, with her face buried in a dingy white pocket-handkerchief. "I'll make it up with her. I'll stop her crying. I'll take her out of the room. I'll do anything in the world that's kind to her, if you will only forgive me." A polite word or two is all that is wanted, nothing more than a polite word or two," said Mr. Frankland, rather coldly and constrainedly. "Don't cry any more, for goodness' sake," said Rosamond, walking straight up to Miss Mollum and pulling the dingy white pocket-handkerchief away from her face without the least ceremony. "There, leave off, will you? I am very sorry I was in a passion, though you had no business to come in without knocking. I never meant to distress you, and I'll never say a hard word to you again, if you will only knock at the door for the future, and leave off crying now. Do leave off crying, you tiresome creature. We are not going away. We don't want your mother or the bill or anything. Here's a present for you, if you'll leave off crying. Here's my neck ribbon. I saw you trying it on yesterday afternoon, when I was lying down on the bedroom sofa, and you thought I was asleep. Never mind, I'm not angry about that. Take the ribbon. Take it as a peace offering, if you won't as a present." "You shall take it." "No, I don't mean that. I mean, please take it. There, I've pinned it on. And now shake hands and be friends, and go downstairs and see how it looks in the glass." With these words Mrs. Frankland opened the door, administered, under the pretence of a pat on the shoulder, a good-humoured shove to the amazed and embarrassed Miss Mollum, closed the door again, and resumed her place in a moment on her husband's knee. "I've made it up with her, dear. I've sent her away with my bright green ribbon, and it makes her look as yellow as a guinea, and as ugly as—" Rosamond stopped and looked anxiously into Mr. Frankland's face. "Lenny," she said sadly, putting her cheek against his, "are you angry with me still?" "My love, I was never angry with you. I never can be." "I will always keep my temper down for the future, Lenny." "I am sure you will, Rosamond. But never mind that. I am not thinking of your temper now." "Of what, then?" "Of the apology you made to Miss Mollum." "Did I not say enough? I'll call her back if you like. I'll make another penitent speech. I'll do anything but kiss her. I really can't do that. I can't kiss anybody now but you." "My dear, dear love, how very much like a child you are still in some of your ways. You said more than enough to Miss Mollum, far more, and if you will pardon me for making the remark, I think in your generosity and good nature you a little forgot yourself with the young woman. I don't so much allude to your giving her the ribbon, though perhaps that might have been done a little less familiarly, but from what I heard you say, I infer that you actually went the length of shaking hands with her." "Was that wrong? I thought it was the kindest way of making it up." "My dear, it is an excellent way of making it up between equals. But consider the difference between your station in society and Miss Mower's." "I will try and consider it, if you wish me, love. But I think I take after my father, who never troubles his head, dear old man, about differences of station. I can't help liking people who are kind to me, without thinking whether they are above my rank or below it. And when I got cool, I must confess, I felt just as vexed with myself for frightening and distressing that unlucky Miss Mulham as if her station had been equal to mine. I will try to think as you do, Lenny, but I am very much afraid that I have got, without knowing exactly how, to be what the newspapers call a radical. My dear Rosamond, don't talk of yourself in that way, even in joke. You ought to be the last person in the world to confuse those distinctions in rank on which the whole well-being of society depends. Does it really? And yet, dear, we don't seem to have been created with such very wide distinctions between us. We have all got the same number of arms and legs. We are all hungry and thirsty, and hot in the summer and cold in the winter. We all laugh when we are pleased, and cry when we are distressed. And surely we have all got very much the same feelings, whether we are high or whether we are low. I could not have loved you better, Lenny, than I do now if I had been a duchess, or less than I do now if I had been a servant girl. My love, you are not a servant girl. And as to what you say about being a duchess, let me remind you that you are not so much below a duchess as you seem to think. Many a lady of high title cannot look back on such a line of ancestors as yours. Your father's family, Rosamond, is one of the oldest in England. Even my father's family hardly dates back so far, and we are landed gentry when many a name in the peerage was not heard of. It is really almost laughably absurd to hear you talking of yourself as a radical. Well, I won't talk of myself so again, Lenny. Only don't look so serious. I will be a Tory, dear, if you will give me a kiss and let me sit on your knee a little longer. Mr. Frankland's gravity was not proof against his wife's change of political principles and the conditions which she annexed to it. His face cleared up, and he laughed almost gaily as Rosamond herself. By the by, he said, after an interval of silence had given him time to collect his thoughts, did I not hear you tell Miss Mulham to put a letter down on the table? Is it a letter for you or for me? Ah, I forgot all about the letter, said Rosamond, running to the table. It is for you, Lenny. And goodness me, here's the Porthgenna postmark on it. It must be from the builder whom I sent down to the old house about the repairs. Lend me your eyes, love, and let us hear what he says. Rosamond opened the letter, drew a stool to her husband's feet, and sitting down with her arms on his knees, read as follows. To Leonard Frankland, Esquire. Sir, agreeably to the instructions with which you favoured me, I have proceeded to survey Porthgenna Tower, with a view to ascertaining what repairs the house in general, and the north side of it in particular, may stand in need of. As regards the outside, a little cleaning and new pointing is all that the building wants. The walls and foundations seem made to last forever. Such strong, solid work I never set eyes on before. Inside the house I cannot report so favourably. The rooms in the west front, having been inhabited during the period of Captain Treverton's occupation, and having been well looked after since, are in tolerably sound condition. I should say £200 would cover the expense of all repairs in my line which these rooms need. This sum would not include the restoration of the western staircase, which has given a little in some places, and the banisters of which are decidedly insecure from the first to the second landing. From £25 to £30 would suffice to set this all right. In the rooms on the north front, the state of dilapidation from top to bottom is as bad as can be. From all that I could ascertain, nobody ever went near these rooms in Captain Treverton's time, or has ever entered them since. The people who now keep the house have a superstitious dread of opening any of the north doors, in consequence of the time that has elapsed since any living being has passed through them. Nobody would volunteer to accompany me in my survey, and nobody could tell me which keys fitted which room doors in any part of the north side. I could find no plan containing the names or numbers of the rooms, nor, to my surprise, were there any labels attached separately to the keys. They were given to me, all hanging together, on a large ring, with an ivory label on it, which was only marked "Keys of the North Rooms." I take the liberty of mentioning these particulars in order to account for my having, as you might think, delayed my stay at Porthgenna Tower longer than is needful. I lost nearly a whole day in taking the keys off the ring and fitting them at hazard to the right doors, and I occupied some hours of another day in marking each door with a number on the outside and putting a corresponding label to each key before I replaced it on the ring, in order to prevent the possibility of future errors and delays. As I hope to furnish you in a few days with a detailed estimate of the repairs needed in the north part of the house, from basement to roof, I need only say here that they will occupy some time, and will be of the most extensive nature. The beams of the staircase and the flooring of the first floor have got the dry rot. The damp in some rooms and the rats in others have almost destroyed the wainscotings. 4 of the mantelpieces have given out from the walls, and all the ceilings are either stained, cracked, or peeled away in large patches. The flooring is, in general, in a better condition than I had anticipated, but the shutters and window sashes are so warped as to be useless. It is only fair to acknowledge that the expense of setting all these things to rights, that is to say, making the rooms safe and habitable, and of putting them in proper conditions for the upholsterer, will be considerable. I would respectfully suggest, in the event of your feeling any surprise or dissatisfaction at the amount of my estimate, that you should name a friend in whom you place confidence to go over the north rooms with me, keeping my estimate in his hand. I will undertake to prove, if needful, the necessity of each separate repair and the justice of each separate charge for the same, to the satisfaction of any competent and impartial person whom you may please to select. Trusting to send you the estimate in a few days, I remain, sir, your humble servant, Thomas Orlock. A very honest and straightforward letter, said Mr. Frankland. I wish he had sent the estimate with it, said Rosamond. Why could not the provoking man tell us at once in round numbers what the repairs will really cost? I suspect, my dear, he was afraid of shocking us, if he mentioned the amount in round numbers. That horrid money! It is always getting in one's way, and upsetting one's plans. If we haven't got enough, let us go and borrow of somebody who has. Do you mean to dispatch a friend to Porthgenna to go over the house with Mr. Horlock? If you do, I know who I wish you would send. Who? Me, if you please. Under your escort, of course. Don't laugh, Linny. I would be very sharp with Mr. Orlock. I would object to every one of his charges and beat him down without mercy. I once saw a surveyor go over a house, and I know exactly what to do. You stamp on the floor, and knock at the walls, and scrape at the brickwork, and look up all the chimneys, and out of all the windows. Sometimes you make notes in a little book, sometimes you measure with a foot rule, and sometimes you sit down all of a sudden and say profoundly, and the end of it is that you say the house will do very well indeed if the tenant will pull out his purse and put it in proper repair. Well done, Rosamond. You have one more accomplishment than I knew of, and I suppose I have no choice now but to give you an opportunity of displaying it. If you don't object, my dear, to being associated with a professional assistant in the important business of checking Mr. Orlock's estimate, I don't object to paying a short visit to Porthgenna whenever you please, especially now I know that the west rooms are still habitable. Oh, how kind of you! How pleased I shall be! How I shall enjoy seeing the old place again before it is altered! I was only 5 years old, Lenny, when we left Porthgenna, and I am so anxious to see what I can remember of it after such a long, long absence as mine. Do you know, I never saw anything of that ruinous north side of the house? And I do so dote on old rooms. We will go all through them, Lenny. You shall have hold of my hand, and look with my eyes, and make as many discoveries as I do. I prophesy that we shall see ghosts, and find treasures, and hear mysterious noises. And, oh heavens, what clouds of dust we shall have to go through! Poof! The very anticipation of them chokes me already. Now we are on the subject of Porthgenna, Rosamond, let us be serious for one moment. It is clear to me that these repairs of the north rooms will cost a large sum of money. Now, my love, I consider no sum of money misspent, however large it may be, if it procures you pleasure. I am with you heart and soul. He paused. His wife's caressing arms were twining round his neck again, and her cheek was laid gently against his. "Go on, Linny," she said, with such an accent of tenderness in the utterance of those 3 simple words that his speech failed him for the moment, and all his sensations seemed absorbed in the one luxury of listening. "Rosamond," he whispered, "there is no music in the world that touches me as your voice touches me now. I feel it all through me, as I used sometimes to feel the sky at night in the time when I could see." As he spoke, the caressing arms tightened around his neck, and the fervent lips softly took the place which the cheek had occupied. "Go on, Lenny," they repeated happily, as well as tenderly now. "You said you were with me heart and soul. With me in what?" "In your project, love, for inducing your father to retire from his profession after this last cruise, and in your hope of prevailing on him to pass the evening of his days happily with us at Porthgenna. If the money spent in restoring the north rooms, so that we may all live in them for the future, does indeed so alter the look of the place to his eyes as to dissipate his old sorrowful associations with it, and to make his living there again a pleasure instead of a pain to him, I shall regard it as money well laid out. But, Rosamond, are you sure of the success of your plan before we undertake it? Have you dropped any hint of the Porthgenna project to your father?" "I told him, Lenny, that I should never be quite comfortable unless he left the sea and came to live with us, and he said that he would. I did not mention a word about Porthgenna, nor did he, but he knows that we shall live there when we are settled, and he made no conditions when he promised that our home should be his home. Is the loss of your mother the only sad association he has with the place?" "Not quite. There is another association, which has never been mentioned, but which I may tell you, because there are no secrets between us. My mother had a favourite maid who lived with her from the time of her marriage, and who was accidentally the only person present in her room when she died. I remember hearing of this woman as being odd in her look and manner, and no great favourite with anybody but her mistress. Well, on the morning of my mother's death, she disappeared from the house in the strangest way, leaving behind her a most singular and mysterious letter to my father, asserting that in my mother's dying moments a secret had been confided to her which she was charged to divulge to her master when her mistress was no more, and adding that she was afraid to mention this secret, and that, to avoid being questioned about it, she had resolved on leaving the house for ever. She had been gone some hours when the letter was opened, and she has never been seen or heard of since that time. This circumstance seemed to make almost as strong an impression on my father's mind as the shock of my mother's death. Our neighbours and servants all thought, as I think, that the woman was mad, but he never agreed with them, and I know that he has neither destroyed nor forgotten the letter from that time to this. A strange event, Rosamond, a very strange event. I don't wonder that it has made a lasting impression on him. Depend upon it, Lenny, the servants and the neighbours were right. The woman was mad. Anyway, however, it was certainly a singular event in our family. All old houses have their romance, and that is the romance of our house. But years and years have passed since then, and what with time and what with the changes we are going to make, I have no fear that my dear good father will spoil our plans. Give him a new north garden at Porthgenna, where he can walk the decks, as I call it. Give him new north rooms to live in, and I will answer for the result. But all of this is in the future. Let us get back to the present time. When shall we pay our flying visit to Porthgenna, Lenny, and plunge into the important business of checking Mr. Orlock's estimation for the repairs? We have 3 weeks more to stay here, Rosamond. Yes, and then we must go back to Long Beckley. I promised that best and biggest of men, the vicar, that we would pay our first visit to him. He is sure not to let us off under 3 weeks or a month. In that case, then, we had better say 2 months hence for the visit to Porthgenna. Is your writing case in the room, Rosamond? Yes, close by us, on the table. Write to Mr. Orlock, then, love, and appoint a meeting in 2 months' time at the old house. Tell him also, as we must not trust ourselves on unsafe stairs, especially considering how dependent I am on banisters, to have the west staircase repaired immediately. And when you have the pen in your hand, perhaps it may save trouble if you write a second note to the housekeeper at Porthgenna to tell her when she may expect us. Rosamond sat down gaily at the table and dipped her pen in the ink with a little flourish of triumph. "In 2 months," she exclaimed joyfully, "I shall see the dear old place again. In 2 months, Lenny, our profane feet will be raising the dust in the solitudes of the north rooms." End of Book 2, Chapter 3. Book 3, Chapter 1 of The Dead Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All the LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins. Book 3, Chapter 1, Timon of London. Timon of Athens retreated from an ungrateful world to a cavern by the seashore, vented his misanthropy in magnificent poetry, and enjoyed the honour of being called milord. Timon of London took refuge from his species in a detached house at Bayswater, expressed his sentiments in shabby prose, and was only addressed as Mr. Treverton. The one point of resemblance which it is possible to set against these points of contrast between the two Timons consisted in this, that their misanthropy was at least genuine. Both were incorrigible haters of mankind. There is probably no better proof of the accuracy of that definition of man, which describes him as an imitative animal, than is to be found in the fact that the verdict of humanity is always against any individual member of the species who presumes to differ from the rest. A man is one of a flock, and his wool must be of the general colour. He must drink when the rest drink, and graze where the rest graze. Let him walk at noonday with perfect composure of countenance and decency of gait, with not the slightest appearance of vacancy in his eyes or wildness in his manner, from one end of Oxford Street to the other, without his hat, and let every one of the thousands of hat-wearing people whom he passes be asked separately what they think of him. How many will abstain from deciding instantly that he is mad, on no other evidence than the evidence of his bare head? Nay, more, let him politely stop each one of these passengers, and let him explain in the plainest form of words and in the most intelligible manner that his head feels more easy and comfortable without a hat than with one. How many of his fellow mortals who decided that he was mad on first meeting him will change their opinion when they part from him after hearing his explanation? In the vast majority of cases, the very explanation itself would be accepted as an excellent additional proof that the intellect of the hatless man was indisputably deranged. Starting at the beginning of the march of life out of step with the rest of the mortal regiment, Andrew Treverton paid the penalty of his irregularity from his earliest days. He was a phenomenon in the nursery, a butt at school, and a victim at college. The ignorant nursemaid reported him as a queer child. The learned schoolmaster genteelly varied the phrase, and described him as an eccentric boy. The college tutor, harping on the same string, facetiously likened his head to a roof, and said there was a slate loose in it. When a slate is loose, if nobody fixes it in time, it ends by falling off. In the roof of a house, we view that consequence as a necessary result of neglect. In the roof of a man's head, we are generally very much shocked and surprised by it. Overlooked in some directions and misdirected in others, Andrew's uncouth capacities for good tried helplessly to shape themselves. The better side of his eccentricity took the form of friendship. He became violently and unintelligibly fond of one among his schoolfellows, a boy who treated him with no especial consideration in the playground, and who gave him no particular help in the class. Nobody could discover the smallest reason for it, but it was nevertheless a notorious fact that Andrew's pocket money was always at this boy's service, that Andrew ran about after him like a dog, and that Andrew over and over again took the blame and punishment on his own shoulders which ought to have fallen on the shoulders of his friend. When, a few years afterward, that friend went to college, the lad petitioned to be sent to college too, and attached himself there more closely than ever to the strangely chosen comrade of his schoolboy days. Such devotion as this must have touched any man possessed of ordinary generosity of disposition. It made no impression whatever on the inherently base nature of Andrew's friend. After 3 years of intercourse at college, intercourse which was all selfishness on one side and all self-sacrifice on the other, the end came, and the light was let in cruelly on Andrew's eyes. When his purse grew light in his friend's hand, and when his acceptances were most numerous on his friend's bills, the brother of his honest affection, the hero of his simple admiration, abandoned him to embarrassment, to ridicule, and to solitude, without the faintest affectation of penitence, without so much even as a word of farewell. He returned to his father's house, a soured man at the outset of life, returned to be upbraided for the debts that he had contracted to serve the man who had heartlessly outraged and shamelessly cheated him. He left home in disgrace to travel on a small allowance. The travels were protracted, and they ended, as such travels often do, in settled expatriation. The life he led, the company he kept, during his long residence abroad, did him permanent and fatal harm. When he at last returned to England, he presented himself in the most hopeless of all characters, the character of a man who believes in nothing. At this period of his life, his one chance for the future lay in the good results which his brother's influence over him might have produced. The two had hardly resumed their intercourse of early days, when the quarrel occasioned by Captain Treverton's marriage broke it off for ever. From that time, for all social interests and purposes, Andrew was a lost man. From that time he met the last remonstrances that were made to him by the last friends who took any interest in his fortunes, always with the same bitter and hopeless form of reply. "My dearest friend forsook and cheated me," he would say. "My only brother has quarrelled with me for the sake of a play actress. What am I to expect of the rest of mankind after that? I have suffered twice for my belief in others. I will never suffer a third time. The wise man is the man who does not disturb his heart at its natural occupation of pumping blood through his body. I have gathered my experience abroad and at home, and have learned enough to see through the delusions of life which look like realities to other men's eyes. My business in this world is to eat, drink, sleep, and die. Everything else is superfluity, and I have done with it." The few people who have ever cared to inquire about him again, after being repulsed by such an avowal as this, heard of him 3 or 4 years after his brother's marriage, in the neighbourhood of Bayswater. Local report described him as having bought the first cottage he could find, which was cut off from the other houses by a wall all around it. It was further rumoured that he was living like a miser, that he had got an old manservant named Shrowell, who was even a greater enemy to mankind than himself, that he allowed no living soul, not even an occasional charwoman, to enter the house, that he was letting his beard grow, and that he had ordered his servant Shrowell to follow his example. In the year 1844, the fact of a man's not shaving was regarded by the enlightened majority of the English nation as a proof of unsoundness of intellect. At the present time, Mr. Treverton's beard would only have interfered with his reputation for respectability. 17 years ago it was accepted as so much additional evidence in support of the old theory that his intellects were deranged. He was at that very time, as his stockbroker could have testified, one of the sharpest men of business in London. He could argue on the wrong side of any question with an acuteness of sophistry and sarcasm that Dr. Johnson himself might have envied. He kept his household accounts right to a farthing. But what did these advantages avail him in the estimation of his neighbours, when he presumed to live on another plan than theirs, and when he wore a hairy certificate of lunacy on the lower part of his face? We have advanced a little in the matter of partial toleration of beards since that time, but we have still a good deal of ground to get over. In the present year of progress, 1861, would the most trustworthy banker's clerk in the whole metropolis have the slightest chance of keeping his situation if he left off shaving his chin? Common report, which calumniated Mr. Treverton as mad, had another error to answer for in describing him as a miser. He saved more than 2/3 of the income derived from his comfortable fortune, not because he liked hoarding up money, but because he had no enjoyment of the comforts and luxuries which money is spent in procuring. To do him justice, his contempt for his own wealth was quite as hearty as his contempt for the wealth of his neighbours. thus characteristically wrong in endeavouring to delineate his character, report was, nevertheless, for once, in a way, inconsistently right in describing his manner of life. It was true that he had bought the first cottage he could find that was secluded within its own walls, true that nobody was allowed, on any pretence whatsoever, to enter his rooms, and true that he had met with a servant who was even bitterer against all mankind than himself, in the person of Mr. Shrowell. The life these two led approached as nearly to the existence of the primitive man or savage as the surrounding conditions of civilization would allow. Admitting the necessity of eating and drinking, the first object of Mr. Treverton's ambition was to sustain life with the least possible dependence on the race of men who profess to supply their neighbours' bodily wants, and who, as he conceived, cheated them infamously on the strength of their profession. Having a garden at the back of the house, Timon of London dispensed with the greengrocer altogether by cultivating his own vegetables. There was no room for growing wheat, or he would have turned farmer, also on his own account. But he could outwit the miller and the baker at any rate, by buying a sack of corn, grinding it in his own hand mill, and giving the flour to Shrowell to make into bread. On the same principle, the meat for the house was bought wholesale of the city salesmen, the master and servant eating as much of it in the fresh state as they could, salting the rest, and setting butchers at defiance. As for drink, neither brewer nor publican ever had the chance of extorting a farthing from Mr. Treverton's pocket. He and Shrowell were satisfied with beer, and they brewed for themselves. With bread, vegetables, meat, and malt liquor, these two hermits of modern days achieved the great double purpose of keeping life in and keeping the tradesmen out. Eating like primitive men, they lived in all other respects like primitive men also. They had pots, pans, and pipkins, 2 deal tables, 2 chairs, 2 old sofas, 2 short pipes, and 2 long cloaks. They had no stated meal times, no carpets and bedsteads, no cabinets, bookcases, or ornamental knickknacks of any kind, no laundress and no charwoman. When either of the two wanted to eat and drink, he cut off his crust of bread, cooked his bit of meat, drew his drop of beer, without the slightest reference to the other. When either of the two thought he wanted a clean shirt, which was very seldom, he went and washed one for himself. When either of the two discovered that any part of the house was getting very dirty indeed, he took out a bucket of water and a birch broom and washed the place out like a dog kennel. And lastly, when either of the two wanted to go to sleep, he wrapped himself up in his cloak, lay down on one of the sofas, and took what repose he required, early in the evening or late in the morning, just as he pleased. When there was no baking, brewing, gardening, or cleaning to be done, the two sat down opposite each other and smoked for hours, generally without uttering a word. Whenever they did speak, they quarrelled. Their ordinary dialogue was a species of conversational prize-fight, beginning with a sarcastic affectation of goodwill on either side, and ending in hearty exchanges of violent abuse, just as the boxers go through the feeble formality of shaking hands before they enter on the serious practical business of beating each other's faces out of all likeness to the image of man. Not having so many advantages of early refinement and education to contend against as his master, Shrowell generally won the victory in these engagements of the tongue. Indeed, though nominally the servant, he was really the ruling spirit in the house, acquiring unbounded influence over his master by dint of outmarching Mr. Treverton in every direction on his own ground. Shrowell's was the harshest voice, Shrowls were the bitterest sayings, and Shrowls was the longest beard. The surest of all retributions is the retribution that lies in wait for a man who boasts. Mr. Treverton was rashly given to boasting of his independence, and when retribution overtook him it assumed a personal form, and bore the name of Shrowl. On a certain morning, about 3 weeks after Mrs. Frankland had written to the housekeepers at Porthgenna Tower to mention the period at which her husband and herself might be expected there, Mr. Treverton descended, with his sourest face and his surliest manner, from the upper regions of the cottage to one of the rooms on the ground floor, which civilized tenants would probably have called the parlour. Like his elder brother, he was a tall, well-built man, but his bony, haggard, sallow face bore not the slightest resemblance to the handsome, open, sunburnt face of the captain. No one seeing them together could possibly have guessed that they were brothers, so completely did they differ in expression as well as in feature. The heartaches that he had suffered in youth, the reckless, wandering, dissipated life that he had led in manhood, the petulance, the disappointment, and the physical exhaustion of his latter days, had so wasted and worn him away that he looked his brother's elder by almost 20 years. With unbrushed hair and unwashed face, with a tangled grey beard, and an old, patched, dirty flannel dressing gown that hung about him like a sack, this descendant of a wealthy and ancient family looked as if his birthplace had been the workhouse, and his vocation in life the selling of cast-off clothes. It was breakfast time with Mr. Treverton. That is to say, it was the time at which he felt hungry enough to think about eating something. In the same position over the mantelpiece in which a looking-glass would have been placed in a household of ordinary refinement, there hung in the cottage of Timon of London a side of bacon. On the deal table by the fire stood half a loaf of heavy-looking brown bread. In a corner of the room was a barrel of beer, with 2 battered pewter pots hitched onto nails in the wall above it. And under the grate lay a smoky old gridiron, left just as it had been thrown down when last used and done with. Mr. Treverton took a greasy clasp knife out of the pocket of his dressing gown, cut off a rasher of bacon, jerked the gridiron onto the fire, and began to cook his breakfast. He had just turned the rasher when the door opened, and Shrowl entered the room, with his pipe in his mouth, bent on the same eating errand as his master. In personal appearance, Shrowl was short, fat, flabby, and perfectly bald, except at the back of his head, where a ring of bristly iron-grey hair projected like a collar that had got hitched out of its place. To make amends for the scantiness of his hair, the beard which he had cultivated by his master's desire grew far over his cheeks and drooped down on his chest in 2 thick, jagged peaks. He wore a very old, long-tailed dress coat, which he had picked up a bargain in Petticoat Lane, a faded yellow shirt with a large torn frill, velveteen trousers turned up at the ankles, and blucher boots which had never been blacked since the day when they last left the cobbler's stall. His colour was unhealthy florid, his thick lips curled upward with a malicious grin, and his eyes were the nearest approach, in form and expression, to the eyes of a bull terrier, which those features were capable of achieving when they were placed in the countenance of a man. Any painter wanting to express strength, insolence, ugliness, coarseness, and cunning in the face and figure of one and the same individual could have discovered no better model for the purpose all the world over than he might have found in the person of Mr. Shrowell. Neither master nor servant exchanged a word or took the smallest notice of each other on first meeting. Shrowell stood stolidly contemplative, with his hands in his pockets, waiting for his turn at the gridiron. Mr. Treverton finished his cooking, took his bacon to the table, and, cutting a crust of bread, began to eat his breakfast. When he had disposed of the first mouthful, he condescended to look up at Shrowell, who was at that moment opening his clasp knife and approaching the side of bacon with slouching steps and sleepily greedy eyes. "What do you mean by that?" asked Mr. Treverton, pointing with indignant surprise at Shrowell's breast. "You ugly brute, you've got a clean shirt on." "Thank ye, sir, for noticing it," said Shrowell, with a sarcastic affectation of humility. "This is a joyful occasion, this is. I couldn't do less than put a clean shirt on, when it is my master's birthday. Many happy returns, sir. Perhaps you thought I should forget that today was your birthday. Lord bless your sweet face, I wouldn't have forgot it on any account. How old are you today? It's a long time ago, sir, since you was a plump, smiling little boy, with a frill around your neck and marbles in your pocket, and trousers and waistcoat all in one, and kisses and presents from Pa and Ma and Uncle and Aunt on your birthday. Don't you be afraid of me wearing out this shirt by too much washing. I mean to put it away in lavender against your next birthday, or against your funeral, which is just as likely at your time of life, isn't it, sir?" "Don't waste a clean shirt on my funeral," retorted Mr. Treverton. "I haven't left you any money in my will, Shrowell. You'll be on your own. You'll be on your way to the workhouse when I'm on my way to the grave." "Have you really made your will at last, sir?" inquired Shrowell, pausing, with an appearance of the greatest interest, in the act of cutting off his slice of bacon. "I humbly beg pardon, but I always thought you was afraid to do it." The servant had evidently touched intentionally on one of the master's sore points. Mr. Treverton thumped his crust of bread on the table and looked up angrily at Shrowell. "Afraid of making my will, you fool?" said he. "I don't make it, and I won't make it, on principle." Shrowell slowly sawed off his slice of bacon and began to whistle a tune. "On principle," repeated Mr. Treverton. "Rich men who leave money behind them are the farmers who raise the crop of human wickedness. When a man has any spark of generosity in his nature, if you want to put it out, leave him a legacy. When a man is bad, if you want to make him worse, leave him a legacy. If you want to collect a number of men together for the purpose of perpetuating corruption and oppression on a large scale, leave them a legacy under the form of endowing a public charity. If you want to give a woman the best chance in the world of getting a bad husband, leave her a legacy. Make my will. I have a pretty strong dislike of my species, Shrowell, but I don't quite hate mankind enough yet to do such mischief among them as that." Ending his diatribe in those words, Mr. Treverton took down one of the battered pewter pots and refreshed himself with a pint of beer. Shrowell shifted the gridiron to a clear place on the fire and chuckled sarcastically. "Who the devil would you have me leave my money to?" cried Mr. Treverton, overhearing him. "To my brother, who thinks me a brute now, who would think me a fool then, and who would encourage swindling anyhow by spending all my money among doxies and strolling players? To the child of that player woman whom I have never set eyes on, who has been brought up to hate me, and who would turn hypocrite directly by pretending for decency's sake to be sorry for my death? To you, you human baboon, you who would set up an usury office directly and prey upon the widow, the fatherless, and the unfortunate generally, all over the world? Your good health, Mr. Shrowell. I can laugh as well as you, especially when I know I'm not going to leave you sixpence." Shrowl, in his turn, began to get a little irritated now. The jeering civility which he had chosen to assume on first entering the room gave place to his habitual surliness of manner and his natural growling intonation of voice. "You just let me alone, will you?" he said, sitting down sulkily to his breakfast. "I've done joking for you today. Suppose you finish too. What's the use of talking nonsense about your money? You must leave it to somebody." "Yes, I will," said Mr. Treverton. "I will leave it, as I have told you over and over again, to the first somebody I can find who honestly despises money, and who can't be made the worse therefore by having it." "That means nobody," grunted Shrowl. "I know it does," retorted his master. Before Shrowl could utter a word of rejoinder, there was a ring at the gate bell of the cottage. "Go out," said Mr. Treverton, "and see what that is. If it's a woman visitor, show her what a scarecrow you are and frighten her away. If it's a man visitor—" "If it's the man visitor," interposed Shrowl, "I'll punch his head for interrupting me at my breakfast." Mr. Treverton filled and lit his pipe during his servant's absence. Before the tobacco was well alight, Shrowl returned and reported a man visitor. "Did you punch his head?" asked Mr. Treverton. "No," said Shrowl. "I picked up his letter. He poked it under the gate and went away. Here it is." The letter was written on foolscap paper, superscribed in a round legal hand. As Mr. Treverton opened it, 2 slips cut from newspapers dropped out. One fell on the table before which he was sitting, the other fluttered to the floor. This last slip Shrowl picked up and looked over its contents without troubling himself to go through the ceremony of first asking leave. After slowly drawing in and slowly puffing out again one mouthful of tobacco smoke, Mr. Treverton began to read the letter. As his eye fell on the first lines, his lips began to work round the mouthpiece of the pipe in a manner that was very unusual with him. The letter was not long enough to require him to turn over the first leaf of it. It ended at the bottom of the opening sheet. He read it down to the signature, then looked up to the address and went through it again from the beginning. His lips still continued to work round the mouthpiece of the pipe, but he smoked no more. When he had finished the second reading, he set the letter down very gently on the table, looked at his servant with an unaccustomed vacancy in the expression of his eyes, and took the pipe out of his mouth with a hand that trembled a little. "Shrowl," he said very quietly, "my brother, the captain, is drowned." "I know he is," answered Shrowl, without looking up from the newspaper slip. "I'm reading about it here." "The last words my brother said to me when we quarrelled about the player woman," continued Mr. Treverton, speaking as much to himself as to his servant, "were that I should die without one kind feeling in my heart toward any living creature." "So you will," muttered Shrowl, turning the slip over to see if there was anything worth reading at the back of it. "I wonder what he thought about me when he was dying," said Mr. Treverton abstractedly, taking up the letter again from the table. "He didn't waste a thought on you or anybody else," remarked Shrowl. "If he thought at all, he thought about how he could save his life. When he had done thinking about that, he had done living too." With this expression of opinion, Mr. Shrowl went to the beer barrel and drew his morning draught. "Damn that player woman," muttered Mr. Treverton. As he said the words his face darkened and his lips closed firmly. He smoothed the letter out on the table. There seemed to be some doubt in his mind whether he had mastered all its contents yet, some idea that there ought to be more in it than he had yet discovered. In going over it for the third time, he read it to himself aloud and very slowly, as if he was determined to fix every separate word firmly in his memory. This was the letter: Sir, as the old legal adviser and faithful friend of your family, I am desired by Mrs. Frankland, formerly Miss Treverton, to acquaint you with the sad news of your brother's death. This deplorable event occurred on board the ship of which he was captain during a gale of wind in which the vessel was lost on a reef of rocks off the island of Antigua. I enclose a detailed account of the shipwreck, extracted from the Times, by which you will see that your brother died nobly in the performance of his duty toward the officers and men whom he commanded. I also send a slip from the local Cornish paper containing a memoir of the deceased gentleman. Before closing this communication, I must add that no will has been found, after the most rigorous search, among the papers of the late Captain Treverton. Having disposed, as you know, of Porthgenna, the only property of which he was possessed at the time of his death was personal property, derived from the sale of his estate, and this, in consequence of his dying intestate, will go in due course of law to his daughter, as his nearest of kin. I am, sir, your obedient servant, Alexander Nixon. The newspaper slip, which had fallen on the table, contained the paragraph from the Times. The slip from the Cornish paper, which had dropped to the floor, Shrowell poked under his master's eye, in a fit of temporary civility, as soon as he had done reading it. Mr. Treverton took not the slightest notice either of the one paragraph or the other. He still sat looking at the letter, even after he had read it for the third time. "Why don't you give the strip of print a turn, as well as the sheet of writing?" asked Shrowell. "Why don't you read about what a great man your brother was, and what a good life he led, and what a wonderful, handsome daughter he's left behind him, and what a capital marriage she's made along with the man that's owner of your old family estate? She don't want your money now, at any rate. The ill wind that blowed her father's ship on the rocks has blowed £40,000 of good into her lap. Why don't you read about it? She and her husband have got a better house in Cornwall than you have got here. Ain't you glad of that? They were going to have repaired the place from top to bottom for your brother to go to and live along with them in clover when he came back from sea. Who will ever repair a place for you? I wonder whether your niece would knock the old house about for your sake now, if you was to clean yourself up and go and ask her." At the last question, Shrowell paused in the work of aggravation, not for want of more words, but for want of encouragement to utter them. For the first time since they had kept house together, he had tried to provoke his master, and had failed. Mr. Treverton listened, or appeared to listen, without moving a muscle, without the faintest change to anger in his face. The only words he said when Shrowell had done were these two: "Go out." Shrowell was not an easy man to move, but he absolutely changed colour when he heard himself suddenly ordered to leave the room. "Go out," reiterated Mr. Treverton, "and hold your tongue henceforth and forever about my brother and my brother's daughter. I never have set eyes upon the player's woman child, and I never will. Hold your tongue. Leave me alone. Go out." "I'll be even with him for this," thought Shrowell, as he slowly withdrew from the room. When he had closed the door, he listened outside of it, and heard Mr. Treverton push aside his chair and walk up and down, talking to himself. Judging by the confused words that escaped him, Shrowell concluded that his thoughts were still running on the player woman who had set his brother and himself at variance. He seemed to feel a barbarous sense of relief in venting his dissatisfaction with himself after the news of Captain Treverton's death, on the memory of the woman whom he hated so bitterly, and on the child whom she had left behind her. After a while, the low, rumbling tones of his voice ceased altogether. Shrell peeped through the keyhole, and saw that he was reading the newspaper slips which contained the account of the shipwreck and the memoir of his brother. The latter adverted to some of those family particulars which the vicar of Long Beckley had mentioned to his guest, and the writer of the memoir concluded by expressing a hope that the bereavement which Mr. and Mrs. Frankland had suffered would not interfere with their project for repairing Porthgenna Tower, after they had gone the length already of sending a builder to survey the place. Something in the wording of that paragraph seemed to take Mr. Treverton's memory back to his youth time, when the old family house had been his home. He whispered a few words to himself, which gloomily referred to the days that were gone, rose from his chair impatiently, threw both the newspaper slips into the fire, watched them while they were burning, and sighed when the black gossamer ashes floated upward on the draught and were lost in the chimney. The sound of that sigh startled Shrell as the sound of a pistol shot might have startled another man. His bull terrier eyes opened wide in astonishment, and he shook his head ominously as he walked away from the door. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2 of The Dead Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins. Book 3, Chapter 2, Will They Come? The housekeeper at Porthgenna Tower had just completed the necessary preparations for the reception of her master and mistress at the time mentioned in Mrs. Frankland's letter from St. Swithin's-on-Sea, when she was startled by receiving a note sealed with black wax and surrounded by a thick mourning border. The note briefly communicated the news of Captain Treverton's death, and informed her that the visit of Mr. and Mrs. Frankland to Porthgenna was deferred for an indefinite period. By the same post, the builder, who was superintending the renovation of the west staircase, also received a letter, requesting him to send in his account as soon as the repairs on which he was then engaged were completed, and telling him that Mr. Frankland was unable for the present to give any further attention to the project for making the north rooms habitable. On the receipt of this communication, the builder withdrew himself and his men as soon as the west stairs and banisters had been made secure, and Porthgenna Tower was again left to the care of the housekeeper and her servant, without master or mistress, friends or strangers, to thread its solitary passages or enliven its empty rooms. From this time 8 months passed away, and the housekeeper heard nothing of her master and mistress, except through the medium of paragraphs in the local newspaper, which dubiously referred to the probability of their occupying the old house, and interesting themselves in the affairs of their tenantry, at no very distant period. Occasionally, too, when business took him to the post town, the steward collected reports about his employers among the old friends and dependents of the Treverton family. From these sources of information, the housekeeper was led to conclude that Mr. and Mrs. Frankland had returned to Long Beckley after receiving the news of Captain Treverton's death, and had lived there for some months in strict retirement. When they left that place, they moved, if the newspaper report was to be credited, to the neighbourhood of London, and occupied the house of some friends who were travelling on the Continent. Here they must have remained for some time, for the new year came and brought no rumours of any change in their place of abode. January and February passed without any news of them. Early in March the steward had occasion to go to the post town. When he returned to Porthgenna, he came back with a new report relating to Mr. and Mrs. Frankland, which excited the housekeeper's interest in an extraordinary degree. In 2 different quarters, each highly respectable, the steward had heard it facetiously announced that the domestic responsibilities of his master and mistress were likely to be increased by their having a nurse to engage and a crib to buy at the end of the spring or the beginning of the summer. In plain English, among the many babies who might be expected to make their appearance in the world in the course of the next 3 months, there was one who would inherit the name of Frankland, and who, if the infant luckily turned out to be a boy, would cause a sensation throughout West Cornwall as heir to the Porthgenna estate. In the next month, the month of April, before the housekeeper and the steward had done discussing their last and most important fragment of news, the postman made his welcome appearance at Porthgenna Tower, and brought another note from Mrs. Frankland. The housekeeper's face brightened with unaccustomed pleasure and surprise as she read the first line. The letter announced that the long-deferred visit of her master and mistress to the old house would take place in May, and that they might be expected to arrive any day from the 1st to the 10th of the month. The reasons which had led the owners of Porthgenna to fix a period, at last, for visiting their country seat were connected with certain particulars into which Mrs. Frankland had not thought it advisable to enter in her letter. The plain facts of the case were that a little discussion had arisen between the husband and wife in relation to the next place of residence which they should select, after the return from the continent of the friends whose house they were occupying. Mr. Frankland had very reasonably suggested returning again to Long Beckley, not only because all their oldest friends lived in the neighbourhood, but also, and circumstances made this an important consideration, because the place had the advantage of possessing an excellent resident medical man. Unfortunately, this latter advantage, so far from carrying any weight with it in Mrs. Frankland's estimation, actually prejudiced her mind against the project of going to Long Beckley. She had always, she acknowledged, felt an unreasonable antipathy to the doctor there. He might be a very skilful, an extremely polite, and an undeniably respectable man, but she had never liked him, and never should, and she was resolved to oppose the plan for living at Long Beckley, because the execution of it would oblige her to commit herself to his care. 2 other places of residence were next suggested, but Mrs. Frankland had the same objection to oppose to both. In each case the resident doctor would be a stranger to her, and she did not like the notion of being attended by a stranger. Finally, as she had all along anticipated, the choice of the future abode was left entirely to her own inclinations, and then, to the amazement of her husband and her friends, she immediately decided on going to Porthgenna. She had formed this strange project, and was now resolved on executing it, partly because she was more curious than ever to see the place again, partly because the doctor who had been with her mother in Mrs. Treverton's last illness, and who had attended her through all her own little maladies when she was a child, was still living and practising in the Porthgenna neighbourhood. Her father and the doctor had been old cronies, and had met for years at the same chessboard every Saturday night. They had kept up their friendship, when circumstances separated them, by exchanges of Christmas presents every year, and when the sad news of the captain's death had reached Cornwall, the doctor had written a letter of sympathy and condolence to Rosamond, speaking in such terms of his former friend and patron as she could never forget. He must be a nice, fatherly old man now, the man of all others who was fittest on every account to attend her. In short, Mrs. Frankland was just as strongly prejudiced in favour of employing the Porthgenna doctor as she was prejudiced against employing the Long Beckley doctor. And she ended, as all young married women with affectionate husbands may and do end, whenever they please, by carrying her own point and having her own way. On the 1st of May the west rooms were all ready for the reception of the master and mistress of the house. The beds were aired, the carpets cleaned, the sofas and chairs uncovered. The housekeeper put on her satin gown and her garnet brooch. The maid followed suit at a respectable distance in brown merino and a pink ribbon, and the steward, determining not to be outdone by the women, arrayed himself in a black brocaded waistcoat which almost rivaled the gloom and grandeur of the housekeeper's satin gown. The day wore on, evening closed in, bedtime came, and there were no signs yet of Mr. and Mrs. Frankland. But the first was an early day on which to expect them. The steward thought so, and the housekeeper added that it would be foolish to feel disappointed, even if they did not arrive until the 5th. The 5th came, and still nothing happened. The 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th followed, and no sound of the expected carriage wheels came near the lonely house. On the 10th and last day, the housekeeper, the steward, and the maid, all three rose earlier than usual. All three opened and shut doors, and went up and down stairs oftener than was needful. All three looked out perpetually toward the moor and the high road, and thought the view flatter and duller and emptier than ever it had appeared to them before. The day waned, the sunset came. Darkness changed the perpetual looking out of the housekeeper, the steward, and the maid into perpetual listening. 10 o'clock struck, and still there was nothing to be heard when they went to the open window but the wearisome beating of the surf on the sandy shore. The housekeeper began to calculate the time that would be consumed on the railway journey from London to Exeter, and on the posting journey afterward through Cornwall to Porthgenna. When had Mr. and Mrs. Frankland left Exeter? That was the first question. And what delays might they have encountered afterward in getting horses? That was the second. The housekeeper and the steward differed in debating these points, but both agreed that it was necessary to sit up until midnight, on the chance of the master and mistress arriving late. The maid, hearing her sentence of banishment from bed for the next 2 hours pronounced by the superior authorities, yawned and sighed mournfully, was reproved by the steward, and was furnished by the housekeeper with a book of hymns to read to keep up her spirits. 12 o'clock struck, and still the monotonous beating of the surf, varied occasionally by those loud, mysterious cracking noises which make themselves heard at night in an old house, were the only audible sounds. The steward was dozing, the maid was fast asleep under the soothing influence of the hymns, the housekeeper was wide awake, with her eyes fixed on the window, and her head shaking forebodingly from time to time. At the last stroke of the clock, she left her chair, listened attentively, and, still hearing nothing, shook the maid irritably by the shoulder, and stamped on the floor to arouse the steward. "We may go to bed," she said. "They are not coming. This is the second time they have disappointed us. The first time the captain's death stood in the way. What stops them now? Another death? I shouldn't wonder if it was." "Now I think of it, no more should I," said the steward, ominously knitting his brows. "Another death," repeated the housekeeper superstitiously. "If it is another death, I should take it, in their place, as a warning to keep away from the house." End of Book 3, Chapter 2. Book 3, Chapter 3, of The Dead Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins. Book 3, Chapter 3, Mrs. Jassov. If, instead of hazarding the guess that a second death stood in the way of Mr. and Mrs. Frankland's arrival at Porthgenna, the housekeeper had, by way of variety, surmised this time that a birth was the obstacle which delayed them, she might have established her character as a wise woman by hitting at random on the actual truth. Her master and mistress had started from London on the 9th of May and had got through the greater part of their railway journey, when they were suddenly obliged to stop, on Mrs. Frankland's account, at the station of a small town in Somersetshire. The little visitor, who was destined to increase the domestic responsibilities of the young married couple, had chosen to enter on the scene in the character of a robust boy-baby, a month earlier than he had been expected, and had modestly preferred to make his first appearance in a small Somersetshire inn, rather than wait to be ceremoniously welcomed to life in the great house of Porthgenna, which he was one day to inherit. Very few events had ever produced a greater sensation in the town of West Winston than the one small event of the unexpected stoppage of Mr. and Mrs. Frankland's journey at that place. Never since the last election had the landlord and landlady of the Tiger's Head Hotel bustled about their house in such a fever of excitement as possessed them when Mr. Frankland's servant and Mrs. Frankland's maid drew up at the door in a fly from the station to announce that their master and mistress were behind, and that the largest and quietest rooms in the hotel were wanted immediately, under the most unexpected circumstances. Never since he had triumphantly passed his examination had young Mr. Orridge, the new doctor, who had started in life by purchasing the West Winston practice, felt such a thrill of pleasurable agitation pervade him from top to toe as when he heard that the wife of a blind gentleman of great fortune had been taken ill on the railway journey from London to Devonshire, and required all that his skill and attention could do for her without a moment's delay. Never since the last archery meeting and the fancy fair had the ladies of the town been favoured with such an all-absorbing subject for conversation as was now afforded to them by Mrs. Frankland's mishap. Fabulous accounts of the wife's beauty and the husband's fortune poured from the original source of the Tiger's Head, and trickled through the highways and byways of the little town. There were a dozen different reports, one more elaborately false than the other, about Mr. Frankland's blindness and the cause of it, about the lamentable condition in which his wife had arrived at the hotel, and about the painful sense of responsibility which had unnerved the inexperienced Mr. Orridge from the first moment when he set eyes on his patient. It was not till 8 o'clock in the evening that the public mind was relieved at last from all suspense by an announcement that the child was born and screaming lustily, that the mother was wonderfully well, considering all things, and that Mr. Orridge had covered himself with distinction by the skill, tenderness, and attention with which he had performed his duties. On the next day, and the next, and for a week after that, the accounts were still favourable. But on the 10th day a catastrophe was reported. The nurse who was in attendance on Mrs. Frankland had been suddenly taken ill, and was rendered quite incapable of performing any further service for at least a week to come, and perhaps for a much longer period. In a large town this misfortune might have been readily remedied, but in a place like West Winston it was not so easy to supply the loss of an experienced nurse at a few hours' notice. When Mr. Orridge was consulted in the new emergency, He candidly acknowledged that he required a little time for consideration before he could undertake to find another professed nurse of sufficient character and experience to wait on a lady like Mrs. Frankland. Mr. Frankland suggested telegraphing to a medical friend in London for a nurse, but the doctor was unwilling, for many reasons, to adopt that plan, except as a last resort. It would take some time to find the right person and to send her to West Winston, and, moreover, he would infinitely prefer employing a woman with whose character and capacity he was himself acquainted. He therefore proposed that Mrs. Frankland should be trusted for a few hours to the care of her maid, under supervision of the landlady of the Tiger Head, while he made inquiries in the neighbourhood. If the inquiries produced no satisfactory result, he should be ready, when he called in the evening, to adopt Mr. Frankland's idea of telegraphing to London for a nurse. On proceeding to make the investigation that he had proposed, Mr. Orridge, although he spared no trouble, met with no success. He found plenty of volunteers for the office of nurse, but they were all loud-voiced, clumsy-handed, heavy-footed countrywomen, kind and willing enough, but sadly awkward, blundering attendants to place at the bedside of such a lady as Mrs. Frankland. The morning hours passed away, and the afternoon came, and still Mr. Orridge had found no substitute for the invalided nurse whom he could venture to engage. At 2:00 he had half an hour's drive before him to a country house where he had a child patient to see. "Perhaps I may remember somebody who may do, on the way out or on the way back again," thought Mr. Orridge as he got into his gig. "I have some hours at my disposal still, before the time comes for my evening visit at the inn." Puzzling his brains with the best intention in the world, all along the road to the country house, Mr. Orridge reached his destination without having arrived at any other conclusion than that he might just as well state his difficulty to Mrs. Norbury, the lady whose child he was about to prescribe for. He had called on her when he bought the West Winston practice, and had found her one of those frank, good-humoured, middle-aged women who are generally designated by the epithet motherly. Her husband was a country squire, famous for his old politics, his old stories, and his old wine. He had seconded his wife's hearty reception of the new doctor, with all the usual jokes about never giving him any employment, and never letting any bottle into the house except the bottles that went down into the cellar. Mr. Orridge had been amused by the husband, and pleased with the wife, and he thought it might be at least worth while, before he gave up all hope of finding a fit nurse, to ask Mrs. Norbury, as an old resident in the West Winston neighbourhood, for a word of advice. Accordingly, after seeing the child and pronouncing that there were no symptoms about the little patient which need cause the slightest alarm to anybody, Mr. Orridge paved the way for a statement of the difficulty that beset him, by asking Mrs. Norbury if she had heard of the interesting event that had happened at the Tiger's Head. "You mean," answered Mrs. Norbury, who was a downright woman and a resolute speaker of the plainest possible English, "you mean, have I heard about that poor unfortunate lady who was taken ill on her journey, and who had a child born at the inn? We have heard so much, and no more, living as we do, thank Heaven, out of reach of the West Winston gossip. How is the lady? Who is she? Is the child well? Is she tolerably comfortable? Poor thing! Can I send her anything, or do anything for her?" "You would do a great thing for her and render a great assistance to me," said Mr. Orridge, "if you could tell me of any respectable woman in this neighbourhood who would be a proper nurse for her." "You don't mean to say that the poor creature has not got a nurse?" exclaimed Mrs. Norbury. "She has had the best nurse in West Winston," replied Mr. Orridge, "but most unfortunately the woman was taken ill this morning and was obliged to go home. I am now at my wits' end for somebody to supply her place. Mrs. Frankland has been used to the luxury of being well waited on, and where am I to find an attendant who is likely to satisfy her is more than I can tell." "Frankland, did you say her name was?" inquired Mrs. Norbury. "Yes, she is, I understand, a daughter of that Captain Treverton who was lost with his ship a year ago in the West Indies. Perhaps you may remember the account of the disaster in the newspapers." "Of course I do, and I remember the captain too. I was acquainted with him when he was a young man at Portsmouth. His daughter and I ought not to be strangers, especially under such circumstances as the poor thing is placed in now. I will call at the inn, Mr. Orridge, as soon as you will allow me to introduce myself to her. But in the meantime, what is to be done in this difficulty about the nurse? Who is with Mrs. Frankland now?" "Her maid, but she is a very young woman and doesn't understand nursing duties. The landlady of the inn is ready to help when she can, but then she has constant demands on her time and attention. I suppose we shall have to telegraph to London and get somebody sent here by railway." "And that will take time, of course, and the new nurse may turn out to be a drunkard or a thief or both, when you have got her here," said the outspoken Mrs. Norbury. "Dear, dear me! Can't we do something better than that? I am ready, I am sure, to take any trouble or make any sacrifice if I can be of use to Mrs. Frankland. Do you know, Mr. Orridge, I think it would be a good plan if we consulted my housekeeper, Mrs. Jaffets. She is an odd woman, with an odd name, you will say, but she has lived with me in this house more than 5 years, and she may know of somebody in our neighbourhood who might suit you, though I don't." With those words, Mrs. Norbury rang the bell and ordered the servant who answered it to tell Mrs. Jaffets that she was wanted upstairs immediately. After the lapse of a minute or so, a soft knock was heard at the door, and the housekeeper entered the room. Mr. Orridge looked at her, the moment she appeared, with an interest and curiosity for which he was hardly able to account. He judged her, at a rough guess, to be a woman of about 50 years of age. At the first glance, his medical eye detected that some of the intricate machinery of the nervous system had gone wrong with Mrs. Jassef. He noted the painful working of the muscles of her face, and the hectic flush that flew into her cheeks when she entered the room and found a visitor there. He observed a strangely scared look in her eyes, and remarked that it did not leave them when the rest of her face became gradually composed. "That woman has had some dreadful fright, some great grief, or some wasting complaint," he thought to himself. "I wonder which it is." "This is Mr. Orridge, the medical gentleman who has lately settled at West Winston," said Mrs. Norbury, addressing the housekeeper. "He is in attendance on a lady who was obliged to stop, on her journey westward, at our station, and who is now staying at the Tiger's Head. You have heard something about it, have you not, Mrs. Jassef?" Mrs. Jassef, standing just inside the door, looked respectfully toward the doctor, and answered in the affirmative. Although she only said the 2 common words, "Yes, ma'am," in a quiet, uninterested way, Mr. Orridge was struck by the sweetness and tenderness of her voice. If he had not been looking at her, he would have supposed it to be the voice of a young woman. His eyes remained fixed on her after she had spoken, though he felt that they ought to have been looking toward her mistress. He, the most unobservant of men in such things, found himself noticing her dress, so that he remembered long afterward the form of the spotless muslin cap that primly covered her smooth grey hair, and the quiet brown colour of the silk dress that fitted so neatly and hung around her in such spare and disciplined folds. The little confusion which she evidently felt at finding herself the object of the doctor's attention did not betray her into the slightest awkwardness of gesture or manner. if there can be such a thing, physically speaking, as the grace of restraint, that was the grace which seemed to govern Mrs. Jasseff's slightest movements, which led her feet smoothly over the carpet as she advanced when her mistress next spoke to her, which governed the action of her wan right hand as it rested lightly on a table by her side, while she stopped to hear the next question that was addressed to her. "Well," continued Mrs. Norbury, "this poor lady was just getting on comfortably when the nurse who was looking after her fell ill this morning, and there she is now in a strange place with a first child and no proper attendance, no woman of age and experience to help her as she ought to be helped. We want somebody fit to wait on a delicate woman who has seen nothing of the rough side of humanity. Mr. Orridge can find nobody at a day's notice, and I can tell him of nobody. Can you help us, Mrs. Jasseff? Are there any women down in the village or among Mr. Norbury's tenants who understand nursing and have some tact and tenderness to recommend them into the bargain?" Mrs. Jasseff reflected for a little while, and then said very respectfully, but very briefly also, and still without any appearance of interest in her manner, that she knew of no one whom she could recommend. "Don't make too sure of that till you have thought a little longer," said Mrs. Norbury. "I have a particular interest in serving this lady, for Mr. Orridge told me just before you came in that she is the daughter of Captain Treverton, whose shipwreck—" The instant those words were spoken, Mrs. Jasseff turned round with a start and looked at the doctor. Apparently forgetting that her right hand was on the table, she moved it so suddenly that it struck against a bronze statuette of a dog placed on some writing materials. The statuette fell to the ground, and Mrs. Jasseff stooped to pick it up with a cry of alarm, which seemed strangely exaggerated by comparison with the trifling nature of the accident. "Bless the woman! What is she frightened about?" exclaimed Mrs. Norbury. "The dog is not hurt. Put it back again. This is the first time, Mrs. Jasseff, that I ever knew you to do an awkward thing. You may take that as a compliment, I think. Well, as I was saying, this lady is the daughter of Captain Treverton, whose dreadful shipwreck we all read about in the papers. I knew her father in my early days, and on that account I am doubly anxious to be of service to her now. Do think again. Is there nobody within reach who can be trusted to nurse her?" The doctor, still watching Mrs. Jasseff, with that secret medical interest of his in her case, had seen her turn so deadly pale when she started and looked toward him that he would not have been surprised if she had fainted on the spot. He now observed that she changed colour again when her mistress left off speaking. The hectic red tinged her cheeks once more with two bright spots. Her timid eyes wandered uneasily about the room, and her fingers, as she clasped her hands together, interlaced themselves mechanically. That would be an interesting case to treat, thought the doctor, following every nervous movement of the housekeeper's hands with watchful eyes. "Do think again," repeated Mrs. Norbury. "I am so anxious to help this poor lady through her difficulty, if I can." "I am very sorry," said Mrs. Jasseff, in faint, trembling tones, but still always with the same sweetness in her voice. "Very sorry that I can think of no one who is fit. But—" She stopped. No shy child on its first introduction to the society of strangers could have looked more disconcerted than she looked now. Her eyes were on the ground, her colour was deepening, the fingers of her clasped hands were working together faster and faster every moment. "But what?" asked Mrs. Norbury. "Well, I was about to say, ma'am," answered Mrs. Jasseff, speaking with the greatest difficulty and uneasiness, and never raising her eyes to her mistress's face, "that rather than this lady should want for a nurse, I would considering the interest, ma'am, which you take in her, I would if you thought you could spare me." "What? Nurse her yourself?" exclaimed Mrs. Norbury. "Upon my word, although you have got to it in rather a roundabout way, you have come to the point at last, in a manner which does infinite credit to your kindness of heart and your readiness to make yourself useful. As to sparing you, of course I am not so selfish, under the circumstances, as to think twice of the inconvenience of losing my housekeeper. But the question is, are you competent as well as willing? Have you ever had any practice in nursing?" "Oh, yes, ma'am," answered Mrs. Jassop, still without raising her eyes from the ground. "Shortly after my marriage," the flush disappeared and her face turned pale again as she said those words, "I had some practice in nursing, and continued it at intervals until the time of my husband's death. I only presume to offer myself, sir," she went on, turning toward the doctor, and becoming more earnest and self-possessed in her manner as she did so, "I only presume to offer myself, with my mistress's permission, as a substitute for a nurse until some better qualified person can be found." "What do you say, Mr. Orridge?" asked Mrs. Norbury. It had been the doctor's turn to start when he first heard Mrs. Jassop propose herself for the office of nurse. He hesitated before he answered Mrs. Norbury's question, then said, "I can have but one doubt about the propriety of thankfully accepting Mrs. Jassop's offer." Mrs. Jassop's timid eyes looked anxiously and perplexedly at him as he spoke. Mrs. Norbury, in her downright abrupt way, asked immediately what the doubt was. "I feel some uncertainty," replied Mr. Orridge, "as to whether Mrs. Jassop— she will pardon me, as a medical man, for mentioning it— as to whether Mrs. Jassop is strong enough and has her nerves sufficiently under control to perform the duties which she is so kindly offered to undertake." In spite of the politeness of the explanation, Mrs. Jassop was evidently disconcerted and distressed by it. A certain quiet, uncomplaining sadness, which it was very touching to see, overspread her face as she turned away without another word and walked slowly to the door. "Oh, don't go yet," cried Mrs. Norbury kindly. "Or at least, if you do go, come back again in 5 minutes. I'm quite certain that we shall have something more to say to you then." Mrs. Jassop's eyes expressed her thanks in one grateful glance. They looked so much brighter than usual while they rested on her mistress's face that Mrs. Norbury half doubted whether the tears were not just rising in them at that moment. Before she could look again, Mrs. Jassop had curtsied to the doctor and had noiselessly left the room. "Now we are alone, Mr. Orridge," said Mrs. Norbury, "I may tell you, with all submission to your medical judgment, that you are a little exaggerating Mrs. Jassop's nervous infirmities. She looks poorly enough, I own, but after 5 years' experience of her, I can tell you that she is stronger than she looks, and I honestly think you will be doing good service to Mrs. Frankland if you try our volunteer nurse, at least for a day or two. She is the gentlest, tenderest creature I have met with, and conscientious to a fault in the performance of any duty that she undertakes. Don't be under any delicacy about taking her away. I gave a dinner party last week, and shall not give another for some time to come. I never could have spared my housekeeper more easily than I can spare her now." "I am sure I may offer Mrs. Frankland's thanks to you as well as my own," said Mr. Orridge. "After what you have said, it would be ungracious and ungrateful in me not to follow your advice. But will you excuse me if I ask one question? Did you ever hear that Mrs. Jassop was subject to fits of any kind?" "Never." "Not even to hysterical affections now and then?" "Never, since she has been in this house." "You surprise me. There is something in her look and manner." Yes. Everybody remarks that at first, but it simply means that she is in delicate health, and that she has not led a very happy life, as I suspect, in her younger days. The lady from whom I had her, with an excellent character, told me that she had married unhappily when she was in a sadly poor, unprotected state. She never says anything about her married troubles herself, but I believe her husband ill-used her. However, it does not seem to me that this is our business. I can only tell you again that she has been an excellent servant here for the last 5 years, and that in your place, poorly as she may look, I would consider her as the best nurse that Mrs. Frankland could possibly wish for under the circumstances. There is no need for me to say any more. Take Mrs. Jassop, or telegraph to London for a stranger. The decision, of course, rests with you." Mr. Orridge thought he detected a slight tone of irritability in Mrs. Norbury's last sentence. He was a prudent man, and he suppressed any doubts he might still feel in reference to Mrs. Jassop's physical capacities for nursing, rather than risk offending the most important lady in the neighbourhood at the outset of his practice in West Winston as a medical man. "I cannot hesitate a moment after what you have been good enough to tell me," he said. "Pray believe that I gratefully accept your kindness and your housekeeper's offer." Mrs. Norbury rang the bell. It was answered on the instant by the housekeeper herself. The doctor wondered whether she had been listening outside the door, and thought it rather strange, if she had, that she should be so anxious to learn his decision. "Mr. Norridge accepts your offer with thanks," said Mrs. Norbury, beckoning to Mrs. Jassop to advance into the room. "I have persuaded him that you are not quite so weak and ill as you look." A gleam of joyful surprise broke over the housekeeper's face. It looked suddenly younger by years and years as she smiled and expressed her grateful sense of the trust that was about to be reposed in her. For the first time also, since the doctor had seen her, she ventured on speaking before she was spoken to. "When will my attendance be required, sir?" she asked. "As soon as possible," replied Mr. Orridge. How quickly and brightly her dim eyes seemed to clear as she heard that answer! How much more hasty than her usual movements was the movement with which she now turned around and looked appealingly at her mistress. "Go whenever Mr. Orridge wants you," said Mrs. Norbury. "I know that your accounts are always in order, and your keys always in their proper places. You never make confusion, and you never leave confusion. Go by all means as soon as the doctor wants you." "I suppose you have some preparations to make?" said Mr. Orridge. "None, sir, that need delay me more than half an hour," answered Mrs. Jassop. "This evening will be early enough," said the doctor, taking his hat and bowing to Mrs. Norbury. "Come to the Tiger's Head and ask for me. I shall be there between 7 and 8. "Many thanks again, Mrs. Norbury." "My best wishes and compliments to your patient, doctor." "At the Tiger's Head between 7 and 8 this evening," reiterated Mr. Orridge, as the housekeeper opened the door for him. "Between 7 and 8, sir," repeated the soft, sweet voice, sounding younger than ever, now that there was an undernote of pleasure running through its tones. End of Book 3, Chapter 3. Book 3, Chapter 4 of The Dead Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins. Book 3, Chapter 4, The New Nurse. As the clock struck 7, Mr. Orridge put on his hat to go to the Tiger's Head. He had just opened his own door when he was met on the step by a messenger, who summoned him immediately to a case of sudden illness in the poor quarter of the town. The inquiries he made satisfied him that the appeal was really of an urgent nature, and that there was no help for it but to delay his attendance for a little while at the inn. On reaching the bedside of the patient, he discovered symptoms in the case which rendered an immediate operation necessary. The performance of this professional duty occupied some time. It was 7:45 before he left his house for the second time on his way to the Tiger's Head. On entering the inn door, he was informed that the new nurse had arrived as early as 7 o'clock, and had been waiting for him in a room by herself ever since. Having received no orders from Mr. Orridge, the landlady had thought it safest not to introduce the stranger to Mrs. Frankland before the doctor came. "Did she ask to go up into Mrs. Frankland's room?" inquired Mr. Orridge. "Yes, sir," replied the landlady, "and I thought she seemed rather put out when I said that I must beg her to wait till you got here. Will you step this way and see her at once, sir? She is in my parlour." Mr. Orridge followed the landlady into a little room at the back of the house, and found Mrs. Jassop sitting alone in a corner farthest from the window. He was rather surprised to see that she drew her veil down the moment the door was opened. "I am sorry you should have been kept waiting," he said, "but I was called away to a patient. Besides, I told you between 7 and 8, if you remember, and it is not 8 o'clock yet." "Oh, I was very anxious to be in good time, sir," said Mrs. Jassop. There was an accent of restraint in the quiet tones in which she spoke, which struck Mr. Orridge's ear, and a little perplexed him. She was, apparently, not only afraid that her face might betray something, but apprehensive also that her voice might tell him more than her words expressed. What feeling was she anxious to conceal? Was it irritation at having been kept waiting so long by herself in the landlady's room? "If you will follow me," said Mr. Orridge, "I will take you to Mrs. Frankland immediately." Mrs. Jassop rose slowly, and, when she was on her feet, rested her hand for an instant on a table near her. That action, momentary as it was, helped to confirm the doctor in his conviction of her physical unfitness for the position which she had volunteered to occupy. "You seem tired," he said, as he led the way out of the door. "Surely you did not walk all the way here?" "No, sir. My mistress was so kind as to let one of the servants drive me in the pony chaise." There was the same restraint in her voice as she made that answer, and still she never attempted to lift her veil. While ascending the inn stairs, Mr. Orridge mentally resolved to watch her first proceedings in Mrs. Frankland's room closely, and to send, after all, for the London nurse, unless Mrs. Jassop showed remarkable aptitude in the performance of her new duties. The room which Mrs. Frankland occupied was situated at the back of the house, having been chosen in that position with the object of removing her as much as possible from the bustle and noise about the inn door. It was lighted by one window overlooking a few cottages, beyond which spread the rich grazing grounds of West Somersetshire, bounded by a long monotonous line of thickly wooded hills. The bed was of the old-fashioned kind, with the customary 4 posts and the inevitable damask curtains. It projected from the wall into the middle of the room in such a situation as to keep the door on the right hand of the person occupying it, the window on the left, and the fireplace opposite the foot of the bed. On the side of the bed nearest the window the curtains were open, while at the foot and on the side near the door they were closely drawn. By this arrangement the interior of the bed was necessarily concealed from the view of any person on first entering the room. "How do you find yourself tonight, Mrs. Frankland?" asked Mr. Orridge, reaching out his hand to undraw the curtains. "Do you think you will be any the worse for a little freer circulation of air?" "On the contrary, doctor, I shall be all the better," was the answer. "But I am afraid, in case you have ever been disposed to consider me a sensible woman, that my character will suffer a little in your estimation when you see how I have been occupying myself for the last hour." Mr. Orridge smiled as he undrew the curtains, and laughed outright when he looked at the mother and child. Mrs. Frankland had been amusing herself and gratifying her taste for bright colours by dressing out her baby with blue ribbons as he lay asleep. He had a necklace, shoulder knots, and bracelets, all of blue ribbon, and, to complete the quaint finery of his costume, his mother's smart little lace cap had been hitched comically on one side of his head. Rosamond herself, as if determined to vie with the baby in gaiety of dress, wore a light pink jacket, ornamented down the bosom and over the sleeves with bows of white satin ribbon. Laburnum blossoms, gathered that morning, lay scattered about over the white counterpane, intermixed with some flowers of the lily of the valley, tied up into 2 nosegays with strips of cherry-coloured ribbon. Over this varied assemblage of colours, over the baby's smoothly rounded cheeks and arms, over his mother's happy, youthful face, the tender light of the May evening poured tranquil and warm. Thoroughly appreciating the charm of the picture which he had disclosed on undrawing the curtains, the doctor stood looking at it for a few moments, quite forgetful of the errand that had brought him into the room. He was only recalled to a remembrance of the new nurse by a chance question which Mrs. Frankland addressed to him. "I can't help it, doctor," said Rosamond with a look of apology. "I really can't help treating my baby, now I am a grown woman, just as I used to treat my doll when I was a little girl. Did anybody come into the room with you? Lenny, are you there? Have you done dinner, darling, and did you drink my health when you were left at dessert all by yourself?" "Mr. Frankland is still at dinner," said the doctor, "but I certainly brought someone into the room with me. Where, in the name of wonder, has she gone to? Mrs. Jasoph?" The housekeeper had slipped around to the part of the room between the foot of the bed and the fireplace, where she was hidden by the curtains that still remained drawn. When Mr. Orridge called to her, instead of joining him where he stood, opposite the window, she appeared at the other side of the bed, where the window was behind her. Her shadow stole darkly over the bright picture which the doctor had been admiring. It stretched obliquely across the counterpane, and its dusky edges touched the figures of the mother and child. "Gracious goodness! Who are you?" exclaimed Rosamond. "A woman or a ghost?" Mrs. Jasoph's veil was up at last. Although her face was necessarily in shadow in the position which she had chosen to occupy, the doctor saw a change pass over it when Mrs. Frankland spoke. The lips dropped and quivered a little. The marks of care and age about the mouth deepened, and the eyebrows contracted suddenly. The eyes Mr. Orridge could not see. They were cast down on the counterpane at the first word that Rosamond uttered. Judging by the light of his medical experience, the doctor concluded that she was suffering pain, and trying to suppress any outward manifestations of it. An affection of the heart, most likely, he thought to himself. She has concealed it from her mistress, but she can't hide it from me. "Who are you?" repeated Rosamond. "And what in the world do you stand there for, between us and the sunlight?" Mrs. Jasoph neither answered nor raised her eyes. She only moved back timidly to the farthest corner of the window. "Did you not get a message from me this afternoon?" asked the doctor, appealing to Mrs. Frankland. "To be sure I did," replied Rosamond. "A very kind, flattering message about a new nurse." "There she is," said Mr. Orridge, pointing across the bed to Mrs. Jasoph. "You don't say so!" exclaimed Rosamond. "But of course it must be. Who else would have come in with you? I ought to have known that. Pray come here. What is her name, doctor? Joseph, did you say? No. Jassoph. Pray come nearer, Mrs. Jassoph, and let me apologize for speaking so abruptly to you. I am more obliged than I can say for your kindness in coming here, and for your mistress's good nature in resigning you to me. I hope I shall not give you much trouble, and I am sure you will find the baby easy to manage. He is a perfect angel, and sleeps like a dormouse. Dear me! Now I look at you a little closer, I am afraid you are in very delicate health yourself. Doctor, if Mrs. Jassoph would not be offended with me, I should almost feel inclined to say that she looks in want of nursing herself. Mrs. Jassoph bent down over the laburnum blossoms on the bed, and began hurriedly and confusedly to gather them together. "I thought as you do, Mrs. Frankland," said Mr. Orridge, "but I have been assured that Mrs. Jassoph's looks belie her, and that her capabilities as a nurse quite equal her zeal." "Are you going to make all that laburnum into a nosegay?" asked Mrs. Frankland, noticing how the new nurse was occupying herself. "How thoughtful of you, and how magnificent it will be! I am afraid you will find the room very untidy. I will ring for my maid to set it to rights." "If you will allow me to put it to order, madam, I shall be very glad to begin being of use to you in that way," said Mrs. Jassoph. When she made the offer she looked up, and her eyes and Mrs. Frankland's met. Rosamond instantly drew back on the pillow, and her colour altered a little. "How strangely you look at me," she said. Mrs. Jassoph started at the words, as if something had struck her, and moved away suddenly to the window. "You are not offended with me, I hope," said Rosamond, noticing the action. "I have a sad habit of saying anything that comes uppermost, and I really thought you looked just now as if you saw something about me that frightened or grieved you. Pray put the room in order, if you are kindly willing to undertake the trouble, and never mind what I say. You will soon get used to my ways, and we shall be as comfortable and friendly." Just as Mrs. Frankland said the words "comfortable and friendly," the new nurse left the window and went back to the part of the room where she was hidden from view, between the fireplace and the closed curtains at the foot of the bed. Rosamond looked round to express her surprise to the doctor, but he turned away at the same moment so as to occupy a position which might enable him to observe what Mrs. Jassoph was doing on the other side of the bed curtains. When he first caught sight of her, her hands were both raised to her face. Before he could decide whether he had surprised her in the act of clasping them over her eyes or not, they changed their position, and were occupied in removing her bonnet. After she had placed this part of her wearing apparel, and her shawl and gloves, on a chair in a corner of the room, she went to the dressing table and began to arrange the various useful and ornamental objects scattered about it. She set them in order with remarkable dexterity and neatness, showing a taste for arrangement, and a capacity for discriminating between things that were likely to be wanted and those that were not, which impressed Mr. Orridge very favourably. He particularly noticed the carefulness with which she handled some bottles of physic, reading the labels on each and arranging the medicine that might be required at night on one side of the table, and the medicine that might be required in the daytime on the other. When she left the dressing table and occupied herself in setting the furniture straight and in folding up articles of clothing that had been thrown on one side, not the slightest movement of her thin, wasted hands seemed ever to be made at hazard or in vain. Noiselessly, modestly, observantly, she moved from side to side of the room, and neatness and order followed her steps wherever she went. When Mr. Orridge resumed his place at Mrs. Frankland's bedside, his mind was at ease on one point at least. It was perfectly evident that the new nurse could be depended on to make no mistakes. "What an odd woman she is," whispered Rosamond. "Odd indeed," returned Mr. Orridge, "and desperately broken in health, though she may not confess to it. However, she is wonderfully neat-handed and careful, and there can be no harm in trying her for one night. That is to say, unless you feel any objection." "On the contrary," said Rosamond, "she rather interests me. There is something in her face and manner, I can't say what, that makes me feel curious to know more of her. I must get her to talk, and try if I can't bring out all her peculiarities. Don't be afraid of my exciting myself, and don't stop here in this dull room on my account. I would much rather you went downstairs and kept my husband company over his wine. Do go and talk to him, and amuse him a little. He must be so dull, poor fellow, while I am up here. And he likes you, Mr. Orridge. He does, very much. Stop one moment and just look at the baby again. He doesn't take a dangerous quantity of sleep, does he? And, Mr. Orridge, one word more. When you have done your wine, you will promise to lend me my husband the use of your eyes, and bring him upstairs to wish me good night, won't you?" Willingly engaging to pay attention to Mrs. Frankland's request, Mr. Orridge left the bedside. As he opened the room door, he stopped to tell Mrs. Jessup that he should be downstairs if she wanted him, and that he would give her any instructions of which she might stand in need later in the evening, before he left the inn for the night. The new nurse, when he passed by her, was kneeling over one of Mrs. Frankland's open trunks, arranging some articles of clothing which had been rather carelessly folded up. Just before he spoke to her, he observed that she had a chemisette in her hand, the frill of which was laced through with ribbon. One end of this ribbon she appeared to him to be on the point of drawing out, when the sound of his footsteps disturbed her. The moment she became aware of his approach, she dropped the chemisette suddenly in the trunk, and covered it over with some handkerchiefs. Although this proceeding on Mrs. Jessup's part rather surprised the doctor, he abstained from showing that he had noticed it. Her mistress had vouched for her character, after 5 years' experience of it, and the bit of ribbon was intrinsically worthless. On both accounts, it was impossible to suspect her of attempting to steal it, and yet, as Mr. Orridge could not help feeling when he left the room, her conduct, when he surprised her over the trunk, was exactly the conduct of a person who is about to commit a theft. "Pray, don't trouble yourself about my luggage," said Rosamond, remarking Mrs. Jassup's occupation as soon as the doctor had gone. "That is my idle maid's business, and you will only make her more careless than ever if you do it for her. I am sure the room is beautifully set in order. Come here and sit down and rest yourself. You must be a very unselfish, kind-hearted woman to give yourself all this trouble to serve a stranger. The doctor's message this afternoon told me that your mistress was a friend of my poor dear father's. I suppose she must have known him before my time. Anyway, I feel doubly grateful to her for taking an interest in me for my father's sake. But you can have no such feeling. You must have come here from pure good nature and anxiety to help others. Don't go away there to the window. Come and sit down by me." Mrs. Jassup had risen from the trunk and was approaching the bedside, when she suddenly turned away in the direction of the fireplace, just as Mrs. Frankland began to speak of her father. "Come and sit here," reiterated Rosamond, getting impatient at receiving no answer. "What in the world are you doing there at the foot of the bed?" The figure of the new nurse again interposed between the bed and the fading evening light that glimmered through the window before there was any reply. "The evening is closing in," said Mrs. Jassup, "and the window is not quite shut. I was thinking of making it fast and of drawing down the blind, if you had no objection, ma'am." "Oh, not yet, not yet. Shut the window, if you please, in case the baby should catch cold, but don't draw down the blind. Let me get my peep at the view as long as there is any light left to see it by. That long flat stretch of grazing ground out there is just beginning, at this dim time, to look a little like my childish recollections of a Cornish moor. Do you know anything about Cornwall, Mrs. Jassop?" "I have heard." At those 3 words of reply the nurse stopped. She was just then engaged in shutting the window, and she seemed to find some difficulty in closing the lock. "Well, what have you heard?" asked Rosamond. "I have heard that Cornwall is a wild, dreary country," said Mrs. Jassop, still busying herself with the lock of the window, and by consequence still keeping her back turned to Mrs. Frankland. "Can't you shut the window yet?" said Rosamond. "My maid always does it quite easily. Leave it till she comes up. I'm going to ring for her directly. I want her to brush my hair and cool my face with a little eau de cologne and water." "I have shut it, ma'am," said Mrs. Jassop suddenly, succeeding in closing the lock. "And if you will allow me, I should be very glad to make you comfortable for the night, and save you the trouble of ringing for the maid." Thinking the new nurse the oddest woman she had ever met with, Mrs. Frankland accepted the offer. By the time Mrs. Jassop had prepared the eau de cologne and water, the twilight was falling softly over the landscape outside, and the room was beginning to grow dark. "Had you not better light a candle?" suggested Rosamond. I think not, ma'am," said Mrs. Jassop rather hastily. "I can see quite well without." She began to brush Mrs. Frankland's hair as she spoke, and at the same time asked a question which referred to the few words that had passed between them on the subject of Cornwall. Pleased to find that the new nurse had grown familiar enough at last to speak before she was spoken to, Rosamond desired nothing better than to talk about her recollections of her native country. But from some inexplicable reason, Mrs. Jassop's touch, light and tender as it was, had such a strangely disconcerting effect on her that she could not succeed, for the moment, in collecting her thoughts so as to reply, except in the briefest manner. The careful hands of the nurse lingered with a steady gentleness among the locks of her hair. The pale, twisted face of the new nurse approached every now and then more closely to her own than appeared at all needful. A vague sensation of uneasiness, which she could not trace to any particular part of her, which she could hardly say that she really felt, in a bodily sense, at all, seemed to be floating about her, to be hanging around and over her, like the air she breathed. She could not move, though she wanted to move in the bed. She could not turn her head so as to humour the action of the brush. She could not look around. She could not break the embarrassing silence which had been caused by her own short, discouraging answer. At last the sense of oppression, whether fancied or real, irritated her into snatching the brush out of Mrs. Jassop's hand. The instant she had done so, she felt ashamed of the discourteous abruptness of the action, and confused at the alarm and surprise which the manner of the nurse exhibited. With the strongest sense of the absurdity of her own conduct, and yet without the least power of controlling herself, she burst out laughing, and tossed the brush away to the foot of the bed. "Pray don't look surprised, Mrs. Jassop," she said, still laughing without knowing why, and without feeling in the slightest degree amused. "I'm very rude and odd, I know. You have brushed my hair delightfully, but I can't tell how. It seemed all the time as if you were brushing the strangest fancies into my head. I can't help laughing at them. I can't indeed. Do you know, once or twice I absolutely fancied, when your face was closest to mine, that you wanted to kiss me. Did you ever hear of anything so ridiculous? I declare I am more of a baby in some things than the little darling here by my side." Mrs. Jassop made no answer. She left the bed while Rosamond was speaking, and came back, after an unaccountably long delay, with the eau de Cologne and water. As she held the basin while Mrs. Frankland bathed her face, she kept away at arm's length, and came no nearer when it was time to offer the towel. Rosamond began to be afraid that she had seriously offended Mrs. Jassop, and tried to soothe and propitiate her by asking questions about the management of the baby. There was a slight trembling in the sweet voice of the new nurse, but not the faintest tone of sullenness or anger, as she simply and quietly answered the inquiries addressed to her. By dint of keeping the conversation still on the subject of the child, Mrs. Frankland succeeded, little by little, in luring her back to the bedside, in tempting her to bend down admiringly over the infant, in emboldening her, at last, to kiss him tenderly on the cheek. One kiss was all that she gave, and she turned away from the bed after it, and sighed heavily. The sound of that sigh fell very sadly on Rosamond's heart. Up to this time the baby's little span of life had always been associated with smiling faces and pleasant words. It made her uneasy to think that anyone could caress him and sigh after it. "I am sure you must be fond of children," she said, hesitating a little from natural delicacy of feeling, "but will you excuse me for noticing that it seems rather a mournful fondness? Pray, don't answer my question if it gives you any pain, if you have any loss to deplore, but I do so want to ask if you have ever had a child of your own." Mrs. Jassop was standing near a chair when that question was put. She caught fast hold on the back of it, grasping it so firmly, or perhaps leaning on it so heavily, that the woodwork cracked. Her head dropped low on her bosom. She did not utter, or even attempt to utter, a single word. Fearing that she must have lost a child of her own, and dreading to distress her unnecessarily by venturing to ask any more questions, Rosamond said nothing as she stooped over the baby to kiss him in her turn. Her lips rested on his cheeks, a little above where Mrs. Jassop's lips had rested the moment before, and they touched a spot of wet on his smooth, warm skin. Fearing that some of the water in which she had been bathing her face might have dropped on him, she passed her fingers lightly over his head, neck, and bosom, and felt no other spots of wet anywhere. The one drop that had fallen on him was the drop that wetted the cheek which the new nurse had kissed. The twilight faded over the landscape, the room grew darker and darker, and still, though she was now sitting close to the table on which the candles and matches were placed, Mrs. Jassop made no attempt to strike a light. Rosamond did not feel quite comfortable at the idea of lying awake in the darkness, with nobody in the room but a person who was as yet almost a total stranger, and she resolved to have the candles lighted immediately. "Mrs. Jassop," she said, looking toward the gathering obscurity outside the window, "I shall be much obliged to you if you will light the candles and pull down the blind. I can trace no more resemblance out there now to a Cornish prospect. The view has gone altogether." "Are you very fond of Cornwall, ma'am?" asked Mrs. Jassop, rising, in rather a dilatory manner, to light the candles. "Indeed I am," said Rosamond. "I was born there, and my husband and I were on our way to Cornwall when we were obliged to stop, on my account, at this place. You are a long time getting the candles lit. Can't you find the matchbox?" Mrs. Jassop, with an awkwardness which was rather surprising in a person who had shown so much neat-handedness in setting the room to rights, broke the first match in attempting to light it, and let the second go out the instant after the flame was kindled. At the third attempt she was more successful, but she only lit one candle, and that one she carried away from the table which Mrs. Frankland could see, to the dressing table, which was hidden from her by the curtains at the foot of the bed. Why do you move the candle?" asked Rosamond. "I thought it was best for your eyes, ma'am, not to have the light too near them," replied Mrs. Jassop, and then added hastily, as if she was unwilling to give Mrs. Frankland time to make any objections, "And so you were going to Cornwall, ma'am, when you stopped at this place? To travel about there a little, I suppose?" After saying these words, she took up the second candle and passed out of sight as she carried it to the dressing table. Rosamond thought that the nurse, in spite of her gentle looks and manners, was a remarkably obstinate woman, but she was too good-natured to care about asserting her right to have the candles placed where she pleased, and when she answered Mrs. Jassop's question, she still spoke to her as cheerfully and familiarly as ever. "Oh, dear no, not to travel about," she said, "but to go straight to the old country house where I was born. It belongs to my husband now, Mrs. Jassop. I have not been near it since I was a little girl of 5 years of age. Such a ruinous, rambling old place. You who talk of the dreariness and wildness of Cornwall would be quite horrified at the very idea of living at Porthgenna Tower." The faintly rustling sound of Mrs. Jassop's silk dress, as she moved about the dressing table, had been audible all the while Rosamond was speaking. It ceased instantaneously when she said the words Porthgenna Tower, and for one moment there was a dead silence in the room. "You, who have been living all your life, I suppose, in nicely repaired houses, cannot imagine what a place it is that we are going to, when I am well enough to travel again," pursued Rosamond. "What do you think, Mrs. Jassop, of a house with one whole side of it that has never been inhabited for 60 or 70 years past? You may get some notion of the size of Porthgenna Tower from that. There is a west side that we are to live in when we get there, and a north side where the empty old rooms are, which I hope we shall be able to repair. Only think of the hosts of odd, old-fashioned things that we may find in those uninhabited rooms. I mean to put on the cook's apron and the gardener's gloves and rummage all over them from top to bottom. How I shall astonish the housekeeper when I get to Porthgenna, and ask her for the keys of the ghostly north rooms." A low cry, and a sound as if something had struck against the dressing table, followed Mrs. Frankland's last words. She started in the bed, and asked eagerly what was the matter. "Nothing," answered Mrs. Jassop, speaking so constrainedly that her voice dropped to a whisper. "Nothing, ma'am. Nothing, I assure you. I struck my side by accident against the table. Pray don't be alarmed. It's not worth noticing." "But you speak as if you were in pain," said Rosamond. No, not in pain. Not hurt, not hurt indeed." While Mrs. Jassop was declaring that she was not hurt, the door of the room was opened, and the doctor entered, leading in Mr. Frankland. "We come early, Mrs. Frankland, but we are to give you plenty of time to compose yourself for the night," said Mr. Orridge. He paused and noticed that Rosamond's colour was heightened. "I am afraid you have been talking and exciting yourself a little too much," he went on. "If you will excuse me for venturing on the suggestion, Mr. Frankland, I think the sooner good night is said, the better. Where is the nurse?" Mrs. Jassop sat down with her back to the lighted candle when she heard herself asked for. Just before that she had been looking at Mrs. Frankland with an eager, undisguised curiosity, which, if anyone had noticed it, must have appeared surprisingly out of character with her usual modesty and refinement of manner. "I am afraid the nurse has accidentally hurt her side more than she is willing to confess," said Rosamond to the doctor, pointing with one hand to the place in which Mrs. Jassop was sitting, and raising the other to her husband's neck as he stooped over her pillow. Mr. Orridge, on inquiring what had happened, could not prevail on the new nurse to acknowledge that the accident was of the slightest consequence. He suspected, nevertheless, that she was suffering, or at least that something had happened to discompose her, for he found the greatest difficulty in fixing her attention, while he gave her a few needful directions in case her services were required during the night. All the time he was speaking, her eyes wandered away from him to the part of the room where Mr. and Mrs. Frankland were talking together. Mrs. Jassop looked like the last person in the world who would be guilty of an act of impertinent curiosity. And yet she openly betrayed all the characteristics of an inquisitive woman, while Mr. Frankland was standing by his wife's pillow. The doctor was obliged to assume his most peremptory manner before he could get her to attend to him at all. "And now, Mrs. Frankland," said Mr. Orridge, turning away from the nurse, "as I have given Mrs. Jassop all the directions she wants, I shall set the example of leaving you in quiet by saying good night." Understanding the hint conveyed in these words, Mr. Frankland attempted to say good night too, but his wife kept tight hold of both his hands, and declared that it was unreasonable to expect her to let him go for another half-hour at least. Mr. Orridge shook his head, and began to expatiate on the evils of over-excitement, and the blessings of composure and sleep. His remonstrances, however, would have produced very little effect, even if Rosamond had allowed him to continue them, but for the interposition of the baby, who happened to wake up at that moment, and who proved himself a powerful auxiliary on the doctor's side by absorbing all his mother's attention immediately. Seizing his opportunity at the right moment, Mr. Orridge quietly led Mr. Frankland out of the room, just as Rosamond was taking the child up in her arms. He stopped before closing the door to whisper one last word to Mrs. Jassop. "If Mrs. Frankland wants to talk, you must not encourage her," he said. "As soon as she has quieted the baby, she ought to go to sleep. There is a chair bedstead in that corner which you can open for yourself when you want to lie down. Keep the candle where it is now, behind the curtain. The less light Mrs. Frankland sees, the sooner she will compose herself to sleep." Mrs. Jassop made no answer. She only looked at the doctor and curtsied. That strangely scared expression in her eyes, which he had noticed on first seeing her, was more painfully apparent than ever when he left her alone for the night with the mother and child. "She will never do," thought Mr. Orridge, as he led Mr. Frankland down the inn stairs. "We shall have to send to London for a nurse after all." Feeling a little irritated by the summary manner in which her husband had been taken away from her, Rosamond fretfully rejected the offers of assistance which were made to her by Mrs. Jassop as soon as the doctor had left the room. The nurse said nothing when her services were declined, and yet, judging by her conduct, she seemed anxious to speak. Twice she advanced toward the bedside, opened her lips, stopped, and retired confusedly, before she settled herself finally in her former place by the dressing-table. Here she remained, silent and out of sight, until the child had been quieted, and had fallen asleep in his mother's arms, with one little pink half-closed hand resting on her bosom. Rosamond could not resist raising the hand to her lips, though she risked waking him again by doing so. As she kissed it, the sound of her kiss was followed by a faint suppressed sob proceeding from the other side of the curtains at the lower end of the bed. "What is that?" she exclaimed. "Nothing, ma'am," said Mrs. Jassoff in the same constrained, whispering tones in which she had answered Mrs. Frankland's former question. I think I was just falling asleep in the arm-chair here, and I ought to have told you perhaps that, having had my troubles and being afflicted with a heart complaint, I have a habit of sighing in my sleep. It means nothing, ma'am, and I hope you will be good enough to excuse it." Rosamond's generous instincts were aroused in a moment. "Excuse it," she said. "I hope I may do better than that, Mrs. Jassoff, and be the means of relieving it. When Mr. Orridge comes to-morrow, you shall consult him, and I will take care that you want for nothing that he may order. No, don't thank me until I have been the means of making you well, and keep where you are if the arm-chair is comfortable. The baby is asleep again, and I should like to have a half-hour's quiet before I change to the night side of the bed. Stop where you are for the present. I will call as soon as I want you." So far from exercising a soothing effect on Mrs. Jassoff, these kindly meant words produced the precisely opposite result of making her restless. She began to walk about the room, and confusedly attempted to account for the change in her conduct by saying that she wished to satisfy herself that all her arrangements were properly made for the night. In a few minutes more she began, in defiance of the doctor's prohibition, to tempt Mrs. Frankland into talking again, by asking questions about Porthgenna Tower, and by referring to the chances for and against its being chosen as a permanent residence by the young married couple. "Perhaps, ma'am," she said, speaking on a sudden, with an eagerness in her voice which was curiously at variance with the apparent indifference of her manner, "perhaps when you see Porthgenna Tower you may not like it so well as you think you will now. Who can tell that you may not get tired and leave the place again after a few days, especially if you go into the empty rooms? I should have thought, if you excuse my saying so, ma'am, I should have thought that a lady like you would have liked to get as far away as possible from dirt and dust and disagreeable smells." "I can face worse inconvenience than those, where my curiosity is concerned," said Rosamond, "and I am more curious to see the uninhabited rooms at Porthgenna than to see the 7 wonders of the world. Even if we don't settle altogether at the old house, I feel certain that we shall stay there for some time." At that answer Mrs. Jassoff abruptly turned away and asked no more questions. She retired to a corner of the room near the door, where the chair bedstead stood which the doctor had pointed out to her, occupied herself for a few minutes in making it ready for the night, then left it as suddenly as she had approached it, and began to walk up and down once more. This unaccountable restlessness, which had already surprised Rosamond, now made her feel rather uneasy, especially when she once or twice overheard Mrs. Jassoff talking to herself. Judging by words and fragments of sentences that were audible now and then, her mind was still running, with the most inexplicable persistency, on the subject of Porthgenna Tower. As the minutes wore on, and she continued to walk up and down, and still went on talking, Rosamond's uneasiness began to strengthen into something like alarm. She resolved to awaken Mrs. Jassoff in the least offensive manner to a sense of the strangeness of her own conduct, by noticing that she was talking, but by not appearing to understand that she was talking to herself. "What did you say?" asked Rosamond, putting the question at a moment when the nurse's voice was most distinctly betraying her in the act of thinking aloud. Mrs. Jassoff stopped, and raised her head vacantly, as if she had been awakened out of a heavy sleep. I thought you were saying something more about our old house," continued Rosamond. "I thought I heard you say that I ought not to go to Porthgenna, or that you would not go there in my place, or something of that sort." Mrs. Jassoff blushed like a young girl. "I think you must have been mistaken, ma'am," she said, and stooped over the chair bedstead again. Watching her anxiously, Rosamond saw that while she was affecting to arrange the bedstead, she was doing nothing whatever to prepare it for being slept in. What did she mean? What did her whole conduct mean for the last half hour? As Mrs. Frankland asked herself these questions, the thrill of a terrible suspicion turned her cold to the very roots of her hair. It had never occurred to her before, but it suddenly struck her now with the force of positive conviction that the new nurse was not in her right senses. All that was unaccountable in her behaviour, her odd disappearances behind the curtains at the foot of the bed, her lingering, stealthy, over-familiar way of using the hairbrush, her silence at one time, her talkativeness at another, her restlessness, her whispering to herself, her affectation of being deeply engaged in doing something which she was not doing at all, every one of her strange actions, otherwise incomprehensible, became intelligible in a moment on that one dreadful supposition that she was mad. Terrified as she was, Rosamond kept her presence of mind. One of her arms stole instinctively around the child, and she had half raised the other to catch at the bell rope hanging above her pillow, when she saw Mrs. Jassop turn and look at her. A woman possessed only of ordinary nerve would probably at that instant have pulled at the bell rope in the unreasoning desperation of sheer fright. Rosamond had courage enough to calculate consequences, and to remember that Mrs. Jassop would have time to lock the door before assistance could arrive, if she betrayed her suspicions by ringing without first assigning some plausible reason for doing so. She slowly closed her eyes as the nurse looked at her, partly to convey the notion that she was composing herself to sleep, partly to gain time to think of some safe excuse for summoning her maid. The flurry of her spirits, however, interfered with the exercise of her ingenuity. Minute after minute dragged on heavily, and still she could think of no assignable reason for ringing the bell. She was just doubting whether it would not be safest to send Mrs. Jassop out of the room on some message to her husband, to lock the door the moment she was alone, and then to ring. She was just doubting whether she would boldly adopt this course of proceeding or not, when she heard the rustle of the nurse's silk dress approaching the bedside. Her first impulse was to snatch at the bell rope, but fear had paralyzed her hand. She could not raise it from the pillow. The rustling of the silk dress ceased. She half unclosed her eyes and saw that the nurse was stopping midway between the part of the room from which she had advanced and the bedside. There was nothing wild or angry in her look. The agitation which her face expressed was the agitation of perplexity and alarm. She stood rapidly clasping and unclasping her hands, the image of bewilderment and distress, stood so for nearly a minute, then came forward a few steps more and said inquiringly in a whisper, "Not asleep? Not quite asleep yet?" Rosamond tried to speak in answer, but the quick beating of her heart seemed to rise up to her very lips and to stifle the words on them. The nurse came on, still with the same perplexity and distress in her face, to within a foot of the bedside, knelt down by the pillow, and looked earnestly at Rosamond, shuddered a little, and glanced all round her, as if to make sure that the room was empty, bent forward, hesitated, bent nearer, and whispered into her ear these words: "When you go to Porthgenna, keep out of the myrtle room." The hot breath of the woman, as she spoke, beat on Rosamond's cheek, and seemed to fly in one fever throb through every vein of her body. The nervous shock of that unutterable sensation burst the bonds of the terror that had hitherto held her motionless and speechless. She started up in bed with a scream, caught hold of the bell-rope, and pulled it violently. "Oh, hush, hush!" cried Mrs. Jassop, sinking back on her knees and beating her hands together despairingly with the helpless gesticulation of a child. Rosamond rang again and again. Hurrying footsteps and eager voices were heard outside on the stairs. It was not 10 o'clock yet. Nobody had retired for the night, and the violent ringing had already alarmed the house. The nurse rose to her feet, staggered back from the bedside, and supported herself against the wall of the room, as the footsteps and the voices reached the door. She said not another word. The hands that she had been beating together so violently but an instant before hung down nerveless at her side. The blank of a great agony spread over all her face and stilled it awfully. The first person to enter the room was Mrs. Frankland's maid, and the landlady followed her. "Fetch Mr. Frankland," said Rosamond faintly, addressing the landlady. I want to speak to him directly. "You," she continued, beckoning to the maid, "sit by me here till your master comes. I have been dreadfully frightened. Don't ask me questions, but stop here." The maid stared at her mistress in amazement, then looked round with a disparaging frown at the nurse. When the landlady left the room to fetch Mr. Frankland, she had moved a little away from the wall so as to command a full view of the bed. Her eyes were fixed with a look of breathless suspense, of devouring anxiety on Rosamond's face. From all her other features the expression seemed to be gone. She said nothing, she noticed nothing. She did not start, she did not move aside an inch when the landlady returned and led Mr. Frankland to his wife. "Lenny, don't let the new nurse stop here tonight. Pray, pray don't," whispered Rosamond, eagerly catching her husband by the arm. Warmed by the trembling of her hand, Mr. Frankland laid his fingers lightly on her temples and on her heart. "Good heavens, Rosamond, what has happened? I left you quiet and comfortable, and now I've been frightened, dear, dreadfully frightened, by the new nurse. Don't be hard on her, poor creature. She is not in her right senses. I am certain she is not. Only get her away quietly. Only send her back at once to where she came from. I shall die of the fright if she stops here. She has been behaving so strangely. She has spoken such words to me. Lenny, Lenny, don't let go of my hand. She came stealing up to me horribly, just where you are now. She knelt down at my ear and whispered, oh, such words." "Hush, hush, love," said Mr. Frankland, getting seriously alarmed by the violence of Rosamond's agitation. "Never mind repeating the words now. Wait till you are calmer. I beg and entreat of you, wait till you are calmer. I will do everything you wish if you will only lie down and be quiet, and try to compose yourself before you say another word. It is quite enough for me to know that this woman has frightened you, and that you wish her to be sent away with as little harshness as possible. We will put off all further explanations till tomorrow morning. I deeply regret now that I did not persist in carrying out my own idea of sending for a proper nurse from London. Where is the landlady?" The landlady placed herself at Mr. Frankland's side. "Is it late?" asked Leonard. "Oh, no, sir, not 10 o'clock yet." "Order a fly to be brought to the door, then, as soon as possible, if you please. Where is the nurse?" "Standing behind you, sir, near the wall," said the maid. As Mr. Frankland turned in that direction, Rosamond whispered to him, "Don't be hard on her, Lenny." The maid looked with contemptuous curiosity at Mrs. Jassop, saw the whole expression of her countenance alter as those words were spoken. The tears rose thick in her eyes and flowed down her cheeks. The deathly spell of stillness that had lain on her face was broken in an instant. She drew back again, close to the wall, and leaned against it as before. "Don't be hard on her," the maid heard her repeat to herself, in a low, sobbing voice. "Don't be hard on her. Oh, my God, she said that kindly. She said that kindly, at least." "I have no desire to speak to you, or to use you unkindly," said Mr. Frankland, imperfectly hearing what she said. "I know nothing of what has happened, and I make no accusations. I find Mrs. Frankland violently agitated and frightened. I hear her connect that agitation with you, not angrily, but compassionately, and instead of speaking harshly, I prefer leaving it to your own sense of what is right, to decide whether your attendance here ought not to cease at once. I have provided the proper means for your conveyance from this place, and I would suggest that you should make our apologies to your mistress, and say nothing more than that circumstances have changed which oblige us to dispense with your services." "You have been considerate towards me, sir," said Mrs. Jassop, speaking quietly and with a certain gentle dignity in her manner, "and I will not prove myself unworthy of your forbearance by saying what I might say in my own defence." She advanced into the middle of the room and stopped where she could see Rosamond plainly. Twice she attempted to speak, and twice her voice failed her. At the third effort she succeeded in controlling herself. "Before I go, ma'am," she said, "I hope you will believe that I have no bitter feeling against you for sending me away. I am not angry. Pray remember always that I was not angry, and that I never complained." There was such a forlornness in her face, such a sweet, sorrowful resignation in every tone of her voice during the utterance of these few words, that Rosamond's heart smote her. "Why did you frighten me?" she asked, half relenting. "Frighten you? How could I frighten you? Oh, me, of all the people in the world, how could I frighten you?" Mournfully saying those words, the nurse went to the chair on which she had placed her bonnet and shawl, and put them on. The landlady and the maid, watching her with curious eyes, detected that she was again weeping bitterly, and noticed with astonishment, at the same time, how neatly she put on her bonnet and shawl. The wasted hands were moving mechanically, and were trembling while they moved, and yet, slight thing though it was, the inexorable instinct of propriety guided her most trifling actions still. On her way to the door, she stopped again at passing the bedside, looked through her tears at Rosamond and the child, struggled a little with herself, and then spoke her farewell words. "God bless you, and keep you and your child happy and prosperous," she said. "I am not angry at being sent away. If you ever think of me again, after tonight, please to remember that I was not angry, and that I never complained." She stood for a moment longer, still weeping, and still looking through her tears at the mother and child, then turned away and walked to the door. Something in the last tones of her voice caused a silence in the room. Of the 4 persons in it, not one could utter a word as the nurse closed the door gently and went out from them alone. End of Book 3, Chapter 4. Book 3, Chapter 5 of The Dead Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins. Book 3, Chapter 5, A Council of 3. On the morning after the departure of Mrs. Jassop, the news that she had been sent away from the Tiger's Head by Mr. Frankland's directions reached the doctor's residence from the inn just as he was sitting down to breakfast. Finding that the report of the nurse's dismissal was not accompanied by any satisfactory explanation of the cause of it, Mr. Orridge refused to believe that her attendance on Mrs. Frankland had really ceased. However, although he declined to credit the news, he was so far disturbed by it that he finished his breakfast in a hurry and went to pay his morning visit at the Tiger's Head nearly 2 hours before the time at which he usually attended on his patient. On his way to the inn he was met and stopped by the one waiter attached to the establishment. "I was just bringing you a message from Mr. Frankland, sir," said the man. "He wants to see you as soon as possible." "Is it true that Mrs. Frankland's nurse was sent away last night by Mr. Frankland's order?" asked Mr. Orridge. "Quite true, sir," answered the waiter. The doctor coloured and looked seriously discomposed. One of the most precious things we have about us, especially if we happen to belong to the medical profession, is our dignity. It struck Mr. Orridge that he ought to have been consulted before a nurse of his recommending was dismissed from her situation at a moment's notice. Was Mr. Frankland presuming upon his position as a gentleman of fortune? The power of wealth may do much with impunity, but it is not privileged to offer any practical contradictions to a man's good opinion of himself. Never had the doctor thought more disrespectfully of rank and riches. Never had he been conscious of reflecting on republican principles with such absolute impartiality as when he now followed the waiter in sullen silence to Mr. Frankland's room. "Who is that?" asked Leonard when he heard the door open. "Mr. Orridge, sir," said the waiter. "Good morning," said Mr. Orridge, with self-asserting abruptness and familiarity. Mr. Frankland was sitting in an armchair with his legs crossed. Mr. Orridge carefully selected another armchair and crossed his legs on the model of Mr. Frankland's the moment he sat down. Mr. Frankland's hands were in the pocket of his dressing gown. Mr. Orridge had no pockets, except in his coat-tails, which he could not conveniently get at, but he put his thumbs into the armholes of his waistcoat, and asserted himself against the easy insolence of wealth in that way. It made no difference to him, so curiously narrow is the range of a man's perception when he is insisting on his own importance, that Mr. Frankland was blind, and consequently incapable of being impressed by the independence of his bearing. Mr. Orridge's own dignity was vindicated in Mr. Orridge's own presence, and that was enough. "I am glad you have come so early, Doctor," said Mr. Frankland. "A very unpleasant thing happened here last night. I was obliged to send the new nurse away at a moment's notice." "Were you indeed?" said Mr. Orridge, defensively matching Mr. Frankland's composure by an assumption of the completest indifference. "Ah, were you indeed?" "If there had been time to send and consult you, of course I should have been only too glad to have done so," continued Leonard. "But it was impossible to hesitate. We were all alarmed by a loud ringing of my wife's bell. I was taken up to her room and found her in a condition of the most violent agitation and alarm. She told me she had been dreadfully frightened by the new nurse, declared her conviction that the woman was not in her right senses, and entreated that I would get her out of the house with as little delay and as little harshness as possible. Under these circumstances, what could I do? I may seem to have been wanting in consideration toward you, in proceeding on my own sole responsibility, but Mrs. Frankland was in such a state of excitement that I could not tell what might be the consequence of opposing her, or of venturing on any delays, and after the difficulty had been got over, she would not hear of your being disturbed by a summons to the inn. I am sure you will understand this explanation, Doctor, in the spirit in which I offer it." Mr. Orridge began to look a little confused. His solid substructure of independence was softening and sinking from under him. He suddenly found himself thinking of the cultivated manners of the wealthy classes. His thumbs slipped mechanically out of the armholes of his waistcoat, and before he well knew what he was about, he was stammering his way through all the choicest intricacies of a complimentary and respectful reply. "You will naturally be anxious to know what the new nurse said or did to frighten my wife so," pursued Mr. Frankland. "I can tell you nothing in detail, for Mrs. Frankland was in such a state of nervous dread last night that I was really afraid of asking for any explanations, and I have purposely waited to make inquiries this morning until you could come here and accompany me upstairs. You kindly took so much trouble to secure this unlucky woman's attendance that you have a right to hear all that can be alleged against her now that she has been sent away. Considering all things, Mrs. Frankland is not so ill this morning as I was afraid she would be. She expects to see you with me, and if you will kindly give me your arm, we will go up to her immediately." On entering Mrs. Frankland's room, the doctor saw at a glance that she had been altered for the worse by the events of the past evening. He remarked that the smile with which she greeted her husband was the faintest and saddest he had seen on her face. Her eyes looked dim and weary, her skin was dry, her pulse was irregular. It was plain that she had passed a wakeful night, and that her mind was not at ease. She dismissed the inquiries of her medical attendant as briefly as possible, and led the conversation immediately, of her own accord, to the subject of Mrs. Jassop. "I suppose you have heard what has happened," she said, addressing Mr. Orridge. "I can't tell you how grieved I am about it. My conduct must look in your eyes, as well as in the eyes of the poor unfortunate nurse, the conduct of a capricious, unfeeling woman. I am ready to cry with sorrow and vexation when I remember how thoughtless I was, and how little courage I showed. Oh, Lenny, it is dreadful to hurt the feelings of anybody, but to have pained that unhappy, helpless woman as we pained her, to have made her cry so bitterly, to have caused her such humiliation and wretchedness—" "My dear Rosamond," interposed Mr. Frankland, "you are lamenting effects and forgetting causes altogether. Remember what a state of terror I found you in. There must have been some reason for that. Remember, too, how strong your conviction was that the nurse was out of her senses. Surely you have not altered your opinion on that point already?" "It is that very opinion, love, which has been perplexing and worrying me all night. I can't alter it. I feel more certain than ever that there must be something wrong with the poor creature's intellect, and yet, when I remember how good-naturedly she came here to help me, and how anxious she seems to make herself useful, I can't help feeling ashamed of my suspicions. I can't help reproaching myself for having been the cause of her dismissal last night. Mr. Orridge, did you notice anything in Mrs. Jassop's face or manner which might lead you to doubt whether her intellects were quite as sound as they ought to be?" "Certainly not, Mrs. Frankland, or I should never have brought her here. I should not have been astonished to hear that she was suddenly taken ill, or that she had been seized with a fit, or that some slight accident, which might have frightened nobody else, had seriously frightened her. But to be told that there is anything approaching to derangement in her faculties does, I own, fairly surprise me." "Can I have been mistaken?" exclaimed Rosamond, looking confusedly and self-distrustfully from Mr. Orridge to her husband. "Lenny, if I've been mistaken, I shall never forgive myself." "Suppose you tell us, my dear, what led you to suspect that she was mad?" suggested Mr. Frankland. Rosamond hesitated. "Things that are great in one's own mind," she said, "seem to get so little when they are put into words. I almost despair of making you understand what good reason I had to be frightened, and then I am afraid, in trying to do justice to myself, that I may not do justice to the nurse." "Tell your own story, my love, in your own way, and you will be sure to tell it properly," said Mr. Frankland. "And pray remember," added Mr. Orridge, "that I attach no real importance to my opinion of Mrs. Jassop. I have not had time enough to form it. Your opportunities of observing her have been far more numerous than mine." Thus encouraged, Rosamond plainly and simply related all that had happened in her room on the previous evening, up to the time when she had closed her eyes and had heard the nurse approaching her bedside. Before repeating the extraordinary words that Mrs. Jassop had whispered in her ear, she made a pause and looked earnestly in her husband's face. "Why do you stop?" asked Mr. Frankland. "I feel nervous and flurried still, Lenny, when I think of the words the nurse said to me just before I rang the bell." "What did she say? Was it something you would rather not repeat?" No, I am most anxious to repeat it, and to hear what you think it means. As I have just told you, Lenny, we had been talking of Porthgenna, and of my project of exploring the north rooms as soon as I got there, and she had been asking many questions about the old house, appearing, I must say, to be unaccountably interested in it, considering she was a stranger." "Yes." "Well, when she came to the bedside, she knelt down close at my ear and whispered all on a sudden, 'When you get to Porthgenna, keep out of the myrtle room.'" Mr. Frankland started. "Is there such a room at Porthgenna?" he asked eagerly. "I never heard of it," said Rosamond. "Are you sure of that?" inquired Mr. Orridge. Up to this moment the doctor had privately suspected that Mrs. Frankland must have fallen asleep soon after he left her the evening before, and that the narrative which she was now relating, with the sincerest conviction of its reality, was actually derived from nothing but a series of vivid impressions produced by a dream. "I am certain I never heard of such a room," said Rosamond. "I left Porthgenna at 5 years old, and I had never heard of it then. My father often talked of the house in after years, but I am certain that he never spoke of any of the rooms by any particular names, and I can say the same of your father, Lenny, whenever I was in his company after he had bought the place. Besides, don't you remember, when the builder we sent down to survey the house wrote you that letter, he complained that there were no names of the rooms on the different keys to guide him in opening the doors, and that he could get no information from anybody at Porthgenna on the subject. How could I ever have heard of the myrtle room? Who was there to tell me?" Mr. Orridge began to look perplexed. It seemed by no means so certain that Mrs. Frankland had been dreaming after all. "I have thought of nothing else," said Rosamond to her husband in low whispering tones. "I can't get those mysterious words off my mind. Feel my heart, Lenny. It is beating quicker than usual only with saying them over to you. They are such very strange, startling words. What do you think they mean?" "Who is the woman who spoke them? That is the most important question," said Mr. Frankland. "But why did she say the words to me? That is what I want to know. That is what I must know if I am ever to feel easy in my mind again." "Gently, Mrs. Frankland, gently," said Mr. Orridge. "For your child's sake, as well as for your own, pray try to be calm, and to look at this very mysterious event as composedly as you can. If any exertions of mine can throw light upon this strange woman and her still stranger conduct, I will not spare them. I am going to-day to her mistress' house to see one of the children, and depend upon it, I will manage in some way to make Mrs. Jassop explain herself. Her mistress shall hear every word that you have told me, and I can assure you she is just the sort of downright resolute woman who will insist on having the whole mystery instantly cleared up." Rosamond's weary eyes brightened at the doctor's proposal. "Oh, go at once, Mr. Orridge," she exclaimed. "Go at once." "I have a great deal of medical work to do in the town first," said the doctor, smiling at Mrs. Frankland's impatience. "Begin it then, without losing another instant," said Rosamond. "The baby is quite well, and I am quite well. We need not detain you a moment. And, Mr. Orridge, pray be as gentle and considerate as possible with the poor woman, and tell her that I never should have thought of sending her away if I had not been too frightened to know what I was about. And say how sorry I am this morning, and say, my dear, if Mrs. Jassop is really not in her right senses, what would be the use of overwhelming her with all these excuses?" interposed Mr. Frankland. "It will be more to the purpose if Mr. Orridge will kindly explain and apologize for us to her mistress." "Go. Don't stop to talk. Pray go at once," cried Rosamond, as the doctor attempted to reply to Mr. Frankland. "Don't be afraid. No time shall be lost," said Mr. Orridge, opening the door. "But remember, Mrs. Frankland, I shall expect you to reward your ambassador when he returns from his mission by showing him that you are a little more quiet and composed than I find you this morning." With that parting hint, the doctor took his leave. "When you go to Porthgenna, keep out of the myrtle room," repeated Mr. Frankland thoughtfully. "Those are very strange words, Rosamond. Who can this woman really be? She is a perfect stranger to both of us. We are brought into contact with her by the merest accident, and we find that she knows something about our own house of which we were both perfectly ignorant until she chose to speak. But the warning, Lenny, the warning, so pointedly and mysteriously addressed to me. Oh, if I could only go to sleep at once, and not wake again till the doctor comes back. My love, try not to count too certainly on our being enlightened even then. The woman may refuse to explain herself to anybody. Don't even hint at such a disappointment as that, Lenny, or I shall be wanting to get up and go and question her myself. Even if you could get up and question her, Rosamond, you might find it impossible to make her answer. She may be afraid of certain consequences which we cannot foresee, and in that case I can only repeat that it is more than probable she will explain nothing, or perhaps still more likely that she will coolly deny her own words altogether. Then, Lenny, we will put them to the proof for ourselves. And how can we do that? By continuing our journey to Porthgenna the moment I am allowed to travel, and by leaving no stone unturned when we get there until we have discovered whether there is or is not any room in the old house that ever was known at any time of its existence by the name of the Myrtle Room. "And suppose it should turn out that there is such a room?" asked Mr. Frankland, beginning to feel the influence of his wife's enthusiasm. "If it does turn out so," said Rosamond, her voice rising, and her face lighting up with its accustomed vivacity, "how can you doubt what will happen next? Am I not a woman? And have I not been forbidden to enter the Myrtle Room? Lenny, Lenny, do you know so little of my half of humanity as to doubt what I should do the moment the room was discovered? My darling, as a matter of course, I should walk into it immediately." End of Book 3, Chapter 5. Book 3, Chapter 6 of The Dead Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins. Book 3, Chapter 6, Another Surprise. With all the haste he could make, it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon before Mr. Orridge's professional avocations allowed him to set forth in his gig for Mrs. Norbury's house. He drove there with such good will that he accomplished the half-hour's journey in 20 minutes. The footman, having heard the rapid approach of the gig, opened the hall door the instant the horse was pulled up before it, and confronted the doctor with a smile of malicious satisfaction. "Well," said Mr. Orridge, bustling into the hall, "you were all rather surprised last night when the housekeeper came back, I suppose?" "Yes, sir, we certainly were surprised when she came back last night," answered the footman. "But we were still more surprised when she went away again this morning." "Went away? You don't mean to say that she is gone?" "Yes, I do, sir. She has lost her place and gone for good." The footman smiled again as he made that reply, and the housemaid, who happened to be on her way downstairs while he was speaking, and to hear what he said, smiled too. Mrs. Jassop had evidently been no favourite in the servants' hall. Amazement prevented Mr. Orridge from uttering another word. Hearing no more questions asked, the footman threw open the door of the breakfast parlour, and the doctor followed him into the room. Mrs. Norbury was sitting near the window in a rigidly upright attitude, inflexibly watching the proceedings of her invalid child over a basin of beef tea. "I know what you are going to talk about before you open your lips," said the outspoken lady, "but just look to the child first, and say what you have to say on that subject, if you please, before you enter on any other." The child was examined, was pronounced to be improving rapidly, and was carried away by the nurse to lie down and rest a little. As soon as the door of the room had closed, Mrs. Norbury abruptly addressed the doctor, interrupting him for the second time just as he was about to speak. "Now, Mr. Orridge," she said, "I want to tell you something at the outset. I am a remarkably just woman, and I have no quarrel with you. You are the cause of my having been treated with the most audacious insolence by 3 people, but you are the innocent cause, and therefore I don't blame you." I'm really at a loss," Mr. Orridge began. "Quite at a loss, I assure you." "To know what I mean?" said Mrs. Norbury. "Well, I will soon tell you. Were you not the original cause of my sending my housekeeper to nurse Mrs. Frankland?" "Yes," Mr. Orridge could not hesitate to acknowledge that. "Well," pursued Mrs. Norbury, "and the consequence of my sending her is, as I said before, that I am treated with unparalleled insolence by no less than 3 people. Mrs. Frankland takes an insolent whim into her head and affects to be frightened by my housekeeper. Mr. Frankland shows an insolent readiness to humour that whim, and hands me back my housekeeper as if she was a bad shilling. And last, and worst of all, my housekeeper herself insults me to my face as soon as she comes back. Insults me, Mr. Orridge, to that degree that I give her 12 hours' notice to leave the place. Don't begin to defend yourself. I know all about it. I know you had nothing to do with sending her back. I never said you had. All the mischief you have done is innocent mischief. I don't blame you, remember that. Whatever you do, Mr. Orridge, remember that." "I had no idea of defending myself," said the doctor, "for I have no reason to do so. But you surprise me beyond all power of expression when you tell me that Mrs. Jassop treated you with incivility." "Incivility!" exclaimed Mrs. Norbury. "Don't talk about incivility. It's not the word. Impudence is the word. Brazen impudence. The only charitable thing to say of Mrs. Jassop is that she is not right in her head. I never noticed anything odd about her myself, but the servants used to laugh at her for being as timid in the dark as a child, and for often running away to her candle in her own room when they declined to light the lamps before the night had fairly set in. I never troubled my head about this before, but I thought of it last night, I can tell you, when I found her looking me fiercely in the face and contradicting me flatly the moment I spoke to her. I should have thought she was the very last woman in the world to misbehave herself in that way, answered the doctor. Very well. Now, hear what happened when she came back last night, said Mrs. Norbury. She got here just as we were going upstairs to bed. Of course, I was astonished, and of course I called her into the drawing-room for an explanation. There was nothing very unnatural in that course of proceeding, I suppose? Well, I noticed that her eyes were swollen and red, and that her looks were remarkably wild and queer, but I said nothing, and waited for the explanation. All that she had to tell me was that something she had unintentionally said or done had frightened Mrs. Frankland, and that Mrs. Frankland's husband had sent her away on the spot. I disbelieved this at first, and very naturally, I think, but she persisted in the story and answered all my questions by declaring that she could tell me nothing more. So then, I said, I am to believe that after I have inconvenienced myself by sparing you, and after you have inconvenienced yourself by undertaking the business of nurse, I am to be insulted, and you are to be insulted, by your being sent away from Mrs. Frankland on the very day when you get to her, because she chooses to take a whim into her head? I never accused Mrs. Frankland of taking a whim into her head, said Mrs. Jassop, and stares me straight in the face with such a look as I never saw in her eyes before, after all my 5 years' experience of her. Well, what do you mean? I asked, giving her back her look, I can promise you. Are you base enough to take the treatment you have received in the light of a favour? I am just enough, said Mrs. Jassop, as sharp as lightning, and still with that same stare straight at me. I am just enough not to blame Mrs. Frankland. Oh, you are you? I said. Then all I can tell you is that I feel this insult if you don't, and that I consider Mrs. Frankland's conduct to be the conduct of an ill-bred, impudent, capricious, unfeeling woman. Mrs. Jassop takes a step up to me, takes a step, I give you my word of honour, and says distinctly, in so many words, Mrs. Frankland is neither ill-bred, impudent, capricious, nor unfeeling. Do you mean to contradict me, Mrs. Jassop? I asked. I mean to defend Mrs. Frankland from unjust imputations, says she. Those were her words, Mr. Orridge. On my honour as a gentlewoman, those were exactly her words. The doctor's face expressed the blankest astonishment. Mrs. Norbury went on. I was in a towering passion. I don't mind confessing that, Mr. Orridge, but I kept it down. Mrs. Jassop, I said, this is language that I am not accustomed to, and that I certainly never expected to hear from your lips. Why you should take it on yourself to defend Mrs. Frankland for treating us both with contempt, and to contradict me for resenting it, I neither know nor care to know. But I must tell you, in plain words, that I will be spoken to by every person in my employment, from my housekeeper to my scullery maid, with respect. I would have given warning on the spot to any other servant in this house who had behaved to me as you have behaved. She tried to interrupt me there, but I would not allow her. No, I said, you are not to speak to me just yet. You are to hear me out. Any other servant, I tell you again, should have left this place tomorrow morning, but I will be more than just to you. I will give you the benefit of your 5 years' good conduct in my service. I will leave you the rest of the night to get cool and to reflect on what has passed between us, and I will not expect you to make the proper apologies to me until the morning. You see, Mr. Orridge, I was determined to act justly and kindly. I was ready to make allowances. And what do you think she said in return? 'I am willing to make any apologies, ma'am, for offending you,' she said, 'without the delay of a single moment. But whether it is tonight or whether it is tomorrow morning, I cannot stand by silent when I hear Mrs. Frankland charged with acting unkindly, uncivilly, or improperly toward me or toward anyone.' 'Do you tell me that deliberately, Mrs. Jassop?' I asked. 'I tell it you sincerely, ma'am,' she answered, 'and I am very sorry to be obliged to do so.' 'Pray, don't trouble yourself to be sorry,' I said, 'for you may consider yourself no longer in my service. I will order the steward to pay you the usual month's wages instead of the month's warning the first thing tomorrow. And I beg that you will leave the house as soon as you conveniently can afterward.' 'I will leave tomorrow, ma'am,' says she, 'but without troubling the steward. I beg respectfully and with many thanks for your past kindness to decline taking a month's salary which I have not earned by a month's service.' And thereupon she curtsies and goes out. That is, word for word, what passed between us, Mr. Orridge. Explain the woman's conduct in your own way, if you can. I say that it is utterly incomprehensible, unless you agree with me that she was not in her right senses when she came back to this house last night." The doctor began to think, after what he had just heard, that Mrs. Frankland's suspicions in relation to the new nurse were not quite so unfounded as he had been at first disposed to consider them. He wisely refrained, however, from complicating matters by giving utterance to what he thought, and after answering Mrs. Norbury in a few vaguely polite words, endeavoured to soothe her irritation against Mr. and Mrs. Frankland by assuring her that he came as the bearer of apologies from both husband and wife for the apparent want of courtesy and consideration in their conduct which circumstances had made inevitable. The offended lady, however, absolutely refused to be propitiated. She rose up and waved her hand with an air of great dignity. I cannot hear a word more from you, Mr. Orridge," she said. "I cannot receive any apologies which are made indirectly. If Mr. Frankland chooses to call, and if Mrs. Frankland condescends to write to me, I am willing to think no more of the matter. Under any other circumstances, I must be allowed to keep my present opinions both of the lady and the gentleman. Don't say another word, and be so kind as to excuse me if I leave you and go up to the nursery to see how the child is getting on. I am delighted to hear that you think her so much better. Pray call again tomorrow or next day, if you conveniently can. Good morning." Half amused at Mrs. Norbury, half displeased at the curt tone she adopted toward him, Mr. Orridge remained for a minute or two alone in the breakfast parlour, feeling rather undecided about what he should do next. He was by this time almost as much interested in solving the mystery of Mrs. Jassop's extraordinary conduct as Mrs. Frankland herself, and he felt unwilling, on all accounts, to go back to the Tiger's Head and merely repeat what Mrs. Norbury had told him, without being able to complete the narrative by informing Mr. and Mrs. Frankland of the direction that the housekeeper had taken on leaving her situation. After some pondering, he determined to question the footman, under the pretence of desiring to know if his gig was at the door. The man having answered the bell, and having reported the gig to be ready, Mr. Orridge, while crossing the hall, asked him carelessly if he knew at what time in the morning Mrs. Jassop had left her place. "About 10 o'clock, sir," answered the footman. when the carrier came by from the village on his way to the station for the 11 o'clock train." "Oh, I suppose he took her boxes?" said Mr. Orridge. "And he took her too, sir," said the man with a grin. "She had to ride, for once in her life at any rate, in a carrier's cart." On getting back to West Winston, the doctor stopped at the station to collect further particulars before he returned to the Tiger's Head. No trains, either up or down, happened to be due just at that time. The station master was reading the newspaper, and the porter was gardening on the slope of the embankment. "Is the train at 11 in the morning an up train or a down train?" asked Mr. Orridge, addressing the porter. "A down train." "Did many people go by it?" The porter repeated the names of some of the inhabitants of West Winston. "Were there no passengers but passengers from the town?" inquired the doctor. "Yes, sir. I think there was one stranger, a lady." "Did the station master issue the tickets for that train?" "Yes, sir." Mr. Orridge went on to the station master. "Do you remember giving a ticket this morning by the 11 o'clock down train to a lady travelling alone?" The station master pondered. "I have issued tickets, up and down, to half a dozen ladies to-day," he answered doubtfully. "Yes, but I am speaking only of the 11 o'clock train," said Mr. Orridge. "Try if you can't remember." "Remember? Stop, I do remember. I know who you mean. A lady who seemed rather flurried, and who put a question to me that I am not often asked at this station. She had her veil down, I recollect, and she got here for the 11 o'clock train. Crouch, the carrier, brought her trunk into the office." "That is the woman. Where did she take her ticket for?" "For Exeter." "You said she asked you a question?" "Yes, a question about what coaches met the rail at Exeter to take travellers into Cornwall. I told her we were rather too far off here to have the correct timetable, and recommended her to apply for information to the Devonshire people when she got to the end of her journey. She seemed a timid, helpless kind of a woman to travel alone. Anything wrong in connection with her, sir?" "Oh, no, nothing," said Mr. Orridge, leaving the station master and hastening back to his gig again. When he drew up a few minutes afterward at the door of the Tiger's Head, he jumped out of his vehicle with the confident air of a man who has done all that could be expected of him. It was easy to face Mrs. Frankland with the unsatisfactory news of Mrs. Jassop's departure, now that he could add, on the best authority, the important supplementary information that she had gone to Cornwall. End of Book 3, Chapter 6.
Chapter 1, Book 4 of The Dead Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Goldfish. The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins. Book 4, Chapter 1. A plot against the secret. Toward the close of the evening, on the day after Mr. Orridge's interview with Mrs. Norbury, the Druid fast coach, running through Cornwall as far as Truro, set down 3 inside passengers at the door of the booking office on arriving at its destination. 2 of these passengers were an old gentleman and his daughter. The third was Mrs. Jassop. The father and daughter collected their luggage and entered the hotel. The outside passengers branched off in different directions with as little delay as possible. Mrs. Jassop alone stood irresolute on the pavement and seemed uncertain what she should do next. When the coachman good-naturedly endeavoured to assist her in arriving at a decision of some kind by asking whether he could do anything to help her, she started and looked at him suspiciously. Then, appearing to recollect herself, thanked him for his kindness, and inquired, with a confusion of words and a hesitation of manner which appeared very extraordinary in the coachman's eyes, whether she might be allowed to leave her trunk at the booking office for a little while, until she could return and call for it again. Receiving permission to leave her trunk as long as she pleased, she crossed over the principal street of the town, ascended the pavement on the opposite side, and walked down the first turning she came to. On entering the by-street to which the turning led, she glanced back, satisfied herself that nobody was following or watching her, hastened on a few yards, and stopped again at a small shop devoted to the sale of bookcases, cabinets, work-boxes, and writing-desks. After first looking up at the letters painted over the door, Bushman, cabinet-maker, etc., she peered in at the shop window. A middle-aged man with a cheerful face sat behind the counter, polishing a rosewood bracket, and nodding briskly at regular intervals, as if he were humming a tune and keeping time to it with his head. Seeing no customers in the shop, Mrs. Jazeph opened the door and walked in. As soon as she was inside, she became aware that the cheerful man behind the counter was keeping time, not to a tune of his own humming, but to a tune played by a musical box. The clear ringing notes came from a parlour behind the shop, and the air the box was playing was the lovely Batti Batti of Mozart. "Is Mr. Bushman at home?" asked Mrs. Jazeph. "Yes, ma'am," said the cheerful man, pointing with a smile toward the door that led into the parlour. "The music answers for him. Whenever Mr. Bushman's box is playing, Mr. Bushman himself is not far off from it. Did you wish to see him, ma'am?" "If there is nobody with him." "Oh, no, he is quite alone. Shall I give any name?" Mrs. Jazeph opened her lips to answer, hesitated, and said nothing. The shopman, with a quicker delicacy of perception than might have been expected from him, judging by outward appearances, did not repent the question, but opened the door at once, and admitted the visitor to the presence of Mr. Bushman. The shop parlour was a very small room, with an old three-cornered look about it, with bright green paper on the walls, with a large dried fish in a glass case over the fireplace, with two meerschaum pipes hanging together on the wall opposite, and a neat round table placed as accurately as possible in the middle of the floor. On the table were tea things, bread, butter, a pot of jam, and a musical box in a quaint old-fashioned case, and by the side of the table sat a little rosy-faced, white-haired, simple-looking old man, who started up when the door was opened, with an appearance of extreme confusion, and touched the top of the musical box, so that it might cease playing when it came to the end of the air. "A lady to speak with you, sir," said the cheerful shopman. "That is Mr. Bushman, ma'am," he added in a lower tone, seeing Mrs. Jazeph stop in apparent uncertainty on entering the parlour. "Will you please to take a seat, ma'am?" said Mr. Bushman, when the shopman had closed the door and gone back to his counter. "Excuse the music, it will stop directly." He spoke these words in a foreign accent, but with perfect fluency. Mrs. Jazeph looked at him earnestly while he was addressing her, and advanced a step or two before she said anything. "Am I so changed?" she asked softly. "So sadly, sadly changed, Uncle Joseph?" "Gott in Himmel! It's her voice! It's Sarah Leeson!" cried the old man, running up to his visitor as nimbly as if he were a boy again, taking both her hands and kissing her with an odd, brisk tenderness on the cheek. Although his niece was not at all above the average height of women, Uncle Joseph was so short that he had to raise himself on tiptoe to perform the ceremony of embracing her. "To think of Sarah coming at last," he said, pressing her into a chair. "After all these years and years, to think of Sarah Leeson coming to see Uncle Joseph again." "Sarah still, but not Sarah Leeson," said Mrs. Jazeph, pressing her thin, trembling hands firmly together and looking down on the floor while she spoke. "Ah, married," said Mr. Bushman gaily. "Married, of course. Tell me all about your husband, Sarah." "He is dead. Dead and forgiven." She murmured the last three words in a whisper to herself. "Ah, I am so sorry for you. I spoke too suddenly, did I not, my child?" said the old man. "Never mind. No, I don't mean that. I mean, let us talk of something else. You will have a bit of bread and jam, won't you, Sarah? Ravishing raspberry jam that melts in your mouth. Some tea, then?" So, she will have some tea to be sure, and we won't talk of our troubles, at least not just yet. You look very pale, Sarah, very much older than you ought to look. No, I don't mean that either. I don't mean to be rude. It was your voice I knew you by, my child. Your voice that your poor Uncle Max always said would have made your fortune if you would only have learned to sing. Here's his pretty music box, going still. Don't look so downhearted, don't, pray. Do listen a little to the music. You remember the box? My brother Max's box? Why, how you look! Have you forgotten the box that the divine Mozart gave to my brother with his own hand when Max was a boy in the music school at Vienna? Listen, I have set it going again. It's a song they call Batti Batti. It's a song in an opera of Mozart's. Ah, beautiful, beautiful. Your Uncle Max said that all music was comprehended in that one song. I know nothing about music, but I have my heart and my ears, and they tell me that Max was right. Speaking these words with abundant gesticulation and amazing volubility, Mr. Bushman poured out a cup of tea for his niece, stirred it carefully, and, patting her on the shoulder, begged that she would make him happy by drinking it all up directly. As he came close to her to press this request, he discovered that the tears were in her eyes, and that she was trying to take a handkerchief from her pocket without being observed. "Don't mind me," she said, seeing the old man's face sadden as he looked at her. "And don't think me forgetful or ungrateful, Uncle Joseph. I remember the box. I remember everything that you used to take an interest in, when I was younger and happier than I am now. When I last saw you, I came to you in trouble, and I come to you in trouble once more. It seems neglectful in me never to have written to you for so many years past, but my life has been a very sad one, and I thought I had no right to lay the burden of my sorrow on other shoulders than my own." Uncle Joseph shook his head at these last words, and touched the stop of the musical box. "Mozart shall wait a little," he said gravely, "till I have told you something. Sarah, hear what I say, and drink your tea, and own to me whether I speak the truth or not. What did I, Joseph Bushman, tell you when you first came to me in trouble, 14, 15, more, 16 years ago in this town and in this same house? I said then what I say now. Sarah's sorrow is my sorrow, and Sarah's joy is my joy. And if any man asks me reasons for that, I have 3 to give him." He stopped to stir up his niece's tea for the second time, and to draw her attention to it by tapping with a spoon on the edge of the cup. 3 reasons, he resumed. First, you are my sister's child, some of her flesh and blood, and some of mine therefore also. Second, my sister, my brother, and lastly, me, myself, we owe to your good English father all. A little word that means much, and may be said again and again, all. Your father's friends cry, "Fie, Agatha Bushman is poor, Agatha Bushman is foreign." But your father loves the poor German girl, and he marries her in spite of their fie, fie. Your father's friends cry, "Fie again. Agatha Bushman has a musician brother who gabbles to us about Mozart and who cannot make to his porridge salt." Your father says, "Good. I like his gabble. I like his playing. I shall get him people to teach. And while I have pinches of salt in my kitchen, he to his porridge shall have pinches of salt too." Your father's friends cry, "Fie," for the 3rd time. Agatha Bushman has another brother, a little stupid head, who to the others gabble and can only listen and say amen. Send him trotting, for the love of heaven. Shut up all the doors and send stupid head trotting. At least, your father says no. Stupid head has his wits in his hands. He can cut and carve and polish. Help him a little at the starting, and after he shall help himself. They are all gone now but me. Your father, your mother, and Uncle Max, they are all gone. Stupid head alone remains to remember and to be grateful, to take Sarah's sorrow for his sorrow, and Sarah's joy for his joy. He stopped again to blow a speck of dust off the musical box. His niece endeavoured to speak, but he held up his hand and shook his forefinger at her warningly. "No," he said, It is yet my business to talk, and your business to drink tea. Have I not my third reason still? Ah, you look away from me. You know my third reason before I say a word. When I, in my turn, marry and my wife dies and leaves me alone with little Joseph, and when the boy falls sick, who comes then, so quiet, so pretty, so neat, with the bright young eyes and the hands so tender and light? Who helps me with little Joseph by night and by day? Who makes a pillow for him on her arm when his head is weary? Who holds this box patiently at his ear? Yes, this box that the hand of Mozart has touched. Who holds it closer, closer, always, when little Joseph's sense grows dull, and he moans for friendly music that he has known from a baby? The friendly music that he can now so hardly hear. Who kneels down by Uncle Joseph when his heart is breaking, and says, "Oh, hush, hush. The boy is gone where the better music plays, where the sickness shall never waste, or the sorrow touch him more." Who? Ah, Sarah, you cannot forget those days. You cannot forget the long ago. When the trouble is bitter and the burden is heavy, it is cruelty to Uncle Joseph to keep away. It is kindness to him to come here. The recollections that the old man had called up found their way tenderly to Sarah's heart. She could not answer him. She could only hold out her hand. Uncle Joseph bent down with a quaint, affectionate gallantry and kissed it, then stepped back again to his place by the musical box. "Come," he said, patting it cheerfully, "we will say no more for a while. Mozart's box, Max's box, little Joseph's box, you shall talk to us again." Having put the tiny machinery in motion, he sat down by the table and remained silent until the air had been played over twice. Then, observing that his niece seemed calmer, he spoke to her once more. "You are in trouble, Sarah," he said quietly. "You tell me that, and I see it is true in your face. Are you grieving for your husband?" "I grieve that I ever met him," she answered. "I grieve that I ever married him. Now that he is dead, I cannot grieve. I can only forgive him." "Forgive him? How you look, Sarah, when you say that. Tell me—" "Uncle Joseph, I have told you that my husband is dead, and that I have forgiven him." "You have forgiven him? He was hard and cruel with you then? I see. That is the end, Sarah. But the beginning? Is the beginning that you loved him?" Her pale cheeks flushed, and she turned her head aside. "It is hard and humbling to confess it," she murmured, without raising her eyes. "But you forced the truth from me, uncle. I had no love to give to my husband, no love to give to any man. And yet you married him. Wait, it is not for me to blame. It is for me to find out, not the bad, but the good. Yes, I shall say to myself, she married him when she was poor and helpless. She married him when she should have come to Uncle Joseph instead. I shall say that to myself, and I shall pity, but I shall ask no more." Sarah reached her hand out to the old man again, then suddenly pushed her chair back and changed the position in which she was sitting. "It is true that I was poor," she said, looking about her in confusion and speaking with difficulty. "But you are so kind and so good. I cannot accept the excuse that your forbearance makes for me. I did not marry him because I was poor, but—" She stopped, clasped her hands together, and pushed her chair back still farther from the table. So, said the old man, noticing her confusion. "We will talk about it no more." "I had no excuse of love. I had no excuse of poverty," she said, with a sudden burst of bitterness and despair. "Uncle Joseph, I married him because I was too weak to persist in saying no. The curse of weakness and fear has followed me all the days of my life. I said no to him once. I said no to him twice. Oh, uncle, if I could only have said it for the third time. But he followed me, he frightened me, he took away from me all the little will of my own that I had. He made me speak as he wished me to speak, and go where he wished me to go. No, don't come to me, uncle, don't say anything. He is gone, he is dead. I have got my release, I have given my pardon. Oh, if I could only go away and hide somewhere. All people's eyes seem to look through me. All people's words seem to threaten me. My heart has been weary ever since I was a young woman, and all these long, long years it has never got any rest. Hush, the man in the shop. I forgot the man in the shop. He will hear us. Let us talk in a whisper. What made me break out so? I'm always wrong. Oh, me. I'm wrong when I speak. I'm wrong when I say nothing. Wherever I go and whatever I do, I'm not like other people. I never seem to have grown up in my mind since I was a little child. Hark, the man in the shop is moving. Has he heard me? Oh, Uncle Joseph, do you think he has heard me? Looking hardly less startled than his niece, Uncle Joseph assured her that the door was solid, that the man's place in the shop was at some distance from it, and that it was impossible, even if he heard voices in the parlour, that he could distinguish any words that were spoken in it.
"You're sure of that?" she whispered hurriedly. Yes, you are sure of that, or you would not have told me so, would you? We may go on talking now. Not about my married life. That is buried and past. Say that I had some years of sorrow and suffering, which I deserved. Say that I had other years of quiet, when I was living in service with masters and mistresses who were often kind to me when my fellow servants were not. Say just that much about my life, and it is saying enough. The trouble that I am in now, the trouble that brings me to you, goes back further than the years we have been talking about. Goes back, Uncle Joseph, to the distant day when we last met.
Goes back all through the 16 years? Exclaimed the old man incredulously. Goes back, Sarah, even to the long ago?
Even to that time. Uncle, you remember where I was living, and what had happened to me when you came here in secret, when you asked me to hide you. That was the same week, Sarah, when your mistress died. Your mistress who lived away west in the old house. You were frightened then, pale and frightened as I see you now. As everyone sees me. People are always staring at me, always thinking that I am nervous, always pitying me for being ill. Saying these words with a sudden fretfulness, she lifted the teacup by her side to her lips, drained it of its contents at a draught, and pushed it across the table to be filled again. "I have come over all thirsty and hot," she whispered. "More tea, Uncle Joseph, more tea."
"It is cold," said the old man. "Wait till I ask for hot water."
"No," she exclaimed, stopping him as he was about to rise. "Give it to me cold. I like it cold. Let nobody else come in. I can't speak if anybody else comes in." She drew her chair close to her uncle's and went on. "You have not forgotten how frightened I was in that bygone time. Do you remember why I was frightened?"
"You were afraid of being followed. That was it, Sarah. I grow old, but my memory keeps young. You were afraid of your master, afraid of his sending servants after you. You had run away. You had spoken no word to anybody, and you spoke little, very, very little, even to Uncle Joseph, even to me."
"I told you," said Sarah, dropping her voice to so faint a whisper that the old man could barely hear her. "I told you that my mistress had left me a secret on her deathbed, a secret in a letter which I was to give to my master. I told you I had hidden the letter because I could not bring myself to deliver it, because I would rather die 1,000 times over than be questioned about what I knew of it. I told you so much, I know. Did I tell you no more? Did I not say that my mistress made me take an oath on the Bible? Uncle, are there candles in the room? Are there candles we can light without disturbing anybody, without calling anybody in here?"
"There are candles and a matchbox in my cupboard," said Uncle Joseph. "But look out of the window, Sarah. It is only twilight. It is not dark yet."
"Not outside, but it is dark here."
"Where?"
"In that corner. Let us have candles. I don't like the darkness when it gathers in corners and creeps along the walls."
Uncle Joseph looked all round the room inquiringly, and smiled to himself as he took 2 candles from the cupboard and lighted them. "You are like the children," he said playfully, while he pulled down the window blind. "You are afraid of the dark." Sarah did not appear to hear him. Her eyes were fixed on the corner of the room which she had pointed out the moment before. When he resumed his place by her side, she never looked around, but laid her hand on his arm, and said to him suddenly, "Uncle, do you believe that the dead can come back to this world, and follow the living everywhere, and see what they do in it?" The old man started. "Sarah," he said, "why do you talk so? Why do you ask me such a question?" "Are there lonely hours," she went on, still never looking away from the corner, still not seeming to hear him, "when you are sometimes frightened without knowing why, frightened all over in an instant from head to foot? Tell me, uncle, have you ever felt the cold steal round and round the roots of your hair, and crawl bit by bit down your back? I have felt that even in the summer. I have been out of doors, alone on a wide heath, in the heat and brightness of noon, and have felt as if chilly fingers were touching me, chilly, damp, softly creeping fingers. It says in the New Testament that the dead came once out of their graves and went into the holy city. The dead! Have they rested always, rested for ever since that time?" Uncle Joseph's simple nature recoiled in bewilderment from the dark and daring speculations to which his niece's questions led. Without saying a word, he tried to draw away the arm which she still held, but the only result of the effort was to make her tighten her grasp, and bend forward in her chair, so as to look closer still into the corner of the room. "My mistress was dying," she said. "My mistress was very near her grave when she made me take my oath on the Bible. She made me swear never to destroy the letter, and I did not destroy it. She made me swear not to take it away with me if I left the house, and I did not take it away. She would have made me swear for the third time to give it to my master, but death was too quick for her. Death stopped her from fastening that third oath on my conscience. But she threatened me, uncle, with the dead dampness on her forehead and the dead whiteness on her cheeks. She threatened to come to me from the other world if I thwarted her, and I have thwarted her." She stopped, suddenly removed her hand from the old man's arm, and made a strange gesture with it toward the part of the room on which her eyes remained fixed. "Rest, mistress, rest," she whispered under her breath. "Is my master alive now? Rest till the drowned rise. Tell him the secret when the sea gives up her dead." "Sarah, Sarah, you are changed. You are ill. You frighten me," cried Uncle Joseph, starting to his feet. She turned round slowly and looked at him with eyes void of all expression, with eyes that seemed to be staring through him vacantly at something beyond. "Gott in Himmel, what does she see?" He looked round as the exclamation escaped him. "Sarah, what is it? Are you faint? Are you ill? Are you dreaming with your eyes open?" He took her by both arms and shook her. At the instant when she felt the touch of his hands, she started violently and trembled all over. Their natural expression flew back into her eyes with the rapidity of a flash of light. Without saying a word, she hastily resumed her seat, and began stirring the cold tea round and round in her cup, round and round so fast that the liquid overflowed into the saucer. "Come, she gets more like herself," said Uncle Joseph, watching her. "More like myself?" she repeated vacantly. So, said the old man, trying to soothe her. "You are ill, what the English call out of sort. There are good doctors here. Wait till tomorrow. You shall have the best." "I want no doctors. Don't speak of doctors. I can't bear them. They look at me with such curious eyes. They are always prying into me, as if they wanted to find out something. What have we been stopping for? I had so much to say, and we seem to have been stopping just when we ought to have been going on. I am in grief and terror, Uncle Joseph, in grief and terror again about the secret." "No more of that," pleaded the old man. "No more tonight, at least." "Why not?" "Because you will be ill again with talking about it. You will be looking into that corner and dreaming with your eyes open. You are too ill. Yes, Sarah, you are too ill." "I am not ill. Oh, why does everybody keep telling me that I am ill? Let me talk about it, uncle. I have come to talk about it. I can't rest till I have told you." She spoke with a changing colour and an embarrassed manner, now apparently conscious for the first time that she had allowed words and actions to escape her which it would have been more prudent to have restrained. Don't notice me again, she said with her soft voice and her gentle, pleading manner. Don't notice me if I talk or look as I ought not. I lose myself sometimes without knowing it, and I suppose I lost myself just now. It means nothing, Uncle Joseph, nothing indeed. Endeavouring thus to reassure the old man, she again altered the position of her chair, so as to place her back toward the part of the room to which her face had been hitherto turned. Well, it is good to hear that, said Uncle Joseph, but speak no more about the past time, for fear you should lose yourself again. Let us hear about what is now. Yes, give me my way. Leave the long ago to me, and take you the present time. I can go back through the 16 years as well as you. Ah, you doubt me? Hear me tell you what happened when we last met. Hear me prove myself in 3 words. You leave your place at the old house. You run away here. You stop in hiding with me, while your master and his servants are hunting after you. You start off when your road is clear, to work for your living, as far away from Cornwall as you can get. I beg and pray you to stop with me, but you are afraid of your master, and away you go. There, that is the whole story of your trouble the last time you came to this house. Leave it so, and tell me what is the cause of your trouble now. The past cause of my trouble, Uncle Joseph, and the present cause of my trouble are the same. The secret. What? You will go back to that? I must go back to it. And why? Because the secret is written in a letter. Yes, and what of that? And the letter is in danger of being discovered. It is, Uncle, it is. 16 years it has lain hidden, and now, after all that long time, the dreadful chance of its being dragged to light has come like a judgment. The one person in all the world who ought never to set eyes on that letter is the very person who is most likely to find it. So, are you very certain, Sarah? How do you know it? I know it from her own lips. Chance brought us together. Us? Us? What do you mean by us? I mean, Uncle, you remember that Captain Treverton was my master when I lived at Porthgenna Tower. I had forgotten his name, but no matter, go on. When I left my place, Miss Treverton was a little girl of 5 years old. She is a married woman now, so beautiful, so clever, such a sweet, youthful, happy face, and she has a child as lovely as herself. Oh, Uncle, if you could see her, I would give so much if you could only see her. Uncle Joseph kissed his hand and shrugged his shoulders, expressing by the first action homage to the lady's beauty, and by the second resignation under the misfortune of not being able to see her. Well, he said philosophically, put this shining woman by and let us go on. Her name is Frankland now, said Sarah, a prettier name than Treverton, a much prettier name, I think. Her husband is fond of her, I am sure he is. How can he have any heart at all and not be fond of her? So, exclaimed Uncle Joseph, looking very much perplexed. Good. If he is fond of her, very good. But what labyrinths are we getting into now? Wherefore all this about a husband and a wife? My word of honour, Sarah, but your explanation explains nothing. It only softens my brains. I must speak of her and Mr. Frankland, Uncle. Porthgenna Tower belongs to her husband now, and they are both going to live there. Ah, we are getting back to the straight road at last. They are going to live in the very house that holds the secret. They are going to repair that very part of it where the letter is hidden. She will go into the old rooms, I heard her say so. She will search about in them to amuse her curiosity. Workmen will clear them out, and she will stand by in her idle hours looking on. But she suspects nothing of the secret. God forbid she ever should. And there are many rooms in the house, and the letter in which the secret is written is hidden in one of the many. Why should she hit on that one? Because I always say the wrong thing, because I always get frightened and lose myself at the wrong time. The letter is hidden in a room called the Myrtle Room, and I was foolish enough, weak enough, crazed enough to warn her against going into it. Ah, Sarah, that was a mistake indeed. I can't tell what possessed me. I seemed to lose my senses when I heard her talking so innocently of amusing herself by searching through the old rooms, and when I thought of what she might find there. It was getting on toward night, too, and the horrible twilight was gathering in the corners and creeping along the walls. I longed to light the candles, and yet I did not dare, for fear she should see the truth in my face, and when I did light them it was worse. Oh, I don't know how I did it. I don't know why I did it. I could have torn my tongue out for saying the words, and still I said them. Other people can think for the best. Other people can act for the best. Other people have had a heavy weight laid on their minds and have not dropped under it as I have. Help me, uncle, for the sake of old times when we were happy. Help me with a word of advice. I will help you. I live to help you, Sarah. No. You must not look so forlorn. You must not look at me with those crying eyes. Come, I will advise this minute. But say in what? Only say in what? Have I not told you? No, you have not told me a word yet. I will tell you now. She paused, looking away distrustfully from the door leading into the shop, listened a little, and resumed. I am not at the end of my journey yet, Uncle Joseph. I am here on my way to Porthgenna Tower, on my way to the Myrtle Room, on my way, step by step, to the place where the letter lies hid. I dare not destroy it. I dare not remove it. But run what risk I may, I must take it out of the Myrtle Room. Uncle Joseph said nothing, but he shook his head despondingly. I must, she repeated. Before Mrs. Frankland gets to Porthgenna, I must take that letter out of the Myrtle Room. There are places in the old house where I may hide it again, places that she would never think of, places that she would never notice. Only let me get it out of the one room that she is sure to search in, and I know where to hide it from her and from everyone forever. Uncle Joseph reflected and shook his head again, then said, One word, Sarah. Does Mrs. Frankland know which is the Myrtle Room? I did my best to destroy all trace of that name when I hid the letter. I hope and believe she does not. But she may find out. Remember the words I was crazed enough to speak? They will set her seeking for the Myrtle Room. They are sure to do that. And if she finds it? If she finds the letter? It will cause misery to innocent people. It will bring death to me. Don't push your chair from me, uncle. It is not shameful death I speak of. The worst injury I have done is injury to myself. The worst death I have to fear is the death that releases a worn-out spirit and cures a broken heart. Enough so, said the old man. I ask for no secret, Sarah. That is not yours to give. It is all dark to me, very dark, very confused. I look away from it. I look only toward you. Not with doubt, my child, but with pity, and with sorrow too. Sorrow that you ever went near that house of Porthgenna. Sorrow that you are now going to it again. I have no choice, uncle, but to go. If every step on the road to Porthgenna took me nearer and nearer to my death, I must still tread it. Knowing what I know, I can't rest, I can't sleep. My breath won't come freely till I have got that letter out of the Myrtle Room. How to do it? Oh, Uncle Joseph, how to do it without being suspected, without being discovered by anybody? That is what I would almost give my life to know. You are a man, you are older and wiser than I am. No living creature ever asked you for help in vain. Help me now, my only friend in all the world. Help me a little with a word of advice. Uncle Joseph rose from his chair and folded his arms resolutely and looked his niece full in the face. You will go, he said. Cost what it may, you will go. Say for the last time, Sarah, is it yes or no? Yes, for the last time I say yes. Good. And you will go soon? I must go tomorrow. I dare not waste a single day. Hours even may be precious for anything I can tell. You promise me, my child, that the hiding of the secret does good, and that the finding of it will do harm. If it was the last word I had to speak in this world, I would say yes. You promise me also that you want nothing but to take the letter out of the Myrtle Room and put it away somewhere else. Nothing but that. And it is yours to take and yours to put? No person has a better right to touch it than you? Now that my master is dead, no person. Good. You have given me my resolution. I have done. Sit you there, Sarah, and wonder if you like, but say nothing. With these words, Uncle Joseph stepped lightly to the door leading into the shop, opened it, and called to the man behind the counter. "Samuel, my friend," he said, "tomorrow I go a little ways into the country with my niece, who is this lady here. You keep shop and take orders, and be just as careful as you always are till I get back. If anybody comes and asks for Mr. Bushman, say he has gone a little ways into the country and will be back in a few days. That is all. Shut up the shop, Samuel, my friend, for the night, and go to your supper. I wish you good appetite, nice victuals, and sound sleep." Before Samuel could thank his master, the door was shut again. Before Sarah could say a word, Uncle Joseph's hand was on her lips, and Uncle Joseph's handkerchief was wiping away the tears that were now falling fast from her eyes. "I will have no more talking and no more crying," said the old man. "I am a German, and I glory in the obstinacy of 6 Englishmen all rolled into one. Tonight you sleep here. Tomorrow we talk again of all this. You want me to help you with a word of advice. I will help you with myself, which is better than advice, and I say no more till I fetch my pipe down from the wall there and ask him to make me think. I smoke and think tonight, I talk and do tomorrow. And you go up to bed. You take Uncle Max's music box in your hand, and you let Mozart sing the cradle song before you go to sleep. Yes, yes, my child, there is always comfort in Mozart. Better comfort than in crying. What is there to cry about, or to think about? Is it so great a wonder that I will not let my sister's child go alone to make a venture in the dark? I said Sarah's sorrow was my sorrow, and Sarah's joy my joy. And now, if there is no way of escape, if it must indeed be done, I also say, Sarah's risk tomorrow is Uncle Joseph's risk tomorrow, too. Good night, my child. Good night. End of Chapter 1, Book 4. Chapter 2, Book 4 of The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Goldfish. The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins, Book 4, Chapter 2. Outside the house. The next morning wrought no change in the resolution at which Uncle Joseph had arrived overnight. Out of the amazement and confusion produced in his mind by her niece's avowal of the object that had brought her to Cornwall, he had contrived to extract one clear and definite conclusion: that she was obstinately bent on placing herself in a situation of uncertainty, if not of absolute peril. Once persuaded of this, his kindly instincts all sprang into action. His natural firmness on the side of self-sacrifice asserted itself, and his determination not to let Sarah proceed on her journey alone followed as a matter of course. Strong in the self-denying generosity of his purpose, though strong in nothing else, when he and his niece met in the morning, and when Sarah spoke self-reproachfully of the sacrifice that he was making, of the serious hazards to which he was exposing himself for her sake, he refused to listen to her just as obstinately as he had refused the previous night. There was no need, he said, to speak another word on that subject. If she had abandoned her intention of going to Porthgenna, she had only to say so. If she had not, it was mere waste of breath to talk any more, for he was deaf in both ears to everything in the shape of a remonstrance that she could possibly address to him. Having expressed himself in these uncompromising terms, Uncle Joseph abruptly dismissed the subject, and tried to turn the conversation to a cheerful everyday topic by asking his niece how she had passed the night. "I was too anxious to sleep," she answered. "I can't fight with my fears and misgivings as some people can. All night long they kept me waking and thinking as if it was day." "Thinking about what?" asked Uncle Joseph. "About the letter that is hidden? About the house of Porthgenna? About the myrtle room?" "About how to get into the myrtle room," she said. The more I try to plan and ponder and settle beforehand what I shall do, the more confused and helpless I seem to be. All last night, uncle, I was trying to think of some excuse for getting inside the doors of Porthgenna Tower, and yet, if I was standing on the house step at this moment, I should not know what to say when the servant and I first came face to face. How are we to persuade them to let us in? How am I to slip out of sight even if we do get in? Can't you tell me? You will try, Uncle Joseph, I'm sure you will try. Only help me so far, and I think I can answer for the rest. If they keep the keys where they used to keep them in my time, 10 minutes to myself is all I should want. 10 minutes, only 10 short minutes, to make the end of my life easier to me than the beginning has been, to help me to grow old quietly and resignedly, if it is God's will that I should live out my years. Oh, how happy people must be who have all the courage they want, who are quick and clever and have their wits about them. You are readier than I am, uncle. You said last night that you would think about how to advise me for the best. What did your thoughts end in? You will make me so much easier if you will only tell me that. Uncle Joseph nodded assentingly, assumed a look of the profoundest gravity, and slowly laid his forefinger along the side of his nose. "What did I promise you last night?" he said. "Was it not to take my pipe and ask him to make me think? Good. I smoke 3 pipes and think 3 thoughts. My first thought is, wait. My second thought is again, wait. My third thought is yet once more, wait. You say you will be easy, Sarah, if I tell you the end of all my thoughts. Good, I have told you. There's the end. You are easy. It is all right." "Wait," repeated Sarah, with a look of bewilderment which suggested anything rather than a mind at ease. "I am afraid, uncle, I don't quite understand. Wait for what? Wait till when?" "Wait till we arrive at the house, to be sure. Wait till we are got outside the door, then is time enough to think how we are to get in," said Uncle Joseph with an air of conviction. "You understand now?" "Yes, at least, I understand better than I did, but there is still another difficulty left. Uncle, I must tell you more than I intended ever to tell anybody. I must tell you that the letter is locked up." "Locked up in a room?" "Worse than that. Locked up in something inside the room. The key that opens the door, even if I get it, the key that opens the door of the room is not all I want. There is another key besides that. A little key—" She stopped with a confused, startled look. "A little key that you have lost?" asked Uncle Joseph. "I threw it down the well in the village on the morning when I made my escape from Porthgenna. Oh, if only I had kept it about me! If it had only crossed my mind that I might want it again!" Well, there is no help for that now. Tell me, Sarah, what the something is which the letter is hidden in?" "I am afraid of the very walls hearing me." "What nonsense! Come, whisper it to me." She looked all around her distrustfully, and then whispered into the old man's ear. He listened eagerly, and laughed when she was silent again. "Bah!" he cried. "If that is all, make yourself happy. As you wicked English people say, it is as easy as lying. Why, my child, you can burst him open for yourself." "Burst it open? How?" Uncle Joseph went to the window-seat, which was made on the old-fashioned plan to serve the purpose of a chest as well as the seat. He opened the lid, searched among some tools which lay in the receptacle beneath, and took out a chisel. "See," he said, demonstrating on the top of the window-seat the use to which the tool was to be put. "You push him in, so, crick, and then you pull him up, so, crack. It is the business of 1 little moment, crick, crack, and the lock is done for. Take the chisel yourself, wrap him up in a bit of that stout paper there, and put him in your pocket. What are you waiting for? Do you want me to show you again, or do you think you can do it now for yourself?" "I should like you to show me again, Uncle Joseph, but not now, not till we have got to the end of our journey." "Good. Then I may finish my packing up and go and ask about the coach. First and foremost, Mozart must put on his great coat and travel with us." He took up the musical box and placed it carefully in a leather case, which he slung by a strap over one shoulder. Next, there is my pipe, the tobacco to feed him with, and the matches to set him alight. Last, here is my old German knapsack which I packed last night. See? Here is shirt, nightcap, comb, pocket handkerchief, sock. Say I am an emperor, and what do I want more than that? Good. I have Mozart's, I have the pipe, I have the knapsack, I have... Stop! There's the old leather purse. He must not be forgotten. Look, here he is. Listen. Ding, ding, ding. He jingles. He has in his inside money. Aha, my friend, my goods leather. You shall be lighter and leaner before you come home again. So. It is all complete. We are ready for the march now, from our tops to our toes. Goodbye, Sarah, my child, for a little half hour. You shall wait here and amuse yourself while I go ask for the coach. When Uncle Joseph came back, he brought his niece information that a coach would pass through Truro in an hour's time, which would set them down at a stage not more than 5 or 6 miles distant from the regular post town of Porthgenna. The only direct conveyance to the post town was a night coach which carried the letter bags, and which stopped to change horses at Truro at the very inconvenient hour of 2 o'clock in the morning. Being of opinion that to travel at bedtime was to make a toil of pleasure, Uncle Joseph recommended taking places in the day coach and hiring any conveyance that could be afterward obtained to carry his niece and himself on to the post town. By this arrangement they would not only secure their own comfort, but gain the additional advantage of losing as little time as possible at Truro before proceeding on their journey to Porthgenna. The plan thus proposed was the plan followed. When the coach stopped to change horses, Uncle Joseph and his niece were waiting to take their places by it. They found all the inside seats but one disengaged, and were set down 2 hours afterward at the stage that was nearest to the destination for which they were bound, hired a pony chaise there, and reached the post town between 1 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Dismissing their conveyance at the inn, from motives of caution which were urged by Sarah, they set forth to walk across the moor to Porthgenna. On their way out of the town, they met the postman returning from his morning's delivery of letters in the surrounding district. His bag had been much heavier, and his walk much longer that morning than usual. Among the extra letters that had taken him out of his ordinary course was one addressed to the housekeeper at Porthgenna Tower, which he had delivered early in the morning when he first started on his rounds. Throughout the whole journey, Uncle Joseph had not made a single reference to the object for which it had been undertaken. Possessing a child's simplicity of nature, he was also endowed with a child's elasticity of disposition. The doubts and forebodings which troubled his niece's spirit, and kept her silent and thoughtful and sad, cast no darkening shadow over the natural sunshine of his mind. If he had really been travelling for pleasure alone, he could not have enjoyed more thoroughly than he did the different sights and events of the journey. All the happiness which the passing minute had to give him he took as readily and gratefully as if there was no uncertainty in the future, no doubt, difficulty, or danger lying in wait for him at the journey's end. Before he had been half an hour in the coach, he had begun to tell the third inside passenger, a rigid old lady who stared at him in speechless amazement, the whole history of the musical box, ending the narrative by setting it playing, in defiance of all the noise that the rolling wheels could make. When they left the coach, he was just as sociable afterward with the driver of the chaise, vaunting the superiority of German beer over Cornish cider, and making his remarks upon the objects which they passed on the road with the pleasantest familiarity and the heartiest enjoyment of his own jokes. It was not till he and Sarah were well out of the little town, and away by themselves on the great moor which stretched beyond it, that his manner altered and his talk ceased altogether. After walking on in silence for some little time with his niece's arm in his, he suddenly stopped, looked her earnestly and kindly in the face, and laid his hand on hers. "There is yet one more thing I want to ask you, my child," he said. "The journey has put it out of my head, but it has been in my heart all the time. When we leave this place of Porthgenna and get back to my house, you will not go away. You will not leave Uncle Joseph again. Are you in service still, Sarah? Are you not your own master yet?" "I was in service a few days since," she answered, "but I am free now. I have lost my place." Aha! You have lost your place, and why?
Because I would not hear an innocent person unjustly blamed, because—" She checked herself, but the few words she had said were spoken with such a suddenly heightened colour, and with such an extraordinary emphasis and resolution of tone, that the old man opened his eyes as widely as possible and looked at his niece in undisguised astonishment.
So, he exclaimed. What? You have had a quarrel, Sarah?
Hush, don't ask me any more questions now, she pleaded earnestly. I am too anxious and too frightened to answer. Uncle, this is Porthgenna Moor. This is the road I passed over 16 years ago when I ran away to you. Oh, let us get on, pray let us get on. I can't think of anything now but the house we are so near, and the risk we are going to run. They went on quickly in silence. Half an hour's rapid walking brought them to the highest elevation on the moor, and gave the whole western prospect grandly to their view. There below them was the dank, lonesome, spacious structure of Porthgenna Tower, with the sunlight already stealing round toward the windows of the west front. There was the path winding away to it gracefully over the brown moor in curves of dazzling white. There, lower down, was the solitary old church, with the peaceful burial ground nesting by its side. There, lower still, were the little scattered roofs of the fishermen's cottages. And there, beyond all, was the changeless glory of the sea, with its old seething lines of white foam, with the old winding margin of its yellow shores. 16 long years, such years of sorrow, such years of suffering, such years of change, commuted by the pulses of the living heart, had passed over the dead tranquillity of Porthgenna, and had altered it as little as if they had all been contained within the lapse of a single day. The moments when the spirit within us is most deeply stirred are almost invariably the moments also when its outward manifestations are hardest to detect. Our own thoughts rise above us, our own feelings lie deeper than we can reach. How seldom words can help us when their help is most wanted. How often our tears are dried up when we most long for them to relieve us. Was there ever a strong emotion in this world that could adequately express its own strength? What third person, brought face to face with the old man and his niece, as they now stood together on the moor, would have suspected, to look at them, that the one was contemplating the landscape with nothing more than a stranger's curiosity, and that the other was viewing it through the recollections of half a lifetime? The eyes of both were dry, the tongues of both were silent, the faces of both were set with equal attention toward the prospect. Even between themselves there was no real sympathy, no intelligent appeal from one spirit to the other. The old man's quiet admiration of the view was not more briefly and readily expressed when they moved forward and spoke to each other than the customary phrases of assent by which his niece replied to the little that he said. How many moments there are in this mortal life when, with all our boasted powers of speech, the words of our vocabulary treacherously fade out, and the page presents nothing to us but the sight of a perfect blank. Slowly, descending the slope of the moor, the uncle and niece drew nearer and nearer to Porthgenna Tower. They were within a quarter of an hour's walk of the house, when Sarah stopped at a place where a second path intersected the main foot-track which they had hitherto been following. On the left hand, as they now stood, the cross-path ran on until it was lost to the eye in the expanse of the moor. On the right hand it led straight to the church.
"What do we stop for now?" asked Uncle Joseph, looking first in one direction and then in the other.
"Would you mind waiting for me here a little while, Uncle? I can't pass the church path." She paused, in some trouble how to express herself. "Without wishing, as I don't know what may happen after we get to the house, without wishing to look at something." She stopped again and turned her face wistfully toward the church. The tears which had never wetted her eyes at the first view of Porthgenna were beginning to rise in them now. Uncle Joseph's natural delicacy warned him that it would be best to abstain from asking her for any explanations.
"Go you where you like, to see what you like," he said, patting her on the shoulder. I shall stop here to make myself happy with my pipe, and Mozart should come out of his cage and sing a little in this fine fresh air." He unslung the leather case from his shoulder while he spoke, took out the musical box, and set it ringing its tiny peal to the second of the 2 airs which it was constructed to play, the minuet in Don Giovanni. Sarah left him looking about carefully, not for a seat for himself, but for a smooth bit of rock to place the box upon. When he had found this, he lit his pipe and sat down to his music and his smoking like an epicure to a good dinner. "Aha!" he exclaimed to himself, looking round as composedly at the wild prospect on all sides of him as if he was still in his own little parlour at Truro. "Aha! Here is a fine, big music room, my friend Mozart, for you to sing in. Oof! There's wind enough in this place to blow your pretty dance tune out to sea, and give the sailor people a taste of it as they roll about in their ships." Meanwhile, Sarah walked rapidly towards the church, and entered the enclosure of the little burial-ground. Toward that same part of it to which she had directed her steps on the morning of her mistress's death, she now turned her face again, after a lapse of 16 years. Here, at least, the march of time had left its palpable track, its footprints whose marks were graves. How many a little spot of ground, empty when she last saw it, had its mound and its headstone now? The one grave that she had come to see, the grave which had stood apart in the bygone days, had companion graves on the right hand and on the left. She could not have singled it out but for the weather stains on the headstone, which told of storm and rain over it that had not passed over the rest. The mound was still kept in shape, but the grass grew long and waved a dreary welcome to her as the wind swept through it. She knelt down by the stone and tried to read the inscription. The black paint which had once made the carved words distinct was all flayed off from them now. To any other eyes but hers, the very name of the dead man would have been hard to trace. She sighed heavily as she followed the letters of the inscription mechanically, one by one with her finger. "Sacred to the memory of Hugh Polwheel, aged 26 years. He met with his death through the fall of a rock in Porthgenna mine, December 17th, 1823. Her hand lingered over the letters after it had followed them to the last line, and she bent forward and pressed her lips on the stone. "Better so," she said to herself as she rose from her knees and looked down at the inscription for the last time. "Better it should fade out so. Fewer strangers' eyes will see it, fewer strangers' feet will follow where mine have been. He will lie all the quieter in the place of his rest." She brushed the tears from her eyes and gathered a few blades of grass from the grave, then left the churchyard. Outside the hedge that surrounded the enclosure, she stopped for a moment and drew from the bosom of her dress the little book of Wesley's hymns, which she had taken with her from the desk in her bedroom on the morning of her flight from Porthgenna. The withered remains of the grass that she had plucked from the grave 16 years ago lay between the pages still. She added to them the fresh fragments that she had just gathered, replaced the book in the bosom of her dress, and hastened back over the moor to the spot where the old man was waiting for her. She found him packing up the musical box again in its leather case. "A good wind," he said, holding up the palm of his hand to the fresh breeze that was sweeping over the moor. "A very good wind indeed, if you take him by himself, but a bitter bad wind if you take him with Mozart. He blows off the tune as if it was the hat on my head. You come back, my child, just at the nick of time, just when my pipe is done, and Mozart is ready to travel along the road once more. Ah, have you got the crying look in your eyes again, Sarah? What have you met with to make you cry? So, I see. The fewer questions I asked just now, the better you will like me. Good, I have done. No, I have a last question yet. What are we standing here for? Why do we not get on?" Yes, you are right, Uncle Joseph. Let us go on at once. I shall lose all the little courage I have if we stay here much longer looking at the house. They proceeded down the path without another moment of delay. When they had reached the end of it, they stood opposite the eastern boundary wall of Porthgenna Tower. The principal entrance to the house, which had been very rarely used of late years, was in the west front and was approached by a terrace road that overlooked the sea. The smaller entrance, which was generally used, was situated on the south side of the building and led through the servants' offices to the great hall and the west staircase. Sarah's old experience of Porthgenna guided her instinctively toward this part of the house. She led her companion on until they gained the southern angle of the east wall, then stopped and looked about her. Since they had passed the postman and had entered on the moor, they had not set eyes on a living creature, and still, though they were now under the very walls of Porthgenna, neither man, woman, nor child, not even a domestic animal, appeared in view. "It is very lonely here," said Sarah, looking round her distrustfully. "Much lonelier than it used to be."
"Is it only to tell me what I can see for myself that you are stopping now?"
asked Uncle Joseph, whose inveterate cheerfulness would have been proof against the solitude of Sahara itself. "No, no," she answered, in a quick, anxious whisper. "But the bell we must ring at is so close, only round there. I should like to know what we are to say when we come face to face with the servant. You told me it was time enough to think about that when we were at the door. Uncle, we are all but at the door now. What shall we do?"
"The first thing to do," said Uncle Joseph, shrugging his shoulders, "is surely to ring."
"Yes, but when the servant comes, what are we to say?"
"Say," repeated Uncle Joseph, knitting his brows quite fiercely with the effort of thinking, and rapping his forehead with his forefinger just under his hat. "Say? Stop, 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 stop. Ah, I have got it. I know. Make yourself quite easy, Sarah. The moment the door is opened, all the speaking to the servant shall be done by me."
"Oh, how you relieve me. What shall you say?"
"Say this. How do you do? We have come to see the house." When he had disclosed that remarkable expedient for effecting an entrance into Porthgenna Tower, he spread out both his hands interrogatively, drew back several paces from his niece, and looked at her with a serenely self-satisfied air of a man who has leaped, at one mental bound, from a doubt to a discovery. Sarah gazed at him in astonishment. The expression of absolute conviction on his face staggered her. The poorest of all the poor excuses for gaining admission into the house, which she herself had thought of and had rejected during the previous night, seemed like the very perfection of artifice by comparison with such a childishly simple expedient as that suggested by Uncle Joseph. And yet there he stood, apparently quite convinced that he had hit on the means of smoothing away all obstacles at once. Not knowing what to say, not believing sufficiently in the validity of her own doubts to venture on openly expressing an opinion, either one way or the other, she took the last refuge that was now left open to her. She endeavoured to gain time.
"It is very, very good of you, uncle, to take all the difficulty of speaking to the servant on your own shoulders," she said, the hidden despondency at her heart expressing itself in spite of her in the faintness of her voice and the forlorn perplexity of her eyes. "But would you mind waiting a little before we ring at the door, and walking up and down for a few minutes, by the side of this wall, where nobody is likely to see us? I want to get a little more time to prepare myself for the trial that I have to go through, and in case the servant makes any difficulties about letting us in, I mean difficulties that we cannot just now anticipate, would it not be as well to think of something else to say at the door? Perhaps if you were to consider again—"
"There is not the least need," interposed Uncle Joseph. "I have only to speak to the servant and click, crack, you will see that we shall get in. But I will walk up and down as long as you please. There is no reason, because I have done all my thinking in one moment, that you should have done all your thinking in one moment too. No, 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 no reason at all." Saying these words with a patronizing air and a self-satisfied smile which would have been irresistibly comical under any less critical circumstances, the old man again offered his arm to his niece and led her back over the broken ground that lay under the eastern wall of Porthgenna Tower. While Sarah was waiting in doubt outside the walls, it happened, by a curious coincidence, that another person, vested with the highest domestic authority, was also waiting in doubt inside the walls.
This person was no other than the housekeeper of Porthgenna Tower, and the cause of her perplexity was nothing less than the letter which had been delivered by the postman that very morning. It was a letter from Mrs. Frankland, which had been written after she had held a long conversation with her husband and Mr. Orridge, on receiving the last fragments of information which the doctor was able to communicate in reference to Mrs. Jazeph. The housekeeper had read the letter through over and over again, and was more puzzled and astonished by it at every fresh reading. She was now waiting for the return of the steward, Mr. Munder, from his occupations out of doors, with the intention of taking his opinion on the singular communication which she had received from her mistress. While Sarah and her uncle were still walking up and down outside the eastern wall, Mr. Munder entered the housekeeper's room. He was one of those tall, grave, benevolent-looking men, with a conical head, a deep voice, a slow step, and a heavy manner, who passively contrived to get a great reputation for wisdom without the trouble of saying or doing anything to deserve it. All around the Porthgenna neighbourhood the steward was popularly spoken of as a remarkably sound, sensible man, and the housekeeper, although a sharp woman in other matters, in this one respect shared to a large extent the general delusion.
"Good morning, Mrs. Pentreath," said Mr. Munder. "Any news today?" What a weight and importance his deep voice and his impressively slow method of using it gave to those two insignificant sentences. "News, Mr. Munder, that will astonish you," replied the housekeeper. "I have received a letter this morning from Mrs. Frankland, which is, without any exception, the most mystifying thing of the sort I ever met with. I am told to communicate the letter to you, and I have been waiting the whole morning to hear your opinion of it. Pray sit down and give me all your attention, for I do positively assure you that the letter requires it." Mr. Munder sat down and became the picture of attention immediately, not of ordinary attention, which can be wearied, but of judicial attention, which knows no fatigue, and is superior alike to the power of dullness and the power of time. The housekeeper, without wasting the precious minutes, Mr. Munder's minutes, which ranked next on the scale of importance to a Prime Minister's, opened her mistress's letter, and, resisting the natural temptation to make a few more prefatory remarks on it, immediately favoured the steward with the first paragraph in the following terms. "Mrs. Pentreath, you must be tired of receiving letters from me fixing a day for the arrival of Mr. Frankland and myself. On this, the third occasion of my writing to you about our plans, it will be best, I think, to make no third appointment, but merely to say that we shall leave West Winston for Porthgenna the moment I can get the doctor's permission to travel." "So far," remarked Mrs. Pentreath, placing the letter on her lap and smoothing it out rather irritably while she spoke, "so far there is nothing of much consequence. The letter certainly seems to me, between ourselves, to be written in rather poor language, too much like common talking to come up to my idea of what a lady's style of composition ought to be, but that is a matter of opinion. I can't say, and I should be the last person to wish to say, that the beginning of Mrs. Frankland's letter is not, upon the whole, perfectly clear. It is the middle and the end that I wish to consult you about, Mr. Munder." "Just so," said Mr. Munder. Only 2 words, but more meaning in them than 200 in the mouth of an ordinary man. The housekeeper cleared her throat with extraordinary loudness and elaboration, and read on thus. "My principal object in writing these lines is to request, by Mr. Frankland's desire, that you and Mr. Munder will endeavour to ascertain, as privately as possible, whether a person now travelling in Cornwall, in whom we happen to be much interested, has been yet seen in the neighbourhood of Porthgenna. The person in question is known to us by the name of Mrs. Jazeph. She is an elderly woman of quiet, ladylike manners, looking nervous and in delicate health. She dresses, according to our experience of her, with extreme propriety and neatness, and in dark colours. Her eyes have a singular expression of timidity, her voice is particularly soft and low, and her manner is frequently marked by extreme hesitation. I am thus particular in describing her, in case she should not be travelling under the name by which we know her. For reasons which it is not necessary to state, both my husband and myself think it probable that, at some former period of her life, Mrs. Jazeph may have been connected with Porthgenna neighbourhood.
Whether this be the fact or no, it is indisputably certain that she is familiar with the interior of Porthgenna Tower, and that she has an interest of some kind quite incomprehensible to us in the house. Coupling these facts with the knowledge we have of her being now in Cornwall, we think it just within the range of possibility that you or Mr. Munder or some other person in our employment may meet with her, and we are particularly anxious, if she should by any chance ask to see the house, not only that you should show her over it with perfect readiness and civility, but also that you should take private and particular notice of her conduct from the time when she enters the building to the time when she leaves it. Do not let her out of your sight for a moment, and, if possible, pray get some trustworthy person to follow her unperceived and ascertain where she goes to after she has quitted the house. It is of the most vital importance that these instructions, strange as they may seem to you, should be implicitly obeyed to the very letter. I have only room and time to add that we know nothing to the discredit of this person, and that we particularly desire you will manage matters with sufficient discretion, in case you meet with her, to prevent her from having any suspicion that you are acting under orders, or that you have any especial interest in watching her movements. You will be good enough to communicate this letter to the steward, and you are at liberty to repeat the instructions in it to any other trustworthy person if necessary. Yours truly, Rosamond Frankland. P.S. I have left my room, and the baby is getting on charmingly.
There, said the housekeeper. Who is to make head or tail of that? I should like to know. Did you ever, in all your experience, Mr. Munder, meet with such a letter before? Here is a very heavy responsibility laid on our shoulders without one word of explanation. I have been puzzling my brains about what their interest in the mysterious woman can be the whole morning, and the more I think, the less comes of it. What is your opinion, Mr. Munder? We ought to do something immediately. Is there any cause in particular which you feel disposed to point out? Mr. Munder coughed dubiously, crossed his right leg over his left, put his head critically on one side, coughed for a second time, and looked at the housekeeper. If it had belonged to any other man in the world, Mrs. Pentreath would have considered that the face which now confronted hers expressed nothing but the most profound and vacant bewilderment. But it was Mr. Munder's face, and it was only to be looked at with sentiments of respectful expectation.
"I rather think—" began Mr. Munder.
"Yes," said the housekeeper eagerly.
Before another word could be spoken, the maidservant entered the room to lay the cloth for Mrs. Pentreath's dinner.
There, never mind now, Betsy," said the housekeeper impatiently. "Don't lay the cloth till I ring for you. Mr. Munder and I have something very important to talk about, and we can't be interrupted just yet."
She had hardly said the word before an interruption of the most unexpected kind happened. The doorbell rang. This was a very unusual occurrence at Porthgenna Tower. The few persons who had any occasion to come to the house on domestic business always entered by a small side gate, which was left on the latch in the daytime.
"Who in the world can that be?"
exclaimed Mrs. Pentreath, hastening to the window, which commanded a side view of the lower door steps. The first object that met her eye when she looked out was a lady standing on the lower step, a lady dressed very neatly in quiet, dark colours.
"Good heavens, Mr. Munder!"
cried the housekeeper, hurrying back to the table and snatching up Mrs. Frankland's letter, which she had left on it. "There is a stranger waiting at the door at this very moment, a lady, or at least a woman, and dressed neatly, dressed in dark colours. You might knock me down, Mr. Munder, with a feather. Stop, Betsy, stop where you are." "I was only going, ma'am, to answer the door," said Betsy in amazement.
"Stop where you are,"
reiterated Mrs. Pentreath, composing herself by a great effort. "I happen to have certain reasons on this particular occasion for descending out of my own place and putting myself into yours. Stand out of the way, you staring fool. I am going upstairs to answer that ring at the door myself." End of Chapter 2, Book 4. Chapter 3, Book 4 of The Dead Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Goldfish. The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins. Book 4, Chapter 3. Inside the House. Mrs. Pentreath's surprise at seeing a lady through the window was doubled by her amazement at seeing a gentleman when she opened the door. Waiting close to the bell-handle after he had rung, instead of rejoining his niece on the step, Uncle Joseph stood near enough to the house to be out of the range of view from Mrs. Pentreath's window. To the housekeeper's excited imagination, he appeared on the threshold with the suddenness of an apparition, the apparition of a little rosy-faced old gentleman, smiling, bowing, and taking off his hat with a superb flourish of politeness, which had something quite superhuman in the sweep and the dexterity of it. "How do you do? We have come to see the house," said Uncle Joseph, trying his infallible expedient for gaining admission the instant the door was open. Mrs. Pentreath was struck speechless. Who was this familiar old gentleman with a foreign accent and a fantastic bow, and what did he mean by talking to her as if she was his intimate friend? Mrs. Frankland's letter said not so much from beginning to end as one word about him. "How do you do? We have come to see the house," repeated Uncle Joseph, giving his irresistible form of salutation the benefit of a second trial. "So you said just now, sir," remarked Mrs. Pentreath, recovering self-possession enough to use her tongue in her own defence. "Does the lady," she continued, looking down over the old man's shoulder at the step on which his niece was standing, "does the lady wish to see the house too?" Sarah's gently spoken reply in the affirmative, short as it was, convinced the housekeeper that the woman described in Mrs. Frankland's letter really and truly stood before her. Besides the neat, quiet dress, there was now the softly toned voice, and, when she looked up for a moment, there were the timid eyes also to identify her by. In relation to this one of the two strangers, Mrs. Pentreath, however agitated and surprised she might be, could no longer feel any uncertainty about the course she ought to adopt. But in relation to the other visitor, the incomprehensible old foreigner, she was beset by the most bewildering doubts. Would it be safest to hold to the letter of Mrs. Frankland's instructions and ask him to wait outside while the lady was being shown over the house, or would it be best to act on her own responsibility and to risk giving him admission as well as his companion? This was a difficult point to decide, and therefore one which it was necessary to submit to the superior sagacity of Mr. Munder. "Will you step in for a moment and wait here while I speak to the steward?" said Mrs. Pentreath, pointedly neglecting to notice the familiar old foreigner, and addressing herself straight through him to the lady on the steps below. "Thank you very much," said Uncle Joseph, smiling and bowing, impervious to rebuke. "What did I tell you?" he whispered triumphantly to his niece, as she passed him on her way into the house. Mrs. Pentreath's first impulse was to go downstairs at once and speak to Mr. Munder, but a timely recollection of that part of Mrs. Frankland's letter which enjoined her not to lose sight of the lady in the quiet dress brought her to a standstill the next moment. She was the more easily recalled to a remembrance of this particular injunction by a curious alteration in the conduct of the lady herself, who seemed to lose all her diffidence and to become surprisingly impatient to lead the way into the interior of the house the moment she had stepped across the threshold. "Betsy!" cried Mrs. Pentreath, cautiously calling to the servant after she had only retired a few paces from the visitors. "Betsy, ask Mr. Munder to be so kind as to step this way." Mr. Munder presented himself with great deliberation and with a certain lowering dignity in his face. He had been accustomed to be treated with deference, and he was not pleased with the housekeeper for unceremoniously leaving him the moment she heard the ring at the bell, without giving him time to pronounce an opinion on Mrs. Frankland's letter. Accordingly, when Mrs. Pentreath, in a high state of excitement, drew him aside out of hearing and confided to him, in a whisper, the astounding intelligence that the lady in whom Mr. and Mrs. Frankland were so mysteriously interested was at that moment actually standing before him in the house, he received her communication with an air of the most provoking indifference. It was worse still when she proceeded to state her difficulties, warily keeping her eye on the two strangers all the while. Appeal as respectfully as she might to Mr. Munder's superior wisdom for guidance, he persisted in listening with a disparaging frown, and ended by irritably contradicting her when she ventured to add, in conclusion, that her own ideas inclined her to assume no responsibility and to beg the foreign gentleman to wait outside while the lady, in conformity with Mrs. Frankland's instructions, was being shown over the house. "Such may be your opinion, ma'am," said Mr. Munder severely. "It is not mine." The housekeeper looked aghast. "Perhaps," she suggested deferentially, "you think that the foreign old gentleman would be likely to insist on going over the house with the lady?" "Of course I think so," said Mr. Munder. He had thought nothing of the sort, his only idea just then being the idea of asserting his own supremacy by setting himself steadily in opposition to any preconceived arrangements of Mrs. Pentreath. "Then you would take the responsibility of showing them both over the house, seeing that they have both come to the door together?" asked the housekeeper. "Of course I would," answered the steward, with the promptitude of resolution which distinguishes all superior men. "Well, Mr. Munder, I am always glad to be guided by your opinion, and I will be guided by it now," said Mrs. Pentreath. "But as there will be two people to look after, for I would not trust the foreigner out of my sight on any consideration whatever, I must really beg you to share the trouble of showing them over the house along with me. I am so excited and nervous that I don't feel as if I had all my wits about me. I never was placed in such a position as this before. I am in the midst of mysteries that I don't understand, and in short, if I can't count on your assistance, I won't answer for it that I shall not make some mistake. I shall be very sorry to make a mistake, not only on my own account, but—" Here the housekeeper stopped and looked hard at Mr. Munder. "Go on, ma'am," said Mr. Munder with cruel composure. "Not only on my account," resumed Mrs. Pentreath demurely, "but on yours, for Mrs. Frankland's letter certainly casts the responsibility of conducting this delicate business on your shoulders as well as on mine." Mr. Munder recoiled a few steps, turned red, opened his lips indignantly, hesitated, and closed them again. He was fairly caught in a trap of his own setting. He could not retreat from the responsibility of directing the housekeeper's conduct the moment after he had voluntarily assumed it, and he could not deny that Mrs. Frankland's letter positively and repeatedly referred to him by name. There was only one way of getting out of the difficulty with dignity, and Mr. Munder unblushingly took that way the moment he had recovered self-possession enough to collect himself for the effort. "I am perfectly amazed, Mrs. Pentreath," he began with the gravest dignity. "Yes, I repeat, I am perfectly amazed that you should think me capable of leaving you to go over the house alone, under such remarkable circumstances as those we are now placed in. No, ma'am. Whatever my other faults may be, shrinking from my share of responsibility is not one of them. I don't require to be reminded of Mr. Frankland's letter, and no, I don't require any apologies. I am quite ready, ma'am, quite ready to show the way upstairs whenever you are." "The sooner the better, Mr. Munder, for there is that audacious old foreigner actually chattering to Betsy now, as if he had known her all his life." The assertion was quite true. Uncle Joseph was exercising his gift of familiarity on the maidservant, who had lingered to stare at the strangers instead of going back to the kitchen, just as he had already exercised it on the old lady passenger in the stagecoach and on the driver of the pony-chaise which took his niece and himself to the post-town of Porthgenna. While the housekeeper and the steward were holding their private conference, he was keeping Betsy in ecstasies of suppressed giggling by the odd questions that he asked about the house, and about how she got on with her work in it. His inquiries had naturally led from the south side of the building, by which he and his companion had entered, to the west side, which they were shortly to explore, and thence round to the north side, which was forbidden ground to everybody in the house. When Mrs. Pentreath came forward with the steward, she overheard this exchange of question and answer passing between the foreigner and the maid. "But tell me, Betsy, my dear," said Uncle Joseph, "why does nobody ever go into these mouldy old rooms?" "Because there's a ghost in them," answered Betsy, with a burst of laughter, as if a series of haunted rooms and a series of excellent jokes meant precisely the same thing. "Hold your tongue directly and go back to the kitchen," cried Mrs. Pentreath indignantly. The ignorant people about here, she continued, still pointedly overlooking Uncle Joseph and addressing herself only to Sarah, tell absurd stories about some old rooms on the unrepaired side of the house, which have not been inhabited for more than half a century past, absurd stories about a ghost, and my servant is foolish enough to believe them. No, I'm not, said Betsy, retiring under protest to the lower regions. I don't believe a word about the ghost, at least not in the daytime. Adding that important saving clause in a whisper, Betsy unwillingly withdrew from the scene. Mrs. Pentreath observed, with some surprise, that the mysterious lady in the quiet dress turned very pale at the mention of the ghost story, and made no remark on it whatever. While she was still wondering what this meant, Mr. Munder emerged into dignified prominence and loftily addressed himself, not to Uncle Joseph and not to Sarah, but to the empty air between them. "If you wish to see the house," he said, "you will have the goodness to follow me." With those words, Mr. Munder turned solemnly into the passage that led to the foot of the west staircase, walking with that peculiar slow strut in which all serious-minded English people indulge when they go out to take a little exercise on Sunday. The housekeeper, adapting her pace with feminine pliancy to the pace of the steward, walked the national Sabbatarian polonaise by his side, as if she was out with him for a mouthful of fresh air between the services. "As I am a living sinner, this going over the house is like going to a funeral," whispered Uncle Joseph to his niece. He drew her arm into his, and felt, as he did so, that she was trembling. "What is the matter?" he asked under his breath. "Uncle, there is something unnatural about the readiness of these people to show us over the house," was the faintly whispered answer. "What were they talking about just now, out of our hearing? Why did that woman keep her eyes fixed so constantly on me?" Before the old man could answer, the housekeeper looked round and begged with severest emphasis that they would be good enough to follow. In less than another minute they were all standing at the foot of the west staircase. "Aha!" cried Uncle Joseph, as easy and talkative as ever, even in the presence of Mr. Munder himself. "A fine big house, and a very good staircase." "We are not accustomed to hear either the house or the staircase spoken of in these terms, sir," said Mr. Munder, resolving to nip the foreigner's familiarity in the bud. "The guide to West Cornwall, which you would have done well to make yourself acquainted with before you came here, describes Porthgenna Tower as a mansion, and uses the word spacious in speaking of the west staircase. I regret to find, sir, that you have not consulted the guide-book to West Cornwall." "And why?" rejoined the unabashed German. "What do I want with a book when I have got you for my guide?" "Ah, dear sir, but you are not just you yourself. Is it not a living guide like you, who talks and walks about, better for me than dead leaves of print and paper? Ah, no, no, I shall not hear another word. I shall not hear you do any more injustice to yourself." Here Uncle Joseph made another fantastic bow, looked up smiling into the steward's face, and shook his head several times with an air of friendly reproach. Mr. Munder felt paralysed. He could not have been treated with more ease and indifferent familiarity if this obscure foreign stranger had been an English duke. He had often heard of the climax of audacity, and here it was visibly embodied in one small, elderly individual who did not rise quite 5 feet from the ground he stood on. While the steward was swelling with a sense of injury too large for utterance, the housekeeper, followed by Sarah, was slowly ascending the stairs. Uncle Joseph, seeing them go up, hastened to join his niece, and Mr. Munder, after waiting a little while on the mat to recover himself, followed the audacious foreigner, with the intention of watching his conduct narrowly and chastising his insolence at the first opportunity with stinging words of rebuke. The procession up the stairs thus formed was not, however, closed by the steward. It was further adorned and completed by Betsy, the servant-maid, who stole out of the kitchen to follow the strange visitors over the house, as closely as she could without attracting the notice of Mrs. Pentreath. Betsy had her natural share of human curiosity and love of change. No such event as the arrival of strangers had ever before enlivened the dreary monotony of Porthgenna Tower within her experience, and she was resolved not to stay alone in the kitchen while there was a chance of hearing a stray word of the conversation or catching a chance glimpse of the proceedings among the company upstairs. In the meantime, the housekeeper had led the way as far as the first-floor landing, on either side of which the principal rooms in the west front were situated. Sharpened by fear and suspicion, Sarah's eyes immediately detected the repairs which had been effected in the banisters and stairs of the second flight. "You have had a workman in the house?" she said quickly to Mrs. Pentreath. "You mean on the stairs?" returned the housekeeper. "Yes, we have had workmen there." "And nowhere else?" "No, but they are wanted other places badly enough. Even here, on the best side of the house, half the bedrooms upstairs are hardly fit to sleep in. They were anything but comfortable, as I have heard, even in the late Mrs. Treverton's time, and since she died—" The housekeeper stopped with a frown and a look of surprise. The lady in the quiet dress, instead of sustaining the reputation for good manners which had been conferred on her in Mrs. Frankland's letter, was guilty of the unpardonable discourtesy of turning away from Mrs. Pentreath before she had done speaking. Determined not to allow herself to be impertinently silenced in that way, she coldly and distinctly repeated her last words. "And since Mrs. Treverton died—" She was interrupted for the second time. The strange lady, turning quickly round again, confronted her with a very pale face and a very eager look, and asked in the most abrupt manner an utterly irrelevant question. "Tell me about the ghost story," she said. "Do they say it is the ghost of a man or of a woman?" "I was speaking of the late Mrs. Treverton," said the housekeeper in her severest tones of reproof, "and not of the ghost story about the north rooms. You would have known that if you had done me the favour to listen to what I said." "I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon 1,000 times for seeming inattentive. It struck me just then, or at least I wanted to know—" "If you came to know about anything so absurd," said Mrs. Pentreath, mollified by the evident sincerity of the apology that had been offered to her, "the ghost, according to the story, is the ghost of a woman." The strange lady's face grew whiter than ever, and she turned away once more to the open window on the landing. "How hot it is!" she said, putting her head out into the air. "Hot with a north-east wind!" exclaimed Mrs. Pentreath in amazement. Here Uncle Joseph came forward with a polite request to know when they were going to look over the rooms. For the last few minutes he had been asking all sorts of questions of Mr. Munder, and having received no answers which were not of the shortest and most ungracious kind, had given up talking to the steward in despair. Mrs. Pentreath prepared to lead the way into the breakfast-room, library, and drawing-room. All three communicated with each other, and each room had a second door opening on a long passage, the entrance to which was on the right-hand side of the first-floor landing. Before leading the way into these rooms, the housekeeper touched Sarah on the shoulder to intimate that it was time to be moving on. "As for the ghost story," resumed Mrs. Pentreath while she opened the breakfast-room door, "you must apply to the ignorant people who believe in it if you want to hear it all told. Whether the ghost is an old ghost or a new ghost, and why she is supposed to walk, is more than I can tell you." In spite of the housekeeper's affectation of indifference toward the popular superstition, she had heard enough of the ghost story to frighten her, though she would not confess it. Inside the house, or outside the house, nobody much less willing to venture into the north rooms alone could, in real truth, have been found than Mrs. Pentreath herself. While the housekeeper was drawing up the blinds in the breakfast parlour, and while Mr. Munder was opening the door that led out of it into the library, Uncle Joseph stole to his niece's side and spoke a few words of encouragement to her in his quaint, kindly way. "Courage," he whispered. "Keep your wits about you, Sarah, and catch your little opportunity whenever you can." My thoughts," she answered in the same low key. "This house rouses them all against me. Oh, why did I ever venture into it again?" "You had better look at the view from the window now," said Mrs. Pentreath after she had drawn up the blind. "It is very much admired." While affairs were in this stage of progress on the first floor of the house, Betsy, who had been hitherto stealing up by a stair at a time from the hall, and listening with all her ears in the intervals of the ascent, finding that no sound of voices now reached her, bethought herself of returning to the kitchen again, and of looking after the housekeeper's dinner, which was being kept warm by the fire. She descended to the lower regions, wondering what part of the house the strangers would want to see next, and puzzling her brains to find out some excuse of attaching herself to the exploring party. After the view from the breakfast-room window had been duly contemplated, the library was next entered. In this room, Mrs. Pentreath, having some leisure to look about her, and employing that leisure in observing the conduct of the steward, arrived at the unpleasant conviction that Mr. Munder was by no means to be depended on to assist her in the important business of watching the proceedings of the two strangers. Doubly stimulated to assert his own dignity by the disrespectful easy manner in which he had been treated by Uncle Joseph, the sole object of Mr. Munder's ambition seemed to be to divest himself as completely as possible of the character of guide which the unscrupulous foreigner sought to confer on him. He sauntered heavily about the rooms, with the air of a casual visitor, staring out of a window, peeping into books on tables, frowning at himself in the chimney-glasses, looking, in short, anywhere but where he ought to look. The housekeeper, exasperated by this affectation of indifference, whispered to him irritably to keep his eye on the foreigner, as it was quite as much as she could do to look after the lady in the quiet dress. "Very good, said Mr. Munder with sulky carelessness. "And where are you going to next, ma'am, after we have been in the drawing-room? Back again through the library into the breakfast-room, or out at once into the passage? Be good enough to settle which, as you seem to be in the way of settling everything." "Into the passage, to be sure," answered Mrs. Pentreath, "to show the next 3 rooms beyond these." Mr. Munder sauntered out of the library, through the doorway of communication, into the drawing-room, unlocked the door leading into the passage, then, to the great disgust of the housekeeper, strolled to the fireplace and looked at himself in the glass over it, just as attentively as he had looked at himself in the library mirror hardly a minute before. "This is the west drawing-room," said Mrs. Pentreath, calling to the visitors. "The carving of the stone chimney-piece," she added, with the mischievous intention of bringing them into the closest proximity to the steward, "is considered the finest thing in the whole apartment." Driven from the looking-glass by this manoeuvre, Mr. Munder provokingly sauntered to the window and looked out. Sarah, still pale and silent, but with a certain unwonted resolution just gathering, as it were, in the lines about her lips, stopped thoughtfully by the chimney-piece when the housekeeper pointed it out to her. Uncle Joseph, looking all round the room in his discursive manner, spied in the farthest corner of it, from the door that led into the passage, a beautiful maple-wood table and cabinet of a very peculiar pattern. His workmanlike enthusiasm was instantly aroused, and he darted across the room to examine the make of the cabinet closely. The table beneath projected a little way in front of it, and, of all the objects in the world, what should he see reposing on the flat space of the projection but a magnificent musical box, at least 3 times the size of his own. "Ai, ai, ai!" cried Uncle Joseph in an ascending scale of admiration, which ended at the very top of his voice. "Open him! Set him going! Let me hear what he plays!" He stopped for want of words to express his impatience, and drummed with both hands on the lid of the music-box in a burst of uncontrollable enthusiasm. "Mr. Munder!" exclaimed the housekeeper, hurrying across the room in great indignation. "Why don't you look? Why don't you stop him? He's breaking open the music-box. Be quiet, sir! How dare you touch me?" "Set him going! Set him going!" reiterated Uncle Joseph, dropping Mrs. Pentreath's arm, which he had seized in his agitation. "Look here! This by my side is a music-box too. Set him going! Does he play Mozart? He is 3 times bigger than I ever saw. See this box of mine, this tiny bit of box that looks nothing by the side of yours. It was given to my own brother from the king of all music composers that ever lived, by the divine Mozart himself. Set the big box going, and you shall hear the little baby box pipe after. Ah, dear and good madam, if you love me—" "Sir!" exclaimed the housekeeper, reddening with virtuous indignation to the very roots of her hair. "What do you mean, sir, by addressing such outrageous language as that to a respectable female?" inquired Mr. Munder, approaching to the rescue. "Do you think we want your foreign noises, and your foreign morals, and your foreign profanity here? Yes, sir, profanity. Any man who calls any human individual, whether musical or otherwise, divine, is a profane man. Who are you, you extremely audacious person? Are you an infidel?" Before Uncle Joseph could say a word in vindication of his principles, before Mr. Munder could relieve himself of any more indignation, they were both startled into momentary silence by an exclamation of alarm from the housekeeper. "Where is she?" cried Mrs. Pentreath, standing in the middle of the drawing-room, and looking with bewildered eyes all around her. The lady in the quiet dress had vanished. She was not in the library, not in the breakfast-room, not in the passage outside. After searching in those 3 places, the housekeeper came back to Mr. Munder with a look of downright terror in her face, and stood staring at him for a moment, perfectly helpless and perfectly silent. As soon as she recovered herself, she turned fiercely on Uncle Joseph. "Where is she? I insist on knowing what has become of her, you cunning, wicked, impudent old man. Where is she?" cried Mrs. Pentreath, with no colour in her cheeks and no mercy in her eyes. "I suppose she is looking about the house by herself," said Uncle Joseph. "We shall find her surely as we take our walks through the other rooms." Simple as he was, the old man had, nevertheless, acuteness enough to perceive that he had accidentally rendered the very service to his niece of which she stood in need. If he had been the most artful of mankind, he could have devised no better means of diverting Mrs. Pentreath's attention from Sarah to himself than the very means which he had just used in perfect innocence at the very moment when his thoughts were farthest away from the real object with which he and his niece had entered the house. "So, thought Uncle Joseph to himself, while these 2 angry people were scolding me for nothing, Sarah has slipped away to the room where the letter is. Good. I have only to wait till she comes back, and to let the 2 angry people go on scolding me as long as they please." "What are we to do, Mr. Munder? What on earth are we to do?" asked the housekeeper. "We can't waste the precious minutes staring at each other here. The woman must be found. Stop, she asked questions about the stairs. She looked up at the 2nd floor the moment we got on the landing. Mr. Munder, wait here, and don't let that foreigner out of your sight for a moment. Wait here while I run up and look into the 2nd floor passage. All the bedroom doors are locked. I defy her to hide herself if she has gone up there." With those words, the housekeeper ran out of the drawing-room and breathlessly ascended the 2nd flight of stairs. While Mrs. Pentreath was searching on the west side of the house, Sarah was hurrying, at the top of her speed, along the lonely passages that led to the north rooms. Terrified into decisive action by the desperate nature of the situation, she had slipped out of the drawing-room into the passage the instant she saw Mrs. Pentreath's back turned on her. Without stopping to think, without attempting to compose herself, she ran down the stairs of the 1st floor and made straight for the housekeeper's room. She had no excuses ready, if she had found anybody there, or if she had met anybody on the way. She had formed no plan where to seek for them next, if the keys of the north rooms were not hanging in the place where she still expected to find them. Her mind was lost in confusion, her temples throbbed as if they would burst with the heat at her brain. The one blind, wild, headlong purpose of getting into the myrtle room drove her on, gave unnatural swiftness to her trembling feet, unnatural strength to her shaking hands, unnatural courage to her sinking heart. She ran into the housekeeper's room, without even the ordinary caution of waiting for a moment to listen outside the door. No one was there. One glance at the well-remembered nail in the wall showed her the keys still hanging to it in a bunch, as they had hung in the long past time. She had them in her possession in a moment, and was away again, along the solitary passages that led to the north rooms, threading their turnings and windings as if she had left them but the day before, never pausing to listen or to look behind her, never slackening her speed till she was at the top of the back staircase and had her hand on the locked door that led into the north hall. As she turned over the bunch to find the first key that was required, she discovered, what her hurry had hitherto prevented her from noticing, the numbered labels which the builder had methodically attached to all the keys when he had been sent to Porthgenna by Mr. Frankland to survey the house. At the first sight of them her searching hands paused in their work instantaneously, and she shivered all over, as if a sudden chill had struck her. If she had been less violently agitated, the discovery of the new labels and the suspicions to which the sight of them instantly gave rise would, in all probability, have checked her further progress. But the confusion of her mind was now too great to allow her to piece together even the veriest fragments of thoughts. Vaguely conscious of a new terror, of a sharpened distrust that doubled and trebled the headlong impatience which had driven her on thus far, she desperately resumed her search through the bunch of keys. One of them had no label. It was larger than the rest. It was the key that fitted the door of communication before which she stood. She turned it in the rusty lock with a strength which at any other time she would have been utterly incapable of exerting. She opened the door with a blow of her hand, which burst it away at one stroke from the jambs to which it stuck. Panting for breath, she flew across the forsaken North Hall, without stopping for 1 second to push the door to behind her. The creeping creatures, the noisome house reptiles that possessed the place, crawled away shadow-like on either side of her toward the walls. She never noticed them, never turned away for them. Across the hall and up the stairs at the end of it she ran, till she gained the open landing at the top, and there she suddenly checked herself in front of the first door. The first door of the long range of rooms that opened on the landing, the door that fronted the topmost of the flight of stairs. She stopped. She looked at it. It was not the door she had come to open, and yet she could not tear herself away from it. Scrawled on the panel in white chalk was the figure 1. And when she looked down at the bunch of keys in her hands, there was the figure 1 on a label answering to it. She tried to think, to follow out any one of the thronging suspicions that beset her to the conclusion at which it might point. The effort was useless. Her mind was gone. Her bodily senses of seeing and hearing, senses which had now become painfully and incomprehensibly sharpened, seemed to be the sole relics of intelligence that she had left to guide her. She put her hand over her eyes and waited a little so, and then went on slowly along the landing, looking at the doors. Number 2, number 3, number 4, traced on the panels in the same white chalk and answering to the numbered labels on the keys, the figures of which were written in ink. Number 4, the middle room of the first floor range of 8. She stopped there again, trembling from head to foot. It was the door of the Myrtle room. Did the chalk numbers stop there? She looked on down the landing. No, the 4 doors remaining were regularly numbered on to 8. She came back again to the door of the Myrtle room, sought out the key labelled with the figure 4, hesitated, and looked back distrustfully over the deserted hall. The canvases of the old family pictures, which she had seen bulging out of their frames in the past time when she hid the letter, had for the most part rotted away from them now, and lay in great black ragged strips on the floor of the hall. Islands and continents of damp spread like the map of some strange region over the lofty vaulted ceiling. Cobwebs heavy with dust hung down in festoons from broken cornices. Dirt stains lay on the stone pavement, like gross reflections of the damp stains on the ceiling. The broad flight of stairs leading up to the open landing before the rooms of the first floor had sunk down bodily toward one side. The banisters which protected the outer edge of the landing were broken away into ragged gaps. The light of day was stained, the air of heaven was stilled, the sounds of earth were silenced in the North Hall. Silenced? Were all sounds silenced? Or was there something stirring that just touched the sense of hearing, that just deepened the dismal stillness and no more? Sarah listened, keeping her face still set toward the hall, listened and heard a faint sound behind her. Was it outside the door on which her back was turned, or was it inside, in the Myrtle room? Inside. With the first conviction of that, all thought, all sensation left her. She forgot the suspicious numbering of the doors. She became insensible to the lapse of time, unconscious of the risk of discovery. All exercise of her other faculties was now merged in the exercise of the one faculty of listening. It was a still, faint, stealthily rustling sound, and it moved to and fro at intervals, to and fro softly, now at one end, now at the other of the Myrtle room. There were moments when it grew suddenly distinct, other moments when it died away in gradations too light to follow. Sometimes it seemed to sweep over the floor at a bound, Sometimes it crept with slow, continuous rustlings that just wavered on the verge of absolute silence. Her feet still rooted to the spot on which she stood, Sarah turned her head slowly, inch by inch, toward the door of the myrtle room. A moment before, while she was as yet unconscious of the faint sound moving to and fro within it, she had been drawing her breath heavily and quickly. She might have been dead now, her bosom was so still, her breathing so noiseless. The same mysterious change came over her face which had altered it when the darkness began to gather in the little parlour at Truro. The same fearful look of inquiry which she had then fixed on the vacant corner of the room was in her eyes now as they slowly turned on the door. "Mistress," she whispered, "am I too late? Are you there before me?" The stealthily rustling sound inside paused, renewed itself, died away again faintly toward the lower end of the room. Her eyes still remained fixed on the myrtle room, strained and opened wider and wider, opened as if they would look through the very door itself, opened as if they were watching for the opaque wood to turn transparent and show what was behind it. "Over the lonesome floor, over the lonesome floor, how light it moves," she whispered again. "Mistress, does the black dress I made for you rustle no louder than that?" The sound stopped again, then suddenly advanced at one stealthy sweep close to the inside of the door. If she could have moved at that moment, if she could have looked down to the line of open space between the bottom of the door and the flooring below, when the faintly rustling sound came nearest to her, she might have seen the insignificant cause that produced it lying self-betrayed under the door, partly outside, partly inside, in the shape of a fragment of faded red paper from the wall of the myrtle room. Time and damp had loosened the paper all round the apartment. 2 or 3 yards of it had been torn off by the builder while he was examining the walls, sometimes in large pieces, sometimes in small pieces, just as it happened to come away, and had been thrown down by him on the bare, boarded floor to become the sport of the wind whenever it happened to blow through the broken panes of glass in the window. If she had only moved, if she had only looked down for one little second of time! She was past moving and past looking. The paroxysm of superstitious horror that possessed her held her still in every limb and every feature. She never started, she uttered no cry, when the rustling noise came nearest. The one outward sign which showed how the terror of its approach shook her to the very soul expressed itself only in the changed action of her right hand in which she still held the keys. At the instant when the wind wafted the fragment of paper closest to the door, her fingers lost their power of contraction and became as nerveless and helpless as if she had fainted. The heavy bunch of keys slipped from her suddenly loosened grasp, dropped at her side on the outer edge of the landing, rolled off through a gap in the broken banister, and fell on the stone pavement below with a crash which made the sleeping echoes shriek again, as if they were sentient beings writhing under the torture of sound. The crash of the falling keys, ringing and ringing again through the stillness, woke her, as it were, to instant consciousness of present events and present perils. She started, staggered backward, and raised both her hands wildly to her head, paused so for a few seconds, then made for the top of the stairs with the purpose of descending into the hall to recover the keys. Before she had advanced 3 paces, the shrill sound of a woman's scream came from the door of communication at the opposite end of the hall. The scream was twice repeated, at a greater distance off, and was followed by a confused noise of rapidly advancing voices and footsteps. She staggered desperately a few paces farther, and reached the first of the row of doors that opened on the landing. There nature sank exhausted. Her knees gave way under her, her breath, her sight, her hearing, all seemed to fail her together at the same instant, and she dropped down senseless on the floor at the head of the stairs. End of Chapter 3, Book 4. Chapter 4, Book 4 of The Dead Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Goldfish. The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins. Book 4, Chapter 4. Mr. Munder on the Seat of Judgment. The murmuring voices and the hurrying footsteps came nearer and nearer, then stopped altogether. After an interval of silence, one voice called out loudly, "Sarah! Sarah! Where are you?" And the next instant Uncle Joseph appeared alone in the doorway that led into the north hall, looking eagerly all around him. At first, the prostrate figure on the landing at the head of the stairs escaped his view, but the second time he looked in that direction, the dark dress and the arm that lay just over the edge of the top stair caught his eye. With a loud cry of terror and recognition, he flew across the hall and ascended the stairs. Just as he was kneeling by Sarah's side and raising her head on his arm, the steward, the housekeeper, and the maid, all three, crowded together after him in the doorway. "Water!" shouted the old man, gesticulating at them wildly with his disengaged hand. "She is here! She has fallen down! She is in a faint! Water! Water!" Mr. Munder looked at Mrs. Pentreath. Mrs. Pentreath looked at Betsy. Betsy looked at the ground. All three stood stock still. All three seemed equally incapable of walking across the hall. If the science of physiognomy be not an entire delusion, the cause of this amazing unanimity was legibly written in their faces. In other words, they all three looked equally afraid of the ghost. "Water, I say! Water!" reiterated Uncle Joseph, shaking his fist at them. "She is in a faint! Are you three at the door there, and not one heart of mercy among you? Water, water, water! Must I scream myself into fits before I can make you hear?" "I'll get the water, ma'am," said Betsy, "if you or Mr. Munder will please to take it from here to the top of the stairs." She ran to the kitchen and came back with a glass of water, which she offered with respectful courtesy first to the housekeeper and then to the steward. "How dare you ask us to carry things for you?" said Mrs. Pentreath, backing out of the doorway. "Yes, how dare you ask us?" added Mr. Munder, backing after Mrs. Pentreath. "Water!" shouted the old man for the third time. He drew his niece backward a little, so that she could be supported against the wall behind her. "Water, or I trample down this dungeon of a place about your ears!" he shouted, stamping with impatience and rage. "If you please, sir, are you sure it's really the lady who is up there?" asked Betsy, advancing a few paces tremulously with a glass of water. "Am I sure?" exclaimed Uncle Joseph, descending the stairs to meet her. "What false question is this? Who should it be?" "The ghost, sir," said Betsy, advancing more and more slowly. "The ghost of the north rooms." Uncle Joseph met her a few yards in advance of the foot of the stairs, took the glass of water from her with a gesture of contempt, and hastened back to his niece. As Betsy turned to effect her retreat, the bunch of keys lying on the pavement below the landing caught her eye. After a little hesitation, she mustered courage enough to pick them up, and then ran with them out of the hall as fast as her feet could carry her. Meanwhile, Uncle Joseph was moistening his niece's lips with the water and sprinkling it over her forehead. After a while, her breath began to come and go slowly in faint sighs, the muscles of her face moved a little, and she feebly opened her eyes. They fixed affrightedly on the old man, without any expression of recognition. He made her drink a little water, and spoke to her gently, and so brought her back at last to herself. Her first words were, "Don't leave me." Her first action, when she was able to move, was the action of crouching closer to him. "No fear, my child," he said soothingly. "I will keep by you. Tell me, Sarah, what has made you faint? What has frightened you so?" "Oh, don't ask me. For God's sake, don't ask me." There, I shall say nothing then. Another mouthful of water? A little mouthful more? Help me up, uncle. Help me to try if I can stand." "Not yet. Not quite yet. Patience for a little longer." "Oh, help me, help me. I want to get away from the sight of those doors. If I can only go as far as the bottom of the stairs, I shall be better." So, said Uncle Joseph, assisting her to rise. "Wait now, and feel your feet on the ground. Lean on me, lean hard, lean heavy. Though I am only a light and a little man, I am solid as a rock. Have you been into the room?" he added in a whisper. Have you got the letter?" She sighed bitterly and laid her head on his shoulder with a weary despair. "Why, Sarah, Sarah!" he exclaimed. "Have you been all this time away and not got into the room yet?" She raised her head as suddenly as she had laid it down, shuddered, and tried feebly to draw him toward the stairs. "I shall never see the myrtle room again. Never, never, never more," she said. "Let us go. I can walk. I am strong now. Uncle Joseph, if you love me, take me away from this house. Away anywhere, so long as we are in the free air and the daylight again. Anywhere, so long as we are out of sight of Porthgenna Tower." Elevating his eyebrows in astonishment, but considerately refraining from asking any more questions, Uncle Joseph assisted his niece to descend the stairs. She was still so weak that she was obliged to pause on gaining the bottom of them to recover her strength. Seeing this, and feeling, as he led her afterward across the hall, that she leaned more and more heavily on his arm at every fresh step, the old man, on arriving within speaking distance of Mr. Munder and Mrs. Pentreath, asked the housekeeper if she possessed any restorative drops which she would allow him to administer to his niece. Mrs. Pentreath's reply in the affirmative, though not very graciously spoken, was accompanied by an alacrity of action which showed that she was heartily rejoiced to take the first fair excuse for returning to the inhabited quarter of the house. Muttering something about showing the way to the place where the medicine chest was kept, she immediately retraced her steps along the passage to her own room, while Uncle Joseph, disregarding all Sarah's whispered assurances that she was well enough to depart without another moment of delay, followed her silently, leading his niece. Mr. Munder, shaking his head and looking woefully disconcerted, waited behind to lock the door of communication. When he had done this, and had given the keys to Betsy to carry back to their appointed place, he, in his turn, retired from the scene at a pace indecorously approaching to something like a run. On getting well away from the North Hall, however, he regained his self-possession wonderfully. He abruptly slackened his pace, collected his scattered wits, and reflected a little, apparently with perfect satisfaction to himself, for when he entered the housekeeper's room he had quite recovered his usual complacent solemnity of look and manner. Like the vast majority of densely stupid men, he felt intense pleasure in hearing himself talk, and he now discerned such an opportunity of indulging in that luxury, after the events that had just happened in the house, as he seldom enjoyed. There is only one kind of speaker who is quite certain never to break down under any stress of circumstances: the man whose capability of talking does not include any dangerous underlying capacity for knowing what he means. Among this favoured order of natural orators, Mr. Munder occupied a prominent rank, and he was now vindictively resolved to exercise his abilities on the two strangers under pretence of asking for an explanation of their conduct before he could suffer them to quit the house. On entering the room, he found Uncle Joseph seated with his niece at the lower end of it, engaged in dropping some sal volatile into a glass of water. At the upper end stood the housekeeper, with an open medicine chest on the table before her. To this part of the room Mr. Munder slowly advanced with a portentous countenance, drew an armchair up to the table, sat himself down in it with extreme deliberation and care in the matter of settling his coat-tails, and immediately became, to all outward appearances, the model of a Lord Chief Justice in plain clothes. Mrs. Pentreath, conscious from these preparations that something extraordinary was about to happen, seated herself a little behind the steward. Betsy restored the keys to their place on the nail in the wall, and was about to retire modestly to her proper kitchen sphere when she was stopped by Mr. Munder. "Wait, if you please," said the steward. "I shall have occasion to call on you presently, young woman, to make a plain statement." Obedient, Betsy waited near the door, terrified by the idea that she must have done something wrong, and that the steward was armed with inscrutable legal power to try, sentence, and punish her for the offence on the spot. "Now, sir," said Mr. Munder, addressing Uncle Joseph as if he was the Speaker of the House of Commons, "if you have done with that sal volatile, and if the person by your side has sufficiently recovered her senses to listen, I should wish to say a word or two to both of you." At this exordium, Sarah tried affrightedly to rise from her chair, but her uncle caught her by the hand and pressed her back in it.
Wait and rest, he whispered. I shall take all the scolding on my own shoulder and do all the talking with my own tongue. As soon as you are fit to walk again, I promise you this. Whether the big man has said his word or two, or has not said it, we will quietly get up and go our ways out of the house.
Up to the present moment, said Mr. Munder, I have refrained from expressing an opinion. The time has now come when, holding a position of trust as I do in this establishment, and being accountable, and indeed responsible as I am for what takes place in it, and feeling, as I must, that things cannot be allowed or even permitted to rest as they are, it is my duty to say that I think your conduct is very extraordinary. Directing this forcible conclusion to his sentence straight at Sarah, Mr. Munder leaned back in his chair, quite full of words and quite empty of meaning, to collect himself comfortably for his next effort. My only desire, he resumed, with a plaintive impartiality, is to act fairly by all parties. I don't wish to frighten anybody, or to startle anybody, or even to terrify anybody. I wish to unravel, or, if you please, to make out what I may term, with perfect propriety, events, and when I have done that, I should wish to put it to you, ma'am, and to you, sir, whether, I say I should wish to put it to you both, calmly and impartially, and politely, and plainly, and smoothly, and when I say smoothly, I mean quietly, whether you are not both of you bound to explain yourselves. Mr. Munder paused to let that last irresistible appeal work its way to the consciences of the persons whom he addressed. The housekeeper took advantage of the silence to cough, as congregations cough just before the sermon, apparently on the principle of getting rid of bodily infirmities beforehand, in order to give the mind free play for undisturbed intellectual enjoyment. Betsy, following Mrs. Pentreath's lead, indulged in a cough on her own account, of the faint, distrustful sort. Uncle Joseph sat perfectly easy and undismayed, still holding his niece's hand in his, and giving it a little squeeze from time to time, when the steward's oratory became particularly involved and impressive. Sarah never moved, never looked up, never lost the expression of terrified restraint which had taken possession of her face from the first moment when she entered the housekeeper's room. Now, what are the facts and circumstances and events? Proceeded Mr. Munder, leaning back in his chair in calm enjoyment of the sound of his own voice. You, ma'am, and you, sir, ring at the bell of the door of this mansion. Here he looked hard at Uncle Joseph, as much as to say, I don't give up that point about the house being a mansion, you see, even on the judgment seat. You are let in, or rather admitted. You, sir, assert that you wish to inspect the mansion. You say, see the house, but being a foreigner, we are not surprised at your making a little mistake of that sort. You, ma'am, coincide and even agree in that request. What follows? You are shown over the mansion. It is not usual to show strangers over it, but we happen to have certain reasons. Sarah started. What reasons? She asked, looking up quickly. Uncle Joseph felt her hand turn cold and tremble in his. Hush, hush, he said. Leave the talking to me. At the same moment Mrs. Pentreath pulled Mr. Munder warily by the coat-tail and whispered to him to be careful. Mrs. Frankland's letter, she said in his ear, tells us particularly not to let it be suspected that we are acting under orders. Don't you fancy, Mrs. Pentreath, that I forget what I ought to remember? rejoined Mr. Munder, who had forgotten nevertheless. "And don't you imagine that I was going to commit myself?" The very thing which he had just been on the point of doing. "Leave this business in my hands, if you will be so good." "What reasons did you say, ma'am?" he asked aloud, addressing himself to Sarah. "Never you mind about reasons. We have not got to do with them now. We have got to do with facts and circumstances and events. I was observing or remarking that you, sir, and you, ma'am, were shown over this mansion. You were conducted, and indeed led, up the west staircase, the spacious west staircase, sir. You were shown with politeness and even with courtesy through the breakfast-room, the library, and the drawing-room. In that drawing-room, you, sir, indulge in outrageous, and I will add in violent language. In that drawing-room, you, ma'am, disappear, or rather go altogether out of sight. Such conduct as this, so highly unparalleled, so entirely unprecedented, and so very unusual, causes Mrs. Pentreath and myself to feel—" Here Mr. Munder stopped, at a loss for a word for the first time. "Astonished?" suggested Mrs. Pentreath, after a long interval of silence. "No, ma'am," retorted Mr. Munder, "nothing of the sort. We were not at all astonished. We were surprised. And what followed and succeeded that? What did you and I hear, sir, on the first floor?" looking sternly at Uncle Joseph. "And what did you hear, Mrs. Pentreath, while you were searching for the missing and absent party on the second floor?" "What?" Thus personally appealed to, the housekeeper answered briefly, "A scream." "No, no, no," said Mr. Munder, fretfully tapping his hand on the table. "A screech, Mrs. Pentreath. A screech. And what is the meaning, purport, and upshot of that screech, young woman?" Here Mr. Munder turned suddenly on Betsy. "We have now traced these extraordinary facts and circumstances as far as you. Have the goodness to step forward and tell us, in the presence of these two parties, how you came to utter or give what Mrs. Pentreath calls a scream, but what I call a screech. A plain statement will do, my good girl, quite a plain statement, if you please. And, young woman, one word more, speak up, you understand me, speak up." Covered with confusion by the public and solemn nature of this appeal, Betsy, on starting with her statement, unconsciously followed the oratorical example of no less a person than Mr. Munder himself. That is to say, she spoke on the principle of drowning the smallest possible infusion of ideas in the largest possible dilution of words. Extricated from the mesh of verbal entanglement in which she contrived to involve it, her statement may be not unfairly represented as simply consisting of the following facts. First, Betsy had to relate that she happened to be just taking the lid off a saucepan on the kitchen fire, when she heard, in the neighbourhood of the housekeeper's room, a sound of hurried footsteps, vernacularly termed by the witness a scurrying of somebody's feet. Secondly, Betsy, on leaving the kitchen to ascertain what the sound meant, heard the footsteps retreating rapidly along the passage which led to the north side of the house, and, stimulated by curiosity, followed the sound of them for a certain distance. Thirdly, at a sharp turn in the passage, Betsy stopped short, despairing of overtaking the person whose footsteps she heard, and feeling also a sense of dread, termed by the witness creeping of the flesh, at the idea of venturing alone, even in broad daylight, into the ghostly quarter of the house. Fourthly, while still hesitating at the turn in the passage, Betsy heard the lock of a door go, and, stimulated afresh by curiosity, advanced a few steps farther, then stopped again, debating within herself the difficult and dreadful question, whether it is the usual custom of ghosts, when passing from one place to another, to unlock any closed door which may happen to be in their way, or to save trouble by simply passing through it. Fitfully, after long deliberation and many false starts, forward toward the north hall and backward toward the kitchen, Betsy decided that it was the immemorial custom of all ghosts to pass through doors and not unlock them. Sixthly, fortified by this conviction, Betsy went on boldly close to the door when she suddenly heard a loud report, as of some heavy body falling, graphically termed by the witness a banging scratch. Seventhly, the noise frightened Betsy out of her wits, brought her heart up into her mouth, and took away her breath. Eighthly, and lastly, on recovering breath enough to scream or screech, Betsy did, with might and main, scream or screech, running back toward the kitchen as fast as her legs would carry her, with all her hair standing up on end, and all her flesh in a crawl from the crown of her head to the soles of her feet. "Just so, said Mr. Munder when the statement came to a close, as if the sight of a young woman with all her hair standing on end and all her flesh in a crawl were an ordinary result of his experience of female humanity. "Just so. You may stand back, my good girl, you may stand back. There is nothing to smile at, sir," he continued, sternly addressing Uncle Joseph, who had been excessively amused by Betsy's manner of delivering her evidence. "You would be doing better to carry, or rather transport, your mind back to what followed and succeeded the young woman's screech. What did we all do, sir? We rushed to the spot, and we ran to the place. And what did we all see, sir? We saw you, ma'am, lying horizontally, prostrate, on the top of the landing of the first of the flight of the north stairs, and we saw those keys, now hanging up yonder, abstracted and purloined, and, as it were, snatched from their place in this room, and lying horizontally prostrate likewise on the floor of the hall. There are the facts, the circumstances, and the events laid, or rather placed, before you. What have you got to say to them? I call upon you both solemnly, and I will add seriously, in my own name, in the name of Mrs. Pentreath, in the name of our employers, in the name of decency, in the name of wonder. What do you mean by it?" With that conclusion, Mr. Munder struck his fist on the table and waited with a glare of merciless expectation for anything in the shape of an answer, an explanation, or a defence, which the culprits at the bottom of the room might be disposed to offer. "Tell him anything," whispered Sarah to the old man, "anything to keep him quiet, anything to make him let us go. After what I have suffered, these people will drive me mad." Never quick at inventing an excuse, and perfectly ignorant besides of what had really happened to his niece while she was alone in the North Hall, Uncle Joseph, with the best will in the world to prove himself equal to the emergency, felt considerable difficulty in deciding what he should say or do. Determined, however, at all hazards to spare Sarah any useless suffering, and to remove her from the house as speedily as possible, he rose to take the responsibility of speaking on himself, looking hard before he opened his lips, at Mr. Munder, who immediately leaned forward on the table with his hand to his ear. Uncle Joseph acknowledged this polite act of attention with one of his fantastic bows, and then replied to the whole of the steward's long harangue in these 6 unanswerable words. "I wish you good day, sir." "How dare you wish me anything of the sort?" cried Mr. Munder, jumping out of his chair in violent indignation. "How dare you trifle with a serious subject and a serious question in that way? Wish me good day, indeed. Do you suppose I am going to let you out of this house without hearing some explanation of the abstracting and purloining and snatching of the keys of the north rooms?" "Ah, it is that you want to know," said Uncle Joseph, stimulated to plunge headlong into an excuse by the increasing agitation and terror of his niece. "See now, I shall explain. What was it, dear and good sir, that we said when we were first let in? This: we have come to see the house. Now, there is a north side to the house and a west side to the house. Good. That is 2 sides, and I and my niece are 2 people, and we divide ourselves in 2 to see the 2 sides. I am the half that goes west with you and the dear and good lady behind there. My niece here is the other half that goes north, all by herself, and drops the keys and falls into a faint, because in that old part of the house it is what you call musty-fusty, and there is smells of tombs and spiders. And that is all the explanation, and quite enough too. I wish you good day, sir." "Damn me, if I ever met the like of you before," roared Mr. Munder, entirely forgetting his dignity, his respectability, and his long words in the exasperation of the moment. "You are going to have it all your own way, are you, Mr. Foreigner? You will walk out of this place when you please, will you, Mr. Foreigner? We will see what the Justice of the Peace for this district has to say to that," cried Mr. Munder, recovering his solemn manner and his lofty phraseology. "Property in this house is confided to my care, and unless I hear some satisfactory explanation of the purloining of those keys hanging up there, sir, on that wall, sir, before your eyes, sir, I shall consider it my duty to detain you and the person with you until I can get legal advice and lawful advice and magisterial advice. Do you hear that, sir?" Uncle Joseph's ruddy cheeks suddenly deepened in colour, and his face assumed an expression which made the housekeeper rather uneasy, and which had an irresistibly cooling effect on the heat of Mr. Munder's anger. "You will keep us here? You?" said the old man, speaking very quietly and looking very steadily at the steward. "Now, see, I take this lady— courage, my child, courage, there is nothing to tremble for. I take this lady with me, I throw that door open, so, I stand and wait before it, and I say to you, shut that door against us if you dare." At this defiance, Mr. Munder advanced a few steps and then stopped. If Uncle Joseph's steady look at him had wavered for an instant, he would have closed the door. "I say again," repeated the old man, "shut it against me if you dare. The laws and customs of your country, sir, have made me an Englishman. If you can talk into one ear of a magistrate, I can talk into the other. If he must listen to you, a citizen of this country, he must listen to me, a citizen of this country. Say the words if you please. Do you accuse, or do you threaten, or do you shut the door? Before Mr. Munder could reply to any one of these 3 direct questions, the housekeeper begged him to return to his chair and to speak to her. As he resumed his place, she whispered to him in warning tones, "Remember Mrs. Frankland's letter." At the same moment, Uncle Joseph, considering that he had waited long enough, took a step forward to the door. He was prevented from advancing any farther by his niece, who caught him suddenly by the arm and said in his ear, "Look, they are whispering about us again." "Well," said Mr. Munder, replying to the housekeeper, "I do remember Mrs. Frankland's letter, ma'am. And what then?" "Hush! Not so loud," whispered Mrs. Pentreath. "I don't presume, Mr. Munder, to differ in opinion with you, but I want to ask 1 or 2 questions. Do you think we have any charge that a magistrate would listen to bring against these people?" Mr. Munder looked puzzled, and seemed, for once in a way, to be at a loss for an answer. "Does what you remember of Mrs. Frankland's letter," pursued the housekeeper, "incline you to think that she would be pleased at a public exposure of what has happened in this house? She tells us to take private notice of that woman's conduct, and to follow her unperceived when she goes away. I don't venture on the liberty of advising you, Mr. Munder, but as far as regards myself, I wash my hands of all responsibility if we do anything but follow Mrs. Frankland's instructions, as she herself tells us, to the letter." Mr. Munder hesitated. Uncle Joseph, who had paused for a minute when Sarah directed his attention to the whispering at the upper end of the room, now drew her on slowly with him to the door. "Betsy, my dear," he said, addressing the maid, with perfect coolness and composure, "we are strangers here. Will you be so kind as to show us the way out?" Betsy looked at the housekeeper, who motioned to her to appeal for orders to the steward. Mr. Munder was sorely tempted, for the sake of his own importance, to insist on instantly carrying out the violent measures to which he had threatened to have recourse, but Mrs. Pentreath's objections made him pause in spite of himself. "Betsy, my dear," replied Uncle Joseph, "has all this talking been too much for your ears? Has it made you deaf?" "Wait!" cried Mr. Munder impatiently. "I insist on your waiting, sir." "You insist? Well, because you are an uncivil man is no reason why I should be an uncivil man too. We will wait a little, sir, if you have anything more to say." Making that concession to the claims of politeness, Uncle Joseph walked gently backward and forward with his niece in the passage outside the door. "Sarah, my child, I have frightened the man of the big words," he whispered. "Try not to tremble so much. We shall soon be out in the fresh air again." In the meantime, Mr. Munder continued his whispered conversation with the housekeeper, making a desperate effort in the midst of his perplexities to maintain his customary air of patronage and his customary assumption of superiority. "There is a great deal of truth, ma'am," he softly began. "A great deal of truth, certainly, in what you say, but you are talking of the woman while I am talking of the man. Do you mean to tell me that I am to let him go after what has happened, without at least insisting on his giving me his name and address?" "Do you put trust enough in the foreigner to believe that he would give you his right name and address if you asked him?" inquired Mrs. Pentreath. "With submission to your better judgment, I must confess that I don't. But supposing you were to detain him and charge him before the magistrate, and how you are to do that, the magistrate's house being, I suppose, about a couple of hours' walk from here, is more than I can tell, you must surely risk offending Mrs. Frankland by detaining the woman and charging the woman as well. For, after all, Mr. Munder, though I believe the foreigner to be capable of anything, it was the woman that took the keys, was it not?" "Quite so, said Mr. Munder, whose sleepy eyes were now open to this plain and straightforward view of the case for the first time. "I was, oddly enough, putting that point to myself, Mrs. Pentreath, just before you happened to speak of it. Just so. I can't help thinking, continued the housekeeper in a mysterious whisper, that the best plan, and the plan most in accordance with our instructions, is to let them both go, as if we did not care to demean ourselves by any more quarrelling or arguing with them, and to have them followed to the next place they stop at. The gardener's boy Jacob is weeding the broad walk in the west garden this afternoon. These people have not seen him about the premises, and need not see him, if they are let out again by the south door. Jacob is a sharp lad, as you know, and if he was properly instructed, I really don't see—
It is a most singular circumstance, Mrs. Pentreath, interposed Mr. Munder with the gravity of consummate assurance. But when I first sat down to this table, that idea about Jacob occurred to me. What with the effort of speaking and the heat of argument, I got led away from it in the most unaccountable manner.
Here Uncle Joseph, whose stock of patience and politeness was getting exhausted, put his head into the room again.
I shall have one last word to address to you, sir, in a moment, said Mr. Munder, before the old man could speak. Don't you suppose that your blustering and your bullying has had any effect on me? It may do with foreigners, sir, but it won't do with Englishmen, I can tell you.
Uncle Joseph shrugged his shoulders, smiled, and rejoined his niece in the passage outside. While the housekeeper and the steward had been conferring together, Sarah had been trying hard to persuade her uncle to profit by her knowledge of the passages that led to the south door, and to slip away unperceived. But the old man steadily refused to be guided by her advice.
I will not go out of a place guiltily, he said, when I have done no harm. Nothing shall persuade me to put myself or to put you in the wrong. I am not a man of much wits, but let my conscience guide me, and so long I shall go right. They let us in here, Sarah, of their own accord, and they shall let us out of their own accord also.
Mr. Munder, whispered the housekeeper to stop a fresh explosion of the steward's indignation, which threatened to break out at the contempt implied by the shrugging of Uncle Joseph's shoulders. While you are speaking to that audacious man, shall I slip into the garden and give Jacob his instructions? Mr. Munder paused before answering, tried hard to see a more dignified way out of the dilemma in which he had placed himself than the way suggested by the housekeeper, failed entirely to discern anything of the sort, swallowed his indignation at one heroic gulp, and replied emphatically in 2 words, "Go, ma'am." "What does that mean? What has she gone that way for?" said Sarah to her uncle in a quick, suspicious whisper, as the housekeeper brushed hastily by them on her way to the west garden. Before there was time to answer the question, it was followed by another, put by Mr. Munder.
"Now sit," said the steward, standing in the doorway with his hands under his coat-tails and his head very high in the air. "Now, sir, and now, ma'am, for my last words. Am I to have a proper explanation of the abstracting and purloining of those keys, or am I not?"
"Certainly, sir, you are to have the explanation," replied Uncle Joseph. "It is, if you please, the same explanation that I had the honour of giving to you a little while ago. Do you wish to hear it again? It is all the explanation we have got about us."
"Oh, it is it?" said Mr. Munder. "Then all I have to say to both of you is leave the house directly. Directly," he added in his most coarsely offensive tones, taking refuge in the insolence of authority from the dim consciousness of the absurdity of his own position, which would force itself on him even while he spoke. "Yes, sir," he continued, growing more and more angry at the composure with which Uncle Joseph listened to him. "Yes, sir, you may bow and scrape and jabber your broken English somewhere else. I won't put up with you here. I have reflected with myself, and reasoned with myself, and asked myself calmly, as Englishmen always do, if it is any use making you of importance, and I have come to a conclusion. And that conclusion is no, it isn't. Don't you go away with a notion that your blusterings and bullyings have had any effect on me. Show them out, Betsy. I consider you beneath, aye, and below my notice. Language fails, sir, to express my contempt. Leave the house.
And I, sir, returned the object of all this withering derision with the most exasperating politeness. I shall say, for having your contempt, what I could by no means have said for having your respect, which is, briefly, thank you. I, the small foreigner, take the contempt of you, the big Englishman, as the greatest compliment that can be paid from a man of your composition to a man of mine. With that, Uncle Joseph made a last fantastic bow, took his niece's arm, and followed Betsy along the passages that led to the south door, leaving Mr. Munder to compose a fit retort at his leisure. 10 minutes later, the housekeeper returned, breathless, to her room, and found the steward walking backward and forward in a state of high irritation. "Pray make your mind easy, Mr. Munder," she said. "They are both clear of the house at last, and Jacob has got them well in view on the path over the moor." End of Chapter 4, Book 4. Chapter 5, Book 4, of The Dead Secret. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Goldfish. The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins. Book 4, Chapter 5. Mozart Plays Farewell. Excepting that he took leave of Betsy, the servant-maid, with great cordiality, Uncle Joseph spoke not another word after his parting reply to Mr. Munder until he and his niece were alone again under the east wall of Porthgenna Tower. There he paused, looked up at the house, then at his companion, then back at the house once more, and at last opened his lips to speak. "I am sorry, my child," he said. "I am sorry from my heart. This has been what you call in England a bad job." Thinking that he referred to the scene which had just passed in the housekeeper's room, Sarah asked his pardon for having been the innocent means of bringing him into an angry collision with such a person as Mr. Munder. "No, no, no," he cried. "I was not thinking of the man of the big body and the big words. He made me angry, it is not to be denied, but that is all over and gone now. I put him and his big words away from me, as I kick this stone here, from the pathway into the road. It is not of your Munders, or your housekeepers, or your Betsy's that I now speak. It is of something that is nearer to you, and nearer to me also, because I make of your interest my own interest too. I shall tell you what it is while we walk on. For I see in your face, Sarah, that you are restless and in fear so long as we stop in the neighborhood of this dungeon house. Come, I am ready for the march. There is the path. Let us go back by it and pick up our little baggages at the inn where we left them, on the other side of this windy wilderness of a place. Yes, yes, uncle, let us lose no time. Let us walk fast. Don't be afraid of tiring me. I am much stronger now. They turned into the same path by which they had approached Porthgenna Tower in the afternoon. By the time they had walked over a little more than the first 100 yards of their journey, Jacob, the gardener's boy, stole out from behind the ruinous enclosure at the north side of the house with his hoe in his hand. The sun had just set, and there was a fine light still over the wide, open surface of the moor, and Jacob paused to let the old man and his niece get farther away from the building before he followed them. The housekeeper's instructions had directed him just to keep them in sight, and no more, and if he happened to observe that they stopped and turned round to look behind them, he was to stop too, and to pretend to be digging with his hoe, as if he was at work on the moorland. Stimulated by the promise of a sixpence if he was careful to do exactly as he had been told, Jacob kept his instructions in his memory, and kept his eye on the two strangers, and promised as fairly to earn the reward in prospect for him as a boy could. "And now, my child, I shall tell you of what it is I am sorry for," resumed Uncle Joseph as they proceeded along the path. "I am sorry that we have come out upon this journey and run our little risk and had our little scolding and gained nothing. The word you said in my ear, Sarah, when I was getting you out of the faint, and you should have come out of it sooner if the muddle-headed people of the dungeon house had been quicker with the water. The word you said in my ear was not much, but it was enough to tell me that we have taken this journey in vain. I may hold my tongue, I may make my best face at it, I may be content to walk blindfolded with a mystery that lets no peep of daylight into my eyes, but it is not the less true that the one thing your heart was most set on doing when we started this journey is the one thing also that you have not done. I know that, if I know nothing else, and I say again, it is a bad job. Yes, upon my life and faith, there is no disguise to put upon it. It is, in your plainest English, a very bad job." As he concluded the expression of his sympathy in these quaint terms, the dread and distrust, the watchful terror that marred the natural softness of Sarah's eyes, disappeared in an expression of sorrowful tenderness, which seemed to give back to them all their beauty. "Don't be sorry for me, uncle," she said, stopping and gently brushing away with her hand some specks of dust that lay on the collar of his coat. "I have suffered so much, and suffered so long, that the heaviest disappointments pass lightly over me now." "I won't hear you say it," cried Uncle Joseph. "You give me shocks I can't bear when you talk to me in this way. You shall have no more disappointments. No, you shall not. I, Joseph Bushman the obstinate, the pig-headed, I say it." "The day when I shall have no more disappointments, uncle, is not far off now. Let me wait a little longer, and endure a little longer. I have learned to be patient and to hope for nothing. Fearing and failing, fearing and failing. That has been my life ever since I was a young woman, the life I have become used to by this time. If you are surprised, as I know you must be, at my not possessing myself of the letter when I had the keys of the Myrtle Room in my hand, and when no one was near to stop me, remember the history of my life and take that as an explanation. Fearing and failing, fearing and failing. If I told you all the truth, I could tell no more than that. Let us walk on, uncle." The resignation in her voice and manner while she spoke was the resignation of despair. It gave her an unnatural self-possession, which altered her in the eyes of Uncle Joseph almost past recognition. He looked at her in undisguised alarm. "No!" he cried. "We will not walk on. We will walk back to the dungeon house. We will make another plan. We will try to get at this devil's imp of a letter in some other way. I care for no Munders, no housekeepers, no Betsy's. I care for nothing but the getting you the one thing you want, and the taking you home again, as easy in your mind as I am myself. Come, let us go back." "It is too late to go back." "How too late? Ah, dismal, dingy dungeon house of the devil, how I hate you!" cried Uncle Joseph, looking back over the prospect and shaking both his fists at Porthgenna Tower. "It is too late, uncle," she repeated. "Too late because the opportunity is lost. Too late because if I could bring it back, I dare not go near the Myrtle Room again. My last hope was to change the hiding place of the letter, and that last hope I have given up. I have only one object in my life left now. You may help me in it, but I cannot tell you how unless you come on with me at once, unless you say nothing more about going back to Porthgenna Tower." Uncle Joseph began to expostulate. His niece stopped him in the middle of a sentence by touching him on the shoulder and pointing to a particular spot on the darkening slope of the moor below them. "Look," she said, "there is somebody on the path behind us. Is it a boy or a man?" Uncle Joseph looked through the fading light and saw a figure at some little distance. It seemed like the figure of a boy, and he was apparently engaged in digging on the moor. "Let us turn round and go on at once," pleaded Sarah, before the old man could answer her. "I can't say what I want to say to you, uncle, until we are safe under shelter at the inn." They went on until they reached the highest ground on the moor. There they stopped and looked back again. The rest of their way lay downhill, and the spot on which they stood was the last point from which a view could be obtained of Porthgenna Tower. "We have lost sight of the boy," said Uncle Joseph, looking over the ground below them. Sarah's younger and sharper eyes bore witness to the truth of her uncle's words. The view over the moor was lonely now, in every direction, as far as she could see. Before going on again, she moved a little away from the old man, and looked at the tower of the ancient house, rising heavy and black in the dim light, with a dark sea background stretching behind it like a wall. "Never again," she whispered to herself. "Never, never, never again." Her eyes wandered away to the church, and to the cemetery enclosure by its side, barely distinguishable now in the shadows of the coming night. "Wait for me a little longer," she said, looking toward the burial ground with starring eyes, and pressing her hand on her bosom over the place where the book of hymns lay hid. "My wanderings are nearly at an end. The day for my coming home again is not far off." The tears filled her eyes and shut out the view. She rejoined her uncle, and, taking his arm again, drew him rapidly a few steps along the downward path, then checked herself as if struck by a sudden suspicion, and walked back a few paces to the highest ridge of the ground. "I am not sure," she said, replying to her companion's look of surprise. "I am not sure whether we have seen the last yet of that boy who was digging on the moor." As the words passed her lips, a figure stole out from behind one of the large fragments of granite rock, which were scattered over the waste on all sides of them. It was once more the figure of the boy, and again he began to dig, without the slightest apparent reason, on the barren ground at his feet. Yes, I see," said Uncle Joseph, as his niece eagerly directed his attention to the suspicious figure. "It is the same boy, and he is digging still. And, if you please, what of that?" Sarah did not attempt to answer. "Let us go on," she said hurriedly. "Let us get on as fast as we can to the inn." They turned again, and took the downward path before them. In less than a minute they had lost sight of Porthgenna Tower, of the old church, and of the whole of the western view. Still, though there was now nothing but the black darkening moorland to look back at, Sarah persisted in stopping at frequent intervals, as long as there was any light left, to glance behind her. She made no remark, she offered no excuse for thus delaying the journey back to the inn. It was only when they arrived within sight of the lights of the post town that she ceased looking back, and that she spoke to her companion. The few words she addressed to him amounted to nothing more than a request that he would ask for a private sitting room as soon as they reached their place of sojourn for the night. They ordered beds at the inn, and were shown into the best parlour to wait for supper. The moment they were alone, Sarah drew a chair close to the old man's side, and whispered these words in his ear. "Uncle, we have been followed every step of the way from Porthgenna Tower to this place." So, and how do you know that?" inquired Uncle Joseph. "Hush! Somebody may be listening at the door. Somebody may be creeping under the window. You noticed that boy who was digging on the moor?" "Bah! Why, Sarah, do you frighten yourself? Do you try to frighten me about a boy?" "Oh, not so loud, not so loud. They have laid a trap for us, uncle. I suspected it when we first entered the doors of Porthgenna Tower. I am sure of it now. What did all that whispering mean between the housekeeper and the steward when we first got into the hall? I watched their faces, and I know they were talking about us. They were not half surprised enough at seeing us, not half surprised enough at hearing what we wanted. Don't laugh at me, uncle. There is real danger. It is no fancy of mine. The keys, come closer, the keys of the north rooms have got new labels on them. The doors have all been numbered. Think of that. Think of the whispering when we came in, and the whispering afterward in the housekeeper's room, when you got up to go away. You noticed the sudden change in that man's behaviour after the housekeeper spoke to him. You must have noticed it. They let us in too easily, and they let us out too easily. No, I am not deluding myself. There was some secret motive for letting us into the house, and some secret motive for letting us out again. That boy on the moor betrays it, if nothing else does. I saw him following us all the way here, as plainly as I see you. I am not frightened without reason this time. As surely as we two are together in this room, there is a trap laid for us by the people at Porthgenna Tower." "A trap? What trap? And how, and why, and wherefore?" inquired Uncle Joseph, expressing bewilderment by waving both his hands rapidly to and fro before his eyes. "They want to make me speak. They want to follow me. They want to find out where I go. They want to ask me questions," she answered, trembling violently. "Uncle, you remember what I told you of those crazed words I said to Mrs. Frankland? I ought to have cut my tongue out rather than have spoken them. They have done dreadful mischief, I am certain of it. Dreadful mischief already. I have made myself suspected. I shall be questioned if Mrs. Frankland finds me out again. She will try to find me out. We shall be inquired after here. We must destroy all trace of where we go to next. We must make sure that the people at this inn can answer no questions. Oh, Uncle Joseph, whatever we do, let us make sure of that." "Good," said the old man, nodding his head with a perfectly self-satisfied air. "Be quite easy, my child, and leave it to me to make sure. When you are gone to bed, I shall send for the landlord, and I shall say, 'Get us a little carriage, if you please, sir, to take us back again tomorrow to the coach for Truro.' No, 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 we must not hire a carriage here." "And I say yes, 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 we will hire a carriage here, because I will first of all make sure with the landlord. Listen, I shall say to him, 'If there come after us people with inquisitive looks in their eyes and uncomfortable questions in their mouths, if you please, sir, hold your tongue.' Then I shall wink my eye, I shall lay my finger so to the side of my nose, I shall give one little laugh that means much, and crick, crack, I have made sure of the landlord, and there is an end of it." "We must not trust the landlord, uncle. We must not trust anybody. When we leave this place tomorrow, we must leave it on foot, and take care no living soul follows us. Look, here is a map of West Cornwall hanging up on the wall, with roads and crossroads all marked on it. We may find out beforehand what direction we ought to walk in. A night's rest will give me all the strength I want, and we have no luggage that we cannot carry. You have nothing but your knapsack, and I have nothing but the little carpet bag you lent me. We can walk 6, 7, even 10 miles with resting by the way. Come here and look at the map. Pray come and look at the map." Protesting against the abandonment of his own project, which he declared and sincerely believed to be perfectly adapted to meet the emergency in which they were placed, Uncle Joseph joined his niece in examining the map. A little beyond the post town, a crossroad was marked, running northward at right angles with a highway that led to Truro, and conducting to another road, which looked large enough to be a coach road, and which led through a town of sufficient importance to have its name printed in capital letters. On discovering this, Sarah proposed that they should follow the crossroad, which did not appear on the map to be more than 5 or 6 miles long, on foot, abstaining from taking any conveyance until they had arrived at the town marked in capital letters. By pursuing this course, they would destroy all trace of their progress after leaving the post town, unless, indeed, they were followed on foot from this place, as they had been followed over the moor. In the event of any fresh difficulty of that sort occurring, Sarah had no better remedy to propose than lingering on the road till after nightfall, and leaving it to the darkness to baffle the vigilance of any person who might be watching in the distance to see where they went. Uncle Joseph shrugged his shoulders resignedly when his niece gave her reasons for wishing to continue the journey on foot. "There is much tramping through dust, and much looking behind us, and much spying and peeping and suspecting and roundabout walking in all this," he said. "It is by no means so easy, my child, as making sure of the landlord and sitting at our ease on the cushions of the stagecoach. But if you will have it so, so shall it be. What you please, Sarah, what you please. That is all the opinion of my own that I allow myself to have until we are back again at Truro and are rested for good and all at the end of our journey." "At the end of your journey, uncle. I dare not say at the end of mine." Those few words changed the old man's face in an instant. His eyes fixed reproachfully on his niece, his ruddy cheeks lost their colour, his restless hands dropped suddenly to his sides. "Sarah!" he said in a low, quiet tone, which seemed to have no relation to the voice in which he spoke on ordinary occasions.
Sarah, have you the heart to leave me again?
Have I the courage to stay in Cornwall? That is the question to ask me, uncle. If I had only my own heart to consult with, oh, how gladly I should live under your roof, live under it if you would let me to my dying day. But my lot is not cast for such rest and happiness as that. The fear that I have of being questioned by Mrs. Frankland drives me away from Porthgenna, away from Cornwall, away from you. Even my dread of the letter being found is hardly so great now as my dread of being traced and questioned. I have said what I ought not to have said already. If I find myself in Mrs. Frankland's presence again, there is nothing that she might not draw out of me. Oh, my God, to think of that kind-hearted, lovely young woman who brings happiness with her wherever she goes, bringing terror to me, terror when her pitying eyes look at me, terror when her kind voice speaks to me, terror when her tender hand touches mine. Uncle, when Mrs. Frankland comes to Porthgenna, the very children will crowd about her. Every creature in that poor village will be drawn toward the light of her beauty and her goodness, as if it was the sunshine of heaven itself. And I, of all living beings, must shun her as if she was a pestilence. The day when she comes into Cornwall is the day when I must go out of it. The day when we two must say farewell. Don't add to my wretchedness by asking me if I have the heart to leave you. For my dead mother's sake, Uncle Joseph, believe that I am grateful. Believe that it is not my own will that takes me away when I leave you again. She sank down on a sofa near her, laid her head with one long, deep sigh wearily on the pillow, and spoke no more. The tears gathered thick in Uncle Joseph's eyes as he sat down by her side. He took one of her hands and patted and stroked it as though he were soothing a little child. "I will bear it as well as I can, Sarah," he whispered faintly, "and I will say no more. You will write to me sometimes when I am left all alone? You will give a little time to Uncle Joseph for the poor dead mother's sake?" She turned toward him suddenly and threw both her arms round his neck with a passionate energy that was strangely at variance with her naturally quiet, self-repressed character. "I will write often, dear. I will write always," she whispered, with her head on his bosom. "If I am ever in any trouble or danger, you shall know it." She stopped confusedly, as if the freedom of her own words and actions terrified her, unclasped her arms, and turning away abruptly from the old man, hid her face in her hands. The tyranny of the restraint that governed her whole life was all expressed, how sadly, how eloquently, in that one little action. Uncle Joseph rose from the sofa and walked gently backward and forward in the room, looking anxiously at his niece, but not speaking to her. After a while the servant came in to prepare the table for supper. It was a welcome interruption, for it obliged Sarah to make an effort to recover her self-possession. After the meal was over, the uncle and niece separated at once for the night without venturing to exchange another word on the subject of their approaching separation. When they met the next morning, the old man had not recovered his spirits. Although he tried to speak as cheerfully as usual, there was something strangely subdued and quiet about him in voice, look, and manner. Sarah's heart smote her as she saw how sadly he was altered by the prospect of their parting. She said a few words of consolation and hope, but he only waved his hands negatively, in his quaint foreign manner, and hastened out of the room to find the landlord and ask for the bill. Soon after breakfast, to the surprise of the people at the inn, they set forth to continue their journey on foot, Uncle Joseph carrying his knapsack on his back, and his niece's carpet-bag in his hand. When they arrived at the turning that led into the crossroad, they both stopped and looked back. This time they saw nothing to alarm them. There was no living creature visible on the broad highway over which they had been walking for the last quarter of an hour after leaving the inn. "The way is clear," said Uncle Joseph as they turned into the crossroad. "Whatever might have happened yesterday, there is nobody following us now." "Nobody that we can see," answered Sarah. "But I distrust the very stones by the roadside. Let us look back often, uncle, before we allow ourselves to feel secure. The more I think of it, the more I dread the snare that is laid for us by those people at Porthgenna Tower." "You say us, Sarah? Why should they lay a snare for me? Because they have seen you in my company. You will be safer from them when we are parted, and that is another reason, Uncle Joseph, why we should bear the misfortune of our separation as patiently as we can. Are you going far, far away, Sarah, when you leave me? I dare not stop on my journey till I can feel that I am lost in the great world of London. Don't look at me so sadly. I shall never forget my promise. I shall never forget to write. I have friends, not friends like you, but still friends to whom I can go. I can feel safe from discovery nowhere but in London. My danger is great. It is indeed. I know from what I have seen at Porthgenna that Mrs. Frankland has an interest already in finding me out, and I am certain that this interest will be increased tenfold when she hears, as she is sure to hear, of what happened yesterday in the house. If they should trace you to Truro, oh, be careful, uncle, be careful how you deal with them, be careful how you answer their questions. I will answer nothing, my child. But tell me, for I want to know all the little chances that there are of your coming back. Tell me, if Mrs. Frankland finds the letter, what shall you do then? At that question, Sarah's hand, which had been resting languidly on her uncle's arm while they walked together, closed on it suddenly. Even if Mrs. Frankland gets into the myrtle room, she said, stopping and looking affrightedly about her while she replied, she may not find the letter. It is folded up so small, it is hidden in such an unlikely place. But if she does find it? If she does, there will be more reason than ever for my being miles and miles away. As she gave that answer, she raised both her hands to her heart and pressed them firmly over it. A slight distortion passed rapidly across her features. Her eyes closed, her face flushed all over, then turned paler again than ever. She drew out her pocket-handkerchief and passed it several times over her face, on which the perspiration had gathered thickly. The old man, who had looked behind him when his niece stopped, under the impression that she had just seen somebody following them, observed this latter action and asked if she felt too hot. She shook her head and took his arm again to go on, breathing, as he fancied, with some difficulty. He proposed that they should sit down by the roadside and rest a little, but she only answered, "Not yet." So they went on for another half-hour, then turned to look behind them again, and still seeing nobody, sat down for a little while to rest on a bank by the wayside. After stopping twice more at convenient resting places, they reached the end of the crossroad. On the highway to which it led them, they were overtaken by a man driving an empty cart, who offered to give them a lift as far as the next town. They accepted the proposal gratefully, and, arriving at the town after a drive of half an hour, were set down at the door of the principal inn. Finding on inquiry at this place that they were too late for the coach, they took a private conveyance, which brought them to Truro late in the afternoon. Throughout the whole of the journey, from the time when they left the post-town of Porthgenna to the time when they stopped, by Sarah's desire, at the coach office in Truro, they had seen nothing to excite the smallest suspicion that their movements were being observed. None of the people whom they saw in the inhabited places, or whom they passed on the road, appeared to take more than the most casual notice of them. It was 5 o'clock when they entered the office at Truro to ask about conveyances running in the direction of Exeter. They were informed that a coach would start in an hour's time, and that another coach would pass through Truro at 8 o'clock the next morning. "You will not go tonight," pleaded Uncle Joseph. "You will wait, my child, and rest within me till tomorrow?" "I had better go, uncle, while I have some little resolution left," was the sad answer. "But you are so pale, so tired, so weak." "I shall never be stronger than I am now. Don't set my own heart against me. It is hard enough to go without that." Uncle Joseph sighed and said no more. He led the way across the road and down the by-street to his house. The cheerful man in the shop was polishing a piece of wood behind the counter, sitting in the same position in which Sarah had seen him when she first looked through the window on her arrival at Truro. He had good news for his master of orders received, but Uncle Joseph listened absently to all that his shopman said, and hastened into the little back parlour without the faintest reflection of its customary smile on his face. "If I had no shop and no orders, I might go away with you, Sarah," he said when he and his niece were alone. Aye, the setting out on this journey has been the only happy part of it. Sit down and rest, my child. I must put my best face upon it and get you some tea." When the tea-tray had been placed on the table, he left the room and returned after an absence of some little time with a basket in his hand. When the porter came to carry the luggage to the coach office, he would not allow the basket to be taken away at the same time, but sat down and placed it between his feet while he occupied himself in pouring out a cup of tea for his niece. The musical box still hung at his side in its travelling case of leather. As soon as he had poured out the cup of tea, he unbuckled the strap, removed the covering from the box, and placed it on the table near him. His eyes wandered hesitatingly towards Sarah as he did this. He leaned forward, his lips trembling a little, his hand trifling uneasily with the empty leather case that now lay on his knees, and said to her in low, unsteady tones, "You will hear a little farewell song of Mozart? It may be a long time, Sarah, before he can play to you again. A little farewell song, my child, before you go." His hand stole up gently from the leather case to the table, and set the box playing the same air that Sarah had heard on the evening when she entered the parlour after her journey from Somersetshire, and found him sitting alone listening to the music. What depths of sorrow there were now in those few simple notes! What mournful memories of past times gathered and swelled in the heart at the bidding of that one little plaintive melody! Sarah could not summon the courage to lift her eyes to the old man's face. They might have betrayed to him that she was thinking of the days when the box that he treasured so dearly played the air they were listening to now by the bedside of his dying child. The stop had not been set, and the melody, after it came to an end, began again. But now, after the first few bars, the notes succeeded one another more and more slowly. The air grew less and less recognizable, dropped at last to 3 notes following each other at long intervals, then ceased altogether. The chain that governed the action of the machinery had all run out. Mozart's farewell song was silenced on a sudden, like a voice that had broken down. The old man started, looked earnestly at his niece, and threw the leather case over the box, as if he desired to shut out the sight of it. "The music stopped so," he whispered to himself in his own language, "when little Joseph died. Don't go," he added quickly in English, almost before Sarah had time to feel surprised at the singular change that had taken place in his voice and manner. "Don't go. Think better of it, and stop with me." "I have no choice, uncle, but to leave you. Indeed, indeed, I have not. You don't think me ungrateful. Comfort me at the last moment by telling me that." He pressed her hand in silence and kissed her on both cheeks. "My heart is very heavy for you, Sarah," he said. "The fear has come to me that it is not for your own good that you are going away from Uncle Joseph now." "I have no choice," she sadly repeated. "No choice but to leave you." "It is time, then, to get the parting over." The cloud of doubt and fear that had altered his face from the moment when the music came to its untimely end seemed to darken when he had said those words. He took up the basket which he had kept so carefully at his feet, and led the way out in silence. They were barely in time. The driver was mounting to his seat when they got to the coach office. "God preserve you, my child, and send you back to me soon, safe and well. Take the basket on your lap. There are some little things in it for your journey." His voice faltered at the last word, and Sarah felt his lips pressed on her hand. The next instant the door was closed, and she saw him dimly through her tears, standing among the idlers on the pavement, who were waiting to see the coach drive off. By the time they were a little way out of the town, she was able to dry her eyes and look into the basket. It contained a pot of jam and a horn spoon, a small inlaid work-box from the stock in the shop, a piece of foreign-looking cheese, a French roll, and a little paper packet of money, with the words, "Don't be angry," written on it in Uncle Joseph's hand. Sarah closed the cover of the basket again and drew down her veil. She had not felt the sorrow of the parting in all its bitterness until that moment. Oh, how hard it was to be banished from the sheltering home which was offered to her by the one friend she had left in the world. While that thought was in her mind, the old man was just closing the door of his lonely parlour. His eyes wandered to the tea-tray on the table and to Sarah's empty cup, and he whispered to himself in his own language again, "The music stopped so when little Joseph died." End of Chapter 5, Book 4.
Book 5, Chapter 1 of The Dead Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Camille Hill. The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins, Book 5, Chapter 1, An Old Friend and a New Scheme. In declaring positively that the boy whom she had seen digging on the moor had followed her uncle and herself to the post town of Porthgenna, Sarah had asserted the literal truth. Jacob had tracked them to the inn, had waited a little while about the door to ascertain if there was any likelihood of their continuing their journey that evening, and had then returned to Porthgenna Tower to make his report, and to claim his promised reward. The same night the housekeeper and the steward devoted themselves to the joint production of a letter to Mrs. Frankland, informing her of all that had taken place, from the time when the visitors first made their appearance, to the time when the gardener's boy had followed them to the door of the inn. The composition was plentifully garnished throughout with the flowers of Mr. Munder's rhetoric, and was, by a necessary consequence, inordinately long as a narrative, and hopelessly confused as a statement of facts. It is unnecessary to say that the letter, with all its faults and absurdities, was read by Mrs. Frankland with the deepest interest. Her husband and Mr. Orridge, to both of whom she communicated its contents, was much amazed and perplexed by it as she was herself. Although the discovery of Mrs. Joseph's departure from Cornwall had led them to consider it within the range of possibility that she might appear at Porthgenna, and although the housekeeper had been written to by Rosamond under the influence of that idea, neither she nor her husband were quite prepared for such a speedy confirmation of their suspicions as they had now received. Their astonishment, however, on first ascertaining the general purport of the letter, was as nothing compared with their astonishment when they came to those particular passages in it which referred to Uncle Joseph. The fresh element of complication imparted to the thickening mystery of Mrs. Joseph and the Myrtle room, by the entrance of the foreign stranger on the scene, and by his intimate connection with the extraordinary proceedings that had taken place in the house, fairly baffled them all. The letter was read again and again, was critically dissected paragraph by paragraph, was carefully annotated by the doctor for the purpose of extricating all the facts that it contained from the mass of unmeaning words in which Mr. Munder had artfully and lengthily involved them, and was finally pronounced, after all the pains that had been taken to render it intelligible, to be the most mysterious and bewildering document that mortal pen had ever produced. The first practical suggestion, after the letter had been laid aside in despair, emanated from Rosamond. She proposed that her husband and herself, the baby included as a matter of course, should start at once for Porthgenna, to question the servants minutely about the proceedings of Mrs. Joseph and the foreign stranger who had accompanied her, and to examine the premises on the north side of the house, with a view to discovering a clue to the locality of the Myrtle room, while events were still fresh in the memories of witnesses. The plan thus advocated, however excellent in itself, was opposed by Mr. Orridge on medical grounds. Mrs. Frankland had caught cold by exposing herself too carelessly to the air on first leaving her room, and the doctor refused to grant her permission to travel for at least a week to come, if not for a longer period. The next proposal came from Mr. Frankland. He declared it to be perfectly clear to his mind that the only chance of penetrating the mystery of the murder room rested entirely on the discovery of some means of communicating with Mrs. Joseph. He suggested that they should not trouble themselves to think of anything unconnected with the accomplishment of this purpose, and he proposed that the servant then in attendance on him at West Winston, a man whom had been in his employment for many years, and whose zeal, activity, and intelligence could be thoroughly depended on, should be sent to Porthgenna forthwith to start the necessary inquiries and to examine the premises carefully on the north side of the house. This advice was immediately acted on. At an hour's notice, the servant started for Cornwall, thoroughly instructed as to what he was to do, and well supplied with money in case he found it necessary to employ many persons in making the proposed inquiries. In due course of time, he sent a report of his proceedings to his master. It proved to be of a most discouraging nature. All trace of Mrs. Joseph and her companion had been lost at the post town of Porthgenna. Investigations had been made in every direction, but no reliable information had been obtained. People in totally different parts of the country declared readily enough that they had seen two persons answering to the description of the lady in the dark dress and the old foreigner, but when they were called upon to state the direction in which the two strangers were travelling, the answers received turned out to be of the most puzzling and contradictory kind. No pains had been spared, no necessary expenditure of money had been grudged, but so far no results of the slightest value had been obtained. Whether the lady and the foreigner had gone east, west, north, or south was more than Mr. Frankland's servant at the present stage of the proceedings could take it on himself to say. The report of the examination of the north rooms was not more satisfactory. Here again, nothing of any importance could be discovered. The servant had ascertained that there were 22 rooms on the uninhabited side of the house, 6 on the ground floor opening into the deserted garden, 8 on the first floor, and 8 above that on the second story. He had examined all the doors carefully from top to bottom, and had come to the conclusion that none of them had been opened. The evidence afforded by the lady's own actions led to nothing. She had, if the testimony of the servant could be trusted, dropped the keys on the floor of the hall. She was found, as the housekeeper and the steward asserted, lying in a fainting condition at the top of the landing of the first flight of stairs. The door opposite to her in this position showed no more traces of having been recently opened than any of the other doors of the other 21 rooms. Whether the room to which she wished to gain access was one of the 8 on the first floor, or whether she had fainted on her way up to the higher range of 8 rooms on the second floor, it was impossible to determine. The only conclusion that could be fairly drawn from the events that had taken place in the house were 2 in number. First, it might be taken for granted that the lady had been disturbed before she had been able to use the keys to gain admission to the Myrtle Room. Secondly, it might be assumed from the position in which she was found on the stairs and from the evidence relating to the dropping of the keys that the Myrtle Room was not on the ground floor, but was one of the 16 rooms situated on the first and second stories. Beyond this, the writer of the report had nothing further to mention, except that he had ventured to decide on waiting at Porthgenna in the event of his master having any further instructions to communicate. What was to be done next? That was necessarily the first question suggested by the servant's announcement of the unsuccessful result of his inquiries at Porthgenna. How it was to be answered was not very easy to discover. Mrs. Frankland had nothing to suggest. Mr. Frankland had nothing to suggest. The doctor had nothing to suggest. The more industriously they all three hunted through their minds for a new idea, the less chance there seemed to be of their succeeding in finding one. At last Rosamond proposed, in despair, that they should seek the advice of some fourth person who could be depended on, and asked her husband permission to write a confidential statement of their difficulties to the Vicar of Long Beckley. Dr. Chenery was their oldest friend and adviser. He had known them both as children. He was well acquainted with the history of their families. He felt a fatherly interest in their fortunes, and he possessed the invaluable quality of plain, clear-headed common sense which marked him out as the very man who would be most likely as well as most willing to help them. Mr. Frankland readily agreed to his wife's suggestion, and Rosamond wrote immediately to Dr. Chenery, informing him of everything that had happened since Mrs. Joseph's first introduction to her, and asking him for his opinion on the course of proceeding which it would be best for her husband and herself to adopt in the difficulty in which they were now placed. By return of post an answer was received, which amply justified Rosamond's reliance on her old friend. Dr. Chenery was not only sympathized heartily with the eager curiosity which Mrs. Joseph's language and conduct had excited in the mind of his correspondent, but he had also a plan of his own to propose for ascertaining the position of the Myrtle Room. The vicar prefaced his suggestion by expressing a strong opinion against instituting any further search after Mrs. Joseph. Judging by the circumstances as they were related to him, he considered that it would be the merest waste of time to attempt to find her out. Accordingly, he passed from that part of the subject at once, and devoted himself to the consideration of the more important question, how Mr. and Mrs. Frankland were to proceed in the endeavour to discover for themselves the mystery of the Myrtle Room. On this point Dr. Chenery entertained a conviction of the strongest kind, and he had warned Rosamond beforehand that she must expect to be very much surprised when he came to the statement of it. Taking it for granted that she and her husband could not hope to find out where the room was, unless they were assisted by someone better acquainted than themselves with the old local arrangement of the interior of Porthgenna Tower, the vicar declared it to be his opinion that there were only one individual living who could afford them the information they wanted, and that this person was no other than Rosamond's own cross-grained relative, Andrew Treverton. This startling opinion Dr. Chenery supported by 2 reasons. In the first place, Andrew was the only surviving member of the elder generation who had lived at Porthgenna Tower in the bygone days when all traditions connected with the North Rooms were still fresh in the memories of the inhabitants of the house. The people who live in it now were strangers and who had been placed in their situations by Mr. Frankland's father, and the servants employed in the former days by Captain Treverton were dead or dispersed. The only available person, therefore, whose recollections were likely to be of any service to Mr. and Mrs. Frankland was indisputably the brother of the old owner of Porthgenna Tower. In the second place, there was the chance, even if Andrew Treverton's memory was not to be trusted, that he might possess written or printed information relating to the locality of the Myrtle Room, by his father's will, which had been made when Andrew was a young man just going to college, and which had not been altered at the period of his departure from England, or at any after time. He had inherited the choice old collection of books in the library at Porthgenna. Supposing that he still preserved these heirlooms, it was highly probable that there might exist among them some plan or some description of the house as it was in the olden time, which would supply all the information that was wanted. Here then was another valid reason for believing that if a clue to the position of the Myrtle Room existed anywhere, Andrew Treverton was the man to lay his hand on it. Assuming it therefore to be proved that the surly old misanthrope was the only person who could be profitably applied to for the requisite information, the next question was how to communicate with him. The vicar understood perfectly that after Andrew's inexcusably heartless conduct towards her father and mother, it was quite impossible for Rosamond to address any direct application to him. The obstacle, however, might be surmounted by taking the necessary communication proceed from Dr. Chenery. Heartily, as the vicar disliked Andrew Treverton personally, and strongly as he disapproved of the old misanthrope's principle, he was willing to set aside his old antipathies and objections to serve the interests of his young friends, and he expressed his perfect readiness to write and recall himself to Andrew's recollection, and to ask, as if it was a matter of antiquarian curiosity, for the information on the subject of the north side of Porthgenna Tower, including, of course, a special request to be made acquainted with the names by which the rooms had been individually known in the former days. In making this offer, the vicar frankly acknowledged that he thought the chances were very much against his receiving any answer at all to his application, no matter how carefully he might word it, with a view to humouring Andrew's girlish peculiarities. However, considering that, in the present posture of affairs, a forlorn hope was better than no hope at all, he thought it was at least worthwhile to make the attempt on the plan which he had just suggested. If Mr. and Mrs. Frankland could devise any better means of opening communications with Andrew Treverton, or if they had discovered any new method of their own for obtaining the information of which they stood in need, Dr. Chenery was perfectly ready to set aside his own opinions and to defer to theirs. A very brief consideration of the vicar's friendly letter convinced Rosamond and her husband that they had no choice but gratefully to accept the offer which it contained. The chances were certainly against the success of the proposed application, but were they more unfavourable than the chances against the success of any unaided investigations at Porthgenna? There was at least a faint hope of Dr. Chenery's request for information producing some results, but there seemed no hope at all of penetrating the mystery connected with only one room. By dint of wandering in perfect ignorance of what to search for, through 2 ranges of room which reached the numbers of 16. Influenced by these considerations, Rosamond wrote back to the vicar to thank him for his kindness and to beg that he would communicate with Andrew Treverton, as he had proposed, without a moment's delay. Dr. Chenery immediately occupied himself in the composition of the important letter, taking care to make the application on purely antiquarian grounds, and accounting for his assumed curiosity on the subject of the interior of Porthgenna Tower by referring to his former knowledge of the Treverton family, and to his natural interest in the old house within which their name and fortune had been so closely connected. After appealing to Andrew's early recollections for the information that he wanted, he ventured a step farther and alluded to the library of old books, mentioning his own idea that there might be found among them some plan or verbal description of the house, which might prove to be of the greatest service in the event of Mr. Treverton's memory not having preserved all particulars in connection with the names and positions of the north rooms. In conclusion, he took the liberty of mentioning that the loan of any document of the kind to which he had alluded, or the permission to have extracts made from it, would be thankfully acknowledged as a great favour conferred, and he added in a postscript that, in order to save Mr. Treverton all trouble, a messenger would call for an answer he disposed to give the day after the delivery of the letter. Having completed the application in these terms, the vicar enclosed it under cover to his man of business in London, with directions that it was to be delivered by a trustworthy person, and that the messenger was to call again the next morning to know if there was any answer. 3 days after this letter had been dispatched to its destination, at which time no tidings of any sort had been received from Dr. Chenery, Rosamond at last obtained her medical attendant's permission to travel, taking leave of Mr. Orridge, with many promises to let him know what progress they made towards discovering the myrtle room. Mr. and Mrs. Frankland turned their backs on West Winston, and for the 3rd time started on a journey to Porthgenna Tower. End of Book 5, Chapter 1. Recording by Camille Hill, Basingstoke, United Kingdom. Book 5, Chapter 2 of The Dead Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Camille Hill. The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 2. The Beginning of the End. It was baking day in the establishment of Mr. Treverton, when the messenger entrusted with Dr. Chenery's letter found his way to the garden of the cottage at Bayswater. After he had rung 3 times, he heard a gruff voice on the other side of the wall, roaring at him to let the bell alone, and asking who he was and what the devil he wanted. "A letter for Mr. Treverton," said the messenger, nervously backing away from the door while he spoke. "Chuck it over the wall, then, and be off with you," answered the gruff voice. The messenger obeyed both injunctions. He was a meek, modest, elderly man, and when nature mixed up the ingredients of his disposition, the capability of resenting injuries was not among them. The man with the gruff voice, or to put it in plainer terms, the man Shrowl, picked up the letter, weighed it in his hand, looked at the address on it with an expression of contemptuous curiosity in his bull-terrier eyes, put it in his waistcoat, and walked around lazily to the kitchen entrance of the cottage. In the apartment, which would probably have been called the pantry, if the house had belonged to civilized tenants, a handmill had been set up, and, at the moment when Shrowl made his way to the room, Mr. Treverton was engaged in asserting his independence of all the millers in England by grinding his own corn. He paused irritably in turning the handle of the mill when his servant appeared at the door. "What do you come here for?" he asked. "When the flour's ready, I'll call for you. Don't let's look each other oftener than we can help. I never set eyes on you, Shrowl, but I ask myself whether in the whole range of creation there is any animal as ugly as man. I saw a cat this morning on the garden wall, and there wasn't a single point in which you could bear comparison with him. The cat's eyes were clear, yours are muddy. The cat's nose was straight, yours is crooked. The cat's whiskers were clean, yours are dirty. The cat's coat fitted him, yours hangs about you like a sack. I tell you again, Shrowl, the species to which you and I belong is the ugliest on the whole face of creation. Don't let us revolt each other by keeping in company any longer. Go away, you last, worst, infirmest freak of nature. Go away." Shrowl listened to this complimentary address with an aspect of surly sincerity. When it came to an end, he took the letter from his waistcoat pocket, without condescending to make any reply. He was by this time too thoroughly conscious of his own power over his master to attach the smallest importance to anything Mr. Treverton might say to him. "Now you're done your talking, suppose you take a look at that," said Shrowl, dropping the letter carelessly on a deal table by his master's side. "It isn't often that people trouble themselves to send letters to you, is it? I wonder whether your niece has took a fancy to write to you. It was put in the papers the other day that she's got a son and heir. Open the letter and see if it's an invitation to the christening. The company would be sure to want your smiling face at the table to make 'em jolly. Just let me take a grind at the mill while you go out and get a silver mug. The son and heir expects a mug, you know, and his nurse expects half a guinea, and his mamma expects all your fortune. What a pleasure to make the 3 innocent creatures happy. It's shocking to see you pulling wry faces like that over the letter. Lord, Lord, Where can all your natural affection have gone to? If I only knew where to lay my hand on a gag, I'd cram it in your infernal mouth," cried Mr. Treverton. "How dare you talk to me about my niece? You wretch! You know I hate her for her mother's sake. What do you mean by harping perpetually on my fortune? Sooner than leave it to the play actress's child, I'd even leave it to you. And sooner than leave it to you, I would take every farthing of it out in a boat and bury it forever at the bottom of the sea." Venting his dissatisfaction in these strong terms, Mr. Treverton snatched up Dr. Chenery's letter and tore it open in a humour by which no means promised favourably for the success of the vicar's application. He read the letter with an ominous scowl on his face, which grew darker and darker as he got nearer and nearer to the end. When he came to the signature, his humour changed, and he laughed sardonically. "Faithfully yours, Robert Chenery," he repeated to himself. "Yes, faithfully mine, if I humour your whim. And what if I don't, parson?" He paused and looked at the letter again, the scowl reappearing on his face as he did so. "There's a lie of some kind lurking about under these lines of fair writing," he muttered suspiciously. "I'm not one of his congregation. The law gives him no privilege of imposing on me. What does he mean by making the attempt?" He stopped again, reflected a little, looked up suddenly at Scrowl and said to him, "Have you lit the oven fire yet?" "No, I haven't," answered Scrowl. Mr. Treverton examined the letter for a third time, hesitated, then slowly tore it half and tossed the 2 pieces over contemptuously to his servant. "Light the fire at once," he said, "and if you want paper, there it is for you. Stop," he added, after Scrowl had picked up the torn letter. "If anybody comes here tomorrow morning to ask for an answer, tell them I gave you the letter to light the fire with, and say that's the answer." With those words, Mr. Treverton returned to the mill and began to grind at it again, with a grin of malicious satisfaction on his haggard face. Scrowl withdrew to the kitchen, closed the door, and placing the torn pieces of paper together on the dresser, applied himself with the coolest deliberation to the business of reading it. When he had gone slowly and carefully through it, from the address at the beginning to the name at the end, he scratched reflectively for a little while at his ragged beard, then folded the letter up carefully and put it in his pocket. "I'll have another look at it later in the day," he thought to himself, tearing off a piece of old newspaper to light the fire with. "It strikes me, just at present, that there may be better things done with this letter than burning it." Resolutely abstaining from taking the letter out of his pocket again until all the duties of the household for that day had been duly performed, Scrowl lit the fire, occupied the morning in making and baking the bread, and patiently took his turn afterwards at digging in the kitchen garden. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon before he felt himself at liberty to think of his private affairs, and to venture on retiring into solitude with the object of secretly looking over the letter once more. A second perusal of Dr. Chenery's unlucky application to Mr. Treverton helped to confirm Scrowl in his resolution not to destroy the letter. With great pains and perseverance, and much incidental scratching at his beard, he contrived to make himself master of 3 distinct points in it, which stood out in his estimation as possessing prominent and serious importance. The first point, which he contrived to establish clearly in his mind, was that the person who signed the name of Robert Chenery was desirous of examining a plan or printed account of the north side of the interior of a certain old house in Cornwall, called Porthgenna Tower. The second point appeared to resolve itself to this, that Robert Chenery believed some such plan or printed account might be found among the collection of books belonging to Mr. Treverton. The third point was that this same Robert Chenery would receive the loan of the plan or printed account as one of the greatest favours that could be conferred on him. Meditating on the latter fact, with an eye exclusively fixed on the contemplation of his own interest, Shrowell arrived at the conclusion that it might be well worth his while, in a pecuniary point of view, to try if he could not privately place himself in a position to oblige Robert Chenery by searching in secret among his master's books. "It might be worth a £5 note to me, if I managed it well," thought Shrowell, putting the letter back in his pocket again and ascending the stairs thoughtfully to the lumber room at the top of the house. These rooms were 2 in numbers, were entirely unfurnished, and were littered all over with the rare collection of books which had been once adorned the library at Porthgenna Tower. Covered with dust and scattered in all directions and positions over the floor lay hundreds and hundreds of volumes, cast out of their packing cases as coals are cast out of their sacks into a cellar. Ancient books which students would have treasured as priceless lay in chaotic equality of neglect side by side with modern publications whose chief merit was the beauty of the binding by which they were enclosed. Into this wilderness of scattered volumes Shrowell now wandered, fortified by the supreme self-possession of ignorance, to search resolutely for one particular book, with no other light to direct him than the faint glimmer of the 2 guiding words, Porthgenna Tower. Having got them firmly fixed in his mind, his next object was to search until he found them printed on the first page of any one of the hundreds of volumes that lay around him. This was, for the time being, emphatically his business in life, and there he now stood, in the largest of the 2 attics, doggedly prepared to do it. He cleared away space enough with his feet to enable him to sit down comfortably on the floor, and then began to look over all the books that lay within arm's length of him. Odd volumes of rare editions of the classics, odd volumes of the English historians, odd volumes of plays by the Elizabethan dramatists, books of travel, books of sermon, books of chess, books of natural history, books of sport, turned up in quaint and rapid succession, but no book containing on the title page the words Porthgenna Tower rewarded the searching industry of Shrowell for the first 10 minutes after he had sat himself down on the floor. Before removing to another position and contended with a fresh accumulation of literary lumber, he paused and considered a little with himself whether there might not be some easier and more orderly method than any he had yet devised of working his way through the scattered mass of volumes which yet remained to be examined. The result of his reflections was that it would be less confusing to him if he searched through the books in all parts of the room indifferently, regulating his selection of them solely by their various sizing, disposing of all the largest to begin with, then, after stowing them away together, proceeding to the next largest, and so going on until he came down to the last, to the pocket volumes. Accordingly, he cleared away another morsel of vacant space near the wall, and then, trampling over the books as coolly as if they were so many clods of earth on plough field, picked out the largest of all volumes that lay on the floor. It was an atlas. Shroud turned over the maps, reflected, shook his head, and removed the volume to the vacant space which he had cleared close to the wall. The next largest book was magnificently bound collection of engraved portraits of distinguished characters. Shroud saluted the distinguished characters with a grunt of Gothic disapprobation, and carried them off to the Atlas Company against the wall. The third largest book lay under several others. It projected a little at one end, and it was bound in scarlet morocco. In another position, or bound in a quieter colour, it would probably have escaped notice. Shroud drew it out with some difficulty, opened it with a portentous frown of disgust, looked at the title page, and suddenly slapped his thigh with a great oath of exultation. There were the very two words of which he was in search, staring him in the face, as if it were, with all the emphasis of the largest capital letters. He took a step toward the door to make sure that his master was not moving in the house, then checked himself and turned back. "What do I care," thought Shroud, "whether he sees me or not? If it comes to a tussle betwixt us, which is to have his own way, I know who's master and who's servant in the house by this time." Composing himself with that reflection, he turned to the first page of the book, with the intention of looking it over carefully, page by page, from beginning to end. The first leaf was a blank. The second leaf had an inscription written at the top of it in faded ink, which contained these words and initials: rare, only 6 copies printed, J.A.T. Below, on the middle of the leaf, was a printed dedication: to John Arthur Treverton, Esquire, Lord of the Manor of Porthgenna, one of His Majesty's Justices of Peace, F.R.S., etc., etc., etc. This work, in which an attempt is made to describe the ancient and honoured mansion of his ancestors. There were many more lines, filled to bursting with all the largest and most obsequious words to be found in the dictionary, but Shroud wisely abstained from giving himself the trouble of reading them, and turned over at once to the title page. There were the all-important words: the history and antiquities of Porthgenna Tower, from the period of its first erection to the present time, comprising interesting genealogical particulars relating to the Treverton family, with an inquiry into the origin of Gothic architecture, and a few thoughts on the theory of fortification after the period of Norman conquest, by the Reverend Job Dark, D.D., rector of Porthgenna. The whole adorned with portraits, views, and plans, executed in the highest style of art, not published, printed by Spalding and Grimes, Truro, 1734. That was the title page. The next leaf contained an engraved view of Porthgenna Tower from the west. Then came several pages devoted to the origin of Gothic architecture. Then more pages explaining the Norman theory of fortification. These were succeeded by another engraving, Porthgenna Tower from the east. After that followed more reading under the title of The Treverton Family. And then came the third engraving, Porthgenna Tower from the north. Shroud paused there and looked with interest at the leaf opposite the print. It only announced more reading still about the erection of the mansion, and this was succeeded by engravings from family portraits in the gallery at Porthgenna. Placing his thumb between the leaves to mark the place, Shroud impatiently turned to the end of the book to see what he could find there. The last leaf contained a plan of the stables. The leaf before that presented a plan of the north garden, and on the next leaf, turning backwards, was the very thing described in Robert Chenery's letter, a plan of the interior arrangement of the north side of the house. Shroud's first impulse on making this discovery was to carry the book away to the safest hiding place he can find for it, preparatory to secretly offering it for sale when the messenger called the next morning for an answer to the letter. A little reflection, however, convinced him that a proceeding of this sort bore a dangerously close resemblance to the act of thieving, and might get him into trouble if the person with whom he desired to deal asked him for any preliminary questions touching his right to the volume which he wanted to dispose of. The only alternative that remained was to make the best copy he could of the plan, and to traffic with that as a document which the most scrupulous person in the world need not hesitate to purchase. Resolving, after some consideration, to undergo the trouble of making the copy rather than run the risk of purloining the book, Shroud descended to the kitchen, took from one of the drawers of the dresser an old stump of a pen, a bottle of ink, and a crumpled half-sheet of dirty letter paper, and returned to the garret to copy the plan, as he best might. It was the simplest kind, and it occupied but a small portion of the page, yet it presented to his eyes a hopelessly involved and intricate appearance when he now examined it for a second time. The rooms were represented by rows of small squares, with names neatly printed inside them, and the position of doors, staircases, and passages were indicated by parallel lines of various lengths and breadths. After much cogitation, frowning, and pulling at his beard, it occurred to Shroud that the easiest method of copying the plan would be to cover it with the letter paper which, though hardly half the size of the page, was large enough to spread over the engraving on it, and then to trace the lines which he saw through the paper as carefully as he could with his pen and ink. He puffed and snorted and grumbled, and got red in the face over his task, but he accomplished it at last, bating certain drawbacks in the shape of blots and smears, in a sufficiently creditable manner, then stopped to let the ink dry, and to draw his breath freely before he attempted to do anything more. The next obstacle to overcome consisted in the difficulty of copying the names of the rooms, which were printed inside the squares. Fortunately for Shrowl, who was one of the clumsiest of mankind in the use of the pen, none of the names were very long. As it was, he found the greatest difficulty in writing them in the sufficiently small characters to fit them in the squares. One name in particular, that of the Myrtle Room, presented combinations of letters in the word myrtle, which tried his patience and his fingers sorely when he attempted to reproduce them. Indeed, the result in this case, when he had done his best, was so illegible even to his eyes that he wrote the word over again in larger characters at the top of the page and connected it by a wavering line with the square which represented the Myrtle Room. The same accident happened to him in the other two instances, and was remedied in the same way. With the rest of the names, however, he succeeded better, and when he had finally completed the business of transcription by writing the title, Plan of the North Side, his copy presented, on the whole, a more respectable appearance than might have been anticipated. After satisfying himself of its accuracy by a careful comparison of it with the original, he folded it up along with Dr. Chenery's letter and deposited it in his pocket with a hoarse gasp of relief and a grim smile of satisfaction. The next morning, the garden door of the cottage presented itself to the public eye in a totally new aspect of standing hospitably ajar, and one of the bare posts had the advantage of being embellished by the figure of Shrowl, who leaned against it easily with his legs crossed, his hands in his pockets and his pipe in his mouth, looking out for the return of the messenger who had delivered Dr. Chenery's letter the day before. End of Chapter 2, Book 5. Recording by Camille Hill, Basingstoke, United Kingdom. Book 5, Chapter 3 of The Dead Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Camille Hill. The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 3. Approaching the Precipice. Travelling from London to Porthgenna, Mr. and Mrs. Frankland had stopped on the 9th of May at the West Winston station. On the 11th of June, they left it again to continue their journey to Cornwall. On the 13th, after resting 2 nights upon the road, they arrived toward the evening at Porthgenna Tower. There had been storm and rain all the morning. It had lulled toward the afternoon, and at the hour when they reached the house, the wind had dropped. A thick white fog hid the sea from view, and sudden showers fell drearily from time to time over the southern land. Not even a solitary idler from the village was hanging about the west terrace as the carriage containing Mr. and Mrs. Frankland, the baby, and the 2 servants drove up to the house. No one was waiting, with the door open to receive the travellers, for all hope of their arriving on that day had been given up, and the ceaseless thundering of the surf as the stormy sea surged in the beach beneath drowned the roll of the carriage wheels over the terrace road. The driver was obliged to leave his seat and ring at the bell for admittance. After a minute or more elapsed before the door was opened, with the rain falling sullen and steady on the roof of the carriage, with the raw dampness of the atmosphere penetrating through all coverings and defences, with the booming of the surf sounding threateningly near in the dense obscurity of the fog, the young couple waited for admission to their own home, as strangers might have waited who had called at an ill-chosen time. When the door was opened at last, the master and mistress, whom the servants would have welcomed with the proper congratulations on any other occasion, were now received with the proper apologies instead. Mr. Munder, Mrs. Pentreath, Betsy, and Mr. Frankland's man all crowded together in the hall, and all begged pardon confusedly for not having been ready at the door when the carriage drove up. The appearance of the baby changed the conventional excuses of the housekeeper and the maid into conventional expressions of admiration, but the men remained grave and gloomy, and spoke of the miserable weather apologetically, as if the rain and the fog had been of their own making. The reason for their persistency in dwelling on this one dreary topic came out while Mr. and Mrs. Frankland were being conducted up the west staircase. The storm of the morning had been fatal to 3 of the Porthgenna fishermen, who had been lost with their boat at sea, and whose death had thrown the whole village into mourning. The servants had done nothing but talk of the catastrophe ever since the intelligence of it had reached them early in the afternoon, and Mr. Munder now thought it his duty to explain that the absence of the villagers on the occasion of the arrival of his master and mistress was entirely attributable to the effect produced among the little community by the wreck of the fishing boat. Under any less lamentable circumstances, the west terrace would have been crowded, and the appearance of the carriage would have been welcome with cheers. "Lenny, I almost wish we had waited a little longer before we came here," whispered Rosamond nervously, pressing her husband's arm. "It is very dreary and disheartening to return to my first home on such a day as this. That story of the poor fisherman is a sad story, love, to welcome me back to the place of my birth. Let us send the first thing tomorrow morning and see what we can do for the poor helpless woman and children. I do not feel easy in my mind after hearing that story, till we have done something to comfort them." "I trust you will approve of the repairs, ma'am," said the housekeeper, pointing to the staircase which led to the second story. "The repairs?" said Rosamond absently. "Repairs? I never heard the word now." Without thinking of the north rooms, and of the plans we devised for getting my dear father to live in them. "Mrs. Pentreath, I have a host of questions to ask you and Mr. Munder about the extraordinary things that happened when the mysterious lady and the incomprehensible foreigner came here. But tell me first, this is the west front, I suppose. How far are we from the north rooms? I mean, how long would it take us to get to them, if we wanted to go now to that part of the house?" "Oh, dear me, ma'am, not 5 minutes," answered Mrs. Pentreath. "Not 5 minutes," repeated Rosamond, whispering to her husband again. "Do you hear that, Lenny? In 5 minutes we might be in the Myrtle Room." "Yet," said Mr. Frankland, smiling, "in our present state of ignorance, we are just as far from it as if we were at Westminster still." "I can't think that, Lenny. It might be only my fancy, but now we are on the spot, I feel as if we had driven the mystery into its last hiding place. We are actually in the house that holds the secret, and nothing will persuade me that we are not halfway already toward finding it out. But don't let us stop on this coal landing. Which way are we to go next?" "This way, ma'am," said Mr. Munder, seizing the first opportunity of placing himself in a prominent position. "There is a fire in the drawing-room. Will you allow me the honour of leading and conducting you, sir, to the apartment in question?" he added officiously, stretching out his hand to Mr. Frankland. "Certainly not," interposed Rosamond sharply. She had noticed with her usual quickness of observation that Mr. Munder wanted the delicacy of feeling which ought to have restrained him from staring curiously at his blind master in her presence, and she was unfavourably disposed towards him in consequence. "Wherever the apartment in question may happen to be," she continued with satirical emphasis, "I will lead Mr. Frankland to it, if you please. If you want to make yourself useful, you had better go on before us and open the door." Outwardly crestfallen, but inwardly indignant, Mr. Munder led the way to the drawing-room. The fire burned brightly. The old-fashioned furniture displayed itself to the most picturesque advantage. The paper on the walls looked comfortably mellow. The carpet, faded as it was, felt soft and warm underfoot. Rosamond led her husband to an easy chair by the fireside, and began to feel at home for the first time. "This looks really comfortable," she said. "When we have shut out that dreary white fog, and the candles are lit, and the tea is on the table, we shall have nothing in the world to complain of. You enjoy this nice, warm atmosphere, don't you, Lenny? There is a piano in the room, my dear. I can play to you in the evening at Porthgenna, as I used to in London. Nurse, sit down and make yourself and the baby as comfortable as you can. Before we take our bonnets off, I must go away with Mrs. Pentreth and see about the bedrooms. What is your name, you very rosy, good-natured looking girl? Betsy, is it? Well then, Betsy, suppose you go down and get the tea, and we shall like you all the better if you can contrive to bring us some cold meat with it. Giving her orders in these good-humoured terms, and noticing that her husband looked a little uneasy while she was talking so familiarly to a servant, Rosamond left the room in company with Mrs. Pentreth. When she returned, her face and manner were altered. She looked and spoke seriously and quietly. "I hope I have arranged everything for the best, Lenny," she said. "The airiest and largest room, Mrs. Pentreth tells me, is the room in which my mother died. But I thought we had better not make use of that. I felt as if it chilled and saddened me only to look at it. Farther on, along the passage, there is a room that was my nursery. I almost fancied, when Mrs. Pentreath told me that she had heard I used to sleep there, that I remembered the pretty little arched doorway leading to the second room. The night nursery, it used to be called in the former days. I have ordered the fire to be lit there, and the beds to be made. There is a third room on the right hand, which communicates with the day nursery. I think we might manage to establish ourselves very comfortably in the 3 rooms, if you felt no objection, though they are not so large or so grandly furnished as the company bedrooms. I will change the arrangement if you like, but the house looks rather lonesome and dreary, just at first, and my heart warms to the old nursery, and I think we might at least try it to begin with. Don't you, Lenny? Mr. Frankland was quite of his wife's opinion, and was ready to accede to any domestic arrangements that she might think fit to make. While he was assuring her of this, the tea came up, and the sight of it helped to restore Rosamond to her usual spirits. When the meal was over, she occupied herself in seeing the baby comfortably established for the night, in the room on the right hand, which communicated with the day nursery. The maternal duty performed, she came back to her husband in the drawing-room, and the conversation between them turned, as it almost always turned now when they were alone, on the 2 perplexing subjects of Mrs. Joseph and the Myrtle Room. "I wish it was not night," said Rosamond. "I should like to begin exploring at once. Mind, Lenny, you must be with me in all my investigations. I lend you my eyes, and you give me your advice. You must never lose patience, and never tell me that you can be of no use. How I do wish we were starting on our voyage of discovery at this very moment. But we may make inquiries at any rate," she continued, ringing the bell. "Let us have the housekeeper and the steward up, and try if we can't make them tell us something more than they told us in their letter." The bell was answered by Betsy. Rosamond desired that Mr. Munder and Mrs. Pentreath might be sent upstairs. Betsy, having heard Mrs. Frankland express her intention of questioning the housekeeper and the steward, guessed why they were wanted, and smiled mysteriously. "Did you see anything of those strange visitors who behaved so oddly?" asked Rosamond, detecting the smile. "Yes, I am sure you did. Tell us what you saw. We want to hear everything that happened, everything, down to the smallest trifle." Appealed to in these direct terms, Betsy contrived with much circumlocution and confusion to relate what her own personal experience had been of the proceedings of Mrs. Joseph and her foreign companion. When she had done, Rosamond stopped her on her way to the door by asking this question: "You say the lady was found lying in a fainting fit at the top of the stairs. Have you any notion, Betsy, why she fainted?" The servant hesitated. Come, said Rosamond. "You have some notion, I can't see. Tell us what it is." "I'm afraid you will be angry with me, ma'am," said Betsy, expressing embarrassment by drawing lines slowly with her forefinger on the table at her side. "Nonsense! I shall only be angry with you if you won't speak. Why do you think the lady fainted?" Betsy drew a very long line with her embarrassed forefinger, wiped it afterwards on her apron, and answered, "I think she fainted, if you please, ma'am, because she see the ghost." "The ghost? What? Is there a ghost in the house?" "Lenny, here is a romance that we never expected. What sort of ghost is it? Let us have the whole story." The whole story, as Betsy told it, was not of a nature to afford her hearers any extraordinary information, or to keep them very long in suspense. The ghost was a lady who had been, at a remote period, the wife of one of the owners of Porthgenna Towers, and who had been guilty of deceiving her husband in some way unknown. She had been condemned in consequence to walk about the north rooms as long as ever the walls of them held together. She had long, curly, light brown hair, and very white teeth, and a dimple in each cheek, and was altogether awful beautiful to look at. Her approach was heralded to any mortal creature who was unfortunate enough to fall in her way by the blowing of a cold wind, and nobody who had once felt that wind had the slightest chance of ever feeling warm again. This was all Betsy knew about the ghost, and it was in her opinion enough to freeze a person's blood only to think of it. Rosamond smiled, then looked grave again. "I wish you would have told us a little more, but as you cannot, we must try Mrs. Pentreath and Mr. Munder next. Send them up here, if you please, Betsy, as soon as you get downstairs." The examination of the housekeeper and the steward led to no result whatever. Nothing more than they had already communicated in their letter to Mrs. Frankland could be extracted from either of them. Mr. Munder's dominant idea was that the foreigner had entered the doors of Porthgenna Tower with felonious ideas on the subject of the family plate. Mrs. Pentreath concurred in that opinion, and mentioned in connection with it her own private impression that the lady in the quiet dress was an unfortunate person who had escaped from a madhouse. As to giving a word of advice or suggesting a plan for solving the mystery, neither the housekeeper nor the steward appeared to think that the rendering of any assistance of any sort lay at all within their province. They took their own practical view of the suspicious conduct of the two strangers, and no mortal power could persuade them to look an inch beyond it. Oh, the stupidity, the provoking, impenetrable, pretentious stupidity of respectable English servants! Exclaimed Rosamond when she and her husband were alone again. No help, Lenny, to be hoped from either of those two people. We have nothing to trust to now but the examination of the house tomorrow, and that resource must fail us, like all the rest. What could Dr. Chenery be about? Why did we not hear from him before we left West Winston? Patience, Rosamond, patience. We shall see what the post brings tomorrow. Pray, Don't talk about patience, my dear. My stock of that virtue was never a very large one, and it was all exhausted 10 days ago at least. Oh, the weeks and weeks I have been vainly asking myself, why should Mrs. Joseph warn me against going into the myrtle room? Is she afraid of my discovering a crime, or afraid of my tumbling through the floor? What did she want to do in the room when she made that attempt to get into it? Why in the name of wonder should she know something about this house that I never knew, that my father never knew, that nobody else— "Rosamond," cried Mr. Frankland, suddenly changing colour and starting in his chair. "I think I can guess who Mrs. Joseph is." "Good gracious, Lenny, what do you mean?" "Something in those words of yours started the idea in my mind the instant you spoke. Do you remember when we were staying at St. Swithin's-on-Sea and talking about the chances for and against our prevailing on your father to live with us here? Do you remember, Rosamond, telling me at that time of a certain unpleasant association which he had with the house, and mentioning among them the mysterious disappearance of a servant on the morning of your mother's death?" Rosamond turned pale at the question. "How came we never to think of that before?" she said. "You told me," pursued Mr. Frankland, "that this servant left a strange letter behind her in which she confessed that your mother had charged her with the duty of telling a secret to your father, a secret that she was afraid to divulge, and that she was afraid of being questioned about. I am right, am I not, in stating those two reasons as the reason she gave for her disappearance?" "Quite right. And your father never heard of her again?" "Never." "It is a bold guess to make, Rosamond, but the impression is strong on my mind that on the day when Mrs. Joseph came into your room at West Winston, you and that servant met, and she knew it. And the secret, dear, the secret she was afraid to tell my father, must be in some way connected with the myrtle room." Rosamond said nothing in answer. She rose from her chair and began to walk agitatedly up and down the room. Hearing the rustle of her dress, Leonard called her to him, and taking her hand, laid his fingers on her pulse, and then lifted them for a moment to her cheek. "I wish I had waited until tomorrow morning before I told you my idea about Mrs. Joseph," he said. "I have agitated you to no purpose whatever, and have spoiled your chance of a good night's rest." "No, no, nothing of the kind. Oh, Lenny, how this guess of yours adds to the interest, the fearful, breathless interest we have in tracking that woman and in finding out the myrtle room. Do you think— I have done with thinking for the night, my dear, and you must have done with it too. We have said more than enough about Mrs. Joseph already. Change the subject, and I will talk of anything else you please." "It is not so easy to change the subject," said Rosamond, pouting and moving away to walk up and down the room again. "Then let us change the place and make it easier that way. I know you think me the most provoking, obstinate man in the world, but there is a reason in my obstinacy, and you will acknowledge as much when you awake tomorrow morning refreshed by a good night's rest. Come, let us give our anxieties a holiday. Take me into one of the other rooms, and let me try if I can guess what it is like by touching the furniture. The reference to his blindness, which the last words contain, brought Rosamond to his side in a moment. "You always know best," she said, putting her arm around his neck and kissing him. "I was looking cross, love, a minute ago, but the clouds are all gone now. We will change the scene and explore some other room as you propose." She paused. Her eyes suddenly sparkled. Her colour rose, and she smiled to herself as if some new fancy had that instant crossed her mind. "Lenny, I will take you where you shall touch a very remarkable piece of furniture indeed," she resumed, leading him to the door while she spoke. "We will see if you can tell me at once what it is like. You must not be impatient, mind, and you must promise to touch nothing till you feel me guiding your hand." She drew him after her along the passage, opened the door of the room in which the baby had been put to bed, made a sign to the nurse to be silent, and leading Leonard up to the cot, guided his hand down gently, so as to let the tips of his fingers touch the child's cheek. "There, sir," she cried, her face beaming with happiness as she saw the sudden flush of surprise and pleasure which changed her husband's natural, quiet, subdued expression in an instant. "What do you say to that piece of furniture? Is it a chair or a table, or is it the most precious thing in all the house, in all Cornwall, in all England, in all the world? Kiss it and see what it is. A bust of a baby by a sculptor, or a living cherub by your wife." She turned laughing to the nurse. "Hannah, you look so serious that I am sure you must be angry. Have you had your supper yet?" The woman smiled and answered that she had arranged to go downstairs as soon as one of the servants could relieve her in taking care of the child. "Go at once," said Rosamond. "I will stop here and look after the baby. Get your supper and come back in half an hour." When the nurse had left the room, Rosamond placed a chair for Leonard by the side of the cot and seated herself on a low stool at his knees. Her variable disposition seemed to change again when she did this. Her face grew thoughtful, her eyes softened as they turned now on her husband, now on the bed in which the child was sleeping by his side. After a minute or two of silence, she took one of his hands, placed it on his knee, and laid her cheek gently down on it. "Lenny," she said rather sadly, "I wonder whether we are any of us capable of feeling perfect happiness in this world." "What makes you ask that question, dear?" "I fancy that I can feel perfect happiness, and yet what? And yet it seems as if, with all my blessings, that blessings was never likely to be granted to me. I should be perfectly happy now, but for one little thing. I suppose you can't guess what that thing is. I would rather you told me, Rosamond. Ever since our child was born, love, I have had a little aching at the heart, especially when we are all three together, as we are now, a little sorrow that I can't quite put away from me on your account. On my account? Lift your head, Rosamond, and come nearer to me. I feel something on my hand which tells me that you are crying. She rose directly and laid her face close to his. My own love, she said, clasping her hands fast around him. My own heart's darling. You have never seen our child. Yes, Rosamond, I see him with your eyes. Oh, Lenny, I tell you everything I can. I do my best to lighten the cruel, cruel darkness which shuts you out from that lovely little face lying so close to you. But can I tell you how he looks when he first begins to take notice? Can I tell you all the 1,000 pretty things he will do when he first tries to talk? God has been very merciful to us, but oh, how much more heavily the sense of your affliction weighs on me now, when I am more to you than your wife, now when I am the mother of your child. And yet the affliction ought to weigh lightly on your spirits, Rosamond, for you have made it weigh lightly on mine. Have I? Really and truly, have I? It is something noble to live for, Lenny, if I can live for that. It is some comfort to hear you say, as you have just said now, that you see with my eyes. They shall always serve you. Oh, always, always, as faithfully as if they were your own. The veriest trifle of a visible thing that I look at with any interest, you shall as good as look at too. I might have had my own little harmless secrets there, with another husband, but with you, to have even so much as a thought in secret seems like taking the basest, the cruelest advantage of your blindness. I do love you so, Lenny. I am so much fonder of you now than I was when we were first married. I never thought that I should be, but I am. You are so much handsomer to me, so much cleverer to me, so much more precious to me in every way. But I am always telling you that, am I not? Do you get tired of hearing me? No? Are you sure of that? Very, very, very sure. She stopped and looked at him earnestly, with a smile on her lips, and the tears still glistening in her eyes. Just then the child stirred a little in his cot, and drew her attention away. She arranged the bedclothes over him, watched him in silence for a little while, then sat down again on the stool at Leonard's feet. Baby has turned his face quite round toward you now, she said. Shall I tell you exactly how he looks, and what his bed is like, and how the room is furnished? Without waiting for an answer, She began to describe the child's appearance and position with the marvellous minuteness of a woman's observation. While she proceeded, her elastic spirits recovered themselves, and its naturally bright, happy expression reappeared on her face. By the time the nurse returned to her post, Rosamond was talking with all her accustomed vivacity and amusing her husband with all her accustomed success. When they went back to the drawing-room, she opened the piano and sat down to play. "I must give you your usual evening concert, Lenny," she said, "or I shall be talking again on the forbidden subject of the Myrtle Room." She played some of Mr. Frankland's favourite airs, with a certain union of feeling and fancifulness in her execution of the music, which seemed to blend the charm of her own disposition with the charm of her melodies, which sprang into life under her touch. After playing through the airs she could remember most easily, she ended with the last waltz of Weber, and it was Leonard's favourite, and it always reserved on that account to grace the close of the evening's performance. She lingered longer than usual over the last plaintive notes of the waltz, then suddenly left the piano and hastened across the room to the fireplace. "Surely it has turned much colder within the last minute or two," she said, kneeling down on the rug and holding her face and hands over the fire. "Has it? I don't feel any change," returned Leonard. "Perhaps I have caught cold," said Rosamond, "or perhaps," she added, laughing rather uneasily, "the wind that goes before the ghostly lady of the north room has been blowing over me. I certainly felt something like a sudden chill, Lenny, while I was playing the last notes of Weber." "Nonsense, Rosamond. You are over-fatigued and over-excited. Tell your maid to make you some hot wine and water, and lose no time in getting to bed." Rosamond cowered closer to the fire. "It is lucky I am not superstitious," she said, "or I might fancy that I was predestined to see the ghost." End of Chapter 3, Book 5. Recording by Camille Hill, Basingstoke, United Kingdom. Book 5, Chapter 4 of The Dead Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Camille Hill. The Dead Secret by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 4. Standing on the Brink. The first night at Porthgenna passed without the slightest noise or interruption of any kind. No ghost or dream of a ghost disturbed the soundness of Rosamond's slumbers. She awoke in her usual spirits and her usual health, and was out in the west garden before breakfast. The sky was cloudy, and the wind veered about capriciously to all the points of the compass. In the course of her walk, Rosamond met with the gardener, and asked him what he thought about the weather. The man replied that it might rain again before noon, but that, unless he was very much mistaken, it was going to turn to heat in the course of the next 24 hours. "Pray, "Did you ever hear of a room on the north side of our old house called the Myrtle Room?" inquired Rosamond. She had resolved, on rising that morning, not to lose a chance of making the all-important discovery for want of asking questions of everybody in the neighbourhood, and she began with the gardener accordingly. "I never heard tell of it, ma'am," said the man, "but it's a likely name enough, considering how the myrtles do grow in these parts." "Are there any myrtles growing at the north side of the house?" asked Rosamond, struck with the idea of tracing the mysterious room by searching for it outside the building instead of inside. "I mean, close to the walls," she added, seeing the man look puzzled. "Under the windows, you know?" "I never see anything under the windows in my time but weeds and rubbish," replied the gardener. Just then the breakfast bell rang. Rosamond returned to the house, determined to explore the north garden, and if she found any relic of a bed of myrtles to mark the window above it, and to have the room which that window lighted opened immediately. She confided this new scheme to her husband. He complimented her on her ingenuity, but confessed that he had no great hope of any discoveries being made out of doors after what the gardener had said about the weeds and rubbish. As soon as breakfast was over, Rosamond rang the bell to order the gardener to be in attendance, and to say that the keys of the north rooms would be wanted. The summons was answered by Mr. Frankland's servant, who brought up with him the morning's supply of letters, which the postman had just delivered. Rosamond turned them over eagerly, pounced on them with an exclamation of delight, and said to her husband, "The long Beckley postmark! News from the vicar at last!" She opened the letter and ran her eye over it, then suddenly dropped it in her lap with her face all in a glow. "Lenny," she exclaimed, "there is news here that is positively enough to turn one's head. I declare the vicar's letter has quite taken away my breath." "Read it," said Mr. Frankland. "Pray, read it at once." Rosamond complied with the request in a very faltering, unsteady voice. Dr. Chenery began his letter by announcing that his application to Andrew Treverton had remained unanswered, but he added it had nevertheless produced results which no one could possibly have anticipated. For information on the subject of those results, he referred Mr. and Mrs. Frankland to a copy subjoined of a communication marked private, which he had received from his man of business in London. The communication contained a detailed report of an interview which had taken place between Mr. Treverton's servant and the messenger who had called for an answer to Dr. Chenery's letter. Shrowell, it appeared, had opened the interview by delivering his master's message, and then produced the vicar's torn letter and a copy of the plan, and had announced his readiness to part with the latter for the consideration of a £5 note. The messenger had explained that he had no power to treat for the document, and had advised Mr. Treverton's servant to wait on Dr. Chenery's agent. After some hesitation, Shrowell had decided to do this on pretence of going out on an errand, had seen the agent, had been questioned about how he became possessed of the copy, and finding that there was no chance of disposing of it unless he answered all inquiries, had related the circumstances under which the copy had been made. After hearing his statement, the agent had engaged to apply immediately for instructions to Dr. Chenery, and had written accordingly, mentioning in a postscript that he had seen the transcribed plan and had ascertained that it really exhibited the positions of doors, staircases, and rooms, with the names attached to them. Resuming his own letter, Dr. Chenery proceeded to say that he must now leave it entirely to Mr. and Mrs. Frankland to decide what course they ought to adopt. He had already compromised himself a little in his own estimation by assuming a character which really did not belong to him. When he made his application to Andrew Treverton, and he felt he could personally venture no further in the affair, either by expressing an opinion or giving any advice, now that it had been assumed such a totally new aspect, he felt quite sure that his young friends would arrive at the wise and the right decision, after they had maturely considered the matter in all its bearings. In that conviction, he had instructed his man of business not to stir in the affair until he had heard from Mr. Frankland, and to be guided entirely by any directions which that gentleman might give. "Directions!" exclaimed Rosamond, crumpling up the letter in a high state of excitement as soon as she had read it to the end of it. "All the directions we have to give may be written in a minute and read in a second. What in the world does the vicar mean by talking about mature consideration?" "Of course," cried Rosamond, looking womanlike, straight on to the purpose she had in view, without wasting a thought on the means by which it was to be achieved. "Of course we give the man his £5 note, and get the plan by return of post." Mr. Frankland shook his head gravely. "Quite impossible," he said. "If you think for a moment, my dear, you will surely see that it is out of the question to traffic with a servant for information that has been surreptitiously obtained from his master's library." "Oh dear, dear, don't say that," pleaded Rosamond, looking quite aghast at the view her husband took of the matter. "What harm are we doing if we give the man his £5? He has only made a copy of the plan. He has not stolen anything. He has stolen information, according to my idea of it," said Leonard. "Well, but if he has," persisted Rosamond, "what harm does it do to his master? In my opinion, his master deserves to have the information stolen, not for having had the common politeness to send it to the vicar. We must have the plan. Oh, Lenny, don't shake your head, please. We must have it, you know we must. What is the use of being scrupulous with an old wretch, I must call him so, though he is my uncle, who won't conform to the commonest usages of society? You can't deal with him, and I am sure the vicar would say so. If he was here, as you would with civilized people, or people in their senses, which everybody says he is not, what use is the plan of the North Rooms to him? And besides, if it is of any use, he has got the original, so his information is not stolen after all, because he has got it the whole time. Has he not, dear?" "Rosamond, Rosamond," said Leonard, smiling at his wife's transparent sophistries, You're trying to reason like a Jesuit. I don't care who I reason like, love, as long as I get the plan. Mr. Frankland still shook his head, finding her arguments of no avail. Rosamond wisely resorted to the immemorial weapon of her sex, persuasion, using it at such close quarters and to such good purposes that she finally won her husband's reluctant consent to a species of compromise, which granted her leave to give directions for purchasing the copied plan on one condition. This condition was that they should send back the plan to Mr. Treverton as soon as it had served their purpose, making a full acknowledgment to him of the manner in which it had been obtained, and pleading in justification of the proceeding his own want of courtesy in withholding the information, of no consequence in itself, which anyone else in his place would have communicated as a matter of course. Rosamond tried hard to obtain the withdrawal or modification of this condition, but her husband's sensitive pride was not to be touched. On that point, with impunity, even by her light hand. I have done too much violence already to my own convictions, he said. I will now do no more. If we are to degrade ourselves by dealing with this servant, let us at least prevent him from claiming us as his accomplices. Write in my name, Rosamond, to Dr. Chenery's man of business, and say that we are willing to purchase the transcribed plan on the condition that I have stated, which condition he will of course place before the servant in the plainest possible terms. And suppose the servant refuses to risk losing his place, which he must do if he accepts your condition, said Rosamond, going rather reluctantly to the writing table. Let us not worry ourselves, my dear, by supposing anything. Let us wait and hear what happens, and act accordingly. When you are ready to write, tell me, and I will dictate your letter on this occasion. I wish to make the vicar's man of business understand that we act as we do, knowing, in the first place, that Mr. Andrew Treverton cannot be dealt with according to the established usages of society, and knowing, in the second place, that the information which a servant offered to us is contained in an extract from a printed book, and is in no way directly or indirectly connected with Mr. Treverton's private affairs. Now that you have made me consent to this compromise, Rosamond, I must justify it as completely as possible to others as well as to myself. Seeing that his resolution was firmly settled, Rosamond had tact enough to abstain from saying anything more. The letter was written exactly as Leonard dictated it. When it had been placed in the post-bag, and when the other letters of the morning had been read and answered, Mr. Frankland reminded his wife of the intention she had expressed at breakfast time of visiting the North Garden, and requested that she would take him there with her. He candidly acknowledged that, since he had been acquainted with Dr. Chenery's letter, he would give 5 times the sum demanded by Shrowl for a copy of the plan, if the Myrtle Room could be discovered, without assistance from anyone, before the letter to the vicar's man of business was put into the post. Nothing would give him so much pleasure, he said, as to be able to throw it in the fire, and to send a plain refusal to tread for the plan in its place. They went into the north garden, and there Rosamond's own eyes convinced her that she had not the slightest chance of discovering any vestige of myrtle bed near any one of the windows. From the garden they returned to the house, and had the door open that led into the north hall. They were shown the place on the pavement where the keys had been found, and the place at the top of the first flight of stairs where Mrs. Joseph had been discovered when the alarm was given. At Mr. Frankland's suggestion, the door of the room which immediately fronted this spot was opened. It presented a dreary spectacle of dust and dirt and dimness. Some old pictures were piled against one of the walls. Some tattered chairs were heaped together in the middle of the floor. Some broken china lay on the mantelpiece, and a rotten cabinet, cracked through from top to bottom, stood in one corner. These few relics of the furnishings and fitting up the room were all carefully examined, but nothing of the smallest importance, nothing tending in the most remote degree to clear up the mystery of the Myrtle Room, was discovered. "Shall we have the other doors open?" inquired Rosamond, when they came out on the landing again. "I think it will be useless," replied her husband. "Only our hope of finding out the mystery of the Myrtle Room, if it is as deeply hidden from us as I believe it to be, is by searching for it in that room and no other. The search, to be effectual, must extend, if we find it necessary, to the pulling up of the floors and wainscots, perhaps even to the dismantling of the walls. We may do that with one room when we know where it is, but we cannot by any process short of pulling the whole side of the house down do it with the 16 rooms through which our present ignorance condemns us to wander without guide or clue. It is hopeless enough to be looking for we know not what, but let us discover, if we can, where the 4 walls are within which that uncompromising search must begin and end. Surely the floor of the landing must be dusty. Are there no footmarks on it after Mrs. Joseph's visit that might lead us to the right door? This suggestion led to a search for footsteps on the dusty floor of the landing, but nothing of the sort could be found. Matting had been laid down over the floor at some former period, and the surface, torn, ragged, and rotten with age, was too uneven in every part to allow the dust to lie smoothly on it. Here and there, where there was a hole through to the boards of the landing, Mr. Frankland's servant thought he detected marks in the dust which might have been produced by the toe or heel of a shoe. But these faint and doubtful indications lay yards and yards apart from each other, and to draw any conclusion of the slightest importance from them was simply and plainly impossible. After spending more than an hour in examining the north side of the house, Rosamond was obliged to confess that the servants were right when they predicted, on first opening the door in the hall, that she would discover nothing. "The letter must go, Lenny," she said, when they returned to the breakfast-room. "There is no help for it," answered her husband. "Send away the post-bag, and let us say no more about it." The letter was dispatched by the day's post, in the remote position of Porthgenna, and in the unfinished state of the railroad at that time, 2 days would elapse before an answer from London could be reasonably hoped for. Feeling that it would be better for Rosamond if this period of suspense was passed out of the house, Mr. Frankland proposed to fill up the time by a little excursion along the coast to some places famous for their scenery, and would be likely to interest his wife, and which she might occupy herself pleasantly in describing on the spot for the benefit of her husband. This suggestion was immediately acted on. The young couple left Porthgenna and only returned on the evening of the second day. On the morning of the third day, the longed-for letter from the vicar's man of business lay on the table when Leonard and Rosamond entered the breakfast-room. Frowell had decided to accept Mr. Frankland's condition. First, because he held that any man must be out of his senses who refused a £5 note when it was offered to him. Secondly, because he believed that his master was too absolutely dependent on him to turn him away from any cause whatever. Thirdly, because if Mr. Treverton did part with him, he was not sufficiently attached to his place to care at all about losing it. Accordingly, the bargain had been struck in 5 minutes, and there was a copy of the plan enclosed with the letter of explanation to attest the fact. Rosamond spread the all-important document out on the table with trembling hands, looked it over eagerly for a few moments, and laid her finger on the square that represented the position of the Myrtle Room. "Here it is," she cried. "Oh, Lenny, how my heart beats! 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth door on the first landing is the door of the Myrtle Room." She would have called at once for the keys of the North Room, but her husband insisted on her waiting until she had composed herself a little, and until she had taken some breakfast. In spite of all he could say, the meal was hurried over so rapidly that in 10 minutes more his wife's arm was in his, and she was leading him to the staircase. The gardener's prognostication about the weather had been verified. It had turned to heat, heavy, misty, vaporous, dull heat. One white quivering fog cloud spread thinly over all the heaven, rolled down seaward on the horizon line, and dulled the sharp edges of the distant moorland view. The sunlight shone pale and trembling. The lightest, heaviest leaves of the flowers at open windows were still. The domestic animals lay about sleepily in dark corners. Chance household noises sounded heavy and loud in the languid, airless stillness which the heat seemed to hold over the earth. Down in the servants' hall, the usual bustle of morning work was suspended. When Rosamond looked in, on her way to the housekeeper's room to get the keys, the women were fanning themselves, and the men were sitting with their coats off. They were all talking peevishly about the heat, and all agreeing that such a day as this, in the month of June, they had never known and never heard of before. Rosamond took the keys, declined the housekeeper's offer to accompany her, and leading her husband along the passages, unlocked the door of the North Hall. "How unnaturally cool it is here," she said, as they entered the deserted place. At the foot of the stairs she stopped, and took a firmer hold of her husband's arm. "Is anything the matter?" asked Leonard. "It's the change to the damp coolness of this place affecting you in any way?" "No, no," she answered hastily. "I'm far too excited to feel either heat or damp, as I might feel them at other times. But Lenny, supposing your guess about Mrs. Joseph is right." "Yes, and supposing we discovered the secret of the Myrtle Room, might it not turn out to be something concerning my father or my mother which we ought not to know?" "I thought of that when Mrs. Pentreath offered to accompany us, and it determined me to come here alone with you." "It is just as likely that the secret might be something we ought to know," replied Mr. Frankland, after a moment's thought. "In any case, my idea about Mrs. Joseph is, after all, only a guess in the dark. However, Rosamond, if you feel any hesitation—" "No. Come what may of it, Lenny, we can't go back now. Give me your hand again. We have traced the mystery thus far together, and together we will find it out." She ascended the staircase, leading him after her as she spoke. On the landing she looked again at the plan, and satisfied herself that the first impression she had derived from it of the position of the Myrtle Room was correct. She counted the doors onto the fort, and looked out from the bunch, the key numbered IV, and put it in the lock. Before she turned it, she paused and looked at her husband. He was standing by her side, with his patient face turned expectantly toward the door. She put her right hand on the key, turned it slowly in the lock, drew him closer to her with her left hand, and paused again. "I don't know what has come to me," she whispered faintly. "I feel as if I was afraid to push open the door." "Your hand is cold, Rosamond. Wait a little. Lock the door again. Put it off till another day." He felt his wife's finger close tighter and tighter on his hand while he said those words. Then there was an instant, one memorable, breathless instant, never to be forgotten afterward, of utter silence. Then he heard the sharp, cracking sound of the opening door, and felt himself drawn forward suddenly into a changed atmosphere, and he knew that Rosamond and he were in the Myrtle Room. End of Chapter 4, Book 5. Recording by Camille Hill, United Kingdom.